Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 7 of the series. Chapter 357, 4 Life Transitions. Chapter 357, 4 Life Transitions. Rumble. Every cell in Lin Feng's tidal combat body was cheering, eager and yearning. This was the first time Lin Feng had felt such a natural life transition. This meant that his accumulation was truly abundant. In the past, be it the first life transition, the second life transition, or the third life transition, Lin Feng had always initiated the life transition. Furthermore, his first life transition only succeeded due to potential compelled by a life or death situation. Actually, that was not a good thing. It would gradually exhaust one's potential. The most ideal thing was to undergo life transition naturally, without steering it. For example, the Leviathan accumulated step by step through instinct. Through billions of years of continuous accumulation and devouring, every life transition was a natural success. Only by doing this would its potential be greater in the future. This was also why the Leviathan could undergo 6 life transitions in its ignorance, and eventually become a planetary life form. Lin Feng's cells began to divide. His 3-kilometer combat body expanded wildly, and the arrangement of his combat body was completely disrupted. At this moment, Lin Feng naturally visualized the 4th level of the combat body guidance technique, regarding the arrangement of cells during the 4th life transition of the tidal combat body. His mental power was also slowly guiding the arrangement of the combat body. 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers, 5 kilometers. The speed at which Lin Feng's combat body expanded was incredible. Moreover, such a huge commotion naturally shook the entire Sea Emperor Palace. He actually woke up, and started the 4th life transition. The Sea Emperor was very surprised. He had clearly seen how Lin Feng lost in the Leviathan's memories. He thought that Lin Feng might never wake up again in this life. However, not only had Lin Feng awakened, he had also undergone the 4th life transition. Just the idea of it was astonishing. However, considering that Lin Feng had been chosen by the Spear of Destruction, the Sea Emperor was not that surprised. The being chosen by destiny, you have infinite potential. Unfortunately, you still can't escape the cycle. The Sea Emperor heaved a long sigh. He had actually long lost hope. The behemoth of Armageddon destroyed the world again and again, and the being chosen by the Spear of Destruction would always appear to stop the behemoth of Armageddon. It happened time after time in an unending cycle that repeats itself. It was like a fixed program. When the time came, the program would activate, and things would end in the conclusion established by the program. Lin Feng might indeed be the person chosen by the Spear of Destruction, and might indeed be able to stop the behemoth of Armageddon. However, that was all. The behemoth of Armageddon would still destroy human civilization, and Lin Feng would die. However, before he died, he would also severely injure the behemoth of Armageddon and make it enter a slumber again. The Sea Emperor had already witnessed how such a script played out 8 times. The Sea Emperor was already numb. He could not change the grand scheme, and he could not escape this planet. In that case, he naturally neither supported nor obstructed Lin Feng. Lin Feng's combat body was still expanding, but the Sea Emperor no longer paid attention to it. This time, he was really slumbering. He only instructed that Lin Feng could leave the Sea Emperor Palace at any time. 6 kilometers, 7 kilometers, 8 kilometers. The speed at which Lin Feng's combat body expanded was simply too fast. Even the life core fragment he had obtained in the 18 grottos of Dragonhead probably could not support the expansion of Lin Feng's massive combat body. However, Lin Feng's life core fragment was more than 10 times that of the life core fragment in the 18 grottos of Dragonhead. Such a massive life core fragment was accumulated by the Leviathan over billions of years. The amount of energy in it far exceeded Lin Feng's imagination. Hence, Lin Feng could strengthen the tidal combat body to his heart's content. In the blink of an eye, the tidal combat body had already expanded to more than 10 kilometers, but it was not over. It was still expanding. rapidly. Its massive body allowed Lin Feng to look down on the entire Sea Emperor Palace. Only by looking down did he realize how powerful the Sea Emperor Palace was. The accumulation of the Sea Emperor over billions of years was indeed extraordinary. The originally huge life core fragment was actually shrinking rapidly as Lin Feng's combat body continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, it had shrunken considerably. Moreover, even with the naked eye, one could see the life core shrinking. The two Sea Beast Emperors in the Sea Emperor Palace were also paying attention to Lin Feng and the life core fragment. Their hearts ached as they watched the life core fragment shrink bit by bit. This was the accumulation of billions of years in the Sea Emperor Palace, the supreme treasure of the Sea Emperor Palace. Now, it had been absorbed by a mere human like Lin Feng. However, the Sea Emperor had once ordered that no one was allowed to disturb Lin Feng's life transition. Hence, despite their discontent, they did not disturb Lin Feng. Lin Feng also nodded to himself. He naturally saw all of this, and considered it a favor he owed the Sea Emperor. 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 25 kilometers. Lin Feng's tidal combat body had already expanded to the point that Lin Feng felt a little uncomfortable. It was too powerful. He had never felt so powerful before. Fortunately, he was at the bottom of the sea. Otherwise, his combat body, which was dozens of kilometers in size, would probably have long reached the atmosphere. When Lin Feng's tidal combat body expanded to 30 kilometers, it gradually began to stop expanding as well, finally stopping at 31 kilometers. A 31-kilometer combat body was several times stronger than the Sea Emperor's combat body. Even without using the Spear of Destruction, Lin Feng could easily destroy the Sea Emperor Palace and defeat the Sea Emperor. However, the huge life core fragment had now shrunken to the size of a millstone. It was really insignificant. The Sea Emperor Palace could be considered to have invested heavily this time. Without this huge life core fragment, Lin Feng could forget about successfully undergoing a life transition, let alone condensing such a huge combat body. It had to be known that without sufficient energy, once the combat body was finalized, even if it could continue to grow in the future, its growth would be limited. This was also why Long Betham placed so much emphasis on energy. Lin Feng, that was really dangerous. You were lost in the memory fragments of the Leviathan. I kept calling to you, but it was useless. Long Betham's voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. There was still some anxiety and lingering fear in Long Betham's tone. Once Lin Feng was lost in the Leviathan's memories, the consequences would be unthinkable. Lin Feng had really taken too much risk. This time. Long Betham, how can there be gains without effort? Even though I was almost assimilated this time, I've finally succeeded. With 4 life transitions, I can accept your master's true legacy, right? Lin Feng naturally did not forget that he had yet to obtain the true legacy. Only after 4 life transitions could one obtain Bamon's legacy. Of course you can obtain the legacy. Master's legacy will definitely be astounding. It definitely will not disappoint you. All right, let's go now. Lin Feng quickly put away the 31-kilometer tidal combat body and prepared to bid farewell to the Sea Emperor. Chapter 358, Critical Moment. Chapter 358, Critical Moment. Lin Feng retracted his body. The 2 sea beasts had already arrived. Looking at the little life core fragment left, their expressions were very dark. Lin Feng was also a little embarrassed, but he still smiled and said, I'm preparing to leave. Please take me to bid farewell to His Majesty the Sea Emperor. The 2 sea beasts said coldly, there's no need. His Majesty the Sea Emperor is already asleep. Before he fell asleep, he instructed us that you can leave at any time you wish. That's. Lin Feng took a deep breath, then said loudly to the Sea Emperor Palace, Lin Feng will remember your Majesty's kindness. I will repay you in the future. With that, he left the Sea Emperor Palace. Long Betham, how long has it been since I entered the bottom of the sea? 1 month and 9 days. Lin Feng was shocked. The duration he had agreed on with the sages had already been exceeded by 9 days. The sages must be very worried as well. However, he was in the Sea Emperor Palace, absorbing the life core fragment and almost being assimilated by the Leviathan's memories. There was no way for him to wake up in advance. Hence, Lin Feng sped up. Swoosh. Lin Feng flew out of the dead sea of abyss. He looked towards the shore, but did not find any sages. What's going on? Lin Feng's expression gradually became solemn. He knew that even if he did not return for a month, the sages would not all leave. At least some of them would have stayed and waited for him. Why was there not a single sage now? However, with a sweep of his mental power, Lin Feng discovered a communicator on the shore. Swoosh. Lin Feng flew over and picked up the communicator. There was also a message on the communicator. Lin Feng read it carefully, but his gaze became colder and colder. Maple Leaf City. Lin Feng never expected that humanity would encounter such a major matter in just over a month after he left. According to the message, humanity was even in danger of being annihilated. This was no behemoth of Armageddon. How could mere parasites incur such heavy losses to humanity? Boom. Lin Feng flew swiftly into the sky. According to the message on his communicator, an airship had been left for him not far away. He had to rush to Maple Leaf City as soon as possible. Slash. Sage Kong and the Invincible Fist Sage both flew towards the Broodmother in a frenzy. They wanted to stop the Broodmother. Countless tentacles wrapped around Sage Bingyu and Sage Cass. The Invincible Fist Sage continued to unleash astral martial techniques like a madman, slashing at the Broodmother's tentacles. Thump. Finally, the tentacles on Sage Bingyu's body were severed by the Invincible Fist Sage. The Broodmother roared angrily, and then thousands of tentacles lashed in all directions wildly. The sages could only keep retreating, while Sage Cass was densely surrounded by tentacles. His body was covered in tentacles as he was sent flying rapidly towards the Broodmother's maw. This day would come sooner or later. Sage Cass, on the other hand, appeared very calm. His gaze swept across the Invincible Fist Sage and Sage Bingyu, and infinite longing appeared in his eyes. He was a dignified sage of high status, the dean of the Sanctuary Academy. How could he want to die? He also had the longing for life. But at this moment, he was helpless. As a sage, he had to step forward courageously. Goodbye, everyone. A smile appeared on Sage Cass's lips. Then, a large amount of star power suddenly poured down from the sky, as if the entire sky had suddenly gone dark. No, no. The Invincible Fist Sage and Sage Bingyu were the most agitated. As sages from the academic faction, the three sages had a good relationship. They had supported each other to this point. But now, Sage Cass was going to die, and he was going to die in front of them. Yet there was nothing they could do. For a moment, even the usually cold Sage Bingyu could not help but weep. Boom. As a large amount of star power poured down, Sage Cass detonated the astral force field. Immediately, a terrifying shockwave spread in all directions. The sages could still resist, but the surrounding parasites fell in droves, reduced to ashes by the terrifying shockwave. The Broodmother was struck by the self-destruct astral force field of a sage again. It appeared very furious. Even though it was also in a very sorry state, a sage's self-destruct astral force field could not cause fatal damage to the Broodmother. Kill. The Invincible Fist Sage shouted. He was filled with monstrous killing intent now, but he was very calm, even terrifyingly so. All they could do was stall for time, and keep stalling. Hence, the remaining 6 sages were all very calm. They did not take the initiative to provoke the Broodmother, but took care to deal with the ordinary parasites, preventing them from approaching Maple Leaf City any further. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. The Broodmother was abnormally furious. It tried to trap and kill a sage madly, but every sage became very prudent. Once someone was entangled by the tentacles, another sage would quickly come to their rescue. Even though there was also danger, the 6 sages were all unharmed. The Broodmother went berserk. It suddenly abandoned the 6 sages, and advanced straight towards Maple Leaf City. Rumble. The huge cannons on Maple Leaf City bombarded the broodmother wildly, but it was useless. They could not injure the broodmother at all. Moreover, the broodmother was still approaching step by step. As for the city walls, forget about the broodmother, they could not even resist ordinary parasites. Retreat. Retreat now. Zhang Qiji grabbed Chu Chen and retreated in a frenzy, ignoring what Chu Chen was thinking. The massive body of the broodmother paid no heed to what was ahead at all. It just crushed everything directly. Immediately, the city wall collapsed. The massive body of the broodmother crushed countless martial artists in Maple Leaf City. As long as it wreaked havoc in Maple Leaf City, it would deal a huge blow to humanity. Damn it. The 6 sages' faces were ashen. They could kill those ordinary parasites at will, but those ordinary parasites were only cannon fodder. Even if all of them died, the broodmother could quickly produce more. As for humans, if they allowed the broodmother to keep wreaking havoc like this, humanity would suffer heavy losses. Humanity could not afford a war of attrition either. Stop the broodmother. Sage Kong gritted his teeth. They had no choice but to stop the broodmother with all their might. Hence, the 6 sages went forward to harass the broodmother again, trying to stop it. However, this time, the broodmother seemed determined to turn the Maple Leaf City into dust. Its massive body crushed everything in its path, and innumerable tall buildings collapsed. Countless martial artists were crying and running for their lives, but what was the use? No one could escape from the broodmother that was 5 kilometers long. Chu Chen and Zhang Qiji were no exception. The two of them could only watch helplessly as the broodmother approached. It did not even notice them. Sister-in-law, you can't die. If you die, I won't be able to answer to Brother Feng. Zhang Qiji gritted his teeth and turned around to run. He held his energy weapon and fired wildly at the broodmother. Boom. The broodmother looked at the tiny insect under it. If anyone dared to resist, its massive body would crush them directly. There was fear and panic on Zhang Qiji's face, but at this moment, he could only smile wanly. Tell Brother Feng that he must avenge me, ha ha. Zhang Qiji laughed maniacally. Qiji. Chu Chen bit her lip. She felt so helpless at this moment. Swoosh. Suddenly, an airship appeared in the distant sky. It arrived at Maple Leaf City in the blink of an eye. Broodmother, die. A familiar voice sounded in the sky. At the same time, a figure flew down from the airship. Its body grew in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a mountain-like giant. The giant took a huge step forward. Like a dark cloud, it descended from the sky. It was a dark mass that carried infinite power as it stomped towards the broodmother. Chapter 359, Lin Feng's Return. Chapter 359, Lin Feng's Return. Boom. This step landed directly on the broodmother. The broodmother's massive body sank straight into the ground, creating a huge pit. That's Sage Lin Feng, it's Sage Lin Feng. Sage Lin Feng has returned. Seeing this giant foot, all 6 remaining sages were thrilled. There were only 6 sages left, but they still had determination in their hearts. They still had hope because of Lin Feng. They believed that Lin Feng was not dead, and was only delayed by something. As expected, Sage Lin Feng had appeared, and he was so domineering the moment he appeared. He stomped the insufferably arrogant parasites into the ground with a single step. How satisfying. Brother Feng. Zhang Qiji was also overjoyed. He had escaped death by a hair's breadth. He looked up at Lin Feng's massive body. Fortunately, Lin Feng had arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qiji, take Chen and leave this place. Lin Feng naturally saw Zhang Qiji and Chu Chen. He also had some lingering fear. If he had come any later, the outcome would have been unthinkable. Zhang Qiji also knew that now was not the time to reminisce. He immediately left with Chu Chen. Lin Feng looked at the broodmother at his feet, and a trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Boom. The broodmother's huge body struggled to get out. It was in a towering rage. No one had ever put it in such a sorry state. It was almost invincible the entire way. No one or power could stop it. Even the two sages who had self-destructed previously could not stop it. But now, it was in such a miserable state. This was the first time it had been stepped on. It was very furious, and its huge body emitted a suffocating pressure. Broodmother. You're just a tiny worm. Lin Feng's gaze was cold. He had already sensed that even the broodmother should definitely be severely injured by his stomp. However, the reality was that the broodmother was still intact. It seemed like the broodmother also had the terrifying regenerative ability of those screwworms. Swoosh. The broodmother's countless tentacles swept towards Lin Feng, but Lin Feng reached out and grabbed. Countless tentacles wrapped around his arm. Humph. Lin Feng snorted coldly. At the same time, his body expanded again. Just now, he had only used a combat body of 3 kilometers. In terms of strength, he was indeed a little inferior to the broodmother. But now, he had undergone 4 life transitions. 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had already expanded to 15 kilometers. Just the aura emitted by this massive body of 15 kilometers was unbearable to the sages. Sage Lin Feng has become even stronger. Many sages were very surprised. Previously, Lin Feng's body was only 3 kilometers long, but now, it was actually 15 kilometers long. It had increased by 5 times. In reality, they did not know that Lin Feng's combat body had already reached 31 kilometers. However, Lin Feng did not need to use his full strength to deal with a mere broodmother. The aura emitted by the 15-kilometer tidal combat body terrified even the broodmother. Down you go. Like a deity, Lin Feng stomped down hard on the broodmother again. The broodmother raised countless tentacles in an attempt to resist. However, Lin Feng gave a forceful tug, and countless tentacles broke. Instantly, causing the broodmother immense pain. As the gigantic foot landed, the broodmother was stomped into the ground again. However, Lin Feng did not let the broodmother off easily this time. He stepped hard on the broodmother's body, then grabbed a part of the broodmother's body with all his might and tore it apart. There was a ripping noise. The broodmother cried out in pain. Immediately, a portion of the flesh on the broodmother's body was forcefully torn off by Lin Feng. Its miserable cries rang out incessantly. However, Lin Feng was unmoved. He carefully sensed the flesh and blood of the broodmother. Yes, there's the aura of a life core. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. There were actually fragments of a life core in the flesh of this broodmother. This meant that the broodmother had very likely devoured a life core fragment before. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to grow such a huge body. Its 5-kilometer-long body was far larger than Dongfangxing's back then. This meant that the life core fragment the broodmother had devoured was definitely extraordinary. The life core fragments are scattered everywhere now and devoured by dire beasts. Lin Feng frowned. He had always felt that something was a little strange. Why had the dire beasts become stronger and stronger? Recently, many demon emperors previously unseen had appeared, and they had all become stronger due to life core fragments. If the Sea Emperor can guard humanity, we won't have to fear these dire beasts. Lin Feng thought of the Sea Emperor. He had also undergone 4 life transitions, and his body exceeded 10 kilometers in size. Even the broodmother was far inferior to the Sea Emperor. If the Sea Emperor were around, humanity would be impregnable. Lin Feng would not have to worry at all. Unfortunately, after experiencing 8 civilizations, the Sea Emperor had completely given up on leaving the Dead Sea of Abyss. Humans ultimately had to rely on themselves. The broodmother under his feet was still struggling violently. Lin Feng could only suppress it for the time being. Hence, the broodmother was still trying to break free from Lin Feng's suppression. Humph. Do you think I can't kill you? A trace of coldness flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Then, the spear of destruction appeared in his hand, constantly emitting a terrifying, annihilative aura. Lin Feng aimed the spear of destruction at the broodmother. The intelligence of this broodmother was no different from that of humans. In particular, with such a massive body, apart from Lin Feng and the Sea Emperor, almost no one was a match for the broodmother. It could naturally sense the terrifying annihilative aura contained in the spear of destruction. It knew very well that once the spear of destruction pierced its body, it might really die. Hence, the broodmother did not dare to act rashly anymore. It only kept growling, its eyes filled with ferocity. "Tell me, did you obtain a scarlet crystal and devour it?" Lin Feng used his mental power to ask the broodmother directly. He believed that if the broodmother could grow to this extent, it would definitely be able to make some simple use of mental power. As expected, a subtle mental fluctuation was transmitted to Lin Feng's mind. "Human, let me go and I'll tell you about the scarlet crystal." The broodmother was actually bargaining. "Looks like you have the wrong idea about your current situation." Lin Feng sneered, then stabbed hard with the spear of destruction in his hand. Swish! The spear of destruction pierced into the broodmother body. Immediately, annihilative power was unleashed, destroying the broodmother body in an unbridled manner. The broodmother cried out in agony. Its body was being annihilated at a visible speed, turned into ashes. As for its regenerative ability, it was completely useless before the annihilative power. At this moment, the broodmother truly sensed the threat of death. It no longer doubted that the spear in the hand of the human in front of it could really kill it. I'll tell you whatever you want to ask." The broodmother was also afraid. Faced with the threat of death, it had no choice but to comply. Chapter 360, Tiny Worm. Chapter 360, Tiny Worm. "Have you ever obtained this kind of scarlet crystal?" Lin Feng took a small life core fragment directly. He had left this behind on purpose. "I've never seen it before." The broodmother shook its head and said firmly. "Is that so?" Lin Feng sneered. The spear of destruction in his hand stabbed into the broodmother's body again. The annihilative power erupted, and the cells in the broodmother's body were quickly annihilated. Its massive body was being reduced to ashes at a visible speed. The broodmother was extremely terrified. It said loudly in a hurry, I know this kind of crystal. I was once just an ordinary screwworm, but it was precisely because I found this scarlet crystal and slowly absorbed it that I underwent metamorphosis again and again, becoming like this. Moreover, I learned how to devour from the scarlet crystal, and devoured to increase my strength. Originally, I wanted to use these small insects, and have them all return to my body after devouring continuously. I would devour them all so that my body can undergo metamorphosis again. However, after encountering you, my plan failed." Hearing the broodmother's answer, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This broodmother must have been affected by the memories of the Leviathan in the life core fragment. Although it was not assimilated by the memories of the Leviathan, it was probably more or less affected by it. It even thought of devouring other life forms to undergo metamorphosis. Actually, this was a misconception. Leviathans were special life forms. Leviathans could increase their strength by devouring other life forms, but other life forms like the broodmother could not necessarily do so. The life core fragment had led to the metamorphoses of the broodmother. At the same time, it had created a demonic creature out of nowhere. This was the danger of the life core fragment. If Lin Feng had also been assimilated by the memories of the Leviathan back in the Sea Emperor Palace, either his body would slowly collapse, or he would think that he was the Leviathan after waking up, and continue to act according to the Leviathan's memories and devour continuously. At that time, Lin Feng would also become the greatest threat to humanity. The life core fragment could push a weak life form to become a powerful life form, allowing weak life forms to obtain great power. However, at the same time, it might also lead this life form to complete ruination. Although the broodmother in front of him seemed powerful, this was actually its limit. It had transformed to its current state through the life core fragment, and had actually reached its limit now. In fact, no matter how much it devoured, it could no longer increase its strength. On the contrary, it would transform into something similar to the behemoth of Armageddon, and think only of constantly devouring and destroying. Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Could the behemoth of Armageddon have also devoured the life core fragment, causing destruction to be its only thought? From there, it could sublimate in destruction and metamorphose into a planetary life form. This was not impossible. On the contrary, it was entirely possible. The broodmother on the ground was still struggling constantly. A trace of coldness flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. The terrifying parasitic species never actually existed in this world. They only existed because this tiny worm had accidentally obtained numerous life core fragments back then, and slowly transformed into the broodmother. This was how a terrifying parasitic species was born. These parasites were like locusts, constantly devouring and destroying. They were even more terrifying than predators. Do you still have any scarlet crystal left? No. Not long ago, I completely devoured that huge scarlet crystal. The broodmother replied honestly. What a pity. Lin Feng looked at the densely packed parasites around him. Without any hesitation, he stabbed down with the spear of destruction in his hand. Boom. The annihilative power in the spear of destruction erupted completely like a surging torrent. The broodmother's entire body struggled violently as it screamed wildly. However, its body was firmly stepped on by Lin Feng, and it could not move at all. Hence, in a very short period of time, the broodmother's body began to disintegrate rapidly at a visible speed, turning into ashes and disappearing into the air. Its 5-kilometer body could not even withstand the annihilative power of the spear of destruction for 3 minutes before all of it was reduced to ashes. The broodmother that had almost destroyed human civilization dissipated, just like that. As the broodmother dissipated, everyone was surprised to discover that those tens of thousands of parasites had also been reduced to ashes. These parasites were originally bred by the broodmother through special means. It could not even be called breeding, and they were originally part of the broodmother's body. With the death of the broodmother, these parasites naturally could not survive without their parent body. Tens of thousands of parasites died one after another. The massive amount of parasite corpses on the ground was a shocking sight. Dead. The parasitic species is dead. We won, we won. It's a pity that Sage Claws and Sage Cass can't see this. The parasitic species was completely annihilated, and even the broodmother died to Lin Feng's spear of destruction. The crisis for humanity had been resolved this time. However, this battle was a heavy loss for humanity, and one that must always be remembered. Sage Claws. Sage Cass. The sacrifice of 2 sages in this battle had become the most painful memory of humanity. It's all over. Sage Kong heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the figure in the distance with a complicated expression. This time, Lin Feng had saved humanity and their remaining sages again. Back then, he had almost disappointed Lin Feng for the sake of the greater good. Fortunately, all of this was over. Sage Lin Feng, you came back at the right time. If you hadn't returned, once Maple Leaf City falls, the elites of the 6 major factions would probably all be lost. There's no knowing how many years it would take for recovery. Sage Kong and Sage Yuan came to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng, on the other hand, did not appear that happy. He shook his head and said, "Do you know? The broodmother was actually just a tiny worm. By chance, it devoured this scarlet crystal, and ended up becoming the broodmother. Although the behemoth of Armageddon has yet to awaken, we humans are just too weak." Lin Feng spoke with feeling. Just by devouring the life core fragment, a mere broodmother could crush all the sages of humanity, and even have the power to destroy the entire human civilization. It was not that the broodmother was too strong, but that the human civilization was too weak. Compared to the previous 8 civilizations, not counting Lin Feng, human civilization was probably the weakest. Sages, let's restore Maple Leaf City first, appease all humans, and restore peace to human society. I will think of a way to increase the overall strength of humanity. With that, Lin Feng returned to his normal size and flew into Maple Leaf City to look for Chu Chen and Zhang Qiji. The sages were left behind, dumbfounded and slightly awkward. What can Sage Lin Feng do to increase the overall strength of humanity? All the sages were very curious, but if Lin Feng did not say it, they could not ask. However, if Lin Feng really had a way to increase the overall strength of humanity, that would be humanity's blessing. Chapter 361, Legacy. Chapter 361, Legacy. Chen, it's been hard on you. At night, Lin Feng and Chu Chen could finally find some peace. What's hard for me? I was just leading armed robots. Those armed robots were the ones fighting. Chu Chen had put it casually, but Lin Feng knew that letting an ordinary professional martial artist who had not even broken the genetic lock participate in such a major event that concerned the fate of humanity worldwide was actually a huge pressure in itself. Fortunately, Chu Chen was a strong girl and could withstand such pressure. Chen, you've been quite lax regarding martial arts recently. You can actually try to break the genetic lock now. Lin Feng naturally wanted to help Chu Chen break the genetic lock, but even though he had undergone 4 life transitions, it was actually very difficult for him to help Chu Chen. He could only give Chu Chen a large amount of resources. I've already had some vague hint of insight in the League of Guardians. Perhaps I'll be able to break the genetic lock soon. You don't have to worry about me. My goal is to catch up to, and even surpass you. Chu Chen also clenched her fists tightly. However, even sages probably would not dare to think of surpassing Lin Feng. I might have to leave for a while tomorrow. Lin Feng was a little hesitant. He had just returned and accompanied Chu Chen for only a day, yet he was about to leave again. Even he felt that he owed Chu Chen a lot. However, Chu Chen said generously, "Go ahead. I know you're doing this to protect all of humanity. You can get on with business. I'll always support you." Chu Chen was very sensible and understanding. Perhaps this was why Lin Feng liked her. The next day, Lin Feng woke up early. He did not wake Chu Chen up, but left on the airship alone. Lin Feng's destination was the North Mountain Base. Back when Lin Feng was deployed to the South Mountain Base as a penalty, he might never have thought that he would have such a fortuitous encounter. He had never even thought about undergoing 4 life transitions. But now, Lin Feng had already undergone 4 life transitions. It had only been 2 years since he entered the Myriad Academy. In 2 years, he had experienced things that would take many martial artists a century, or even 2 centuries. However, Lin Feng was not complacent at all. This was because Lin Feng had seen too much. He naturally knew that humanity was actually in imminent danger. Forget about the behemoth of Armageddon, humanity might not even be a match for those dire beasts. Human civilization was far from developing to the point of prosperity, and Lin Feng did not have the privilege to be proud. This time, Lin Feng was going to the North Mountain Base to accept Bamon's legacy. According to Long Betham, only after 4 life transitions could one accept Bamon's legacy and become Bamon's registered disciple. However, not even Long Betham knew what the legacy was about. Swoosh! Lin Feng flew past the South Mountain Base, and then the North Mountain Base. He had no intention of going to the South Mountain or the North Mountain Base to catch up. His status was different now. Even if he could still treat his former companions and good friends with his initial attitude, those companions and good friends probably could not treat him with their initial attitude anymore. The higher one's status, the fewer those who could understand and have heartfelt relations with them. Soon, Lin Feng's airship landed in a wilderness. Beneath it was Long Betham's spaceship, buried underground. With Long Betham, Lin Feng naturally accessed the underground spaceship smoothly. After this, Lin Feng would bring the spaceship back to the League of Guardians. After all, he was already the strongest person among humans. So what if they knew some of his secrets? He already had enough confidence. Crunch. In the airship, Long Betham's true form came forward. Lin Feng, congratulations on meeting the conditions to accept Master's legacy in just 2 years. Long Betham's true form was a mechanical life form. It actually looked like a robot, but it possessed intelligence and was a true life form. In the past, Lin Feng could not understand what a mechanical life form was, but now, Lin Feng could clearly sense a trace of obscure life Force emanating from Long Betham's true form. Long Betham was indeed a genuine life form. However, the way mechanical life forms existed was indeed very miraculous. At least for now, Lin Feng could only confirm that. Long Betham was a mechanical life form. However, he did not know what was going on with mechanical life forms. Lin Feng, you once obtained Master's mental guidance technique and the combat body guidance technique, but those were not Master's true legacy. Master's true legacy can only be obtained after 4 life transitions. However, before accepting the legacy, you have to answer a question from me first. What question? Once you accept the legacy, you will be Master's registered disciple. Are you willing to become Master's registered disciple? Of course I'm willing. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. How could Lin Feng not be willing to be the disciple of a great galactic life form? Very good. Actually, this is just a routine inquiry. It has no impact. You can accept the legacy now. Long Betham led Lin Feng to a secret chamber. A stone flickering with an iridescent light floated in the secret chamber. It looked very mysterious and beautiful. Long Betham had long disappeared. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He knew that this strange iridescent contained the true legacy of a great galactic life form. Hence, Lin Feng slowly calmed his emotions and approached the iridescent stone. He extended his hand and clenched the iridescent stone gently. Boom. Lin Feng's mind shook slightly. Then, as if his consciousness was out of his control, he entered a starry sky. The stars spun. Lin Feng felt as if he was in the vast cosmos. The vast universe was cold and lonely. Lin Feng could see the huge planets and the magnificent galaxies. With a thought, his figure quickly shuttled through them. He seemed to have passed through galaxy after galaxy. Lin Feng's speed was incredible, but his consciousness was very clear. He could clearly remember every galaxy he had passed through and every planet he had passed by. This was like a route. After traveling for an unknown period of time, Lin Feng finally saw a vast and dazzling galaxy ahead. Among them was an incomparably huge planet that seemed to be larger than some stars. It was spectacular, magnificent, and beautiful. Little fellow, this is planet Bamond of the Bamond Galaxy, the place you will ultimately need to arrive. A voice suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's ear. He looked up. What did he see? There was an eye, an unimaginably huge eye. Just the eye alone was 10 times larger than the massive planet Bamond in front of him. As for the back of his eyes, Lin Feng could no longer describe that head with words. In fact, this had already exceeded Lin Feng's previous understanding of huge. Chapter 362, Laws. Chapter 362, Laws. Who are you? Lin Feng was very shocked, but he still maintained his composure. Who am I? The huge head shook slightly, then revealed a smile. Its mouth opened like a black hole that could destroy a planet with almost a breath. I'm your mentor, Bamond. Bamond. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Of course he knew who Bamond was, and he also knew the significance of the name Bamond. The master of Long Betham, that great galactic life form, Bamond. How large is your body? Little fellow, it seems like you come from a desolate and backward world and know nothing about cultivation. The combat body of any galactic life form is comparable to a galaxy. Comparable to a galaxy. Lin Feng was shocked. Of course he knew what a galaxy meant, but he would rather he didn't. He did not even dare to imagine a life form as huge as a galaxy. No wonder Long Betham always had a look of reverence when mentioning Bamond. A galactic life form could indeed be considered great. Little fellow, there's no need to be shocked. Now is the precious time for impartation. The legacy I am giving you is a very important part of the cosmic cultivation system, laws. Laws. That's right. Laws are the rules of the operation of cosmic celestial bodies. They are the manifestations of the workings of the universe. For example, why do celestial bodies rotate, why do stars collapse, and why does the universe give rise to cosmic storms? In truth, these are what laws are. We cultivators call it laws. They represent the true meaning of the workings of the universe, and the essence of the universe. Those technological civilizations call them the supreme truth of the universe. They also study laws, but they utilize laws in certain tools they create, such as spaceships, planetary annihilation cannon, and so on. However, remember, only cultivators like us can master the ultimate truth of the universe and the supreme law. You cultivate the tidal combat body. This is the combat body I created according to cosmic catastrophes. The law that suits you is the law of tides. What is the law of tides? On some planets, tides are water, so you can comprehend the law of water. In some places, tides are light, so you can comprehend the law of light. Some are cosmic catastrophes, then, you can comprehend the law of certain catastrophes. Once one comprehends the law, it can increase the combat power of the tidal combat body, and also assist in life transition. 4. Example, at the rudimentary level, the law can improve the tidal combat body by 10 times. If one can comprehend the elementary planetary law, it can improve the tidal combat body by 100 times. The better the comprehension of laws, the greater the magnitude of increase in combat power. It is also very beneficial to life transitions. Little fellow, this is a projection I left here. There's not much time left. Watch carefully. I'll use the last bit of time to demonstrate the law of tides for you. As soon as Bamand finished speaking, Lin Feng felt the world spin. Bamand's massive body disappeared. However, a vast torrent swept over from the cosmos. Tide. Lin Feng was very shocked. He had seen the tides of seawater, but how could he have seen cosmic tides? The cosmic tide swept over majestically. Lin Feng stood in the cosmos, allowing the cosmic tide to wash over him continuously. However, this was not a true cosmic tide, but a demonstration by Bamand. The goal was to let Lin Feng experience it properly and strive to comprehend the law of tides. If they encountered such a cosmic tide in the universe, even planetary lifeforms would probably be in imminent danger, let alone try to comprehend the law of tides. Lin Feng felt the cosmic tide constantly impact his consciousness, but his consciousness remained clear. This feeling was very miraculous. After the initial shock, he had already come to his senses and begun to comprehend the law of tides. This tide was majestic, but if one sensed it carefully, they could sense a strange power contained in the tide, as if all that was filtered in the tide was contained within. This was the law. Laws were the manifestation of the rules of the universe, such as the downward flow of rivers, thunders, dark clouds, violent winds, and so on. In a sense, these were also types of laws. Scientific explanations were all formulated based on some principle, but weren't scientific principles also laws? It was just that the names were different. Bamand even mentioned that technological civilizations also studied laws. However, by applying these laws to some tools, certain tools would possess terrifying power. Lin Feng was immersed in the cosmic tide. He really hoped that this demonstrated tide could last for a longer time, so that he could better comprehend the law of tides. Unfortunately, the tide demonstrated by Bamand quickly disappeared, and Lin Feng's consciousness quickly sank. Swoosh. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he realized that he had already returned to the secret chamber. The iridescent stone in the secret chamber had already been pulverized and scattered all over the ground. The legacy of laws. So this is the foundation of the cosmic cultivation system. Lin Feng muttered softly. He had accepted Bamand's legacy. Only from now on could he be considered a true cosmic cultivator. Laws did not seem to have much to do with life transitions, but in reality, laws were the foundation of the workings of the universe, and the manifestation of all rules. After reaching the level of a planetary life form, laws would be very important if one wanted to continue undergoing life transitions. Moreover, in terms of combat power, laws were completely distinct from those cosmic behemoths that relied on instincts. For example, the Leviathan relied on its instincts to eventually become a planetary life form. However, such planetary life forms were simply too weak. Without comprehending laws, they were worlds apart from those true planetary life form cultivators. If a cosmic cultivator's comprehension of laws was at the primitive level, the enhancement of their combat body would reach 10 times. How terrifying would that be? For example, Lin Feng's current combat body was at 31 kilometers. If it was increased by 10 times, it would very likely be comparable to a combat body of 310 kilometers. Moreover, if one's comprehension of laws reached the planetary level, even the elementary stage of planetary law could increase the combat body by 100-fold. In comparison, as long as a cosmic cultivator comprehended the law, even if they had just undergone a life transition and become a planetary life form, they could easily defeat a cosmic behemoth like the Leviathan. They were both massive, but by relying on the comprehension of laws, cosmic cultivators could completely crush those cosmic behemoths at the same level. Cultivators became the rulers of the universe through their comprehension of laws. In fact, once one's comprehension of laws reached the planetary level, even without life transitions, they could rely on the extraordinary laws they grasped to interfere with a planet in some way. Interfering with the operation of the planet would simply be a piece of cake. Chapter 363, Registered Disciple. Chapter 363, Registered Disciple. Laws were divided into rudimentary level, planetary level. There were even more above the planetary level, such as galactic level, cosmic level, and so on. What Lin Feng wanted to comprehend was the law of tides, which increased combat power greatly. Of course, it was not that one could only comprehend one law. It was just that Lin Feng cultivated the tidal combat body, so comprehending the law of tides would greatly enhance the tidal combat body. However, if he comprehended other laws, it would basically offer no improvement to the tidal combat body. However, laws could sometimes be used as an aid. Take the law of void, for instance. If one had spatial talent and comprehended the law of void, they could even travel through the universe and construct spatial passages. They would be highly sought-after talents in the entire universe. There were many cosmic laws, but comprehending them was not that easy. For example, even though Lin Feng had seen the law of tides demonstrated by Bamand with his own eyes, he actually did not have much comprehension of the law of tides. The path of law ahead was still very long. However, from today onwards, he would be Bamand's registered disciple. Lin Feng left the secret chamber. Outside, he saw Long Betham. Master, you have already become Old Master's registered disciple. From now on, I will be your servant and accompany you all the way to the top. Long Betham genuflected. It was an ordinary mechanical life form to begin with. It received the opportunity of being chosen by Bamand and piloting the spaceship to the depths of the universe to search for life forms that could accept Bamand's legacy. This trip took billions of years. In fact, after it fell into this world, it felt that it might never be able to return to the universe again. However, later on, it met Lin Feng. It did not even think highly of Lin Feng at all. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng gave it a surprise. In just 2 years, he had already undergone 4 life transitions, obtained the true legacy of Bamand, and become Bamand's registered disciple. Once he obtained Bamand's true legacy, Long Betham would be Lin Feng's servant. Nothing would change. Lin Feng nodded and said to Long Betham, "Get up and follow me. If I have any hope of reaching the top of the universe in the future, I will naturally give you what you want." "Thank you, Master." Long Betham was also very happy. In 2 years, Lin Feng had completely proven his natural aptitude. Perhaps this natural aptitude was not something that Long Betham could see, but if Lin Feng had no natural aptitude at all, it would be impossible for him to undergo 4 life transitions in such a short period of time. This was not an achievement that could be achieved by relying on life core fragments alone. If one could undergo 4 life transitions, 5 life transitions, or even 6 life transitions just by relying on life core fragments, there would be countless planetary life forms in the entire universe. However, in reality, planetary life forms were still very rare in the scope of the entire universe. "Master, when are you planning to return to the Bamand galaxy?" Long Betham's eyes showed a trace of anticipation. Lin Feng naturally knew what Long Betham was thinking. Once he underwent 4 life transitions and accepted Bamand's legacy, he would be considered a true registered disciple of Bamond. Hence, Lin Feng could actually pilot the spaceship back to the Bamond galaxy now. How could Lin Feng not yearn for the vast cosmos? However, he was a human, and now, he was the hope of human civilization, the only hope of resisting the behemoth of Armageddon. It was impossible for him to leave just like that. Long Betham, you know what I mean. I won't leave before I get rid of the behemoth of Armageddon. Moreover, even if I want to leave now, can I break the canopy? Indeed, the canopy was a barrier that could not be bypassed no matter what. Master, as long as you can comprehend the law of tides, reach the rudimentary level, and undergo the fifth life transition, you'll very likely be able to break the canopy. Dealing with the behemoth of Armageddon will naturally be easy. Long Betham said confidently. Lin Feng nodded as well. Long Betham was not exaggerating about this. When the law of tides reached the rudimentary level, the enhancement to the tidal combat body would reach tenfold. At that time, even if he had not undergone the fifth life transition, his combat power would be comparable to those life forms that had undergone 5 life transitions without comprehending laws. In addition, with the Spear of Destruction, dealing with the behemoth of Armageddon would not be too much of a problem. Moreover, if he underwent 5 life transitions, it would basically be a one-sided battle. However, the law of tides was incredibly profound. Even though Lin Feng had personally seen the Bamond demonstrate the law of tides once, he still had no clue now. By the way, do you have any weapons on your spaceship? Of course there are weapons. However, the energy was exhausted, and the weapon system cannot deal with the behemoth of Armageddon. Long Betham knew what Lin Feng was thinking, but its spaceship was not the most advanced spaceship of the mechanical civilization. It could not deal with the behemoth of Armageddon. If it were the most advanced spaceship of the mechanical civilization, forget about the behemoth of Armageddon, it could even blast a planet apart with a single shot. The spaceship can still manage to fly now, right? Let's return to the League of Guardians first. With that, Long Betham began to operate the spaceship. Rumble. With Long Betham's operation, the spaceship began to move. The entire ground shook. The martial artists from the North Mountain base immediately sensed it. What's going on? Are the terrestrial ants attacking? I think it's an earthquake. What's underground? Hurry up and inform the martial artists at the base to prepare for battle. The martial artists of the North Mountain base had been fighting with the terrestrial ants for many years. Although things had improved over the past few years, they still did not dare to let their guard down. The ground shook more and more violently. Then, the ground began to crack, and a huge crack appeared. It was incomparably deep and dark, as if devils were crawling out of the underground crack. Swoosh. However, what flew out of the crack was not devils or dire beasts, but a huge airship. This airship looked very strange. It was oval, and its entire fuselage emitted a soft glow as it slowly flew out of the ground. What kind of airship is this? I've never seen it before. This probably isn't a human airship, right? Could it be an ancient civilization's airship? An ancient civilization. Are there ancient ruins under our North Mountain base? Many martial artists stared intently at the strange airship. The martial artists had even begun to report to their superiors. After all, such a strange occurrence was not something the North Mountain base could handle. However, as the airship slowly flew past the North Mountain base, a voice came from the airship. I'm Lin Feng. This airship is an ancient civilization airship I obtained. You do not have to be alarmed. With that, the airship left the North Mountain base. It's Sage Lin Feng. It's really Sage Lin Feng. I didn't expect him to find an airship from an ancient ruin here. Hold on. Back before Sage Lin Feng became a sage, he once helped our North Mountain base out. Was that when Sage Lin Feng discovered the ancient ruin? Some people already had some vague speculations. But so what if they had guessed it? The current Lin Feng was already fearless. He was already standing at the peak of humanity unless he disclosed his secret himself, no one could force it from him. Chapter 364, The Wrath of the Sea Emperor. Chapter 364, The Wrath of the Sea Emperor. Lin Feng returned to the League of Guardians. He handed over some of the authority of the League of Guardians to Long Betham and asked Long Betham to manage the League of Guardians headquarters. Lin Feng now trusted Long Betham completely. With Long Betham's management, Chu Chen also did not need to exhaust so much effort and energy. In order to deal with the crisis of the behemoth of Armageddon, Lin Feng began to manufacture a large number of armed robots. Moreover, he asked Long Betham to develop some technological weapons of the mechanical civilization. Of course, this was also a long process. Long Betham definitely could not build weapons of mass destruction like the planetary annihilation cannon, but it could create some conventional weapons of mechanical civilizations. This could increase the overall strength of humanity and also promote the technological development of humanity. As for whether they could deal with the behemoth of Armageddon, Lin Feng actually did not hold much hope. However, at least they could deal with those dire beasts. In the future, they could rely on these weapons alone to deal with dire beasts. Humans would become the rulers of this world. As for the cultivation methods of humans, Lin Feng still felt that the potential of martial arts was too small. However, the combat body guidance technique and the mental guidance technique were both confidential secrets of Beaumont. They could not be imparted privately. However, Lin Feng was not the only person in this world who had a combat body. He immediately thought of the sea beasts in the dead Sea of Abyss. They all had a certain, simplified combat body. The Sea Emperor, on the other hand, had the true cultivation method for the combat body. Lin Feng immediately headed for the dead Sea of Abyss and entered the Sea Emperor Palace. "Stop, what are you trying to do?" The sea beasts in the Sea Emperor Palace had a rather deep impression of Lin Feng. Every time Lin Feng came seemed to entail trouble. "I'm here to request an audience with His Majesty the Sea Emperor." Lin Feng also appeared very polite. After all, the Sea Emperor had helped him before. "His Majesty the Sea Emperor is already slumbering. If you have any request, you can speak to us." These sea beasts continued to stop Lin Feng. Huh. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. He was being polite to the Sea Emperor, not to these sea beasts. Boom. Lin Feng waved his hand, and these sea beasts were sent flying. With Lin Feng's current strength, even without using his combat body, mere sea beasts were not his match. These sea beasts immediately became nervous. They all deployed their simplified combat bodies and surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng was not nervous at all. Instead, he said loudly, "Your Majesty, if you don't show yourself soon, I'm afraid all your subordinates will die." "How dare you? A mere human acts so audacious. We'll see how you can escape this time." These sea beasts were furious. Some of the sea beasts had left the Sea Emperor Palace back then and had never seen Lin Feng's terrifying combat body, so they were all angered. Lin Feng snorted coldly and quickly used the tidal combat body, expanding it to 10 kilometers. The huge combat body emitted a suffocating and oppressive aura, causing the expressions of these sea beasts to change drastically. They were far from the match of just this 10-kilometer combat body. Ah! Suddenly, a sigh came from the Sea Emperor Palace. "All of you, leave." The Sea Emperor had appeared. Although these sea beasts were unwilling, looking at Lin Feng's massive combat body, they knew that they were definitely not his match. They could only leave dejectedly. "Lin Feng, do forgive them. They have never left the dead Sea of Abyss, and might have never seen the sky outside their whole lives. They are the overlords of the Dead Sea, and are naturally a little arrogant. Your Majesty is too courteous. I never held it against them." Lin Feng smiled. He was here to ask the Sea Emperor for a favor. How could he blame these sea beasts? "Lin Feng, why are you here this time?" "Your Majesty, I have a favor to ask of you this time. I've already given you the life core. If you still want more life core, I can only let you down." "No, I'm not here to seek the life core. I'm here to seek the cultivation method for the combat body and mental power." "Huh? Don't you have them?" The Sea Emperor's voice became slightly solemn. "I do have them, but these are all secrets that can't be imparted to others. I'm here to seek the cultivation method for the combat body on behalf of humanity. Lin Feng, I've already given you the life core fragment. As for this combat body, please forgive me. This is a cultivation method for the combat body imparted by Master. I have no right to impart it. The Sea Emperor rejected him directly. Then, does your Majesty have any other cultivation methods for the combat body? Any cultivation method for the combat body is fine. No. If you can find other god kings from the first civilization, you might be able to find other cultivation methods for the combat body. Lin Feng fell silent. The first civilization had already been destroyed, and only the Sea Emperor was left. What other god king could there be? Lin Feng could actually understand why the Sea Emperor was unwilling. After all, Lin Feng also had the cultivation method for the combat body, but he could not impart it privately either. Actually, there was no reason for him to ask the Sea Emperor to impart it. However, this no longer concerned right or wrong, but the interests of the entire human race. Your Majesty, the behemoth of Armageddon will awaken sooner or later. If we humans want to resist the behemoth of Armageddon, we need to have the corresponding power to resist it. This also benefits your Majesty. Your Majesty can avoid the destruction of the previous civilizations, but how can you guarantee that you can avoid it every time? If the behemoth of Armageddon discovers the Dead Sea of Abyss, can your Majesty still avoid it? Are you threatening me? The Sea Emperor's tone also turned cold, and even a little angry from humiliation. No, your Majesty. By helping humanity, you are actually helping the Sea Emperor Palace. Lin Feng said firmly. No matter what kind of exaggerations you make, I won't teach the cultivation method of the combat body. Look, even the sea beasts under my command are only taught a simplified version of the combat body. It's a minor method I developed. Lin Feng was not too disappointed. He had already guessed that this trip would definitely not go so smoothly. In that case, Lin Feng could only use the last resort. Your Majesty, please forgive me. In an instant, Lin Feng's body expanded to 31 kilometers. Such a huge body shook even the Sea Emperor Palace. At the same time, Lin Feng grabbed at the Sea Emperor in the Sea Emperor court. Lin Feng, how dare you? The Sea Emperor roared loudly, and his massive body immediately moved. The Sea Emperor was actually a huge snake, but this huge snake's body was simply too massive. It instantly stood up from the Sea Emperor court. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen the Sea Emperor's true appearance. The Sea Emperor's combat body was at least 13 kilometers long. The aura on his body was clearly from 4 life transitions, far surpassing any enemy Lin Feng had encountered so far. You ungrateful human. The Sea Emperor was very furious, almost roaring. The entire Sea Emperor Palace was shaking from the wrath of the Sea Emperor, as if it would collapse at any moment. Chapter 365, Public Disclosure. Chapter 365, Public Disclosure. Looking at the Sea Emperor's furious appearance, Lin Feng was expressionless. He was indeed the one in the wrong in this matter. After all, it was thanks to the Sea Emperor giving Lin Feng a large amount of life core fragment that Lin Feng could undergo 4 life transitions. Yet now, he was here to coerce the Sea Emperor. If they really fought, although the Sea Emperor was not his match, the friendship between the two would probably be gone. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never coerce the Sea Emperor, let alone fight him. Your Majesty, this concerns the fate of humanity. Is there really no room for negotiation? Lin Feng's 31-kilometer combat body lay across the Sea Emperor Palace. This was actually a powerful deterrent. Boom. As the Sea Emperor's body stood up, the entire Sea Emperor Palace shook continuously. Room for negotiation. Lin Feng, it's not impossible to give you the combat body technique, but I need an equivalent exchange. Exchange? What do you want? Lin Feng was overjoyed. He really did not want to fight with the Sea Emperor unless it was absolutely necessary. Since the Sea Emperor had relented, that would be for the best. Allow me to comprehend the Spear of Destruction for a month. Moreover, if you can undergo 6 life transitions in the future and become A planetary life form, you'll have to help me. All right, it's a deal. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. Allowing the Sea Emperor to comprehend the spear of destruction would not bring any obstacles to Lin Feng. As for the second condition, even if the Sea Emperor did not mention it now, Lin Feng would not forget the favor of giving him the life core fragment. If he could really undergo 6 life transitions in the future, he would naturally help the Sea Emperor. Hence, Lin Feng gave the Spear of Destruction to the Sea Emperor directly. Although the annihilative power of the Spear of Destruction was very strong, the Sea Emperor had also undergone 4 life transitions and could manage to suppress the Spear of Destruction. Lin Feng was not afraid of the Sea Emperor stealing this origin weapon. After all, Lin Feng had already had preliminary control over the Spear of Destruction, and could easily retrieve it. A month later, the Sea Emperor returned the Spear of Destruction to Lin Feng. I'll give you both the cultivation methods for the combat body and mental power. The Sea Emperor had given him the cultivation method for the combat body. With Lin Feng's insight, he could naturally tell that this was indeed the cultivation method for the combat body. Hence, Lin Feng said with exuberance, "Thank you, Your Majesty. In the future, if humans can contend with the behemoth of Armageddon, the Dead Sea of Abyss will always be the Sea Emperor's territory. Humans shall never interfere." With that, Lin Feng put away the title combat body and quickly left the Sea Emperor Palace. After obtaining the cultivation techniques for the combat body and mental power, Lin Feng held the conference of sages directly. Now, there were only 7 sages left, including Lin Feng. Sage Claus and Sage Cass had died in battle, and the sages seemed to have yet to come out of the gloom. Although Lin Feng's combat power was astonishing, humanity's overall strength was very weak. If Lin Feng could not resist the behemoth of Armageddon, what could humanity do to resist it? Sages, I held this conference of sages to announce a piece of good news. Lin Feng said directly. Good news. What good news? The other 6 sages were also curious. What good news could there be now? All the sages know that I have impressive combat power. I've only undergone 4 life transitions so far, so why does my combat power far exceed yours? I did obtain some kind of legacy, but it's not the legacy of an ancient civilization, but the legacy of the universe. A legacy from the universe. Many sages also became restless. They looked at each other, but there was a hint of anticipation in their eyes. How could they not know that Lin Feng had secrets? However, everyone had secrets. They would not take the initiative to investigate the secrets on Sage Lin Feng. After all, this was the bottom line. If they pursued it too closely, it was very likely that Sage Lin Feng would even turn against them. Hence, apart from Sage Batai back then, all the sages avoided mentioning the secret on Lin Feng. Now that Lin Feng had taken the initiative to mention it, there was only one possibility. Lin Feng would disclose the secret. As expected, Lin Feng continued, "That's right. The proper cosmic cultivation system I practice mainly cultivates the combat body and mental power. My massive body is actually the combat body. A relatively strong combat body with 2 life transitions can even rival a sage with 4 life transitions. This is the most dangerous moment for humanity. With the threat of the behemoth of Armageddon, I will publicize the cultivation methods for the combat body and mental power. Sages can cultivate and watch at will. However, sages have already undergone 4 life transitions, and their potential for cultivation is actually very weak. However, it is still of some effect for those martial artists who have just broken the genetic lock, or even undergone 2 or 3 life transitions, if they cultivate it. Lin Feng expressed his idea for the 6 major factions to jointly promote. Of course, they also needed to purchase it with merit value. Any precious cultivation technique had to be paid for. As for how to set the price to maximize the enthusiasm of martial artists for cultivation and rapidly increase the overall strength of humanity, this would require discussion from the sages. Lin Feng imparted the cultivation techniques for the combat body and mental power to the 6 sages. Although the 6 sages were martial artists, martial arts were all self-created. To be able to create their own martial arts and reach the Point of 4 life transitions step by step would require astonishing talent. Hence, after they saw it, they were all very stunned. So there's mental power. An invisible mental power. This combat body actually doesn't cultivate astral power at all. The so-called astral power is just one of the sources of energy for the combat body. Terrifying, truly terrifying. The cosmic cultivation system can actually be so powerful. Planetary lifeforms. The 6 sages were completely blown away. This was a new door, a door they had never opened before. Now, Lin Feng's cultivation method for the combat body had opened this new door for them. Unfortunately, sages who had already undergone 4 life transitions had actually exhausted their potential. So what if they could undergo 5 life transitions and condense a combat body? It would probably be a combat body with the lowest tier of combat power, and they could never become planetary lifeforms. This cultivation method of the combat body gave many human martial artists hope. However, at the same time, it was actually very cruel. To the 6 sages. They clearly knew the path ahead now, but they would never be able to advance. To the sages, this meant severing their path forward. If I had obtained the cultivation method for the combat body sooner, I would definitely be able to condense a combat body. Definitely. The invincible fist sage was very agitated. In fact, he had also doubted the path of martial arts before. Unfortunately, he could not create the cosmic cultivation system alone. In the end, he could only follow the path of his predecessors. Unexpectedly, it was a dead end. How cruel and despairing was it for a martial artist and a martial fanatic? Who would have thought that this is the true cultivation system? It's all my fault. Sage Kong heaved a long sigh. The way he looked at Lin Feng was also inexplicably complicated. Although martial arts were not created by Sage Kong, they were perfected by him to a great extent. The martial artists behind followed in his footsteps and became sages one after another. Once, he had been proud of it. But now, Sage Kong felt that he was a sinner for allowing so many talented people to follow him down the wrong path. However, now that they had the cosmic cultivation technique, Sage Kong firmly believed that humanity would definitely see a huge boom. Chapter 366, 2 years. Chapter 366, 2 years. In the League of Guardians, Lin Feng was highly anxious. Today, Chu Chen was about to break the genetic lock. Boom. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed a violent energy fluctuation coming from the secret chamber. That fluctuation was undoubtedly the fluctuation of the combat body. In order to allow Chu Chen to successfully break the genetic lock and condense the combat body, Lin Feng placed many energy modules accumulated in the League of Guardians in the secret chamber. About an hour later, Chu Chen came out of the secret chamber successfully. Was it a success? Lin Feng was a little nervous, but also a little happy. Brother Feng, you've already undergone 4 life transitions, and you're the #1 sage of humanity. Are you still worried about sister-in-law's first life transition? Don't worry, sister-in-law definitely succeeded. Zhang Qiji also said with a smile. Chu Chen nodded slightly. Her face was slightly red as she said softly, everything went smoothly. I've successfully condensed the combat body. Hearing Chu Chen's answer, Lin Feng finally heaved a sigh of relief. Qiji, Chen has already broken the genetic lock. You have to catch up too. Lin Feng turned around and said to Zhang Qiji. Zhang Qiji could only smile weakly. What else could he say? Although he managed the unofficial members of the League of Guardians. In the past 2 years, after Lin Feng publicly disclosed a new cultivation system called the Combat Body Cultivation System, the League of Guardians immediately became hotly popular. Countless martial artists fought to join the League of Guardians as even its unofficial members. Hence, the fact that Zhang Qiji had yet to break the genetic lock also gave him a lot of pressure. Brother Feng, I'll take my leave first. Zhang Qiji hurriedly left. Good grief, there was no knowing how long Lin Feng would lecture him for if he stayed here any longer. He was really scared of Lin Feng now. The brat. Lin Feng smiled. It had been 2 years since he held the last conference of sages was held, and publicly disclosed the cultivation method for the combat body. During this period of time, he and Chu Chen held a grand wedding. However, in order not to distract Chu Chen from breaking the genetic lock, they did not have children. Moreover, Long Betham had said that if Lin Feng's partner was not strong, he might even be childless. After all, Lin Feng had undergone 4 life transitions now. How powerful were his genes? Reproduction was actually rather difficult. Of course, if Chu Chen could undergo 2 or even 3 life transitions, it would not be so difficult for Lin Feng to have a child. Lin Feng, it's all because of my lack of natural aptitude. If I could undergo 2 or even 3 life transitions, we would probably have had children long ago. No, don't blame yourself. Just cultivate without worries. With all these resources, there's no need to worry that you won't be able to undergo life transitions. Lin Feng consoled Chu Chen. Actually, Lin Feng was not too concerned about whether he had children. However, he was a little concerned about his inability to comprehend the law of tides. In particular, not only was he unable to comprehend the law of tides, his mental power had not made much of a breakthrough, and there was no sign of a life transition. For 2 whole years, Lin Feng had truly fallen into a bottleneck, and his strength had barely improved at all. This was a first for Lin Feng. He was also a little anxious. After all, 2 years was actually a very long time for Lin Feng. He had only spent 2 years to ascend from an ordinary professional martial artist to an expert with 4 life transitions, and even the current number 1 sage of humanity. The other sages persuaded Lin Feng to relax. It had only been 2 years. How could anyone be constantly improving? However, Lin Feng felt a little anxious deep down. He had not forgotten the threat of the behemoth of Armageddon. So what if humanity was thriving and had attained unprecedented prosperity? They were still vulnerable against the behemoth of Armageddon. Lin Feng, you're feeling uneasy. What are you worried about? As the person closest to Lin Feng, perhaps only Chu Chen could sense the uneasiness in Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng looked at the sky and muttered in a low voice, "The crisis has never been resolved. I feel very uneasy. It's been 2 years, and I haven't improved at all. Chen, I'd like to go for a walk alone." "Where are you going?" Chu Chen was surprised. "I'm going out there for a walk, in the city or the outland. Don't worry, I won't go to the Black Wind Canyon. I just want to find some tranquility, find the gratitude in my heart, and comprehend the law of tides." Lin Feng shared all his thoughts with Chu Chen. Although humans had combat bodies, Chu Chen and Long Betham were the only ones who really knew about laws. The 2 of them were the people Lin Feng trusted the most. Chu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he was not going to the Black Wind Canyon. She was just afraid that Lin Feng would act rashly and enter the Black Wind Canyon recklessly. If he encountered the behemoth of Armageddon, things would get dangerous. She did not care about the greater good of humanity. As a woman, she only cared about the safety of the men she loved. Go ahead. It's good to go out for a walk. You've worked hard for the past 2 years. No matter what you do, I'll support you. Chu Chen said magnanimously. In the past 2 years, she knew that as the top sage of humanity, Lin Feng had worked very hard. Not only did he have to manage the League of Guardians, he also had to worry about all the major matters of humanity. If his heart was not at peace, how could Lin Feng comprehend the law? Chu Chen was understanding and knew what Lin Feng wanted. Naturally, she would not stop Lin Feng. "Thank you. It's my greatest fortune to be with you in this life." The 2 of them held hands, their hearts filled with warmth. The next day, Lin Feng set off. He did not take the airship or fly. Instead, he changed his appearance and left the League of Guardians headquarters as an ordinary person. He entered the Guardian City first. This was the expanded city outside the League of Guardians headquarters. As the League of Guardians developed, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles had already been completely developed into prosperous cities. They were connected into agglomerations, and at the center was the League of Guardians headquarters. The population of the agglomeration even exceeded 100 million. Lin Feng sat on the intercity train and prepared to leave the Guardian City. This intercity train was completely suspended. Its speed could reach more than 5 times the speed of sound. It was extremely fast, and even not inferior to the speed of some airships. These new technologies were all thanks to the technology imparted by the League of Guardians. In fact, Long Betham had intentionally disclosed them in the name of the League of Guardians. Lin Feng sat by the window. There were 3 girls opposite him. They looked rather valiant, and were probably all martial artists. The 3 of them looked dejected. I failed again this time. Why is it so difficult to enter the Guardian Academy? I've already failed 3 times. Ting, you've only failed 3 times. My brother has failed 5 times. However, as long as you join the League of Guardians, the probability of breaking the genetic lock is more than 90%. My dream is to join the Guardian Academy and look up to the great First Sage. Although we still failed this time, let's work harder. At most, we'll just break the genetic lock directly. As long as we can break the genetic lock and condense the combat body before the age of 20, we can enter the Guardian Academy directly. The 3 girls appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old. Unexpectedly, they were already aspiring to join the Guardian Academy. Why do you wish to join the Guardian Academy? Lin Feng suddenly spoke, asking the 3 girls directly. Chapter 367, Journey of Meditation. Chapter 367, Journey of Meditation. The 3 girls were a little stunned. Why did they want to go to the Guardian Academy? This was a good question. They really didn't seem to have thought about this question properly. Why do we want to join the Guardian Academy? To join the League of Guardians, of course. I heard that the requirements for joining the League of Guardians are very stringent now. Many martial artists who have condensed combat bodies have to undergo multiple rounds of review if they want to join, and most of them will be screened out. However, as long as they enter the Guardian Academy and graduate successfully, they can successfully join the League of Guardians. That's right. We all want to join the League of Guardians. The purpose of the League of Guardians is to protect our family, our loved ones, and all of humanity. I want to protect my parents and my sister. They are everything to me. All the martial artists of the League of Guardians can go to the front line and fight with dire beasts. We look forward to joining the League of Guardians and becoming one of them. The 3 girls said their thoughts aloud without any reservations. Good, well said. When the other passengers in the train heard how the 3 17 or 18-year-old girls were determined to join the Guardian Academy, they all cheered loudly and clapped. The 3 girls actually appeared a little awkward. Where was that person just now? The 3 girls came back to their senses and realized that the men in front of them had disappeared. They remembered that the men had asked them the question just now. Why had he disappeared in the blink of an eye? What is this? On the table was a golden card with the symbol of the League of Guardians. This is a special enrollment card. That's right. This is a special enrollment card of the Guardian Academy. Oh my God, that person just now was a mentor from the Guardian Academy, right? I heard that only mentors have special enrollment cards. That's not right. Only one person can be specially recruited with the mentor's special enrollment card. A special enrollment card that can recruit 3 people. The 3 girls could no longer imagine it. They hurriedly put away the card and looked around, but the men who left the card was nowhere to be seen. Lin Feng had long alighted from the intercity train. The special enrollment card just now could be considered a small reward for the 3 girls. He was a sage of the League of Guardians, and had 10 special enrollment slots for the Guardian Academy every year. Leaving 3 spots for the 3 girls was not a big deal. In 2 years, the entire human society had undergone a sea change. Lin Feng became the first sage of humanity, and the League of Guardians became a holy land for humanity. Even the Guardian Academy established by the League of Guardians headquarters became the top academy. Everything related to Lin Feng and the League of Guardians had expanded rapidly in 2 years. Without a doubt, the current League of Guardians had already become the strongest faction of humanity. All of this was thanks to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was not prideful at all, however. He merely walked on quietly. He saw the smiles of every pedestrian on the streets, and the focus of the students in schools. He also saw that many martial artists in the martial arts school who were not very talented were still practicing diligently. Life was so beautiful, and human society was so peaceful. How could Lin Feng allow the behemoth of Armageddon to destroy it? Lin Feng's conviction strengthened again. Lin Feng passed through one city after another. He walked aimlessly. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Unknowingly, Lin Feng had already arrived in Central Sea. His parents and family were all in Central Sea and were unwilling to go to the League of Guardians, so Lin Feng did not force the issue. Right now, the Lin family was one of the most powerful families in Central Sea. In fact, it was one of the most powerful families in the entire human world. Lin Feng was also extremely strict regarding family rules. Fortunately, his eldest brother, second brother, and little sister were not troublemakers. Hence, no profligate descendants appeared. After arriving in Central Sea City, Lin Feng did not intend to make a trip home. He just followed his heart and went wherever he wanted. When he arrived in Central Sea City, the first thing he thought of was Central Sea University. Hence, Lin Feng arrived at Central Sea University. There was a huge stone sculpture at the entrance of Central Sea University. When some new students entered the school, they would stop in front of the statue with a trace of reverence in their eyes. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. That was his statue. As the first sage of humanity, he had once studied at Central Sea University. How could Central Sea University pass up such a good opportunity for promotion? Thanks to the reputation of Lin Feng, the first sage of humanity, Central Sea University was now one of the top universities in the world. Lin Feng entered the university silently. The environment and atmosphere were still familiar, and the library was still there. Lin Feng even returned to the library, to the bookshelf where he had once obtained the genetic fusion device. This was the beginning, Lin Feng's beginning. Gradually, Lin Feng's state of mind became very peaceful without his knowing. Even Lin Feng himself was not aware of it. He followed his instincts completely and continued walking forward. After leaving Central Sea City, Lin Feng walked through many cities and encountered many sceneries. Occasionally, he would come across to 1 or 2 martial artists worth nurturing, and leave a special recruitment card behind. It could be considered a carefree journey. Gradually, Lin Feng arrived at Delta City again. This city was of extraordinary significance to Lin Feng, because his decision to take the path of martial arts began with this city. Delta City was prospering as much as it did 2 years ago. The Myriad Academy in particular had unparalleled prosperity. Moreover, due to Dongfangsheng, the Myriad Academy was destroyed. Afterwards, the invincible Fist Sage borrowed some robots from Lin Feng to rebuild the Myriad Academy. The novel architectural style made the Myriad Academy the landmark of Delta. Lin Feng returned to the Myriad Academy and looked at the bustling crowd in the academy. Although this was the rebuilt academy, Lin Feng still found it very familiar. At the entrance of the academy, apart from the statue of the invincible Fist Sage, there was another statue. It was naturally Lin Feng's statue. Even if Lin Feng had established the League of Guardians, he was still the pride of the Myriad Academy. Lin Feng walked through all the cities he had ever stayed in. He went to the Outland, Dragonlith City, Dragon Mountain Base, South Mountain Base, and North Mountain Base. Now, these bases no longer faced threats. The territory of humanity was constantly expanding. In particular, as Lin Feng passed down the cultivation method for the combat body, in just 2 years, the number of martial artists who had condensed the combat body increased exponentially. Now, there were already more than 3,000 martial artists who had condensed the combat body. Moreover, there were already 23 combat body martial artists who had undergone 2 life transitions. What did this mean? A combat body martial artist with 2 life transitions possessed the combat power of a sage. Even if it'd be the weakest sage, they still had the combat power of a sage, making them equivalent to 23 sages. How formidable was this power? They could almost dominate the outland. If those dire beasts were demon emperors, these martial artists who had condensed their combat bodies could already deal with them. Moreover, if there were especially powerful demon emperors, Lin Feng would personally deal with them. Humanity seemed to be flourishing like never before. Lin Feng did not know how long he had been walking for. Perhaps a few months, perhaps a few years. He did not pay heed to the time. When he stopped by the sea, he stopped. He closed his eyes. This was a journey where his heart was most at peace. It was the journey he took to find empathy and tactility. His heart had never felt so peaceful. Boom. The waves of the sea crashed against the shore. In the azure sky, a flock of seabirds flew past. A fish leaped up in the waves, as if it was about to leap over the sea and through the sky. Lin Feng closed his eyes. In the unprecedented peace of his heart, there was finally a trace of movement. Buzz. The spear of destruction in Lin Feng's body suddenly shook and jumped out of Lin Feng's body. It constantly surrounded Lin Feng and trembled slightly. Traces of annihilative power wrapped around Lin Feng, but did not harm his body at all. Chapter 368, Law of Annihilation. Chapter 368, Law of Annihilation. Swoosh. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He reached out and grabbed. There seemed to be a gray stream of air in the void in his grasp. His expression became very strange, because he was all too familiar with this gray airflow. Now, it was even more familiar. Annihilative power. Lin Feng muttered softly. He looked up at the sky, and a wan smile actually appeared on his lips. He passed through the cities and came to the outland, calming his heart completely. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to comprehend the law of tides, even if only to the rudimentary level. But now, he had no clue about the law of tides, yet he had comprehended the law of annihilation. That's right. Just now, Lin Feng's mind was spiritual to the extreme. The spear of destruction in his body kept shaking. Then, strands of annihilative power quickly spread throughout his body. Just like that, Lin Feng comprehended the law of annihilation without any warning. His law of annihilation had already reached the rudimentary level. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng could easily annihilate sages or those demon emperors without even using the power of his combat body. Even if they had undergone 5 life transitions, as long as they did not have a powerful combat body, Lin Feng could deal with them with just the rudimentary law of annihilation. However, those life forms that had not condensed their combat bodies were very weak to begin with. What could the rudimentary law of annihilation do to the behemoth of Armageddon? What Lin Feng had condensed was the tidal combat body. Reaching the rudimentary level of the law of annihilation did not have any effect on enhancing the tidal combat body. The only use might be that his control over the spear of destruction had greatly improved. In the past, it would have been very good if Lin Feng could unleash 1% of the spear of destruction's power. Now, Lin Feng might be able to unleash 1/10 of the spear of destruction's power by relying on the rudimentary law of annihilation. This was already very strong, but Lin Feng was not at all confident that he could deal with the behemoth of Armageddon. Of course, if his law of annihilation could advance further and reach the planetary level, things would be different. With just the law of annihilation, Lin Feng would have nothing to fear except planetary life forms. After all, the law of annihilation at the planetary level could already interfere with the operation of a planet. Moreover, the law of annihilation specialized in combat and destruction. It was very powerful in combat and destructive power. However, Lin Feng also knew how difficult it was to comprehend laws. Taking the law of annihilation from the rudimentary to the planetary level was even more difficult than Lin Feng undergoing 6 life transitions to become a planetary life form. Having comprehended the law of annihilation and reached the rudimentary level, Lin Feng also knew that his comprehension had ended. This time, this journey of meditation had benefited him greatly, and he had obtained a very rare opportunity for comprehension. Such an opportunity could only be chanced upon by luck. Even if Lin Feng continued on the path of meditation, he probably would not encounter such an opportunity for comprehension again. Without opportunities for comprehension like this, it was almost impossible for Lin Feng to comprehend laws again. Although he had not been able to comprehend the law of tides, being able to comprehend the law of annihilation could allow Lin Feng to strengthen his control over the spear of destruction, and also greatly increased Lin Feng's combat strength. This could also be considered a huge gain. Hence, Lin Feng no longer concealed his identity. He walked directly into the air above the ocean, and made his return towards the direction of the League of Guardians headquarters. Ever since humans swept through the 4 forbidden places and only left the Black Wind Canyon behind, the Black Wind Canyon had been heavily monitored. A large number of martial artists were densely deployed outside the Black Wind Canyon, and it was monitored in real time every day. Perhaps even these monitoring martial artists did not know what was hidden in the Black Wind Canyon. At this moment, in a huge cave in the Black Wind Canyon, 5 demon emperors had gathered. However, unlike the previous few times, when they took the initiative to gather in the Black Wind Canyon, this time, they were forced to flee to the Black Wind Canyon. Emperor Millspike, why are you in the Black Wind Canyon too? Why can't I come to the Black Wind Canyon? Hey, you were forced by humans to flee to the Black Wind Canyon, right? Pot and kettle. Didn't humans force you into the canyon too? The 5 demon emperors fell silent. They were actually very aggrieved. In the past, in the Outland, they had led several dire beast species, and were supreme demon emperors. How majestic was that? Those humans did not dare to invade them lightly, and they were the only ones who invaded the human territory. But now, the situation had completely changed. No one knew when humans had become so powerful, but their physical bodies seemed to be stronger than theirs. Often, when 2 or 3 human experts joined forces, they had no choice but to flee. Otherwise, they could only be killed by humans. They were all relatively lucky to have escaped to the Black Wind Canyon. The remaining demon emperors were either dead or captured. Although the dire beasts still had the absolute advantage in numbers in the Outland, the number of top-notch demon emperors was becoming fewer and fewer. If this continued, humanity would occupy the whole of Outland sooner or later. Damn humans for forcing us into this state. They don't dare to enter the Black Wind Canyon because they're afraid of the mysterious power in the Black Wind Canyon, right? Although these demon emperors did not know about the behemoth of Armageddon, they had grown up in the Outland, and were practically the beings most sensitive to danger. They had sensed a terrifying aura in the Black Wind Canyon a long time ago, and had never dared to approach it too closely. In the past, they had gathered in the Black Wind Canyon precisely in attempts to figure out what exactly this dangerous aura was. However, they did not dare to go deeper. Now, the situation was different. They no longer had a place to stay. For a moment, bold thoughts also appeared in their minds. There's a terrifying, mysterious power in the Black Wind Canyon that scares even those humans. Why don't we enter and explore it? If we can obtain this power, we'll have no need to fear humans. That's right. We're in such a difficult situation now. We can't possibly stay in the Black Wind Canyon forever, right? Might as well take the risk. Isn't death the worst outcome? What's the difference between this and falling into the hands of humans? In any case, we'll die if we go out. If we venture in, we might still have a chance of survival. The 5 demon emperors gritted their teeth and made their decision. Hence, the 5 demon emperors walked towards the huge cave in the Black Wind Canyon together. The cave was very deep, and there was the faint sound of wind. The deeper they went, the colder they felt. After walking for about a few hours, the 5 demon emperors suddenly felt their vision open up. They were in a vast underground hall. However, the sense of danger in the depths of their hearts was becoming stronger and stronger. It was almost at the critical point, and they could not suppress their fear. Why are we so afraid? It's as if danger is imminent. Where are we now? It looks like an underground hall, but why is the road not flat and somewhat soft? The demon emperors looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Even though they were demon emperors, they still felt deep fear when they came to this inexplicably dangerous Black Wind Canyon. However, what worried them even more was that they could not find the source of their fear at all. No, under our feet. Suddenly, one of the demon emperors seemed to have discovered something. Even its voice appeared to be trembling with fear. Chapter 369, Awakening of the Behemoth. Chapter 369, Awakening of the Behemoth. This is. The 5 demon emperors were shocked. They hurriedly looked at their feet and realized that apart from the soil, there was a layer of something soft and flesh-like below. Retreat quickly. The 5 demon emperors were not stupid. They hurriedly retreated until they returned to the cave tunnel they had come down from. When they reached the tunnel, they headed forward carefully, especially the ground they had stepped on just now. Looking from afar, they suddenly had a bold guess. Does this look like lips? Lips? Such huge lips. If it really has such huge lips, how massive is the body of this terrifying entity? The 5 demon emperors were truly shocked. They had seen the combat bodies used by those humans. Although they were also huge, they paled in comparison to this mysterious life form in front of them. Of course, the premise was that this was really a mysterious life form, and those were really lips. Wouldn't we know if we give it a try? If it's really a dire beast, a true ruler might be born among us. That's right. We dire beasts are just too disorganized, and not as united as humans. However, the fundamental reason is that none of us are willing to submit to another. There is no true ruler. Even if this is a ruler, and we all become its subordinates after it awakens, that's still much better than being killed by humans. Then let's give it a try. The 5 demon emperors also made their decision. Even though this was very dangerous and they did not know what would happen. Could it be worse than being hunted down by humans? Gore. Hence, the 5 demon emperors roared at the sky. At the same time, their massive bodies quickly cleared the soil on the ground. However, no matter how they roared, this behemoth did not seem to move at all. These demon emperors were not discouraged. They began to quickly clean the soil off the mysterious creature. As they cleaned deeper, they became more and more certain that this must be an extremely massive and terrifying behemoth. It turned out that they had come here from the cave precisely to the head of this terrifying behemoth. Just the behemoth's lips alone were probably dozens of kilometers in size. Its head was as boundless as the ocean. That was just the head. How massive would the body of the behemoth be? They could barely believe their eyes. Perhaps the entire Black Wind Canyon, and even thousands of kilometers below, was filled with the body of this behemoth. This was too terrifying. What kind of behemoth could grow to such a massive size? However, despite their fear, the 5 demon emperors still wanted to try their best to wake this behemoth. Hence, they stepped on the behemoth's body, its lips, noses, eyes, ears, and so on. They all tried everything they could think of to wake the behemoth. The 5 demon emperors even attacked it. They unleashed their full strength, but they could not even break the behemoth's skin. Could this behemoth already be dead? Impossible. If it's dead, how can its corpse be so well preserved? It'd probably have long turned into a skeleton. It must be because we haven't found the right method. Let's look more carefully. There was nothing special about the behemoth. On the other hand, it was very unusual that this cave could extend all the way to the behemoth's head. What's this? Suddenly, a demon emperor discovered a thumb-sized scarlet crystal on the ground. It appeared crystalline and had a bizarre air. Let's search for more of it. The 5 demon emperors continued to search. As expected, they found some scarlet crystal fragments around. Most of them were very tiny, and none of them were complete. There seemed to be a strange power within them. There's a strange power in these scarlet crystals. Let's throw them into the behemoth's mouth. The 5 demon emperors did not recognize these scarlet crystals. They all grew slowly, and only after hundreds or thousands of years did they grow into demon emperors. Although they did not know how miraculous these scarlet crystals were, these scarlet crystals containing strange power were definitely Extraordinary since they were found near the behemoth. Hence, these demon emperors gathered the dozens of thumb-sized scarlet crystals and threw them right into the behemoth's mouth. They did not know if the behemoth could devour these scarlet crystals, but this was all they could do. Hence, after throwing the scarlet crystal into the behemoth's mouth, the few demon emperors hurriedly retreated to the tunnel of the cave to observe the behemoth carefully. There's still no effect. Half an hour had passed, but there was still no movement from the behemoth. The 5 demon emperors were all very disappointed. They had already done their best and tried everything they could, but still could not wake the behemoth. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a slight tremor in the cave. Even though it was very slight, the 5 demon emperors could clearly feel it. Wait, there's movement. The 5 demon emperors all had excited expressions. They could clearly see the behemoth's eyes. They seemed to be trembling. Slightly. Although it was very subtle, they were indeed trembling. At the same time, a faint gray airflow rose from the behemoth's body and filled the entire cave. However, the 5 demon emperors could not see it at all. The shaking became more and more intense, but the behemoth still showed no signs of getting up. Swoosh. Suddenly, the gray airflow swept over and enveloped the 5 demon emperors. However, the 5 demon emperors did not sense it at all. Then, the gray airflow spread into the demon emperors' bodies at once. Immediately, the demon emperors' bodies began to rot and fade away. What is this? No, no. No, we woke you up. We woke you up. The 5 demon emperors were all terrified. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies disappeared bit by bit. This was simply bizarre to the extreme. However, they had no way to resist. Seeing their bodies turn to ashes, how could they not know that this must be the doing of the behemoth in front of them? They did not understand. They were the ones who had awakened the behemoth. Why did it want to kill them when fighting? Of course they did not understand, for this behemoth was born to annihilate, to destroy. Rumble. As the tremors of the behemoth's body became more and more intense, when the bodies of the 5 demon emperors were completely reduced to ashes, the behemoth's eyes opened. A terrifying aura surged into the sky, and the behemoth's huge head slowly rose. The entire Black Wind Canyon seemed to have suffered a magnitude 10 earthquake. It shook violently, and even caused all the surroundings of the Black Wind Canyon within a radius of 1,000 miles to shake violently. Suspected earthquake in the Black Wind Canyon. The martial artists who were closely monitoring the Black Wind Canyon immediately reported this information. Chapter 370, Prepared for the Worst. Chapter 370, Prepared for the Worst. There was no need to report the news of the earthquake in the Black Wind Canyon up the chain of command. It was directly summarized and sent to the 7 sages. The 7 sages took the news of the Black Wind Canyon very seriously. As long as there was any movement, the information had to be reported to the 7 sages. An earthquake in the Black Wind Canyon. Sage Kang's expression changed abruptly. Without any hesitation, he stood up and took an airship to the League of Guardians headquarters. Sage Kang was not alone. The other 6 sages behaved similarly. After receiving the news of the earthquake in the Black Wind Canyon, they all rushed to the League of Guardians headquarters as quickly as possible. In the League of Guardians, as a sage, Lin Feng naturally received the news about the Black Wind Canyon immediately. Earthquake. A trace of emotion finally appeared on Lin Feng's calm face. Is it finally coming? Lin Feng closed his eyes slightly. His emotions became tense at this moment. Very few things could make Lin Feng nervous now. Without a doubt, any change in the Black Wind Canyon could affect Lin Feng's emotions. At the same time, the other 6 sages all sent messages that they would rush to the League of Guardians headquarters. About 2 hours later, at the League of Guardians headquarters, the 6 sages alighted from the airships with solemn expressions. The 7 sages all arrived at the conference hall of the League of Guardians. Sage Lin Feng, how is it going? As soon as the 6 sages arrived at the League of Guardians headquarters, they asked nervously. Everyone, please watch the video. Hence, Lin Feng opened the video. It was a video on the Black Wind Canyon. From the video, intense earthquakes had occurred within a radius of thousands of kilometers, with the Black Wind Canyon as the center. Moreover, the tremors were very strong. This was definitely not an earthquake. This was because the tremors became stronger and stronger. It lasted for 2 hours. No earthquake could behave like this, where tremors would become stronger and stronger while continuing for over 2 hours. Sage Lin Feng, has the behemoth of Armageddon awakened? Sage Kong asked in a low voice. This might be the worst outcome. Lin Feng closed his eyes and said softly, we must be prepared for the worst. All the sages' hearts skipped a beat. Being prepared for the worst likely meant facing the behemoth of Armageddon. This was despite the fact that the human world had developed rapidly over the recent years, and humanity showed signs of dominating the world now. There was no knowing how many demon emperors had been expelled and killed. The outland was no longer the territory of the dire beasts. Humanity was rapidly expanding its territory. However, the sages still felt heavy-hearted, because the behemoth of Armageddon was a terrifying behemoth that could destroy civilizations. Even Sage Lin Feng, humanity's only hope, had yet to undergo 5 life transitions. This made the sages even more worried. And now, their worry was about to become reality. In the name of the 7 sages, gather 23 combat body martial artists with 2 life transitions immediately. Follow us to the Black Wind Canyon. Lin Feng gave the order. He was now the first sage of humanity, and his prestige among humans was greater than even Sage Kang's. No one would disobey his orders. However, if they wanted to mobilize 23 combat body martial artists with 2 life transitions, the 7 sages must give the order jointly. The other 6 sages also nodded without any hesitation. They knew that the moment of life or death had arrived. Hence, all of them ordered the combat body martial artists with 2 life transitions under their faction to gather at the League of Guardians headquarters. As the 7 sages gave the order jointly, it evoked a reaction in the entire human society, especially among martial artists. Combat body martial artists was the uniform title Lin Feng used for martial artists who cultivated the combat body after disclosing its cultivation method. Although a few years had passed, there were still relatively few martial artists who could truly cultivate the combat body. This was especially the case for combat body martial artists who had undergone 2 life transitions. Their combat power was close to that of sages. Hence, the status of these combat body martial artists was also rather high, much higher than ordinary metadivine realm martial artists. Every martial artist with a second life transition was in a high position and held great authority. Most of them were at the front line of the outland, hunting down demon emperors. Emergency order. Some combat body martial artists did not know the reason, but the sages had given the supreme order, so they could only obey it. Supreme order. Go to the League of Guardians headquarters immediately. In reality, the 23 combat body martial artists who had undergone 2 life transitions did not quite understand this order. What could make the sages so anxious? Ever since they learned about the cultivation method of the combat body and became combat body martial artists, everything had basically been smooth sailing. Even the once insufferable demon emperors were defeated under their combined attacks. Although humanity had yet to occupy all the territories, no dire beast was a match for humanity anymore in the entire outland. Given the general trend, they felt that it was only a matter of time before humanity occupied the outland. The 7 high and mighty sages had never been so anxious before. In particular, the fact that they were gathered at the League of Guardians headquarters was even more intriguing. Could something have happened to Sage Lin Feng? When the 23 combat body martial artists arrived, they all saw the surprise in each other's eyes. There were only 23 combat body martial artists with 2 life transitions in the entire human race. Most of them actually knew each other. If so many combat body martial artists were summoned at once, the matter was probably very grave. Swoosh. Suddenly, 7 sages appeared, led by Sage Lin Feng. Faced with the authority of sages, even these prodigious martial artists with 2 life transitions had to show respect. Everyone, board the airship and go to the Black Wind Canyon. Black Wind Canyon. Lin Feng's words made all the combat body martial artists' expressions change slightly. Although they had never heard of the behemoth of Armageddon, it did not stop them from analyzing the uniqueness of the Black Wind Canyon from some clues. Among the 4 forbidden places, only the Black Wind Canyon and the Dead Sea of Abyss forbade combat body martial artists from entering lightly. In particular, many martial artists were specially sent to monitor the Black Wind Canyon in real time. It seemed like there was some terrifying existence in the Black Wind Canyon. Although they were filled with doubts, they did not dare to ask questions now. They could only follow the 7 sages into a large airship. The large airship quickly took off and left the League of Guardians headquarters. In the airship, Lin Feng looked at these young martial artists and said calmly, "You can contact your families now. Treat it as a farewell. No one can guarantee that you can return alive." Boom. Lin Feng's words immediately caused an uproar in the airship. The young combat body martial artists all wanted to know why. Lin Feng did not say anything else. Sage Kong and the others would naturally explain the matter. He looked out the window. This time, he did not bid farewell to Chu Chen. Perhaps he could not bear to, or perhaps he was not confident at all. The behemoth of Armageddon weighed heavily on Lin Feng's heart like a huge rock. Now, no matter how unwilling he was, he had to face it. The airship disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Perhaps the members of the League of Guardians had not sensed anything yet. Chu Chen, however, stood outside the door and looked at the disappearing airship. Silent tears were already streaming down her face. Chapter 371, What a Gigantic Head. Chapter 371, What a Gigantic Head. The airship quickly arrived at the Black Wind Canyon. At this moment, the combat body martial artists in the airship all fell silent. After Sage Kang's explanation, they also learned that human society was facing such a huge threat. The behemoth of Armageddon. Just from Sage Kang's explanation, they already felt immense pressure. That was a terrifying behemoth that even Sage Lin Feng, the first sage of humanity, found difficult to deal with. It was capable of destroying the entire human civilization. The reason why they had not been informed in advance was that this news was too shocking. Once it was leaked, human society might fall into chaos prematurely. But now, it was very likely that the behemoth of Armageddon had awakened. Combat body martial artists like them would face the behemoth of Armageddon head-on. Once they went, they might really never be able to return. However, even though they knew the danger of this trip, no one backed down. What right did they have to back down when even the sages did not? They were combat body martial artists, and more than that, they were human martial artists. Many of them were martial artists from the League of Guardians. They also knew the purpose of the League of Guardians, to protect their family, their loved ones, and all of humanity. Rumble. The airship arrived at the Black Wind Canyon, but there was no longer anyone within a radius of 1,000 miles. Even the people monitoring the Black Wind Canyon had all retreated. The current Black Wind Canyon had completely changed. There were cracks everywhere, and a terrifying power was wreaking havoc in all directions. Everyone held their breaths and focused. Before coming, even though the matter was very serious, they still harbored a trace of unrealistic hope deep down. What if it wasn't the behemoth of Armageddon? After all, it seemed a little too early for the behemoth of Armageddon to awaken. However, when they arrived above the Black Wind Canyon, they could clearly feel the vast, deep, and savage aura below. Even though that aura was very far away from them, they all felt as if they were about to suffocate. There was no doubt that it was the behemoth of Armageddon. If not, what else could suffocate them with just its aura? Lin Feng's expression was also very solemn. He flew out of the airship directly. The 6 sages and 23 combat body martial artists also flew out of the airship and stood in the air. Lin Feng closed his eyes. He was sensing the annihilative aura. Since it was a behemoth of Armageddon, born solely for the purpose of destruction just like Dongfangsheng, there must be a large amount of annihilative aura in its body. Dongfangsheng was very likely born alongside the behemoth of Armageddon. Lin Feng had grasped the law of annihilation. although it was only at the rudimentary level, in terms of sensing the annihilative aura. Even the behemoth of Armageddon was probably not as sharp as him. Swoosh. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. The behemoth of Armageddon has awakened. His tone was very calm, but the content shocked everyone. That's right, it was finally confirmed. The behemoth of Armageddon had awakened. No one doubted Lin Feng's senses. Boom. Finally, with a series of violent rumbling sounds, the entire Black Wind Valley seemed to be overturned. This time, the ground shook even more intensely, at least 10 times more intensely than before. Within the radius of 1,000 miles, mountains collapsed, rivers were cut off, and the ground cracked. It was a truly earth-shattering sight, and the apocalyptic scene was presented before everyone in its actuality. The behemoth of Armageddon was not named such in vain. It was truly the harbinger of destruction and doomsday. Lin Feng's expression was very solemn. He sensed a terrifying, abyssal annihilative aura. Even his heart was palpitating, let alone those combat body martial artists and sages. Boom. With a series of violent tremors, the Black Wind Canyon changed completely. To be precise, the Black Wind Canyon no longer existed. Instead, a head emerged from the Black Wind Canyon. What a gigantic head! How massive was this head? Just the head alone was about 2 or 3 times larger than the entire Black Wind Canyon. The head burrowed out, and its cold gaze instantly locked onto Lin Feng and the others. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. What kind of gaze was that? Just that gaze alone made one shudder. It was as if there was not a trace of emotion or rationality in it, only the intent of destruction. Divine Kingdom of Fire. Combat Body. The sages attacked immediately. Those combat body martial artists with 2 life transitions were no exception. They all used their combat bodies. These combat bodies that blotted out the sky and the sun were at least hundreds of meters tall, and definitely not inferior to those demon emperors. The 23 combat body martial artists' battle-intent soared. Together with the 6 sages, they attacked the gigantic head. Boom. 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 However, as the attacks landed on the behemoth of Armageddon again and again, they did not even break its skin. The huge head only shook slightly, and several combat body martial artists were sent flying. Even their combat bodies were broken in an instant, as if a strange force was constantly corroding their combat bodies. Revoke. Lin Feng waved his hand and used the rudimentary law of annihilation to revoke the annihilation power from the bodies of a few combat body martial artists. These traces of annihilative power were indeed much inferior to the annihilative power of the Spear of Destruction. It was not that pure. Nor was the power as formidable. However, this was indeed annihilative power, genuine annihilative power. The identity of the behemoth had been confirmed. There was no longer any doubt that it was the behemoth of Armageddon. All of you, fall back. It's the behemoth of Armageddon. Lin Feng shouted, and his body began to expand instantly. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's tidal combat body had expanded to 35 kilometers. This was already the limit. Although Lin Feng had not undergone 5 life transitions, with a large amount of energy, he still managed to increase the tidal combat body from 31 kilometers to 35 kilometers. However, this was already his limit. Without 5 life transitions, his tidal combat body would not improve anymore. How massive was a body of 35 kilometers? All the sages and combat body martial artists could only raise their heads at this moment, but they could not see Lin Feng's head at all. This was because Lin Feng's head had already reached the atmosphere with a 35-kilometer combat body. The atmosphere was full of surrounding clouds. He looked at the earth below, but it seemed so insignificant. It had been a few years, but he had never deployed the full tidal combat body. Some combat body martial artists did not even know how strong sage Lin Feng was. After all, no matter how many rumors were out there, without seeing it with their own eyes, it was impossible to imagine how strong Lin Feng was. And now, they saw the first sage of humanity, the founder of the League of Guardians, Sage Lin Feng. His combat body was a total of 35 kilometers in size. The pressure from a combat body dozens of kilometers in size made it impossible for them to even approach. Powerful. Invincible. This was Lin Feng, the first sage of humanity. After Lin Feng used the title combat body, be it the 6 sages or the 23 combat body martial artists, while still uneasy and worried, they no longer felt so helpless. While they had Sage Lin Feng, and humanity had Sage Lin Feng, there was still hope for everything. Chapter 372, Life and Death. Chapter 372, Life and Death. Lin Feng's tidal combat body expanded to 35 kilometers. How massive was it? When Lin Feng looked up, he could even see the canopy enveloping the entire world. He looked down and saw that with the Black Wind Canyon as its epicenter, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was shaking violently. The incomparably huge head was slowly rising. Lin Feng saw it. It looked like a huge snake, but it was covered in layers of black scales. Moreover, it had legs and horns on its head. Its huge eyes were filled with destructive intent. As for its body, Lin Feng could no longer estimate it. In short, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles or hundreds of kilometers might be entirely filled by the body of the behemoth of Armageddon. Lin Feng's gaze was cold. Without any hesitation, he stomped down. Bang. Lin Feng stomped down. His foot descended from the sky like a huge millstone, crushing down with a decisive aura. Boom. The behemoth of Armageddon's body suddenly began turning. Lin Feng stepped on the behemoth of Armageddon's head, and its head was stomped into the ground. With a stomp from Lin Feng, a huge pit appeared on the ground. The behemoth of Armageddon moved even more violently. Its huge body shook the entire ground, as if an earthquake of more than 10 in magnitude was occurring. The mountains and earth collapsed in an apocalyptic scene. Lin Feng also staggered slightly, and took a few steps back. The massive body of the behemoth of Armageddon had already burrowed out of the ground. When it raised its body high, it was already larger than Lin Feng, and most of its body was still coiled. Everyone stared at the behemoth of Armageddon in front of them in shock. Even the other sages and combat body martial artists could not help but gape, their eyes revealing a trace of despair. They had finally seen the behemoth of Armageddon, but seeing such a behemoth of Armageddon, how could they still hold on to any hope? With its 100-kilometer-long body, even Lin Feng was too insignificant in front of the behemoth of Armageddon. When one's body had reached a certain level in sheer size, would technique still be of any use? Retreat, retreat, retreat now. Sage Kong shouted. Such a battle was no longer something they could interfere in. What was the use of numbers? Even a city would only be crushed. With such a huge body, just falling to the ground would doom an entire city. If they, sages and combat body martial artists, came into contact with it even slightly, they would probably be severely injured, if not dead. How could they fight like this? Their only hope was Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng's gaze was incomparably solemn. He had really encountered an evenly matched opponent. He unleashed the power of the tidal combat body to the limit, while the behemoth of Armageddon was even stronger. With every contact, a large amount of annihilative power surged into Lin Feng's body, attempting to destroy his combat body. However, Lin Feng had comprehended the rudimentary law. He could easily defuse mere annihilative power. The annihilative power was useless against Lin Feng, but the truly powerful thing was the inherently massive body of the behemoth of Armageddon. Bang! Lin Feng was sent flying by the behemoth of Armageddon. His massive body was smashed back dozens of kilometers, creating a huge pit in the ground. Just this strike alone dealt considerable damage to Lin Feng's combat body. However, he also had restorative ability. He quickly absorbed a large amount of star power for his tidal combat body to recover. Lin Feng and the behemoth of Armageddon were like two apocalyptic behemoths. There seemed to be no technique to speak of in the battle between the two. It was completely a physical battle, a pure head-on clash of combat bodies. This great battle was simply earth-shattering. Along the way, Lin Feng was completely at a disadvantage and was ruthlessly suppressed by the behemoth of Armageddon. Even without annihilative power, the behemoth of Armageddon could still trounce Lin Feng completely. Moreover, in a battle of pure attrition, the behemoth of Armageddon was also far stronger than Lin Feng's tidal combat body. After all, the behemoth of Armageddon had reached the peak of 5 life transitions. It was only half a step away from 6 life transitions and turning into a planetary life form. Just like the Leviathan in Lin Feng's memory, it was invincible. At this moment, the behemoth of Armageddon was even stronger than the Leviathan. After all, the behemoth of Armageddon still had annihilative power, and could constantly obtain power from destruction. Such a behemoth of Armageddon was almost invincible on the planet. Boom. Lin Feng was sent flying again like a cannonball. The behemoth of Armageddon had smashed him into the ground, creating a huge pit. With repeated head-on collisions, the surface of Lin Feng's tidal combat body was already covered in cracks and riddled with injuries. There was still a limit to being so-called undying. Compared to the sages and those combat body martial artists, Lin Feng was undying and invincible. No matter what method they used, it could not injure his tidal combat body. However, when facing the behemoth of Armageddon, forget about the annihilative power of the behemoth of Armageddon. Lin Feng's tidal combat body could not even withstand its strikes of raw strength. This was a difference in strength. Lin Feng had never been in such a sorry state. At this moment, the behemoth of Armageddon and Lin Feng had already crossed the Black Wind Canyon, and were even approaching the human cities. There was no way to conceal such a huge commotion. Many people had already discovered the battle between the behemoth of Armageddon and Lin Feng. The battle process, in particular, was simply exhilarating, even apocalyptic. Just the aftershock of their battle was like a magnitude 10 earthquake, incomparably stunning. Isn't that Sage Lin Feng? What is Sage Lin Feng fighting? Could it be some kind of demon emperor? Heavens, a demon emperor can't be that terrifying, right? Aren't we humans almost about to occupy the outland? Where are our combat body martial artists? Such a demon emperor is unheard of. It seems like even Sage Lin Feng is not its match. For a time, everyone on the internet and in the city was discussing the matter fervently. A sense of panic was spreading. Who was Lin Feng? He was the current first sage of humanity, an entity that could be considered invincible. In the eyes of many ordinary people, Lin Feng was already invincible. But what was happening now? Lin Feng was being completely crushed by a terrifying behemoth. Sage Lin Feng did not even have the slightest ability to fight back. Just by looking at the injuries on his combat body and the cracks everywhere, anyone could tell that Lin Feng was far inferior to that behemoth. Could it really be the end of the world? Panic was spreading through human society. The sages naturally understood the current situation. Sage Kong gritted his teeth and said, "Mobilize the publicity department immediately and publicize the news of the behemoth of Armageddon. Now is the juncture of life and death for humanity. Even if it ends in death, we have to let them understand why." The other sages all fell silent. It was indeed a juncture of life and death now. In the past, they had concealed the news about the behemoth of Armageddon to avoid causing panic. Now, there was no way to conceal it anymore. In that case, they might as well announce it. The entire human civilization had to face off the behemoth of Armageddon together. Chapter 373, The Final Resort. Chapter 373, The Final Resort. The sages jointly announced the news. Immediately, the entire human society was in an uproar. No one could believe that humanity was actually about to come to a life or death juncture just as the civilization reached its apex. However, this was news jointly announced by the sages. There was no mistake. Moreover, there was a news report. Everyone in the world could clearly see the battle between Sage Lin Feng and the behemoth of Armageddon. Sage Lin Feng was sent flying again and again by the behemoth of Armageddon, and the aftershock of the two of them even destroyed several cities. The true Armageddon had arrived. Some were panicking, the social order was in chaos, and some were taking advantage of the crisis for their gains. However, there were also some who were determined and prepared to take up arms. Most of them were praying silently, hoping that the first sage of humanity would save them and that a miracle would happen. The sages had already expected the chaos that would break out in human society. Regarding this, the sages showed no mercy. The 6 major factions immediately took action to rectify it. Even when the apocalypse arrived, the martial prowess of the 6 major factions and their deterrents were still present. All those who broke the law and those who took advantage of the crisis to create chaos were executed. However, no matter how well they maintained order, it was ultimately futile. The most it could accomplish was ensuring that humanity would not be destroyed from within. The true hope still lay with Lin Feng. In the vast dead sea of the abyss, sea beasts surfaced one after another. One of them was a huge behemoth more than 10 kilometers long, looking at the distant sky. Alas, the behemoth of Armageddon has awakened after all. The Sea Emperor heaved a long sigh. Even though he actually did not have much of a good impression of Lin Feng, the fall of one's allies would be detrimental to oneself. Just as Lin Feng had said, once the behemoth of Armageddon destroyed human civilization, how could he guarantee that the behemoth of Armageddon would not destroy the dead sea of abyss? Hence, even though he did not choose to attack, he still hoped that Lin Feng could hold off the behemoth of Armageddon. Humans, you will have to survive the crisis of life and death yourself. The Sea Emperor looked in the direction of the behemoth of Armageddon in the distance and muttered softly. Bang! Lin Feng was sent flying by the behemoth of Armageddon again and landed on the ground. At this moment, his tidal combat body could no longer hold out. It began to collapse, and cracks quickly appeared. Everyone could clearly sense that Lin Feng's aura was rapidly weakening. The behemoth of Armageddon. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on the behemoth of Armageddon. The other party's massive body was entirely capable of crushing him. Without using other methods, he was no match for the behemoth of Armageddon at all. Originally, Lin Feng still harbored a little unrealistic hope. He felt that with his tidal combat body, he might be able to hold off the behemoth of Armageddon. Then, humanity would gather all their strength and severely injure the behemoth of Armageddon. But now, Lin Feng no longer placed any hope on luck. He knew that he had to go all out. Buzz. Lin Feng extended his hand, and a spear appeared in his palm. The Spear of Destruction. This was Lin Feng's last resort. Only the Spear of Destruction could deal with the behemoth of Armageddon, but whether it could save Lin Feng and humanity, Lin Feng himself was not confident. If there was any other choice, Lin Feng would not choose to use the Spear of Destruction. This was because once the Spear of Destruction failed to work, it would really mean despair for the entire human civilization. As Lin Feng took out the Spear of Destruction, a terrifying aura of destruction filled Lin Feng's surroundings. The behemoth of Armageddon also stopped. A trace of excitement finally appeared in its destructive eyes, but at the same time, it was also a little fearful. That's right, fearful. The behemoth of Armageddon was also afraid of the Spear of Destruction. Perhaps the behemoth of Armageddon desired the Spear of Destruction very much. After all, the Spear of Destruction contained the annihilative power of a star. This was very attractive to the behemoth of Armageddon, which was only half a step away from becoming a planetary life form. However, it was also afraid that the terrifying annihilative power in the Spear of Destruction could also kill it. It was both excited and terrified. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen a change in the gaze of the behemoth of Armageddon. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He could sense the fear of the behemoth of Armageddon. His only reliance was the Spear of Destruction, which was also his final trump card. Annihilative power. Lin Feng closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, even the sky seemed to have turned gray. He infused the Spear of Destruction with all the rudimentary law of annihilation. He could clearly feel the surging annihilative power in the Spear of Destruction. It was a horrifying power that could strike fear with the slightest sensation of it. If he could draw out the annihilative power inside, forget about one behemoth of Armageddon, even 8 or 10 of them would be easy for Lin Feng to deal with. Unfortunately, Lin Feng had only comprehended the law of annihilation to the rudimentary level, and could barely mobilize the spear of destruction. At most, he could draw out 1/10 of the annihilative power in the spear of destruction. 1/10 of the annihilative power was already very, very strong. If he were dealing with other demon emperors, Lin Feng would definitely not have any worries. However, if he was dealing with the behemoth of Armageddon, which too wanted to comprehend the true meaning of destruction from endless destruction, and wanted to metamorphose into a planetary life form, Lin Feng was not confident at all. However, he no longer had a choice. Boom. Lin Feng held the spear of destruction in his hand, gathered all the strength in his body, and stabbed towards the behemoth of Armageddon. Like a stream of light, the spear of destruction approached the behemoth of Armageddon in the blink of an eye. Before the behemoth of Armageddon could even react, the spear of destruction had already pierced into its body. The small spear was only over 10 meters long. In front of the massive body of the behemoth of Armageddon, it was like a toothpick. Perhaps even inferior to a toothpick. However, this tiny toothpick that erupted with astonishing strength. Gore. The behemoth of Armageddon roared at the sky, appearing to be in extreme pain. A gray layer of airflow kept exploding from the behemoth of Armageddon's body. Its massive body seemed to be riddled with holes and shattered at this moment. It's down. The behemoth of Armageddon is down. We won. Seeing the massive body of the behemoth of Armageddon fall to the ground, all the humans cheered. Just now, they had already despaired. It was Sage Lin Feng who had defeated the behemoth of Armageddon with his strongest strike. However, Lin Feng was not among the people cheering. He had comprehended the rudimentary law of annihilation, so he could clearly sense the annihilative power in the spear of destruction, destroying the body of the behemoth of Armageddon in a frenzy. No matter how massive its body was, it could not withstand the invasion of the annihilative power. However, Lin Feng could sense that the annihilative power at the core of the behemoth of Armageddon's body was actually slowly absorbing the annihilative power in the spear of destruction. It was completely different from when Dongfang Sheng's annihilative power was drained by the spear of destruction. The behemoth of Armageddon was actually gradually absorbing the annihilative power in the spear of destruction. An ominous feeling lingered in Lin Feng's mind. Chapter 374, Armageddon. Chapter 374, Armageddon. Retrieve. Lin Feng retrieved the spear of destruction, but realized that not only did the annihilative power in the spear of destruction not increase at all, it had been greatly depleted. As for the behemoth of Armageddon, Lin Feng's expression darkened. Boom. The massive behemoth of Armageddon moved again. The places on its body that had originally been annihilated actually recovered rapidly at this moment, and the aura on its body seemed to have become even more violent. The behemoth of Armageddon stared intently at Lin Feng with a trace of greed in its eyes, as if it wanted to devour Lin Feng in one gulp. The spear of destruction and the annihilative power were the behemoth of Armageddon's favorite things. Perhaps by relying on the annihilative power within the spear of destruction, the behemoth of Armageddon could sublimate and undergo 6 life transitions. If that really happened, not only would it spell the end of humanity, it would also be the end of the entire planet and the entire world. No, no, how could this be? Everyone was in despair. The behemoth of Armageddon was not dead, and seemed to be even stronger than before. Bang. The behemoth of Armageddon sent Lin Feng flying with a lash of its tail. The combat body on his body could no longer be maintained and quickly collapsed. The 35-kilometer combat body cracked in the blink of an eye, and Lin Feng's body returned to its normal size. If he continued to maintain the tidal combat body, his tidal combat body would collapse in an instant. Then, it would be impossible to even condense the combat body again. Hence, Lin Feng retracted the tidal combat body. However, against a colossal monster like the behemoth of Armageddon, how could Lin Feng fight without the tidal combat body? How could he stop the behemoth of Armageddon without it? Annihilative cannons, fire. At this moment, the military had already transported a large amount of annihilative cannons over. Boom. 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 Dazzling light streaked past. They were the lights of the annihilative cannons. Hundreds of beams of light were flashing. How magnificent was it? However, faced with the behemoth of Armageddon, these annihilation cannons were destined to be useless. As the blasts from the giant cannons struck the behemoth of Armageddon, Lin Feng had already taken this opportunity to escape quickly. His expression was very complicated, because he had already lost. His failure might lead to the fall of the entire human civilization. Sage Lin Feng, this is not your fault. Let's go. Sage Kong and the others immediately came to Lin Feng's side. They were afraid that Lin Feng would be stubborn and insist on fighting the behemoth of Armageddon head-on. If that happened, the gains would not make up for the losses. After all, even if Lin Feng failed and could not defeat the behemoth of Armageddon, he was still the hope of human civilization. Lin Feng did not want to leave, but he knew that there was no point in staying here. He could only leave. As Lin Feng left, everyone retreated. However, the behemoth of Armageddon did not stop. Instead, it charged towards the human cities. Step by step, it left a streak of destruction behind wherever it passed. Be it cities, mountains, or rivers, everything was destroyed. Moreover, the more destruction there was, the stronger the annihilative power on the behemoth of Armageddon became. It seemed to be already attempting to sublimate. Once it underwent 6 life transitions, the behemoth of Armageddon could even devour the entire world in one gulp, just like the Leviathan. Then, it would be too late. Lin Feng and the other sages all returned to the League of Guardians headquarters. Relying on the energy in the League of Guardians headquarters, Lin Feng immediately tried to recover his combat body. After all, the damage to his combat body was too severe this time. Even recovery would take a long time. During this period of time, the remaining 6 sages and those combat body martial artists in the League of Guardians headquarters all had solemn expressions. They had already learned about the losses caused by the behemoth of Armageddon through the intelligence network of the 6 major factions during these few days. There were more than 60 million casualties in a total of 8 cities. The 8 cities were also completely destroyed and turned into ruins. The behemoth of Armageddon was born for destruction. Hence, it would not spare any city or any life. 60 million people and 8 cities, and this was just the beginning. Humanity had tried everything they could. The League of Guardians had even deployed more than 1 million robots. However, without a doubt, they were all just cannon fodder. They could not stop the behemoth of Armageddon at all. In the midst of destruction, the aura of the behemoth of Armageddon continued to become stronger, and the annihilative power kept increasing. It was clearly becoming more and more powerful with destruction. At this rate, how much longer could humanity hold out? A month? Half a year? A year? Even the 6 sages probably did not know. There was nothing they could do now. They could not even control the order in some cities. In the face of doomsday, some revealed their ugly side. Relying on the 6 major factions to suppress them by force was no longer working. However, everyone knew that the main culprit was the behemoth of Armageddon. As long as the behemoth of Armageddon was eliminated, human civilization could naturally recover slowly. How is Sage Lin Feng? Sage Kong asked Chu Chen. Only Chu Chen had the authority to enter the underground base of the League of Guardians headquarters. Hence, only Chu Chen knew about Lin Feng's current situation. Very bad. Lin Feng tried his best. Chu Chen bit her lip. When she saw Lin Feng use the tidal combat body, and how his entire body was covered in injuries, she could not bear it either. However, this was the price of being the first sage of humanity. At the juncture of life and death for humanity, Lin Feng had to step forward with courage. Is there really no other way? All the sages revealed pained expressions. They had watched helplessly as countless humans were slaughtered, and there was nothing they could do. That feeling was even worse than death. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 1 month. In an entire month, the behemoth of Armageddon had already destroyed more than 50 cities. The number of casualties had already exceeded 600 million. This was because as the behemoth of Armageddon went deeper, the populations of many cities exceeded 10 million. There were even a few cities that had more than 50 million people. Relative to the billions of people in the world, 600 million people was already a terrifying amount, accounting for 6% of the world's population. This number was incredibly shocking and unbearable. Behind this unfeeling number were the lives of hundreds of millions of people, fading away without a trace. This was the Armageddon. The end of humanity had truly arrived. The 6 sages and the 23 combat body martial artists could no longer sit still. Sage Kong took a deep breath and said to Chu Chen, you'll wait for Sage Lin Feng to recover at the League of Guardians. As for us, we have to step up. Even if we can't stop it, we have to do our best to stop the behemoth of Armageddon. This is our duty. They could no longer tolerate staying in the League of Guardians and watching countless humans die. Sage Kong, I'll go with all of you. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered everyone's ears. Chapter 375, Crisis in Central Sea City. Chapter 375, Crisis in Central Sea City. Sage Lin Feng. Everyone turned around and realized that Lin Feng had walked in. Sage Lin Feng, you've recovered? Sage Kong asked with joyous surprise. My combat body has almost recovered. However, there's nothing more I can do against the behemoth of Armageddon. Lin Feng's words made everyone's expressions fall slightly again. Actually, Lin Feng had completely recovered his combat body 7 days ago. In the remaining time, he was studying how to undergo the 5th life transition, or comprehend the law of tides. Unfortunately, no matter how much he pondered, it was useless. If he could not even break through in mental power, how could he undergo 5 life transitions? Besides, the law of tides was not something that could be comprehended with time. It required a moment of mental epiphany, which was easier said than done. 7 days later, Lin Feng was not willing to sit still in the underground base either, so he left. He happened to hear Sage Kong and the others' decision to leave. Sage Lin Feng, stay in the League of Guardians headquarters. You are our last hope. Nothing must happen to you. Sage Kong said, with a solemn expression. More than anyone else, they could not allow anything to befall Lin Feng. He was their last hope. Sage Kong, even if I stay here, I can't do anything while my heart is in turmoil, let alone undergo 5 life transitions. This is a life or death moment for humanity. I can't calm my heart. Lin Feng said mildly, but his tone was very firm. Sage Kong, let Lin Feng go with you. This is his duty. Suddenly, Chu Chen stepped forward and said. She looked at Lin Feng, and her gaze turned very gentle. She continued, Lin Feng, go. No matter what, I'll always support you. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Chu Chen understood his heart and knew what he needed. What more could a husband ask for with such a wife? Let's go. Lin Feng did not say anything else. He immediately led the 6 sages and set off on the airships. Chu Chen looked at the gradually disappearing airship in the sky. She knew that after this departure, Lin Feng might really never return. Where is the behemoth of Armageddon now? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. The behemoth of Armageddon has already destroyed more than 50 cities. It destroys cities without restraint or aim. It goes wherever there is life, and is impossible to predict. Track the behemoth of Armageddon and draw an approximate route. Soon, an approximate route was drawn, containing many regions. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw a name he did not want to see among the cities along the route, Central Sea City. During the apocalyptic crisis, every city was in chaos. Central Sea City was no different. However, when they saw on the news that the behemoth of Armageddon was approaching Central Sea City, the law and order in Central Sea City only deteriorated. The ugly side of human nature could only be seen in times of crisis. Normally, they might be a white-collar, driver, or worker, but in the next moment, when crisis approached, those whose minds were on the verge of breaking down would immediately lose their rationality. This had always been the case in urban riots. Central Sea City was an international metropolis. It was economically prosperous and had a large population, which even approached 100 million. The 6 major factions had also arranged a lot of martial strength in such a large city. Even if there was a riot, it was still controllable. As one of the top families in Central Sea City, and protected by the armed robots sent by Lin Feng, the Lin family's villa was still very safe. However, the Lin family was also looking at the host's pessimistic expression on the television screen now. They knew very well that even Lin Feng probably could not protect Central Sea City this time. The apocalypse was really imminent. Dad, Mom, you should go to the League of Guardians headquarters. No, we're not going anywhere. We're already so old. If we die, so be it. What's there to be afraid of? The Lin family was determined not to leave. In a crisis like this, where could they possibly escape to survive? The entire human race was about to be doomed. I believe in our third son. He will definitely protect Central Sea City, Mrs. Lin said in a low voice. As a mother, she was very proud of her son, especially Lin Feng, the first sage of humanity. However, no matter how high Lin Feng's status was, he was still her son. The eldest brother shook his head helplessly. He knew very well now that even Lin Feng could not protect Central Sea City. Boom. It was as if an earthquake had struck Central Sea City. Everyone looked up and saw a huge head in the sky. Its huge body stretched as far as the eye could see. The behemoth of Armageddon was here. The latest news is that the behemoth of Armageddon has arrived in Central Sea City. When the news came, everyone could not help but look at Sage Lin Feng. Everyone knew that Sage Lin Feng's parents were still in Central Sea City. Go to Central Sea City as soon as possible, Lin Feng said expressionlessly, but he was actually still very anxious. However, anxiety was useless. Moreover, even if he arrived in Central Sea City, could he protect it? Even Lin Feng himself did not. No. The airship sped up again. They were not far from Central Sea City to begin with, and soon arrived. As for the behemoth of Armageddon, they could already see its massive body from afar. Many tall buildings in Central Sea City had already collapsed. Countless people were fleeing in panic. Lin Feng immediately used his mental power to sense his parents' villa. Fortunately, his parents' villa was still fine. Moreover, due to the many armed robots in their villa, they could still stop the attacks of many people with ill intentions. Hence, many people fled to their parents' villa to seek refuge over time. Mr. and Mrs. Lin did not turn them away. They even took the initiative to accommodate many people who were seeking refuge, including many children. Lin Feng felt a little relieved. His parents were fine, but the parents of the others might already be dead. Let's go down. Whether we live or die, we must stop the behemoth of Armageddon. Lin Feng was the first to jump down. He quickly deployed his tidal combat body. The 35-kilometer tidal combat body pressed down on the behemoth of Armageddon like a huge mountain. Boom. The behemoth of Armageddon was incomparably furious. Its massive body suddenly flipped over, and its huge tail lashed fiercely at Lin Feng. Bang. Lin Feng's body was sent flying, crashing into several tall buildings. The 6 sages also used their divine kingdoms. The 23 combat body martial artists went all out this time. They all used their combat bodies and aimed at the weak spots of the behemoth of Armageddon to attack. They attacked its eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and even abdomen. However, those combat body martial artists could not break through the defense of the softest part, the mouth. Gore. The attacks of the combat body martial artists and sages completely angered the behemoth of Armageddon. Its massive body charged forward fiercely and crushed with all its might. Crunch. The divine kingdoms of the 6 sages were easily torn apart. Moreover, with a slight crush from the behemoth of Armageddon, more than 10 combat body martial artists were directly crushed into a pool of mush. Chapter 376, The Self-Detonation of 2 Sages. Chapter 376, The Self-Detonation of 2 Sages. They were no match for it at all. The combat power of the behemoth of Armageddon was simply too strong. The combined forces of 6 sages and 23 combat body martial artists with 2 life transitions could not even resist the behemoth of Armageddon a little. Moreover, they suffered heavy casualties. The divine kingdoms of the 6 sages were torn apart, and more than 10 combat body martial artists were crushed to death. Boom. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng stood up again. The spear of destruction had already appeared in his hand. Although the spear of destruction did not work last time, that was because Lin Feng could not unleash the full power of the spear of destruction. And now, Lin Feng had used the rudimentary law of annihilation, unleashing the power of the spear of destruction as much as he could. Swish. Lin Feng held the spear of destruction and stabbed it into the behemoth of Armageddon's head. At the same time, Lin Feng's massive body pressed down on the behemoth of Armageddon, smashing towards its head in a frenzy. Originally, the eruption of the annihilative power in the spear of destruction had already caused the behemoth of Armageddon's head to shrink at a visible speed. Towards the end, it was as if its entire head was about to disappear. However, the layer of gray annihilative power on the behemoth of Armageddon's body erupted all of a sudden, enveloping the spear of destruction in a frenzy. Bang! The behemoth of Armageddon's massive body shook violently, throwing Lin Feng off it. Just as the behemoth of Armageddon's head was about to be completely destroyed, the annihilative power enveloped the spear of destruction, and actually allowed the behemoth of Armageddon to slowly recover. Moreover, it was still absorbing the annihilative power in the spear of destruction. Quick, keep attacking the behemoth of Armageddon's head. Lin Feng shouted loudly. This might be the only moment of weakness for the behemoth of Armageddon. Once it survived its weakened state, who could suppress the behemoth of Armageddon? That would be the true apocalypse. Kill. The remaining 13 combat body martial artists unleashed their combat bodies frantically. They charged wave after wave towards the behemoth of Armageddon, and attacked its head over and over. Thud. A combat body martial artist failed to dodge in time, and was directly crushed by the tail of the behemoth of Armageddon. Boom. The 3 combat body martial artists were directly crushed by the turn of the behemoth of Armageddon's body. However, the combat body martial artist still attacked the head of the behemoth of Armageddon without hesitation, even though the number of combat body martial artists was rapidly diminishing. 13, 12, 9, 7, 4, 2. In the blink of an eye, there was no longer any movement from the combat body martial artists, because all 23 of them had fallen in battle. The scent of blood lingered thickly in the air. A total of 23 combat body martial artists with 2 life transitions gave their lives, and were all killed in battle. However, the spear of destruction on the behemoth of Armageddon's head seemed to have already injured the foundation of the behemoth of Armageddon. The wound was also constantly expanding, and a layer of gray annihilative power kept flickering. It's our turn. All of a sudden, Sage Kong spoke. The 6 sages attacked simultaneously. Unfortunately, without their divine kingdoms, their combat power was simply too weak. The damage they dealt to the behemoth of Armageddon was even inferior to those combat body martial artists. Everyone, this is the moment of life or death. Let's make our decision. Suddenly, Sage Kong said with a solemn expression. All the sages fell silent. There was hesitation and reluctance in it. They looked at the behemoth of Armageddon, which was still roaring. Its massive body seemed to be enduring pain from the spear of destruction. That's right. It's indeed time to make the decision. I'll go first. Sage Yuani stepped forward. Sage Kang's expression was complicated. He did not know how to persuade him. Sage Yuani was his old friend, and even his ally. Among the sages, Sage Yuani had always supported Sage Kang. But now, it was time for sacrifices. Sage Yuani was the first to step forward. Sage Yuani smiled, then walked towards the behemoth of Armageddon step by step. His speed was not fast, but he approached the behemoth of Armageddon in a very short amount of time. Finally, Sage Yuani approached the giant head of the behemoth of Armageddon. As the behemoth of Armageddon charged over wildly, Sage Yuani mobilized the star power in the universe fiercely. A huge amount of star power poured down, enveloping Sage Ueni and the massive head of the behemoth of Armageddon at the same time. Boom. Sage Ueni smiled and detonated the astral force field. The terrifying astral force field exploded, and the shockwave surged in all directions. The behemoth of Armageddon in the center was also disfigured by the explosion. That's right. The behemoth of Armageddon was injured, and severely so. Its head was unrecognizable, and there was blood everywhere. This was the first time the behemoth of Armageddon had suffered such heavy injuries. Gore. The behemoth of Armageddon roared in a frenzy. It was growling, and it wanted to destroy. The annihilative power on its body swept in all directions in a mighty and unbridled frenzy. Retrieve. The terrifying annihilative power was easily retrieved by Lin Feng once it left the body of the behemoth of Armageddon. Although his rudimentary law of annihilation could not deal with the annihilative power in the behemoth of Armageddon's body, he could still control the annihilative power emitted by it with ease. Hence, the behemoth of Armageddon did not do any damage to the sages when it went berserk. However, this was not enough, because the behemoth of Armageddon was not dead yet. They still needed to attack harder. The remaining 5 sages looked at each other. Finally, Sage Palman stepped forward. I'll go. If he had a choice, Sage Palman would not choose death, but he no longer had a choice. Among the remaining 5 sages, Sage Kong and the 2 sages from the academic faction had all made sacrifices. Only the 2 sages of the military faction were still around. Under such circumstances, the military faction could not remain unmoved. Hence, Sage Palman stepped forward. Sage Palman did not usually fight, but he was actually very strong. He could be ranked in the top 3 sages. He was even slightly stronger than the invincible Fist Sage. However, it was useless. Facing the behemoth of Armageddon, no matter how strong a divine kingdom was, it would be torn apart. Now, he could only detonate the astral force field. Sage Palman attracted a large amount of star power. He did not hesitate to detonate the astral force field after he approached the behemoth of Armageddon. Boom. The explosion of the astral force field this time seemed to be stronger than the explosion of Sage Ueni's astral force field. As the astral force field exploded, a terrifying shockwave enveloped the behemoth of Armageddon. It was at the center of the explosion, and it had completely withstood the explosion of the astral power of the 2 sages. The behemoth of Armageddon's head was also severely injured by the spear of destruction. How long could it hold out? In the center of the explosion, dust filled the air. The behemoth of Armageddon's body seemed to have stopped moving. Everyone held their breaths and focused. They knew that this might be their last hope. In such a devastating battle, with the self-detonation of 2 sages and the spear of destruction, no matter how strong the behemoth of Armageddon was, it would still be severely injured. When the dust settled, everyone could see the situation at the center of the explosion. Chapter 377, Death. Chapter 377, Death. Impossible. Seeing the situation at the center of the explosion, the expressions of all the sages, including Lin Feng, changed drastically. The behemoth of Armageddon's head was indeed in a very miserable state. It was already covered in blood, but the behemoth of Armageddon was not dead. On the contrary, the annihilative power in the behemoth of Armageddon body was constantly increasing. Increasing wildly. Everyone was stunned. They did not know how this was happening. Wasn't the behemoth of Armageddon already on the verge of death? How could its aura keep becoming stronger? Although it appeared to be in a bad state, if its aura continued to become stronger, it meant that the behemoth of Armageddon was not injured at all, and was even stronger than before. But how was this possible? The spear of destruction, pierced into the head of the behemoth of Armageddon, was very conspicuous. The spear of destruction. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He saw that the spear of destruction on the head of the behemoth of Armageddon, which had been emitting an annihilative aura, was gradually sinking into the head of the behemoth of Armageddon. Moreover, it was very fast. Lin Feng could not pull out the spear of destruction even if he wanted to. Thump. The spear of destruction sank completely into the behemoth of Armageddon's head. At the same time, the behemoth of Armageddon seemed to be enduring immense pain. Its body kept rolling and turning, and it kept roaring. But what was the use? The behemoth of Armageddon's head was recovering rapidly. After it had recovered completely, the behemoth of Armageddon had completely changed its form. Its eyes became even colder and more brutal, filled with a savage aura. In particular, the behemoth of Armageddon's body actually emitted the aura of annihilative power. It did not continue to be annihilated. Instead, it coiled its massive body. Lin Feng stared at the behemoth of Armageddon carefully, sensing the aura on its body. A bold thought flashed through his mind. It wants to rely on the annihilative power in the Spear of Destruction to undergo 6 life transitions. He understood. Lin Feng understood everything now. The behemoth of Armageddon was born for destruction, and the goal of destruction was naturally to obtain a large amount of annihilative power from it, so that it could undergo 6 life transitions and become a planetary life form. However, in terms of purity, the annihilative power within the Spear of Destruction was unparalleled. This time, the behemoth of Armageddon even allowed the annihilative power in the Spear of Destruction to erupt, allowing the annihilative power in the Spear of Destruction to destroy its body. In truth, it was only trying to understand the annihilative power better, and rely on the pure annihilative power in the Spear of Destruction to undergo 6 life transitions. Everything was clear now. Stop it. We must stop it. Lin Feng knew very well that once the behemoth of Armageddon absorbed a large amount of annihilative power and comprehended the true essence of the annihilative power, it might really be able to undergo 6 life transitions. At that time, the behemoth of Armageddon, which had become a planetary life form, would definitely devour the entire planet, just like the Leviathan. Lin Feng did not hesitate and stepped forward. His 35-kilometer tidal combat body pounced fiercely towards the behemoth of Armageddon. Gore. The behemoth of Armageddon was at a critical moment. How could it allow anyone to impede it? Hence, the massive body of the behemoth of Armageddon crashed hard into him. Bang. Lin Feng's combat body shattered, and he was sent flying. At the same time, the behemoth of Armageddon did not intend to let him off. Its massive body charged over again, smashing him directly. Crunch. Lin Feng's tidal combat body shattered again. He could clearly feel that the cells in his body were rapidly dissipating. This was completely different from the effect of annihilative power. This was a powerful force that caused Lin Feng's cells to die, his energy to disappear, and then gradually dissipate. It was not annihilative power that destroyed cells directly. Lin Feng knew that he was about to die. Boom. The massive body of the behemoth of Armageddon pressed down directly. Lin Feng's combat body shattered instantly, and his life force drained rapidly. I'm dying. I'm tired. It's finally over. Images flashed through Lin Feng's mind, one after another, from when he was young until now. Master, pull yourself together. Long Betham's voice echoed in his mind, but what was the use? No matter how strong his will was, it could not interfere with reality. Now that he had lost, and his combat body had been shattered, he was about to die. The behemoth of Armageddon was too powerful. With Lin Feng's strength, if even the Spear of Destruction did not work, Lin Feng would really be helpless. As large areas of his cells were destroyed, Lin Feng's life force was also diminishing. He seemed to hear someone calling his name hysterically, but he could not even move. Perhaps his parents would grieve and be crestfallen, and Chu Chen would also grieve and be crestfallen. It's unfortunate that he and Chu Chen never had any children. But so what if they had children? Faced with such an apocalypse, everyone would die. The entire world would be destroyed. What meaning was there in everything? Lin Feng's consciousness gradually dimmed. He saw the aloof sage Bingyu. Lin Feng even felt that the invincible fist sage was a little interested in sage Bingyu. But now, sage Bingyu had self-detonated. The mighty shockwave caused the behemoth of Armageddon's body to move slightly. Lin Feng no longer endured the pressure of the behemoth of Armageddon's massive body. However, his life had come to an end. His life force had already been depleted. He could only watch helplessly as the cells in his body were annihilated bit by bit. There was nothing he could do. Annihilation. Lin Feng was all too familiar with annihilation. There were trillions of cells in his entire body. At this moment, they were being annihilated. Bit by bit, but they were completely different from the death and destruction Lin Feng had seen before. Lin Feng had never experienced such a clear sense of his life force draining away little by little, and watching how the cells in his body were gradually annihilated. This was normal. Who would let themselves face death? The annihilation of life. Lin Feng was stunned. He seemed to have seen a beam of light, and then, the entire world changed. The originally colorful world suddenly turned gray. Everything in his eyes, the behemoth of Armageddon, the sages, the martial artists, the ordinary people, and even the collapsed concrete, rocks, and so on. What did Lin Feng see? Everything in front of him was gray. It was as if everything was being annihilated bit by bit, and not just life. Everything else, whether alive or not, would be annihilated. Is annihilation truly irreversible? At this moment, Lin Feng could no longer move. This thought could only linger in his mind for a long time. In a moment of epiphany, completely on instinct, a trace of annihilative power gradually condensed on Lin Feng's body. This trace of annihilative power was completely different from the annihilative power of life. Instead, it was colder, darker, and purer. This was the annihilative power of an inanimate object. So, life isn't the only thing that can be annihilated. Lin Feng's heart finally stirred again. He seemed to have another special feeling towards the gray world before him. Chapter 378, Annihilated with a Finger. Chapter 378, Annihilated with a Finger. Boom. Sage Bingyu also self-detonated. No one had expected that the cold and taciturn Sage Bingyu would self-destruct so decisively. Although the powerful impact could not cause much damage to the behemoth of Armageddon, it still flipped over its massive body, revealing Lin Feng's battered body. Lin Feng could not even maintain his combat body now. The life force in his entire body had already been diminished to an extreme, as if it would disappear at any moment. Sage Bingyu. The invincible fist sage clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. Now, there were only 3 sages left, the invincible fist sage, Sage Kong, and Sage Zhou Tianqi. In the past, there had been 10 sages, including Lin Feng, but now, only 3 remained. Lin Feng was also on the verge of death. This was the apocalypse, the true apocalypse. We'll do our best. No one can escape the apocalypse. Sage Kong looked heavenward and heaved a long sigh. Lin Feng was already on the verge of death. What other miracle could they expect? There were no more miracles. Sage Kong, the invincible fist sage, and Sage Zhou Tianqi all attracted a large amount of star power. Central Sea City, as well as all the humans who had learned about this scene through some videos, had already burst into tears. They knew what the 3 sages were going to do. The 3 sages were also going all out. Once the 3 sages were dead, what would await humanity? Without a doubt, it would be complete destruction. This was truly an apocalyptic calamity. The entire Central Sea City was shrouded in gloom and sorrow. This city was different from other cities. This was where Lin Feng was born. Central Sea City had always been proud of Lin Feng. However, everyone in Central Sea City could only watch helplessly as the first sage of humanity, the hero of Central Sea City, Sage Lin Feng, fell to the ground, his fate unknown. Countless people were looking forward to a miracle, and countless people were shouting for Lin Feng. In the Lin family, Mr. and Mrs. Lin, as well as his eldest brother and younger sister, were already sobbing uncontrollably. They looked at the intermittent scene on the television. Lin Feng was lying on the ground, his combat body in tatters, and his entire body covered in blood. He was motionless. This was simply devastating for the Lin family. Not only the Lin family, after seeing Lin Feng fall, Zhang Qiji, Chu Chen, and the many members of the League of Guardians all shed tears. This time, Lin Feng was probably doomed. The aura on the behemoth of Armageddon became stronger and stronger. A large amount of star power descended from the universe. Just as the three sages were about to detonate the force fields to fulfill their duty as sages. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded. Sage. Sage Lin Feng. From the corner of his eye, Sage Kong saw Lin Feng move. Immediately after, Lin Feng seemed to be speaking, but he could not hear what Lin Feng was saying at all. The three sages did not detonate the astral force field immediately, because they felt a cold force envelop Lin Feng. In fact, more and more of this cold force gathered, until it formed a layer of gray airflow that enveloped Lin Feng. There was already an aura of death on Lin Feng's body. Now, the aura of death was even stronger, but it no longer felt like a flame in the wind, as if vitality was about to extinguish at any moment. Paradoxically, Lin Feng's life aura actually strengthened bit by bit under such a powerful aura of death. Everyone watched this scene in surprise. Even the behemoth of Armageddon sensed something amiss. The behemoth of Armageddon turned its head and stared at Lin Feng on the ground in surprise. It felt that the infinite annihilative power had actually converged on Lin Feng. This was something it could not tolerate. It needed annihilative power, and not a single trace could be lost. Boom. The behemoth of Armageddon suddenly raised its tail and whipped it towards Lin Feng. It descended from the sky like a mountain, and the terrifying power was almost suffocating. The power of a single lash of the tail from the behemoth of Armageddon was something that even Lin Feng could not withstand at his best, let alone now, when there were only three sages left. Just as the tail of the behemoth of Armageddon was about to collide with Lin Feng. Swoosh. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Then, facing the massive body of the behemoth of Armageddon that blotted out the sky, he only extended a finger and said softly, "Annihilate." At this moment, it was as if the world had stopped. There was no earth-shattering sound as expected, nor was Lin Feng's body completely smashed into a pulp. With a light point of Lin Feng's finger, the tail of the behemoth of Armageddon seemed to have been directly disintegrated by some force. It turned to ashes in an instant, leaving only a breeze that brushed past Lin Feng's face. Everyone was shocked. The remaining three sages' eyes widened, as if they could not believe what they were seeing. He was without his combat body. Lin Feng had even retracted his combat body. In Lin Feng's current state, he could not deploy his combat body at all. Moreover, the life force in Lin Feng's body was indeed very weak. His entire body seemed to be so weak that it could barely hold up against a breeze, as if he would collapse at any moment. In particular, when he stood in front of the behemoth of Armageddon, he was like an ant. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see him. However, this tiny, ant-like entity had reduced the tail of the behemoth of Armageddon to ashes with a single finger. The tail of the behemoth of Armageddon was at least 10 kilometers long, occupying a tenth of the massive body of the behemoth of Armageddon. Now, 1/10 of its body had disappeared at once. How could the behemoth of Armageddon not be furious? However, everyone saw fear in the behemoth of Armageddon's eyes. That's right, fear. The behemoth of Armageddon could actually feel fear. The one it feared was the tiny, ant-like Lin Feng on the ground. He slowly approached the behemoth of Armageddon step by step, without any apparent powerful aura. However, the more he behaved this way, the more it terrified the behemoth of Armageddon. It could not help but growl in unease. However, the aura on the behemoth of Armageddon was still becoming stronger constantly. Lin Feng stopped. A smile appeared on his lips. Then, he extended his hand gently. Buzz. The behemoth of Armageddon's body kept trembling, and it roared angrily again. However, it suddenly exploded from its head, and the spear of destruction flew back into Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng gripped the spear of destruction and glanced at the annihilative power in it, but shook his head. The behemoth of Armageddon had only absorbed a little of it. However, on second thought, this was an origin weapon. How could a life form with only 5 life transitions master the spear of destruction? If it wished to rely on the spear of destruction to undergo 6 life transitions, the behemoth of Armageddon had no possibility of succeeding. Gore. The behemoth of Armageddon was terrified, but also furious. The spear of destruction was its foundation. Even if this life form before it felt immensely threatening, it must take the spear back. Hence, the behemoth of Armageddon pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng closed his eyes. In his senses, the world was only a hazy gray. Annihilative power was everywhere, emitting densely from life and inanimate objects. It even expanded to the entire planet. At this moment, it also contained a large amount of annihilative power. This planet was gradually heading for destruction due to the ravages of the behemoth of Armageddon. However, the current Lin Feng was no longer the Lin Feng of the past. His combat body was in tatters, and was not even as strong as that of a combat body martial artist with one life transition. At this moment, Lin Feng was undoubtedly the strongest, for he had grasped the planetary law of annihilation. Just as Lin Feng was on the verge of death, just as he was slowly comprehending death, his law of annihilation improved from the rudimentary level to the planetary level. This was truly ironic. In the past, Lin Feng had tried painstakingly to comprehend the law of tides, but never found a clue. Instead, he comprehended the law of annihilation by accident. Apart from being able to use some of the power of the spear of destruction, the rudimentary law of annihilation was actually useless. At the very least, it was very limited in improving Lin Feng's strength. But once a law reached the planetary level, it would be a qualitative improvement. Law at the planetary level could affect the operation of a planet. In a sense, only planetary lifeforms could master planetary laws. However, there were exceptions to everything. The universe was vast, and there were all kinds of extraordinary things. It was simply incredible that a life form that was not a planetary life form could master a planetary law. Lin Feng was that extraordinary exception. Grasping the planetary law was even more difficult than directly becoming a planetary life form, yet he had grasped the planetary law of annihilation. The planetary law had a limited effect on planetary lifeforms, but it was certainly lethal to lifeforms below the planetary level. Your mission is over. Begone. Lin Feng pointed lightly at the behemoth of Armageddon. Immediately, the behemoth of Armageddon's body began to collapse and dissipate bit by bit, turning into fragments, particles, then dust. The behemoth of Armageddon kept roaring, but it was useless. It could not stop the annihilative power from reducing its body to dust. Even its life force was directly annihilated. This was annihilation of its essence of life. It could not resist it at all. Lin Feng was nonchalant. With a point of his finger, in a short period of time, the behemoth of Armageddon's entire body was annihilated. From head to toe. Finally, it turned into ashes and disappeared in the wind. Silence. The entire world fell silent. The sage's eyes widened, and all the humans fell silent at this moment. What was going on? No one could understand, and no one could read it. The apocalyptic crisis was resolved, just like that. The behemoth of Armageddon, which possessed a devastating power that could destroy the world, and was even the culprit behind the destruction of 8 civilizations, were reduced to ashes by Lin Feng, just like that. Even the most imaginative person would not dare to harbor such a bold idea. Law. Lin Feng looked up. He felt as if he could visualize the laws, enveloping the entire planet like chains. Every law was so vast and profound. Lin Feng even had a vague feeling that if he activated the law of annihilation of the entire planet with a thought, all life on this planet would be annihilated and reduced to ashes with a thought from him. All was insignificant under the law. Chapter 379, Golden Age. Chapter 379, Golden Age. We're saved. Many people cried tears of joy. Even though they were a little confused and surprised, the behemoth of Armageddon was dead. It was not suppressed or sealed, but completely dead. At this moment, everyone in the world cried tears of joy, all feeling that they had survived a calamity. Is the behemoth of Armageddon really dead? Sage Kang's eyes widened. He could not quite believe it. Only just now, the behemoth of Armageddon had seemed capable of destroying the entire world, but in the blink of an eye, it was already dead. As for Lin Feng, he still looked so fragile that he could not even deploy his combat body. How did he kill the behemoth of Armageddon? Lin Feng glanced at Sage Kong, Sage Zhou Tianqi, and the invincible Fist Sage. Including himself, only 4 of the distinguished 10 sages were left. Humanity had suffered incredibly heavy losses. Hundreds of millions of people died, several sages died, and dozens of cities were destroyed. However, they had finally won, and it was an unquestionable victory. Lin Feng raised his head. There was no sadness or joy on his face, but he was wholly relaxed. After he comprehended the planetary law of annihilation, he already knew the outcome. Sage Kong, I'll leave the rest to you. Right now. I just want to go home. Lin Feng's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. The crisis of world destruction was resolved. In the next few months or even a year, humanity was celebrating this great victory. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. Even if they lived at the bottom of society, even if they encountered naught but hardships, even if they were tortured by fate, they were still sincerely happy. No matter how difficult life was, it was better than the end of the world. They had survived the apocalypse, and so shall welcome a new page in their lives. Lin Feng, look, everything is so wonderful. I really wish life would keep going on like this. Chu Chen and Lin Feng strolled through the city. Both of them changed their appearances. Hence, no one recognized the famous sage of salvation, Lin Feng. That's right. Lin Feng was already known as the Sage of Salvation. As one of the only 4 sages left in the human world, and especially as the one who had saved the entire human race and the entire world, Lin Feng's status among humans had already reached that of a deity. Lin Feng also smiled and said, "That's right. The world is so beautiful. Everything is over." Although there were only 4 sages left in humanity, with Lin Feng around, humanity's strength was countless times stronger than before. Given a little more time, new combat body martial artists would probably appear among humans. Even combat body martial artists with 3 or even 4 life transitions would appear. Lin Feng, I have good news for you. What good news? I'm pregnant. Pregnant. Lin Feng was slightly stunned, but then he was overjoyed. At his current status, nothing could make him so happy anymore. Chu Chen's pregnancy was simply the best gift for Lin Feng. Originally, with Lin Feng's powerful physique from 4 life transitions, it would have been rather difficult for him to have a child. However, unexpectedly, he had a child now. Chu Chen, take a good break. If you want anything, just tell me. I don't want anything. I just want you by my side. Chu Chen leaned into Lin Feng's arms with a blissful expression. 9 months later, Chu Chen gave birth to a daughter. She was named Lin Xin1, homophonous with new. It meant that after the apocalypse, everyone had been given a new lease of life. This was a grand event. All the media in the world were reporting this news. The Sage of Salvation had a daughter. She was practically a little princess, and loved by everyone in the world. 3 years later, Chu Chen gave birth to another son, named Lin Sheng. Sheng means prosperity, which represented the golden age of humanity. Actually, the golden age of humanity had indeed arrived. In just 3 years after humanity had survived the apocalyptic crisis, it was as if it was booming. Countless combat body martial artists were produced, especially combat body martial artists with 2 life transitions. There were already more than 1,000 of them, and there were even 21 combat body martial artists with 3 life transitions. As for martial artists with 4 life transitions, they had yet to be produced. However, humanity believed that combat body martial artists with 4 life transitions would appear sooner or later. The traditional martial arts had already been completely eliminated. Even the 3 sages who survived the apocalyptic crisis all publicly supported the cultivation of the combat body, and retired from their positions. The strength of the 3 sages was already inferior to the 21 combat body martial artists who had undergone 3 life transitions. Every martial artist with 3 life transitions was capable of defeating them. However, no one could shake their status. As the 3 sages who survived the apocalyptic crisis, this identity alone made them the pride of all humans, and revered by all humans. However, they voluntarily retired from their positions and handed over the authority to the combat body martial artists, displaying their noble character. Apart from the eruption of combat body martial artists, human technology was also advancing by leaps and bounds. All kinds of new technology sprung to life, followed by anti-gravity technology, energy technology, biological cloning, genetic repair technology, and so on. In short, as technology exploded, even humans who did not practice martial arts had their lifespans greatly extended. Diseases were completely eliminated. No matter what illness it was, even if it was congenital, it could be easily cured with genetic repair technology. Humanity had truly entered a booming era. Originally, humanity had 6 major factions, but now, the League of Guardians had become the largest faction in the world. The other 5 major factions were shrinking day by day. Humanity was unprecedentedly united and powerful. Hence, humanity began to invade the Outland. The vast territories of the Outland were all incorporated into the territory of mankind. Of course, humanity did not exterminate all the dire beasts. Instead, they specially set up a plot of land for these dire beasts to reproduce and thrive. Some species could also provide diverse research topics to enhance human technology. However, the demon emperors among the dire beasts were strictly controlled. Once a demon emperor was born, human martial artists with combat bodies would be mobilized to kill it. As humanity took over the Outland, almost the entire world was under human rule. Many ruins of ancient civilizations were also excavated one after another. Even life core fragments appeared from time to time, and they were all sent to Lin Feng. In a flash, 10 years had passed. Lin Feng had neither broken through 5 life transitions, nor cultivated the laws. In the past 10 years, he had only done one thing, and that was to accompany his wife and children. In the past 10 years, he had been a qualified husband and a qualified father. He had put aside the matter of life transitions and laws, and accompanied his family like an ordinary person. After 10 years, Lin Feng's heart had truly obtained peace. Master, it has been 10 years. When are you prepared to leave? At the League of Guardians headquarters, Long Betham came to Lin Feng's side. This was the first time in 10 years that Long Betham had mentioned leaving. Chapter 380, The Manifestation of Laws. Chapter 380, The Manifestation of Laws. It's been 10 years. I really can't bear to leave, Lin Feng said calmly, his gaze a little complicated. Master, you have encountered a bottleneck. If you do not leave this planet, I am afraid you will never be able to undergo 5 life transitions in this lifetime, let alone become a planetary life form. Long Betham's tone was a little anxious, but it was indeed worried on Lin Feng's behalf. Lin Feng had indeed encountered a bottleneck. Even though he had not considered life transitions in the past 10 years, life cores were constantly delivered to him. He was also absorbing them. But he did not even break through in mental power. Not to mention life transitions. For life transitions seemed to be his limit. It was like a huge mountain. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move this mountain. Lin Feng knew that this might be some kind of limitation. After all, this planet was still too small. There's no hurry. Let me accompany Chu Chen and our children properly. Long Betham was about to say something, but Lin Feng waved his hand. Long Betham could only turn around and leave helplessly. At night, Lin Feng took his daughter Lin Xin and his son Lin Xing for a walk in the garden. In the blink of an eye, Xin is already 7 years old. Xing is also 4 years old. Chu Chen suddenly said with emotion. That's right. So fast. In the blink of an eye, they've already grown up. Lin Feng hugged his wife. He had never felt so at peace. Lin Feng, go ahead and do what you should. Huh. Lin Feng frowned and looked at his wife in confusion. Chu Chen smiled and said, Long Betham came to find me today. What did Long Betham say to you? It didn't say anything, but I know what it wanted to. It's been 10 years. Your heart should be at peace now, right? Then, go ahead and do what you want. You've been by my side for 10 years. I can't be selfish and possess all of you. You're not part of me. You're yourself, with your own pursuits. Chu Qin said solemnly. Actually, although she liked having Lin Feng by her side for the past 10 years, how could she not know that deep down, Lin Feng did not really like this way of life? Lin Feng was a sage, and the sage of salvation at that. He was someone she could never catch up to. She was already satisfied that Lin Feng would accompany her for 10 years. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, "Silly, don't worry. You'll undergo a second and third life transition in the future. You'll keep living. And we'll be together forever." Lin Feng's expression was very determined. Actually, he knew what Chu Chen was worried about. Chu Chen's potential had been exhausted. She could only undergo a second life transition at most, and even a second life transition was not that easy. Chu Chen could only live for a few hundred years at most. As for Lin Feng, he would have no problem living for at least 1,000 years. It was even possible for him to continue improving in the future for tens of thousands of years. Time was a cruel reality that could not be escaped. Chu Chen smiled, but did not say anything. She only wanted to enjoy every day Lin Feng was around. The League of Guardians headquarters was an empty cultivation ground. This was a cultivation ground exclusive to Lin Feng. It was about 100 miles in radius. There was no one inside, only some weeds, trees, and rocks. It looked rather desolate. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in an open space, his expression calm. He started cultivating again today. However, it was not the combat body he cultivated, but the law. It had been 10 years. In the past 10 years, Lin Feng had not used the power of law once, but how could he forget the law of annihilation that had already reached the planetary level? Buzz. Lin Feng swiped his hand, and the entire world seemed to have changed. The forest, flowers, rocks, and sky turned gray from their original form. In his eyes, everything was macroscopic, as if he was watching this world in apathy. Chains were everywhere in this world. There were tens of thousands of these chains, enveloping the entire planet. Some of these chains were thick, and some were thin. Each chain was a law. It would not be an exaggeration to say that there were tens of thousands of laws. Law of annihilation. Lin Feng waved his hand gently. Among the tens of thousands of laws, a thick law chain appeared. Immediately, the surrounding thin law chains retreated, one after another, leaving only the law of annihilation chain in the void. This was the law of annihilation. Actually, regardless of whether Lin Feng had comprehended the law of annihilation, this law of annihilation had always existed. However, one's comprehension of the law had to reach the planetary level to allow the law chain to appear, and only then could one clearly see the law chain. Otherwise, at the rudimentary level of comprehension, one would not be able to see the law chains, let alone manifest the law. Lin Feng activated the law of annihilation. The huge law chain kept stirring, crushing the surrounding thin law chains. The entire sky was filled with abundant annihilative power. Under the law chains, everything other than a planetary life form was insignificant. This was not Lin Feng's power, but the power of the law of annihilation. Lin Feng had relied on the power of the law to kill the behemoth of Armageddon. The combat body cultivated the body, and laws relied on power. Only by combining the two could one advance further in the universe. Without either, it would be difficult to make any advancements. Being able to comprehend a planetary law with the strength of only 4 life transitions the way Lin Feng did was very rare, even in the vast universe. However, the law of annihilation had reached the planetary level. Even though Lin Feng had lived in serenity for 10 years, cleansing his mind and allowing it to be completely at peace, he could not advance the planetary law of annihilation further. Lin Feng spent a decade to calm his mind, not because he did not want to improve the law of annihilation, but because he wanted to comprehend the law of tides. The law of tides was the law that was closely related to Lin Feng's tidal combat body. Unfortunately, Lin Feng could not comprehend the law of tides that was closely related to Lin Feng's combat body. Instead, he accidentally comprehended the law of annihilation, and it even reached the planetary level. This was somewhat unexpected to Lin Feng himself. Perhaps the law of annihilation at the planetary level was also of great help to Lin Feng in comprehending the law of tides. This was because he could manifest the laws. Among these tens of thousands of laws, Lin Feng comprehended these laws over and over again. Finally, after 3 days, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the void. He found the law of tides among the tens of thousands of law chains. Buzz. Lin Feng's law of annihilation manifested as a chain. The terrifying law of annihilation chain made the other chain look smaller in comparison, but there was no difference in strength between laws. On this planet only, perhaps the law of annihilation was stronger, but in the universe or on another planet, the relative strength of the laws would be reversed. Law of tides. Lin Feng's emotions were in turmoil. He looked at the law chain in front of him. This was the law of tides he had always wanted to comprehend. Chapter 381, Law of Tides. Chapter 381, Law of Tides. Law of Tides. Lin Feng looked at the thick law chains. If not for his law of annihilation, and if not for the fact that his law of annihilation had reached the planetary level, it would be impossible for him to keep watching the law of tides at such a close distance. However, this was also the limit of what Lin Feng could do now. Under close observation, if one still could not comprehend the law of tides, it could only be said that Lin Feng's comprehension ability was just too poor. In fact, he would not be suited for the law of tides at all. Lin Feng's mental power slowly extended into the thick law chain. Boom. What did Lin Feng see? Monstrous waves, terrifying winds, and blazing flames wreaked havoc between heaven and earth in tides. Tides, these were the tides. Tides did not just refer to waves. There were also tides of violent winds, flames, even cosmic tides, and so on. The law they represented were just a type of rule. Majestic and full of highs and lows, wherever the tide passed, they would carry monstrous power. Lin Feng was completely immersed in the law chain for the law of tides. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. For 7 days, no one came to disturb Lin Feng. This was even Chu Chen's order. She knew what Lin Feng was doing and what this step meant to Lin Feng. Finally, 7 days later, Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes. The gray world between heaven and earth had already disappeared. Lin Feng's body expanded rapidly, reaching 35 kilometers in the blink of an eye. This was already Lin Feng's current limit. With the limit of 4 life transitions, in terms of the combat body alone, Lin Feng was no match for the behemoth of Armageddon. But now, with a thought, every cell in his combat body rumbled like a tide. The power of every cell in his combat body was condensed to the limit. Boom. When Lin Feng threw a punch, even the world seemed to have collapsed. Black cracks appeared in the void, but they disappeared in an instant. This was Lin Feng's current strength. It was incredible that he could actually create a spatial fissure with a single punch. Of course, Lin Feng's punch was not just a full power punch with 4 life transitions. It was enhanced by the law of tides. This was the enhancement of the law of tides. Just at the rudimentary level, the power of Lin Feng's combat body had increased by more than 10 times. In these 7 days, Lin Feng had the advantage of being in a favorable position. He had already studied the law of tides at such a close distance. If he still could not comprehend the law of tides, it would mean he simply had no natural aptitude for it at all. Fortunately, Lin Feng still had a little natural aptitude. However, that was the limit. The law of tides had reached the rudimentary level. In fact, under such conditions, many would be able to comprehend the law of tides at the rudimentary level. It was not just limited to the law of tides, but also various other laws. As long as the law chains could be manifested, comprehending more laws would not be a problem at all. After all, the comprehension of laws at the rudimentary level was nothing impressive. The most difficult thing was comprehending laws at the planetary level. Of course, certain special laws, such as the law of time, the law of space, and so on, would definitely be difficult to comprehend. 4. Example, Lin Feng now had the law of annihilation at the planetary level. He could manifest so many laws, but he could not manifest the law of time, or the law of space. For such special laws, even comprehending them to the rudimentary level would be very impressive. Lin Feng knew that Greiman had spatial innate ability, but it would still be very difficult to comprehend the law of space. Master, congratulations on finally comprehending the law of tides. Long Betham had divided a portion of its consciousness into Lin Feng's communicator to communicate with him at any time. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he said calmly, "If I can't even comprehend the law of tides like this, I'm afraid you should be disappointed. However, it's only at the rudimentary level. It's impossible to reach the planetary level in a short period of time." Lin Feng shook his head as well. Of course he knew how difficult it was to comprehend the law of tides. Even his comprehension at the rudimentary level was only attainable with the aid of the law of annihilation. In the future, if he wanted the law of tides to reach the planetary level, he would have to experience some kind of opportunity or fortuitous encounter. It was just like how Lin Feng's law of annihilation had not reached the planetary level from nothing. It was only in a life-or-death situation, when the cells in his body were on the verge of annihilation one by one, that he finally comprehended the true meaning of the law of annihilation, and it reached the planetary level. Let's go up there and take a look. Lin Feng withdrew his combat body, then leaped abruptly and flew straight into the tidal sky. Passing through the atmosphere, Lin Feng quickly arrived at the outermost layer. He saw the beautiful canopy again. However, when Lin Feng circulated the law of annihilation, this canopy had already changed drastically in his eyes. This canopy was actually merged with the entire planet, and had almost become a part of it. If he wanted to break through this canopy, he had to break through the entire planet, and possess the power to counter against the entire planet. I see. No wonder it's said that only planetary lifeforms can break through this canopy. Lin Feng took a deep breath and deployed the tidal combat body. He used the 35-kilometer tidal combat body and the tidal law. Boom. Lin Feng threw a punch. Under the enhancement of the law of tides, his combat body felt very miraculous. It was as if every cell was filled with power, and every cell was filled with battle intent. With a punch, the world shook. The massive canopy also quickly diffused in all directions like ripples in water. Buzz. Lin Feng suddenly sensed that even the underground ley lines seemed to be shaking violently. His punch on the canopy actually affected the ley lines. It seemed like the canopy was too closely attached to the planet. Lin Feng's punch also created a huge commotion. The canopy kept flickering, as if it had been dealt a huge impact. After all, Lin Feng's punch was enhanced by the law of tides, and was not inferior to the behemoth of Armageddon at all. However, in the end, the canopy returned to its original state without any changes. Lin Feng was not too disappointed. This was within his expectations. After all, even if he had the enhancement of the law of tides, so what if his strength was comparable to the behemoth of Armageddon? Back then, the behemoth of Armageddon had not been able to break through the canopy either. It was natural that he could not break through the canopy too. Did he really have to wait until he underwent 5 life transitions? Or until his law of tides reached the planetary level? Lin Feng's expression gradually calmed down. Suddenly, he extended his hand. Swoosh. The spear of destruction appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Perhaps no one knew that when Lin Feng's law of annihilation reached the planetary level, he had actually already completely mastered the spear of destruction. That's right. With this origin weapon, and Lin Feng's planetary level comprehension of the law of annihilation, he could mobilize the full power of the spear of destruction. At that time, this strike would not be inferior to a strike from a planetary life form at all. Spear of destruction. Lin Feng's vision turned gray again. Then, the spear of destruction suddenly lengthened, turning into a terrifying spear a few kilometers long. It was densely covered in patterns. This was the true form of the spear of destruction. Swish. The annihilative power in the spear of destruction surged out in a frenzy, before transforming into a shocking thrust that struck the canopy hard. Chapter 382, A Quiet Departure. Chapter 382, A Quiet Departure. Open. Lin Feng growled. Immediately, the annihilative power in the spear of destruction erupted. This was an origin weapon that could injure a true planetary life form. When unleashed at full force, it was not inferior to ordinary planetary life forms at all. Hence, after Lin Feng mobilized the spear of destruction and struck with all his might, a hole was actually torn open in the canopy. It was this opening that caused the entire planet to shake. Endless pressure surged towards him. However, with the spear of destruction at hand, Lin Feng was not afraid. Following this opening, Lin Feng saw the starry cosmos outside. Vast, deep, and dark. In short, this cosmos seemed a little different from the cosmos seen through telescopes in the past. Even with just a glance, one seemed to be able to sense its coldness and desolation. Lin Feng was ready to leave through this opening, but then, he hesitated. Now is not the time yet. Lin Feng eventually suppressed the impulse in his heart. He retracted the spear of destruction. Then, without the suppression of the power of the spear of destruction, the canopy gradually returned to its original state. This canopy could only be broken by planetary-level power. There was no other way. Although Lin Feng had not become a planetary life form, his law of annihilation had reached the planetary level, and could unleash the full power of the spear of destruction. Hence, relying on the origin weapon, the spear of destruction, Lin Feng possessed powerful strength comparable to a planetary life form. That was how he could tear open a hole in the canopy. The canopy had already recovered. Lin Feng did not linger in the atmosphere and returned straight to the League of Guardians headquarters. This is great, Master. If you can tear open the canopy, we can enter the universe. Longbetham's tone revealed excitement. It had actually been waiting for this day for a long time. At one point, it even felt that there was no possibility of ever returning to the universe. That's right. We can go to the universe now, but I have to make some arrangements first. Lin Feng returned to the League of Guardians and asked the League of Guardians to repair Longbetham's spaceship with all they had. After all, only Longbetham's spaceship had the ability to travel through the universe. With the current ability of human technology, even with the combined technological strength of the previous few ancient civilizations, it was impossible to achieve interstellar travel. Apart from repairing the spaceship, Lin Feng was currently reforming the League of Guardians. He also got Longbetham to manufacture some robots. Lin Feng had even infused a large amount of annihilative power into these robots. They could kill even life forms with 5 life transitions with a single strike. However, this would consume a portion of the annihilative power in the spear of destruction. After all, only the annihilative power in the spear of destruction was the annihilative power obtained from a star, and possessed such terrifying might. In order to protect his family, Lin Feng would not hesitate to sacrifice some of the annihilative power in the spear of destruction. For this reason, Lin Feng used Longbetham's technology and the materials from the underground base of the League of Guardians to create a total of 5 robots in a few months. These 5 robots were made of liquid metal. Their forms varied in sizes and were changeable. Then, they all used the annihilative power in the spear of destruction as the energy source. These 5 robots were not recorded in any of the archives of the League of Guardians, and only Chu Chen had the authority. The 5 robots were sufficient to kill life forms that had undergone 5 life transitions. As long as the other party had not comprehended the law, or was resistant to annihilative power like the behemoth of Armageddon, these 5 robots could deal with them. 5 robots were enough to protect Lin Feng's family. Of course, the 5 robots were his last resort, the trump card that Lin Feng had left behind. On the surface, Lin Feng gradually let go of the authority of the League of Guardians and let Chu Chen take over, with Zhang Qiji assisting. Moreover, the armed robots in the League of Guardians were also under Chu Chen's authority. This way, even if Lin Feng left, his family would be very safe. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. Seeing his son and daughter gradually grow up, and even his sister, Lin Qian. Getting married and starting a family, Lin Feng's heart gradually became restless. He wanted to leave to pursue his own dream. "Master, have you made your decision?" "I've made my decision." Long Betham said nothing more. Now that the spaceship had been completely repaired, they could leave at any time. However, the fact that Lin Feng was leaving was too huge of a matter. Lin Feng was only prepared to tell one person, the person he trusted the most. Night fell. Lin Feng and Chu Chen came to the garden together. Dazzling stars adorned the dark sky. "Chen, I wonder what the stars in the universe look like," Lin Feng said. Chu Chen did not answer immediately. Instead, she pondered for a while and said faintly, "Lin Feng, although I'm a little reluctant, I know that you need to pursue your own dream. Go, I'll help you protect the League of Guardians and your home." Chen. Lin Feng did not expect Chu Chen to be so reasonable. However, after the two of them were married, what could he possibly hide from Chu Chen? "Go. It's too cruel to tie you to my side. I'm also too selfish. After you leave, I'll also strive for a second life transition, or even a third life transition. Then, I'll still be able to live for a few hundred years. I just hope that after you leave, you won't forget me in this place. No matter when, this place will always be your foundation." Lin Feng hugged Chu Chen gently and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I'm just going to explore the universe. I'll definitely return. When the time comes, I'll personally break the canopy, and let everyone on the entire planet enter the universe." That night, Chu Chen slept very soundly. As dawn approached, the sky was still gray and dusky, but Lin Feng was already awake. "Master, do you not need to bid farewell? Let's go. Chen already knows." Lin Feng looked back at Chu Chen once more, then strode out of the bedroom. Long Betham was already prepared. The spaceship began to take off slowly. The people from the League of Guardians headquarters had long been sent away by Long Betham with an excuse. Hence, no one except Chu Chen knew that Lin Feng had chosen to leave at this time. Moreover, after Lin Feng left, Chu Chen would also announce that Lin Feng was in seclusion. At least for a long time, the outside world would not know that Lin Feng had already left. As the spaceship took off, the League of Guardians headquarters became smaller and smaller. In the end, it became a black dot, before disappearing completely. Lin Feng did not see that not long after the spaceship took off, Chu Chen stood in front of the window and watched the spaceship take off. Quietly. There was reluctance in her eyes, but even more regret. If possible, she would actually have preferred to leave with Lin Feng, but she could not. Just as she had said, this was Lin Feng's foundation. The only thing she could do was protect this place for Lin Feng. Chapter 383, Interstellar Voyage. Chapter 383, Interstellar Voyage. The spaceship arrived at the canopy again. Lin Feng walked out and activated the Spear of Destruction in his hand. Immediately, the Spear of Destruction tore a huge opening in the canopy. The spaceship successfully flew out of the opening torn into the canopy. Swoosh. After finally flying out of the planet, Lin Feng looked back again and realized that the planet had completely disappeared under his mental power. It disappeared. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He mobilized the mental power sphere again, and his massive mental power swept towards the planet below. However, just like before, the planet had completely disappeared under his mental power's detection. However, Lin Feng could see this planet very clearly with his naked eye. Could that canopy be the reason the planet can block the perception of mental power? Lin Feng felt that this was very likely. Long Betham had once said that this canopy was both protection and imprisonment to this planet. This ability to be concealed from mental power might be a kind of protective function. After all, the range of those planetary lifeforms' mental power was very terrifying. Even Lin Feng's current mental power could sense an area of over 100 kilometers, let alone those planetary lifeforms. Perhaps with a sweep of their mental power, they could discover the situation of some planets in many regions. However, with this canopy, mental power could not sense it. Perhaps then, they would think that this place was empty, and nothing was here. Only by truly arriving here could one see this planet with the eyes. Long Betham, how did you see this planet back then? Back then, I ran out of energy and wandered around the universe. In the end, I drifted here without realizing it. Discovering this planet was also a complete accident. I tried using the probe on the spaceship to detect it, but it found nothing too. This planet can only be seen with the eye. Lin Feng nodded. This was indeed very strange. Master, although I drifted here, there have always been records on my spaceship. Hence, the cosmic coordinates of this planet can be confirmed. Master, you have to remember these cosmic coordinates well. In the future, you will only be able to find this planet through these coordinates. Once we find the cosmic route, I will delete all the routes concerning this planet in the spaceship. Lin Feng nodded. Long Betham was very cautious. In the universe, there were many planets with civilizations and life forms. However, if a life planet did not give birth to a planetary life form, it would be in a lot of danger. Other powerful civilizations or life forms might destroy such planets out of greed. Hence, before Lin Feng became a planetary life form, or before enough experts were born on the planet, he would not expose the location of this planet lightly. Once exposed, it might bring destruction upon his home planet. I've memorized the coordinates. Let's leave. Lin Feng took another long look at the home planet. Then, the spaceship began traveling towards the depths of the universe. This was the first time Lin Feng had arrived in the vast universe. The universe was cold, dark, and filled with all kinds of chaotic power. Lin Feng had even flown out of the spaceship before. His tidal combat body could withstand the corrosion of various energies in the universe. However, it clearly faced a lot more restrictions than on the planet. For life transitions were nothing much in the vast universe. At most, it was just a lesser life form. Of course, Lin Feng had comprehended the planetary law of annihilation, which was extraordinary. Lin Feng had tried it before. In the universe, his planetary law of annihilation was still powerful. It could even cause an annihilative storm in the universe. However, the rudimentary law of tides was almost next to useless. It couldn't do anything at all in the universe, and could only be used in conjunction with the tidal combat body to increase the power of the tidal combat body. Lin Feng understood from this that only by reaching the planetary level could laws be of some use in the universe. In the universe, one must be able to endure loneliness. In the beginning, Lin Feng was still very excited, because the universe was filled with new things, such as those cold planets, meteors, or some kind of cosmic phenomenon. Everything seemed so novel. But as time went by, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. A few months later, Lin Feng felt that everything was very boring. It felt like during the few months the spaceship had been flying, the exterior always remained unchanged. It was always a cold and pitch-black universe. Boredom and tedium were the normal state of cosmic navigation. Long Betham, are you sure this is the correct route? A year later, Lin Feng could not help but question Long Betham. The spaceship flew at 5 times the speed of light, which meant that the flight for a year traveled a distance of about 5 light years. However, there was still no change. The spaceship still had not exited this galaxy. This was actually very normal. Ordinary galaxies were tens of thousands of light years in diameter, and there were also galaxies with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of light years in diameter. Right now, Lin Feng's spaceship had only flown a distance of 5 light years. That was nothing much. The maximum acceleration of this spaceship could actually reach 20 times the speed of light, but the energy consumed would be an astronomical figure. Forget about 20 times the speed of light, even at 10 times the speed of light, the current energy supply on the spaceship would not be able to hold out for long. Energy was an eternal theme in the universe. Be it cultivators or technological civilizations, they all emphasized on energy. The energy modules on Lin Feng's home planet did not contain much energy. After all, the level of technology was too poor. Even if a spaceship was Filled entirely with energy modules, they could only enable it to travel at 5 times the speed of light. If it went any faster, the increase in energy consumption would not be worth it. Master, we are almost there. We should be able to reach the established route soon. At that time, we can go to the Roya Empire in the Roya Galaxy first. We can replenish our energy in the Roya Empire, then travel directly to the Beaumont Galaxy through the spatial passage of the Roya Empire. Lin Feng nodded. He did not know much about interstellar travel either, so he could only leave it to Longbetham's operations. He was not actually doubting Longbetham, but he just felt that interstellar travel was too boring. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, about a month later, the spaceship's alarm sounded. A large spaceship has been discovered. There are many armed spaceships within the region of 1 light-year area ahead. Lin Feng also heard the alarm and immediately opened his eyes. Spaceships. Lin Feng was very excited. The presence of spaceships meant the presence of intelligent life forms. This was really a great thing. He had been in the spaceship for a year and a month, and it was really boring to the extreme. He had never even seen a single alien life form. Perhaps this was an opportunity to come into contact with alien life forms in the universe for the first time. Chapter 384, Slave Catcher Squad. Chapter 384, Slave Catcher Squad. Master, alien life forms might not be friendly. The universe is a jungle. You must be careful. Longbetham reminded Lin Feng. The universe was not safe. If one was not a planetary life form, it was rather dangerous to sail in the universe. Even planetary life forms might perish in the universe. Don't worry, of course I'm aware that people can harbor sinister intents. Approach them quietly and don't let them discover us. Lin Feng was well aware of the dark side in people, and would not charge in rashly. Hence, lo. As he approached the planet, he saw the tragedy that befell it. The battleships on the planet could not even reach the universe, and could only fly within the planet. How could they resist these hundreds of advanced battleships? Longbetham, how advanced are these spaceships? These are battleships. They are actually similar to my spaceship. However, they are pure battleships equipped with powerful cannons. Even life forms with 5 life transitions cannot contend with this fleet of battleships. Longbetham's tone was grim. So powerful. What are they trying to do? Are they trying to destroy this planet? No, they are not trying to destroy this planet. They are trying to conquer this planet. If I am not wrong, this fleet is made up of some notorious slave catchers in the universe. They must be the slave catchers of some chamber of commerce. Their goal is to search for unclaimed planets in the universe, and capture those intelligent life forms to sell them as slaves to some individuals or factions in the universe. Slaves. That is right, slaves. In the universe, slave traders are second only to devouring life forms in notoriety. Devouring life forms rely entirely on their instincts to devour all planets with energy. They are like locusts that leave nothing behind. Wherever they go, everything is reduced to dust. On the other hand, slave catchers do not abide by the civilization convention in the universe at all. Slave trading is very rampant. This is especially the case for an unclaimed planet like this. Without sufficient martial strength, it is naturally difficult to escape the fate of becoming slaves. It was obvious that Longbetham also abhorred such slave catcher squads. Lin Feng looked at the intelligent life forms on the planet below. They looked similar to humans, only taller, and had a pair of long ears. At this moment, every life form was filled with sorrow and despair. This planet should be a pure technological civilization. However, its technological level was very low, and could not even enter the universe. Faced with hundreds of armed battleships, it was naturally defenseless. Never mind this planet, when Lin Feng compared it to his home planet, he realized that with the overall strength of his home planet, without him and without the canopy, it probably wouldn't end up much better than this planet below when faced with this slave catcher squad. No wonder Longbetham wanted to delete all the information about his home planet after confirming the route. His home planet was just Too weak in the universe, and still had no ability to protect itself until now. Lin Feng's gaze was cold. He did not consider himself a moral saint. He would never show mercy to people who violated his interests. He had also killed many people. However, Lin Feng could not turn a blind eye to this kind of wanton slaughter of countless intelligent lifeforms just for a little profit. Swoosh! Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he flew out. Eh? A life form is approaching. Life form. Zoom in on the image. The captain of the slave catchers saw that a life form had suddenly appeared on the screen. Moreover, from its appearance, he was the same as them. However, how could he cross the universe with just his physical body? That must be a cultivator. This is a cultivator. Scan him immediately and determine the level of life transitions. The Roya Empire was considered a high-level civilization. Although it was a technological civilization, it interacted with many cultivation civilizations. Hence, they naturally had a way to evaluate cultivators. Scan complete. According to evaluations, the other party is a life form with 4 life transitions. 4 life transitions. The captain heaved a sigh of relief. Although 4 life transitions was already very powerful, that was nothing compared to their fleet. No matter who he is, he must be up to no good if he's approaching us at this time. Target him with the main cannon and kill him. As slave catchers, they were extremely powerful even in the Roya Empire. Now, in the vast universe, they were completely unrestrained. When killing a mere cultivator with 4 life transitions. Hence, the main cannon was aimed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, run. Their main cannon is already aimed at you. Long Betham seemed to have sensed something and hurriedly reminded Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression turned cold. As expected of the slave catchers, they killed without distinction. In that case, he would not hold back. Against mere battleships, he did not even need to use his combat body and the spear of destruction. Annihilate. Lin Feng waved his hand, his gaze incomparably frigid. In an instant, a storm seemed to have stirred up in the universe. A terrifying annihilative power swept over majestically, enveloping hundreds of airships. This is law. How can a mere life form with 4 life transitions comprehend planetary law? The captain was of course knowledgeable. However, with planetary law, they could already be considered a planetary life form to a certain extent. Even the weakest planetary life form was a great life form. If he had known that Lin Feng had the power equivalent to a planetary life form, the captain would never have dared to offend a planetary life form no matter how brazen he was. No. Unfortunately, there was no cure for regret in the universe. As the annihilative storm swept through hundreds of spaceships, these hundreds of advanced battleships armed to the teeth were immediately torn apart by the annihilative storm, and reduced to dust in the universe. Chapter 385, Sacred Stone of Anathema. Chapter 385, Sacred Stone of Anathema. In the universe, hundreds of spaceships had already disappeared, reduced to dust. The oracles on the planet were all a little stunned. Through technological means, they could naturally see the figure standing in the universe just now. With a wave of his hands, hundreds of powerful battleships were annihilated. A deity, this was a deity. Who could be so powerful apart from deities? When Lin Feng flew into the planet, all the oracles were deeply grateful to Lin Feng, and filled with reverence. Even though this was a technological civilization, ancient myths and legends were still passed down. Lin Feng's current actions were almost no different from the deities in myths and legends. You're safe for the time being. Lin Feng's mental power transmitted it directly to the minds of these oracles. Thank you, deity. Lin Feng was a little surprised, because he realized that an old man could actually communicate with him through mental power. Moreover, this old man seemed to have a very high status among the oracles. Who are you? Respected deity, I am the wise man of the oracles. Wise man. Lin Feng sized up this old man. Although his body was old and frail, his eyes did shine with the light of intelligence. There were too many civilizations in the universe. Wise men had always existed in some civilizations, and it was not impossible for wise men to guide the Progress of civilizations. Venerable deity, in gratitude for defeating the vile aliens, we are willing to offer this sacred stone of anathema as a token of gratitude to you. Sacred stone of anathema. Lin Feng was a little confused. Since it was a sacred stone of anathema which carried misfortune, why would it be given to him as a gift? Venerable deity, this sacred stone of anathema fell from the sky tens of thousands of years ago and landed on our planet. It was once the cause of large-scale slaughter. Legend has it that every owner who obtained the sacred stone of anathema would suffer misfortune. In its long history, many people did suffer misfortune after obtaining the sacred stone of anathema. However, there is a miraculous power in this sacred stone. Even as the wise man, I cannot utilize this power. However, deities possess magnificent and miraculous power. I believe that in the hands of a deity, the sacred stone of anathema will become a true sacred stone. This is the most precious gift of the oracles. Deity, please accept it. I see. I'll accept the sacred stone, but the oracles are only safe for the time being. There are too many dangers in the universe. I'll pass. Down a volume of cosmic cultivation techniques. I hope in the future, a great life form can also be born on your planet to protect all oracles. Lin Feng was moved to compassion. Hence, he imparted the ordinary combat body technique cultivated on his home planet to the oracles, granting them a little ability to protect themselves. This kind of combat body cultivation method was very common in the universe, but not all civilizations could obtain it. As for whether the oracles would give birth to planetary life forms in the future to protect themselves, this was not something Lin Feng could guarantee. Hence, Lin Feng put away the sacred stone of anathema and left the planet, returning to the spaceship. Looking at the oracle's planet that was getting further and further away, Lin Feng heaved a long sigh and said, "In the universe, weakness is the original sin." It was fortunate that Lin Feng could encounter Long Betham. Otherwise, the current human civilization would probably have been destroyed long ago. Perhaps the behemoth of Armageddon would even become a planetary life form, and devour his home planet in one gulp. There was great danger within the planet, but so was there in the universe. If Lin Feng had not passed by, the home of the oracles would probably have been destroyed, and the oracles would have become slaves for generations. As for the sacred stone of anathema, Lin Feng did not pay much mind to it. Perhaps it was just a special gem. The so-called misfortune meant nothing to him. Lin Feng held the sacred stone of anathema in his hand and did not feel anything. Under the observation of his mental power, the sacred stone of anathema was just an ordinary stone. Even when Lin Feng channeled star power into it, there was no movement at all. Perhaps the so-called misfortune was just the meaning denoted by the oracles themselves. After all, a gem, and a fabled otherworldly gem at that, was legendary in itself. Once it appeared, it would immediately lead to disputes. Hence, the sacred stone of anathema would always bring misfortune. This was just some special significance given by the oracles themselves. It was not of much effect to Lin Feng. Long Betham, do you know what material this sacred stone of anathema is made of? Lin Feng called Long Betham over. After Long Betham scanned it, it shook its head and said, "I have never seen this kind of material. Perhaps it is a stone from certain celestial bodies. In the universe, there are countless unknown materials. The collapse of stars, the explosion of the universe, and so on, will all produce all kinds of new substances." Even Long Betham had never seen this kind of sacred stone of anathema. Lin Feng pondered for a while. Suddenly, he felt a trace of annihilative power on the sacred stone of anathema. Hence, he used the law of annihilation. Buzz. As soon as the law of annihilation enveloped the sacred stone of anathema, it immediately shook slightly. This is. With a thought from Lin Feng, his mental power quickly enveloped the sacred stone of anathema. Immediately, an image appeared in Lin Feng's mind. In the cold and dark universe, the terrifying laws of anathema were everywhere, forming howling storms that created cosmic catastrophes. The law of annihilation would destroy everything it came across. This is the law of annihilation. Lin Feng was very shocked. He had a familiar feeling about the scene in his mind, as if the law within was the law of annihilation, but it was also somewhat different. It felt like the law of annihilation was stronger in the image that appeared in his mind. Could it be the advanced law? Lin Feng had obtained Bamon's legacy, so he naturally knew that there were also differences in comprehension of law, rudimentary, planetary, and galactic levels. The planetary law was also divided into elementary law, advanced law, and ultimate law. They corresponded to elementary planetary life forms, advanced planetary life forms, and ultimate planetary life forms. Currently, Lin Feng had only comprehended the elementary planetary law. This sacred stone of anathema was really strange. Lin Feng did not just have the law of annihilation. He had also comprehended the law of tides. However, his law of tides had only reached the rudimentary level. Hence, he used the law of tides to envelop the sacred stone of anathema. Buzz. Buzz. As expected, the sacred stone of anathema shook again. This time, a large amount of laws of tides appeared in Lin Feng's mind. It was overwhelming, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. However, Lin Feng had seen the law of annihilation that appeared in his mind this time before. It was the law of tides that Lin Feng had manifested with the law of annihilation. This was the law of tides at the planetary level. As expected, this sacred stone can actually manifest laws, and the manifested laws are a level higher than the laws comprehended by the cultivator. Lin Feng was incomparably excited. This was really a sacred stone. It had to be known that it was actually very hard to manifest laws. Moreover, comprehending laws was also very difficult. In a sense, it was even more difficult than life transitions for planetary life forms. However, if one could study more profound laws at all times, it would be unimaginably helpful for comprehending laws. Chapter 386, Roya Imperial Planet. Chapter 386, Roya Imperial Planet. What exactly is this sacred stone of anathema? Lin Feng's expression was solemn. Being able to deduce and manifest laws had already exceeded Lin Feng's understanding. According to the oracles, this sacred stone of anathema had descended from the sky. It seemed like it had fallen into the oracle's planet from the universe. Even though Lin Feng did not know the origins of this sacred stone of anathema, he understood its use very well. Even great galactic life forms would probably go crazy over it. Hence, he could not tell anyone, not even Long Betham. Once anything was leaked, Lin Feng did not think he would be able to keep the sacred stone of anathema. Hence, Lin Feng quietly carried the sacred stone of anathema with him. Then, he slowly comprehended the law of tides and the law of annihilation in the spaceship. Each day, profound laws appeared before him. Lin Feng believed that it would not take long for his comprehension of the law of tides to reach the planetary level. The vast and cold cosmos was unchanging most of the time. It was very boring. After a few more years, Long Betham woke Lin Feng up. Master, we have already arrived at the Roya Galaxy. We are less than a light year away from the Roya Imperial Planet. Have we arrived? Lin Feng looked at the nebula outside and said firmly, delete everything related to my home planet, especially the interstellar travel route. The deletion of the interstellar travel route was also to protect his home planet. Lin Feng had already memorized the cosmic coordinates of his home planet. As long as there were cosmic coordinates, even if he wasted a little time, he would definitely be able to find his home planet again eventually. However, he could not let anyone else know about the existence of his home planet. Long Betham immediately deleted all the routes related to the home planet. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. It had been almost 5 years between the time they left the home planet, and now when they were about to arrive at the Roya Imperial Planet. Without a spatial passage, no matter how fast one was, the distances of interstellar travel were always very long in the scope of the vast universe. Head for the Roya Imperial Planet at full speed. Lin Feng gave Long Betham the order. Only after arriving at the Roya Imperial Planet could they replenish their energy, and travel to the Bamond Galaxy directly through the spatial passage. Otherwise, relying on the spaceship alone, even flying at 10 or 100 times the speed of light would take countless years, never mind 5 times the speed of light. Lin Feng used the sacred stone of anathema to comprehend the laws with his all. Be it the law of annihilation or the law of tides, Lin Feng felt that both had improved greatly. This was especially the case for the law of tides. He had already vaguely grasped the essence of the planetary law of tides. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could comprehend the planetary law of tides. This was truly miraculous. Without the sacred stone of anathema, Lin Feng might not be able to comprehend the planetary law of tides. Even in hundreds or thousands of years. Even some planetary lifeforms could not comprehend planetary laws. This was enough to show how difficult planetary laws were. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Lin Feng could clearly sense the planetary law of tides from the sacred stone of anathema. It appeared in his mind almost every moment, as if he was experiencing it himself. There was no difference. So that's the law of tides. Lin Feng opened his eyes and extended his hand. A storm appeared vaguely in his palm. Boom. 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 At this moment, a terrifying storm actually brewed in the cosmos outside the spaceship. The violent storm swept over, instantly, enveloping the area around the spaceship. This is bad, Master. We have encountered a cosmic storm. Long Betham was panicking. This was a cosmic storm. Once the spaceship was caught in it, they would really be doomed. However, Lin Feng did not respond. Instead, the spaceship was enveloped by the storm, but it was not damaged at all. The spaceship was at the eye of the cosmic storm, and the storm seemed to be opening the path for them instead. The law of tides. Realization dawned on Long Betham. It turned around and realized that Lin Feng was already standing behind it. Master, is this the planetary law of tides? Long Betham seemed incredulous. That's right. This is the planetary law of tides. Lin Feng said with a smile. He had finally comprehended the planetary law of tides. In the universe, he could stir up a tidal storm at any time with a thought. It was simply unstoppable. The power of laws could be considered horrific. Master, your aptitude is unbelievable. Long Betham was truly excited. In the past, it had thought that Lin Feng's aptitude in the combat body was mediocre, and that his eventual achievements might not be much. It did not expect Lin Feng's aptitude in laws to be so strong. It was simply incredible. He was the life form with the strongest aptitude regarding laws that it had ever seen. Laws contained the truth of the universe. The combat body was actually combat power. Life transitions were the evolution of life. When the evolution of life was combined with the truth of the universe, that would be invincibility. No one could reach the peak just by relying on life transitions. Only by combining life transitions with laws, and improving them at the same time, could one eventually reach the top and become a true top expert. At the very least, Lin Feng's aptitude in laws could be considered that of a top genius in the universe. Long Betham had a good reason to be excited. As long as it recognized Lin Feng as its master, its fate would practically be tied to Lin Feng's. If Lin Feng was mediocre, Long Betham would also be mediocre. If Lin Feng was talented without match and performed extraordinarily, Long Betham could also rise to the top along with him in the future. The two were bound together for good or ill. Lin Feng glanced indifferently at Long Betham. He had the sacred stone of anathema. In terms of comprehending laws, even if one's aptitude was mediocre, with the aid of the sacred stone of anathema, their aptitude in laws would be comparable to the top geniuses in the universe. Long Betham's eyes were shining. It seemed to be looking forward to returning to Beaumont this time. It would definitely be able to carry itself with pride. Even mechanical lifeforms with prolonged lifespans were not that different from ordinary lifeforms in certain aspects. The spaceship flew continuously for almost a year. Finally, Lin Feng saw an incomparably huge planet ahead. How should he put it? Even Lin Feng was shocked. The planet in front of him was almost hundreds of times the size of an ordinary planet. He did not even dare To imagine that a planet could be so huge. Master, we have arrived at the Roya Imperial Planet. The Roya Empire is a technological civilization that has conquered the massive Roya Galaxy. Its technological level is not inferior to our mechanical civilization. Long Betham gave a brief introduction on the Roya Empire to Lin Feng. The Roya Empire that controlled an entire galaxy was very powerful. Weapons like the planetary annihilation cannon were also standard weaponry to them. There were even terrifying weapons on the Roya Imperial Planet that could threaten galactic life forms. Those were the true foundation of the Roya Empire. Every civilization that could survive and thrive prosperously in the universe had its own unique properties. Even those planetary life forms had to avoid facing the Roya Empire, and did not dare to provoke it lightly. Let's go. We'll enter the Roya Imperial Planet, replenish our energy first, before passing through the spatial passage. Lin Feng was also very curious about the Roya Empire. This was the first powerful civilization he had seen in almost 6 years in the universe. Chapter 387, The Skull Chamber of Commerce's Rants. Chapter 387, The Skull Chamber of Commerce's Rants. The port of the Roya Imperial Planet was very prosperous. Every spaceship had to enter the port to dock and register. It was very strict. Of course, Long Betham was already very familiar with this process, so he naturally let Long Betham handle everything. Master, we can leave the spaceship now. Lin Feng nodded and left the spaceship with Long Betham. Outside the space, Yingting jumped for a long time before Zilingyun rained on her parade a little. Ah. I can't be sure of things just yet. After all, I haven't confirmed that I'm Zhou Hua's daughter, and we haven't confirmed whether Inkle and Zhou Hua have that kind of relationship yet. We have. Listen up, Wu Pingting explained anxiously. Yesterday, you heard from my grandfather that uncle didn't get married and have children, and instead adopted that ingrate Wu Zongxiu, was because he loved this girl, the girl who saved him in the valley. Even though he never said why he was so obsessed with that girl, if that girl was your mother, you can probably guess why. Even though they only had one night, uncle and your mother did it. After that, uncle was rescued by grandpa, and your mother disappeared. Your mother probably went back and realized that she was pregnant with you. And my uncle is a loyal and monogamous man, so he never remarried. With that, Wu Pingting looked at Nangong Nuan excitedly and asked, Nuan, don't you think my sister looks very much like a member of my family? You haven't met my uncle, but you should have met my aunt. Both of them inherited my grandmother's looks and look very similar. Don't you think that sis looks very similar to my aunt? Nangong Nuan nodded. Yes, very similar. Senior sister and her mother's auras are very similar, but they only look about half alike. I wanted to say it when the two of you met yesterday. But I think that senior sister and your aunt look really similar. Right. Wu Pingting looked at Zilingyun proudly. Sis, since Nuan says so, you must be our Wu family's child. Let's go. Let's go home. I want to make everyone in the family take a DNA test with you. After saying that, Wu Pingting took out her phone and made a call. He immediately left the port with Lin Feng. The so-called black market was not actually shady. On the contrary, it was openly located in the downtown area. Lin Feng was stunned by the sight. Was this still the black market? Wasn't it afraid of being banned by the government? As if sensing Lin Feng's confusion, the young Royan guide called Bartis smiled and said, the owner of this black market is the Skull Chamber of Commerce. The Skull Chamber of Commerce is in the port area, and it is one of the largest factions. No one will dare to investigate the black market here, so you don't have to worry about trading here. Bartis led Lin Feng into the black market's energy shop. There were all kinds of energy displayed inside. With Long Betham's introduction, Lin Feng naturally knew what to buy. However, when it came to the price of these energy modules, Lin Feng encountered a very awkward situation. He had no money. That's right, he had no money. How long had it been since Lin Feng had used money on his home planet? In the universe, it was almost impossible to do anything without money. The universal currency that Roya Empire used was Roya's paper currency, but the hard currency in the universe was energy. For example, the 0.1 and 0.5 energy unit that Bartis had mentioned previously were the universal currencies. After all, both cultivation and technological civilizations required energy. The so-called 1 energy unit was about equivalent to the energy modules converted by the energy converter in Lin Feng's underground ruins. About 100 of them were equivalent to 1 energy unit. The technology of his home planet was very backward, and so was the conversion rate of energy. The energy contained in every energy module was actually very little. According to Longbetham's calculations, if the spaceship wanted to fly at the maximum speed, even if it was teleported to the Bamond galaxy, it would require a large amount of energy to reach the Bamond planet. According to the prices in the black market, at least 100 energy units were required to purchase it. However, the problem was that Lin Feng did not have that much money. This was rather awkward. Seeing Lin Feng's uncomfortable expression, Bartis thought that Lin Feng was dissatisfied with the price, so he hurriedly said, "Distinguished guest, the price here is already quite affordable. It's only available because I'm your guide and gave you a 10% discount. You won't be able to get this price anywhere else on the black market." Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Do you have any places for acquisition here?" "I don't have enough money, so I want to sell some things." "That's a simple matter. Please follow me." Bartis immediately led Lin Feng to a provision shop. Although it was called a provision shop, the shop was actually extremely grand. There was a dazzling array of all kinds of goods. Anything that one could imagine could be bought here. "What do you need?" "I'd like to sell some things." "Distinguished guest, do not worry. We have a professional appraiser here who knows all kinds of rare treasures in the universe by heart. The price is very fair and honest." Lin Feng nodded. Only a fool would actually believe it. In fact, all his belongings were specialties from his home planet. He did not know how much they were worth, but he would sell as many as he could. The executives of the Skull Chamber of Commerce had been very angry recently. The slave catchers had actually vanished. Before their disappearance, the slave catchers had only transmitted back a video. This cultivator actually destroyed the entire fleet of the slave catchers. He dares to destroy the fleet of our Skull Chamber of Commerce. Investigate him. This person must be found. The executives of the Skull Chamber of Commerce were furious. This was an entire fleet. The losses were considerable. Most importantly, the slave catchers had suffered a devastating blow before they could even send back the coordinates of the unclaimed planet they had discovered. This left the Skull Chamber of Commerce without even a chance to make up for their losses. If they could conquer that unclaimed planet, perhaps they could make up for their losses. But now, without accurate cosmic coordinates, it was practically impossible to find that unclaimed planet again. The Skull Chamber of Commerce actually did not hold much hope for finding the mysterious cultivator who destroyed the slave catcher fleet. There were countless cultivators in the universe. Perhaps it was just a passing cultivator. No matter how powerful the Skull Chamber of Commerce was, it was still a faction on the Roya Imperial planet. They would not be able to do anything to that mysterious cultivator unless he came to the Roya Imperial planet. However, when the Skull Chamber of Commerce took action to investigate the aliens who entered the port area, they really found something. Isn't this person the cultivator who destroyed the entire catcher fleet? He really dares to come to the Roya Imperial planet. Mobilize the Planet Annihilator battleships. He went to the black market in the port area. It's our territory. However, we can't deploy Planet Annihilator battleships on the Roya Imperial planet. Then mobilize the decapitation squad. Capture him no matter what. The executives of the Skull Chamber of Commerce were ranting. Chapter 388, Crushing the Decapitation Squad. Chapter 388, Crushing the Decapitation Squad. What? It's worth only 9 energy units in total. Lin Feng took out some specialties he had brought from his home planet. Unfortunately, these specialties were not worth much. They could only be exchanged for 9 energy units in total. There was still a huge gap from 100 energy units. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This was the first time he had been stumped by money. Actually, Lin Feng had many valuable things on him. For example, the Spear of Destruction was a priceless treasure as an origin weapon. Or the Sacred Stone of Anathema that he had just obtained. If anyone knew its value, it would drive countless people insane. However, Lin Feng would not sell these things at all. Long Betham, do you have any way to make money? Like some technology or something? Lin Feng asked Long Betham softly. Technology is worthless. The mechanical civilization I live in is not much more advanced than the Roya civilization. Without a generation gap in technology, it is very difficult to sell it. Long Betham said honestly. Long Betham, you wandered the universe escorting the legacy. Didn't your master give you anything valuable? Master, the former master once said that for disciples who obtain his legacy, every step on the way to the Bemont galaxy is a test. Therefore, we are not allowed to bring anything except the legacy. Lin Feng shook his head. This was indeed a little troublesome. Master, actually, you still have something valuable on you. What valuable things? The coordinates of the Oracle's planet. You destroyed that slave catcher fleet. Likely, no one knows the coordinates of the Oracle's planet for the time being. Just this information alone can fetch an astronomical price. Lin Feng understood now. Sometimes, information was also a resource. In particular, in the vast universe, an unclaimed planet with intelligent life forms was priceless. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many explorers. Calling them explorers was a euphemism. In reality, most explorers were actually slave catchers. Once they discovered an unclaimed planet with intelligent life forms, they would be able to obtain more than a lifetime's worth of wealth. However, Lin Feng rejected the proposal without any hesitation. Since he had saved the oracles once, he could not betray them. Moreover, the oracles had given him all the precious sacred stone of anathema. Let's think of other ways. Long Betham did not say anything else. It knew that Lin Feng would not agree. Its responsibility was only making suggestions. The ultimate decision was still up to Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized that a commotion was stirring up in the black market. There seemed to be a lot of noisy footsteps in the distance. What's going on? Lin Feng naturally looked at Bartis. Actually, Bartis was already beginning to regret bringing Lin Feng to the black market. He originally thought that Lin Feng was a rich client, only for Lin Feng to turn out to be a pauper. The things he brought were only worth 9 energy units. Even if he satisfied Lin Feng eventually, he probably would not receive much payment in the end. However, Bartis was still very professional. He smiled and said, "It's nothing. They're probably the management personnel of the black market. This black market is controlled by the Skull Chamber of Commerce. They will send people to maintain order in the black market. Otherwise, the black market won't be so safe." Skull Chamber of Commerce. Lin Feng frowned slightly. His mental power had already sensed that there were many people in strange clothes ahead, and there was a huge skull symbol on their bodies. Seeing this symbol, an image flashed through Lin Feng's mind. It was the slave catcher fleet he had destroyed back then. There was such a huge skull symbol on those battleships. "Master, we are in trouble." Long Betham also became nervous. Those people were fully armed and immediately surrounded Lin Feng. Bartis was stunned. He tried his best to explain, but he was taken away by those people with the skull symbol on their clothes. "You're the cultivator who destroyed our slave catcher fleet." Lin Feng glanced coldly at these people. Strangely, they did not have much energy on them, but the weapons in their hands gave Lin Feng a faint sense of threat. However, it was only a slight threat. He could even destroy the entire battleship fleet of the other party, let alone these people. So that slave catcher squad belongs to your Skull Chamber of Commerce. With that said, Lin Feng could be considered to have personally admitted that he was the one who destroyed the slave catcher fleet. The atmosphere between the two parties immediately tensed. "How dare you?" You destroyed the fleet of our Skull Chamber of Commerce, and you still dare to come to the Roya Imperial planet. You'd better tell us the cosmic coordinates of that planet. Perhaps then, your crimes can still be pardoned. Since you already know that I destroyed your entire battleship fleet, why did the Skull Chamber of Commerce still send you to your deaths? Lin Feng's eyes were cold. He would not stand on ceremony at all with a chamber of commerce that supported slave catchers. Cultivator, perhaps you are very strong, but no matter how strong you are you stronger than the Planet Annihilator battleships? Our Planet Annihilator battleships have already locked onto you. You'd better come with us. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Is that so? You dare to mobilize Planet Annihilator battleships on the Roya Imperial planet? Lin Feng sneered. The other party treated him like a fool who knew nothing. Perhaps the Skull Chamber of Commerce had some status in the Roya Imperial planet, but mobilizing the Planet Annihilator battleships to launch a strike on the Roya Imperial planet, that was simply courting their own death. Once the Skull Chamber of Commerce did this, they would probably cease to exist tomorrow. You. Lin Feng extended his hand and clenched it gently. Bang. 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 The members of the decapitation team in the black market were all crushed by Lin Feng like balloons. A storm swept through the entire black market, and those decapitation squad members were directly reduced to dust. To Lin Feng, they were only relying on technological weapons. Without large-scale destructive weapons such as the planetary annihilation cannon on the Planet Annihilator battleships, they would not pose any threat to him at all. The power of technological civilizations lay in some tools and weapons, while cultivators relied on themselves. Retreat, retreat. The members of the decapitation squad were dumbfounded. Who were they up against? They had also encountered many cultivators. But even cultivators who had undergone 5 life transitions could not be so strong without using their combat body. Even if they used their combat body, they had methods sufficient to deal with it. But now, Lin Feng had crushed their decapitation squad like an ant. The so-called decapitation squad was simply a joke. Bartis watched this scene almost in a stupor. Just who was this person he was receiving? This was not some rich young master, but a terrifying cosmic bandit. No, even a heinous cosmic bandit would not dare to resist the Skull Chamber of Commerce so brazenly on the Roya Imperial planet. Half of the 3,000 members of the decapitation squad were directly killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not kill the remaining half. Instead, he said indifferently, "Go back and send a message to the president of your Skull Chamber of Commerce. Ask him to apologize with 1,000,000 energy units. Otherwise, I'll charge to the headquarters of your Skull Chamber of Commerce. When the time comes, this small compensation won't be enough." With that, Lin Feng sat leisurely in the provision shop without any intention of leaving. Chapter 389, Someone Sending Money. Chapter 389, Someone Sending Money. Long Betham, look, someone will be sending money to us. Lin Feng sat leisurely in the provision shop, his expression very relaxed. Long Betham did not know what to say. Was this sending money? This was extortion. However, would the Skull Chamber of Commerce be extorted? It was very doubtful. Master, the Skull Chamber of Commerce is quite powerful in the Roya Star. Is it too dangerous for us to stay here? Dangerous? The Planet Annihilator battleships. Yes, Master. Although it is unlikely for the Skull Chamber of Commerce to use the Planet Annihilator battleships on the Roya Imperial planet, they also have similar weapons. Once the power is within control, Master might also be in danger. Is that so? Can the power of the Planet Annihilation cannons kill planetary lifeforms? Long Betham thought for a moment and said, "It is very difficult." Although the Planet Annihilation cannon is said to be able to destroy planets and injure planetary lifeforms, that is just a claim. A planetary lifeform is not a planet. Every planetary lifeform has its own unique properties. It is very difficult to kill a planetary lifeform completely. Although the Planet Annihilator battleships seem very powerful, against a planetary lifeform fighting for its life, any number of planet annihilation cannons are useless. This was the difference between cultivational and technological civilizations. Cultivators had many methods, and in terms of combat power, they were actually stronger. Technological civilizations, on the other hand, triumphed in numbers. For example, if one planet annihilator battleship did not work, then 10, 100, even 1,000, or 10,000 would do. If those powerful technological civilizations took action, they could mobilize billions of terrifying battleships to fight against those great galactic life forms. However, how many planet annihilator battleships could the Skull Chamber of Commerce send? 1 or 2. Although Lin Feng was not a planetary life form, he had the Spear of Destruction, a terrifying origin weapon. Once it was activated, he would not be inferior to a planetary life form at all. Moreover, Lin Feng also grasped two laws that had reached the planetary level, the law of tides and the law of annihilation. Lin Feng had nothing to fear as long as he was not facing hundreds or thousands of planet annihilator battleships at the same time. Why should Lin Feng be wary of a mere Skull Chamber of Commerce? We happen to be short of money too. Don't worry, I'm taking this money for sure. Lin Feng would not feel any guilt from extorting the Skull Chamber of Commerce. Bang. The executives of the Skull Chamber of Commerce were furious. That was the Decapitation Squad. The Decapitation Squad that could deal with beings with 5 life transitions had actually lost half of its members. Since the establishment of the Decapitation Squad, this was the first time it had suffered such heavy losses. President, that cultivator also asked us to send 1 million energy units as compensation. Otherwise, he'll charge to the headquarters of our Chamber of Commerce. With that, the Chamber of Commerce member hurriedly lowered his head. He could imagine how furious the executives of the Chamber of Commerce would be. However, after waiting for a while, he did not see the fury of the executives of the Chamber of Commerce. Instead, their expressions became solemn. 1 million energy units. How brazen. A sharp glint flashed across the eyes of the executives of the Chamber of Commerce. They were still waiting for news. There were naturally some people in the Chamber of Commerce who knew a lot about cultivators. They would estimate the strength of the cultivator before preparing to take action. None of the executives of the Chamber of Commerce were foolish. If they were, the Skull Chamber of Commerce would never have developed to this scale. President, according to our estimation, this cultivator shouldn't be a planetary life form. However, the method he used to repel the Decapitation Squad should be laws, and it's the power of planetary laws. We have determined that he's a genius cultivator with outstanding talent in laws. His background must not be simple. After receiving the report from the Chamber of Commerce, the executives of the Chamber of Commerce all had dark expressions. They naturally knew what planetary laws meant. Even many combat body martial artists might not be able to comprehend laws, and some planetary life forms with weak bloodlines, such as those cosmic behemoths, could not comprehend the law at all. The importance of laws was even greater than condensing the combat body. The executives of the Skull Chamber of Commerce naturally knew the significance of being able to comprehend planetary laws as a being that had only undergone 4 life transitions. There might be a powerful entity behind Lin Feng, an advanced planetary life form for instance, or even an ultimate planetary life form. As for the great galactic life forms, they did not even consider the possibility. What a joke! Great galactic life forms were great and renowned entities, even in the grand scope of the universe. So what if he has an advanced planetary life form behind him? On the Roya Imperial planet, even advanced planetary life forms wouldn't dare to be impudent. This cultivator must have the cosmic coordinates of that unclaimed planet. We have to get him to spill the coordinates. Although this might be a little risky, the Skull Chamber of Commerce had suffered such heavy losses. If they could not recover some of their losses, the Skull Chamber of Commerce would probably lose all its prestige in the Roya Imperial planet in the future. We can't deploy planet annihilator battleships, but we have self-freezing weapons. This is the most reliable weapon against life forms below the planetary level. Once their cells are frozen, they'd be helpless, no matter how strong their combat body is. In short, we Must capture this cultivator at all costs this time. The executives of the Chamber of Commerce quickly made a decision. Self-freezing weapons were also considered some kind of forbidden weapons, and were generally controlled by the military of the Roya Empire. However, the Skull Chamber of Commerce had an astonishing background and immense power. Obtaining such weapons was nothing. Moreover, they would make arrangements with various personnel up and down the ranks this time. Even if they caused a huge commotion, no one would question them. This time, they would definitely capture this arrogant cultivator and interrogate him for the coordinates of the unclaimed planet. As for the 1 million energy units, no one had dared to extort the Skull Chamber of Commerce ever since it was established. Immediately deploy the 36,000-strong decapitation squad and take up 300 self-freezing weapons from the secret vault. Also, send the 3 Planet Annihilator battleships to the port and stand by. The Skull Chamber of Commerce only had a total of 5 Planet Annihilator battleships, and they had mobilized 3 Planet Annihilator battleships at once this time. Of course, this was only a deterrent. The Skull Chamber of Commerce would never fight a battle they were not confident in winning. If it really came down to it, no matter how great the impact of deploying the Planet Annihilator battleships was, they would have no choice but to take action. At most, the Skull Chamber of Commerce would pay a heavy price to make up for the losses of the Roya Empire. The current Roya Empire no longer had as much control as before. Otherwise, how could strategic weapons like self-freezing weapons and Planet Annihilator battleships fall into the hands of a mere Chamber of Commerce? Lin Feng waited in the black market for an hour, universal hour. They're really here. However, it seems like they're unwilling to give the 1 million energy units. A trace of coldness flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Actually, he had already expected this. As the local tyrant, the Skull Chamber of Commerce definitely would not yield so easily. It seemed like Lin Feng would have to make a lot of kills today. Chapter 390, Resisting the Planet Annihilation Cannons by Force. Chapter 390, Resisting the Planet Annihilation Cannons by Force. Swish. Before Lin Feng saw anyone, a blue beam of light suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. Swish. Lin Feng looked down at his body. The blue beam of light did not seem to have much lethality. Not even blood flowed out. Something's wrong. Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly, because he felt that his body seemed to be motionless. The cells in his body were frozen. Master, this is a self-freezing weapon. It can freeze the cells of combat bodies below planetary lifeforms, causing them to lose all ability to resist. Long Betham was shocked. It did not expect the Skull Chamber of Commerce to even have self-freezing weapons. It had to be known that this self-freezing weapons were very terrifying, and were highly effective weapons against combat body cultivators. Lin Feng was frozen. He could not even use his combat body if he wanted to now. Splash. Soon, many soldiers surged into the black market. They were the elite soldiers of the Skull Chamber of Commerce. Cultivators, you can't move anymore now, right? Going against our Skull Chamber of Commerce means death. As the other party approached, Lin Feng stopped struggling. So what if he could not use his combat body? He had 2 planetary laws. Law of tides. Lin Feng reached out and waved his hand. Immediately, a violent gust blew in the black market. This violent gust was like a wave, becoming more and more destructive, until it swept through everything and overturned the entire black market. How terrifying was a law at the planetary level? Forget about a mere black market, even a port could be easily destroyed. For some smaller planets, the planetary law could even destroy a planet. The law and the combat body were completely independent. Even if the combat body was immobile, the power of the laws could still be unleashed. Damn it, these cultivators are really troublesome. Hurry up and fire the self-freezing weapons. We must capture him. The Skull Chamber of Commerce was naturally paying close attention to this operation. The destruction of the huge black market had caused immeasurable losses to the Skull Chamber of Commerce. Swish. 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 More self-freezing weapons were fired. Streaks of blue light flew towards Lin Feng like dense raindrops. Umph. Lin Feng snorted coldly. He was already prepared. How could he let the people from the Skull Chamber of Commerce get their way? Although the self-freezing weapons were very powerful, Lin Feng was not helpless. In front of him, a destructive storm was quickly brewing, enveloping the blue light. Law of Annihilation. Lin Feng used the Law of Annihilation. So what if the self-freezing weapons were powerful? The Law of Annihilation could annihilate everything. At the planetary level, the Law of Annihilation could already interfere with the operation of a planet, and could even completely destroy a planet. It was rumored that if the Law of Annihilation reached a profound level, it could even annihilate the universe. After all, for all things, where there was birth, there was death, where there was a beginning, there was an end, where there was life, there was destruction. The Law of Annihilation represented destruction. It represented an end. What? Seeing that even the self-freezing weapons could not do anything to Lin Feng, the executives of the Skull Chamber of Commerce were also dumbfounded. However, according to the analysis of the experts of the Chamber of Commerce, it was impossible for them to not be able to do anything to Lin Feng. What was going on? Actually, they had deduced that Lin Feng had some kind of law, such as the Law of Annihilation, but they had not deduced that Lin Feng possessed the Law of Annihilation. After all, when dealing with those members of the decapitation squad, Lin Feng had used the law of tides. Although there was no distinction of superiority or inferiority between laws, every law had its own unique effect. For example, the law of annihilation could destroy all things, including self-freezing weapons. Lin Feng could even use the law of annihilation to annihilate the invasion of the self-freezing weapons in his body directly. Then, Lin Feng felt his body recover to its original state. Tidal combat body. Lin Feng did not stand on ceremony anymore and used the tidal combat body directly. The 35-kilometer combat body with 4 life transitions was indeed not considered strong, but it was still very novel to suddenly see someone using the combat body on the Roya Imperial planet. Boom. Lin Feng lifted his foot and stomped. The black market collapsed completely, turning into ruins. At the same time, Lin Feng sensed a threat clearly. He looked towards the sky. Master, those are Planet Annihilator battleships. And there are 3 of them. Long Betham cried out in surprise. It did not expect that the Skull Chamber of Commerce would really dare to mobilize the Planet Annihilator battleships. So what if they are Planet Annihilator battleships? Looks like if we don't teach the people from the Skull Chamber of Commerce a lesson, they won't give us the money obediently. Lin Feng took a deep breath. His massive body actually leaped into the air, and his large hands grabbed the 3 Planet Annihilator battleships forcefully. Through their surveillance methods, the Skull Chamber of Commerce took in all of this. No, the Planet Annihilator battleships are the foundation of our Skull Chamber of Commerce. They are the strongest deterrent force. We can't let this cultivator destroy the 3 Planet Annihilator battleships. Fire immediately and kill this cultivator. The president of the Skull Chamber of Commerce gritted his teeth, and his expression became sinister. The worst situation still occurred. No one had expected this alien cultivator to be so terrifying that even self-freezing weapons could not do anything to him. Right now, they could only prepare for the worst and mobilize the Planet Annihilator battleships to kill Lin Feng. The 3 Planet Annihilator battleships also moved. Long cannon barrels protruded from the hull of the battleships. These were the Planet Annihilation cannons. With a single shot, even a planet would be severely damaged. Of course, that only applied for some small asteroids. For a planet as gigantic as the Roya Imperial planet, which was practically comparable to a star, mere planet, annihilation cannons were insignificant. Boom. 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 The 3 Planet Annihilator battleships fired simultaneously. Immediately, Lin Feng felt a huge threat coming from the Planet Annihilator battleships in the distance. Planet Annihilation cannons. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This was the first time he had faced such advanced technological weapons from a technological civilization. Terrifying weapons that could injure even planetary lifeforms. However, he was not afraid. He immediately used the law of tides and the law of annihilation. Boom. The three beams of light pierced through the law of tides and the law of annihilation almost without meeting any resistance. Even planetary laws could not stop them completely, but they reduced the power of the planet annihilation cannons by more than 40%. Lin Feng used the tidal combat body to resist the remaining 60% by force. Of course, the current tidal combat body was also different after the enhancement from the law of tides. The rudimentary law of tides enhanced it by 10 times, while the planetary law of tides enhanced it by 100 times. Hence, Lin Feng's current tidal combat body was actually not inferior to those planetary lifeforms that had not comprehended laws. The impact of the planet annihilation cannons was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng's combat body was almost torn apart, and countless cells were annihilated. However, after the 3 shots were fired and dust filled the air, Lin Feng's combat body did not collapse. The planet annihilation cannons that could severely damage an asteroid blasted onto Lin Feng, but could not even destroy Lin Feng's combat body explode. Lin Feng's entire combat body emitted a monstrous aura as he grabbed towards the 3 planet annihilator battleships. Rumble. The 3 planet annihilator battleships were instantly destroyed, echoing through the entire sky. Chapter 391, Spatial Gate. Chapter 391, Spatial Gate. No. The executives of the Skull Chamber of Commerce watched helplessly as the 3 planet annihilator battleships were crushed by Lin Feng. The soaring flames illuminated the entire sky. The president also watched this scene in a daze. It was over. It was completely over. The Skull Chamber of Commerce had never suffered such a heavy blow. But now, they could do nothing to Lin Feng. Those were 3 planet annihilator battleships. They could even blow up a planet, yet they were useless against Lin Feng. To be precise, they were not completely useless. Lin Feng's tidal combat body had indeed suffered a very strong impact, and he almost could not maintain his combat body. Fortunately, his law of tides had reached the planetary level, enhancing his combat body 100-fold in all aspects, which was why he could still manage to withstand it. If a few more planet annihilator battleships were deployed, he probably would not be able to hold out. In particular, in order to deal with Lin Feng, they had even specially arranged for the Roya Imperial Planet government to stay out of this matter. Hence, they could only watch helplessly as Lin Feng slaughtered the men and spaceships of the Skull Chamber of Commerce. There was nothing they could do. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Feng was already approaching the headquarters of the Skull Chamber of Commerce. President, we need to reconsider how we deal with this cultivator. That's right. Although 1,000,000 energy units is a lot, we can still fork it out. If we can quell the anger of the cultivator, our Skull Chamber of Commerce can continue to develop, and make up for this loss in the future. It's decided then. Hurry up and send someone to contact the cultivator. We need peace. Seeing the executives of the Chamber of Commerce turn against him collectively, the president of the Skull Chamber of Commerce shouted at once, "No, what are you thinking? How can you bow and scrape before a mere cultivator? We still have 2 planet annihilator battleships. We can mobilize the fleet from other places. President, as you made the wrong decision and caused the Chamber of Commerce to suffer immeasurable losses, we have unanimously agreed to initiate the impeachment procedure. We are in consensus that the president will step down. After this matter is over, we will choose a new president." No, you can't do this. I founded the Skull Chamber of Commerce myself. The president of the Skull Chamber of Commerce felt that his authority had been stripped away. He did not even have the authority to order his subordinates now. He bellowed in panic. Unfortunately, no matter how much he yelled, he could not change the truth. The Skull Chamber of Commerce did not belong to him alone. If he made the wrong decision, his position as the president would also come to an end. Lin Feng had already arrived at the headquarters of the Skull Chamber of Commerce. There were many robots and armed personnel standing densely outside, all of them looking at Lin Feng warily. "Venerable cultivator, I think this is all a misunderstanding. A man walked out of the door and bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. Misunderstanding. Even Planet Annihilator battleships were mobilized. I don't think that could be a misunderstanding. No, Venerable Cultivator. The culprit behind all of this is the president of our Skull Chamber of Commerce. He made the wrong judgment. And the wrong decision. Now that he has been impeached by the Chamber of Commerce, he has lost his position as president, and shall be imprisoned for 100 years before his release. With that, the other party showed Lin Feng a video. In the video, the president of the Skull Chamber of Commerce was forcefully taken out of the conference room by the robots and thrown into a dark prison. Lin Feng understood that the Skull Chamber of Commerce had given up on their president to appease Lin Feng's anger. Although it was your president's decision, your president represented your Skull Chamber of Commerce back then. Of course we understand that. That's why we prepared 1,000,000 energy units to compensate the Venerable Cultivator. With a wave of the other party's hand, someone immediately brought over 1,000,000 energy units. 1,000,000 energy units. That's not enough, far from enough. You sent the decapitation team, used self-freezing weapons, and even deployed planet annihilators. I'm outside your headquarters now. If you can't satisfy me, I'll charge into the headquarters and completely erase your Skull Chamber of Commerce from the Roya Imperial planet. No, no, Venerable Cultivator, what good will it do you to wipe out our Skull Chamber of Commerce? At most, you'll just vent your anger for a moment. If you don't want to be erased, show some sincerity. 5,000,000 energy units, not a single less. That's. The person in charge of negotiations hesitated. 5,000,000 energy units was an astronomical figure. He did not have the authority to make this decision. In reality, the executives of the Skull Chamber of Commerce were also closely monitoring the negotiation process. When they heard the figure of 5,000,000 energy units, their faces flushed as well. Lin Feng's exorbitant demand made them very uncomfortable and aggrieved. However, just as Lin Feng had said, he was outside the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce. If they did not agree, he would erase the Skull Chamber of Commerce from the Roya Imperial planet. Lin Feng had the ability to back up his threat. Give it to him. Give him all 5,000,000 energy units. This is a lesson our Skull Chamber of Commerce must pay a painful price for. This is the mess caused by the foolish president. That's right. The foolish president made a foolish decision that got us into this mess. We must accept the lesson. Although 5,000,000 energy units is huge, it's not enough to empty out our Skull Chamber of Commerce. At most, we can earn it back in the future. However, the safety of the headquarters is crucial. Hence, these executives of the Chamber of Commerce quickly pushed the blame to the president. They promised to give Lin Feng 5,000,000 energy units. Venerable Cultivator, the executives of the Chamber of Commerce have already agreed to your request. Soon, 5,000,000 energy units were delivered to Lin Feng. Actually, the so-called 5,000,000 energy units was just 5 energy modules. Every energy module was highly concentrated to the extreme, and was only the size of a fist, but contained a terrifying amount of energy. This was 5,000,000 energy units. Of course, this was hard currency. It would be too wasteful to consume it purely as energy. This involved the principles of energy consumption. For instance, one energy unit could actually purchase 2 energy units worth of energy modules for flying spaceships. However, Lin Feng was overwhelmingly wealthy now. He had a huge sum of 5,000,000 energy units. Why would he care about wasting a little? Hence, he returned directly to the spaceship at the port with 5,000,000 energy units. Long Betham, we've got the energy. Set off for the spatial passage. Hence, the spaceship slowly departed from the port area and headed for the spatial passage. About 3 universal hours later, they arrived at the spatial passage. The so-called spatial passage was a huge gate that stretched across the universe. There was a large base dedicated to maintaining the spatial passage. Lin Feng's airship gradually came to the gate of the spatial passage. There were also intelligent robots guarding it. We're going to the Beaumont Galaxy. Beaumont Galaxy, 100,000 energy units. Lin Feng was a little surprised. It actually cost 100,000 energy units. This was not a small sum. Fortunately, he had extorted a huge sum from the Skull Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, he would not even have enough to afford the cost of the spatial passage. As for breaking into the spatial passage, Lin Feng did not even dare to think about it. There were dozens of giant cannons in front of the spatial passage. They seemed to be even more terrifying than planet annihilation cannons. Even approaching them slightly gave Lin Feng a sense of terror. It seemed like he probably would not be able to resist these giant cannons even if he used the Spear of Destruction. The spatial passage was a place that the Roa Empire valued highly. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a strategic passage. Naturally, its defenses were the tightest. Forget about Lin Feng, even those planetary lifeforms, and planetary lifeforms that had comprehended planetary laws, would not dare to break into the spatial passage. Hence, Lin Feng obediently handed over 100,000 energy units. Then, the huge spatial gate began to emit waves of light, and a strong suction force appeared. Set off. Lin Feng gave the order, and Long Betham controlled the spaceship to slowly enter the spatial gate. Buzz. The spatial gate began to shake violently. Then, with a flash of light, the spaceship disappeared. Chapter 392, Manifesting the Law of Space. Chapter 392, Manifesting the Law of Space. In the spaceship, Lin Feng realized that there was iridescent light everywhere outside the spaceship. He could not see anything clearly. He could only feel that he was not flying, but leaping. Sometimes, there was even a sense of weightlessness. Even with the gravity system in the spaceship, it was unavoidable. He slowly extended his mental power, trying to probe the spatial passage. However, as soon as he extended his mental power, he felt that his surroundings were like bottomless passages. There were probably billions of passages that extended somewhere unknown. Lin Feng vaguely understood. Actually, every passage had a fixed spatial passage. For example, if he stopped the spaceship now and entered a passage nearby, he might arrive at another galaxy. The spatial passage really is miraculous. Lin Feng also developed a deep interest in the law of space, because this spatial passage could only be built with the law of space. Moreover, if one wanted to travel through space, they had to possess the law of space, and attain the planetary level before they could travel through the universe. Coming to think of it, is there a law of space in the sacred stone of anathema? With a thought, Lin Feng took out the sacred stone of anathema. In the past, he only knew that the sacred stone of anathema could manifest laws, but he had to comprehend the laws himself before they could be manifested in the sacred stone of anathema. Moreover, a higher level law would appear, so that he could study it at any time. But could it manifest a law he had not comprehended himself? Lin Feng had never tested it before. He only wanted to give it a try now because he saw the surrounding spatial passages, and was interested in the law of space. Lin Feng used his mental power to envelop the sacred stone of anathema, then kept chanting the law of space in his mind. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 1 universal hour. Lin Feng just stared, because the sacred stone of anathema did not change at all. Lin Feng was a little disappointed. As expected, the sacred stone of anathema was not omnipotent. It could not manifest laws that he had not comprehended. Actually, Lin Feng should have thought of it in the first place. Whenever he used the sacred stone of anathema to manifest laws, he always used laws to envelop the sacred stone of anathema directly. That was why the sacred stone of anathema reacted. Buzz. Lin Feng used the law of tides to envelop the sacred stone of anathema directly. As expected, the sacred stone of anathema quickly manifested a higher-level law of tides. However, Lin Feng still wanted to give it a try. He began to recall a large amount of information about the law of space in his mind. Actually, there was no information about the law of space in Lin Feng's mind. However, he was currently in the spatial passage and was still shuttling through it. The outside looked like a spatial passage. Hence, the appearance of the spatial passage outside gradually appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Gradually, there was actually a slight change to the sacred stone of anathema. The originally manifested law of tides gradually disappeared, and there was a feeling of boundlessness, emptiness, and vastness instead. This is the law of space. Lin Feng opened his eyes. The law in the sacred stone of anathema was definitely not the law of tides or the law of annihilation. Instead, it had an aura similar to the spatial passage outside. However, it was far inferior to the aura in the spatial passage outside, and even very weak. If this was the law of space, it must also be the rudimentary level law of space. What exactly is the sacred stone of anathema? Lin Feng was really shocked this time. Even though he had already thought very highly of the sacred stone of anathema, from the looks of things, he had still underestimated it. This sacred stone had completely exceeded his imagination. Even the laws that he had not comprehended could actually be manifested by the sacred stone of anathema. With this convenience, wouldn't he be able to comprehend any law he wanted? However, Lin Feng quickly abandoned this thought. There were countless laws in existence. Even with the help of the sacred stone of anathema to manifest every law, could Lin Feng comprehend all the laws? That was completely impossible. Moreover, the more laws one comprehended, the more they would influence and interfere with each other in the future. Then, it would be very difficult to advance further. Lin Feng had actually sensed it, just from comprehending the law of tides and the law of annihilation. Comprehending the two together would actually affect them to a certain extent. However, the law of space was a very miraculous type of law. Together with the law of time, it could even form the law of space-time. Of course, that would be too far away. Lin Feng still wanted to use the sacred stone of anathema to manifest the law of time, but he had never seen the law of time, and hence could not use the sacred stone of anathema to manifest the law of time. After all, it was only because Lin Feng had seen the spatial tunnel and visualized its appearance that he could unexpectedly allow the sacred stone of anathema to manifest the law of space. Swoosh! The spaceship shook for a while, and Lin Feng realized that the surrounding spatial passage had already disappeared. In its place was the vast cosmos. That's right. He had already left the spatial passage and arrived at the Beaumont Galaxy. Master, this is the Beaumont Galaxy. Moreover, the spatial passage is directly established in the cosmos outside Beaumont. Look, that huge planet is Planet Beaumont. Long Betham was thrilled. To it, Planet Beaumont was its home. By the way, Long Betham, you said that you're a mechanical life form. You should be from a mechanical civilization, right? Why are you from the Beaumont Galaxy? Lin Feng had wanted to ask this question since a long time ago. Master, although I am a mechanical life form, I lived in the Beaumont Galaxy since I was young. The Beaumont Galaxy is an inclusive world. There are countless races and civilizations in the Beaumont Galaxy, including cultivator civilizations, technological civilizations, and so on. All civilizations and races are protected by former master, the great galactic life form, Beaumont. To put it simply, there is no main civilization in the Beaumont Galaxy. It is the territory of my former master, His Majesty Beaumont. In this galaxy, anyone can live here as long as they do not violate His Majesty Beaumont's orders. Moreover, former master is a great life form that is benevolent and inclusive. Therefore, the Beaumont Galaxy is the most peaceful and stable civilization I have ever seen. I see. Lin Feng nodded. From Long Betham's expression, it was obvious that it was very supportive of the model of the Beaumont Galaxy. The entire Beaumont Galaxy was Beaumont's territory. Everything was run according to Beaumont's personal will. Just the thought of it shook Lin Feng. What kind of powerful life form could possess such influence? However, he would see Beaumont soon. Beaumont, a great galactic life form, was his teacher in name. Lin Feng really wanted to see what a great galactic life form looked like. Let's go to Planet Beaumont. Lin Feng was also filled with anticipation for Planet Beaumont. Hence, the spaceship started up and slowly flew towards the planet not far away. It was not inferior to the Roya Imperial planet at all, and was even larger. Chapter 393, The Seeds Return. Chapter 393, The Seeds Return. The spaceship approached planet Bamond and gradually reached its atmosphere. Buzz. When Lin Feng's spaceship fell into the atmosphere, Lin Feng jolted. His entire body felt very comfortable, as if he was immersed in infinite energy, like a baby that had returned to its mother. What's going on? Lin Feng was very shocked. He could feel that the combat body was very comfortable. He had never felt this way before. It was as if every cell was very active. If he immersed himself in such an environment for a long time, it would probably be very beneficial for life transitions. In particular, when condensing the combat body during life transition, there was no need to even prepare additional energy. Master, planet Bamond is personally presided over by the former master. Moreover, hundreds of stars, giant planets, and so on have been shifted within a radius of tens of thousands of light years around planet Bamond. They are celestial bodies that emit a huge amount of energy. Hence, planet Bamond is filled with active energy. After His Majesty Bamond further stripped and purified it, the energy on planet Bamond is very abundant and active. Even some ordinary people who live on planet Bamond can live long and healthy lives, immune to various illnesses. Hearing Long Betham's explanation, Lin Feng was very surprised. This was really generous. Even planetary lifeforms could not achieve something like moving hundreds of stars and giant planets. After all, traversing a long cosmic distance and moving a star would exhaust even cosmic lifeforms to death. Only the great galactic lifeforms could move so many stars and giant planets. The spaceship slowly descended, and finally landed in a huge agglomeration like a palace. At a glance, Lin Feng could not even find the bounds. As for the surroundings of the palace-like buildings, there were prosperous cities that surrounded the palace like satellites. Master, we're here. This is the Divine Palace of Bamond. Divine Palace of Bamond. Lin Feng knew that his nominal teacher, Bamond, had a famous title in the universe. He was known as Divine King Bamond. Of course, among the divine kings of the universe, only great galactic-level existences could be called divine kings, and divine king. Bamond was one of the top existences among them. As soon as the spaceship landed, some guards surrounded it. Lin Feng realized that these guards all emitted powerful auras. They had all undergone at least 3 life transitions. Lifeforms with 3 life transitions were actually only guards at the Divine Palace of Bamond. This is the Divine Palace of Bamond. Please show your identification. The guard said coldly, communicating directly with mental power. Identification. How could Lin Feng have any identification? However, Long Betham hurriedly walked out and took out a red chip from its head. Swoosh. After these guards checked the chip, they immediately showed deep veneration. Your Highness, welcome back to the Divine Palace of Bamond. Your Highness. Long Betham, what's going on? Long Betham said with a smile, Master, you are the registered disciple of the Divine King Bamond. You can be considered an official disciple. You are naturally addressed as His Highness, and your status in the Divine Palace of Bamond is naturally very distinguished. Lin Feng's expression was a little strange. Was the status of a registered disciple very distinguished? He had only undergone 4 life transitions, and was only a registered disciple. In Lin Feng's imagination, his identity should be ordinary. Soon, under the lead of the guards, Lin Feng and Long Betham arrived at a huge palace complex. This palace complex was very strange. It was actually divided into 3 levels from the bottom up. Master, the 3 levels of the Divine Palace of Bamond are very strictly regulated. The lower district is inhabited entirely by people who are trying their best to become the disciples of Divine King Bamond, but have yet to succeed. They live in the lower district, and there are also the most number of people in the lower district. The middle district is the area belonging to the official disciples. The lifeforms living there are all registered disciples of His Majesty the Divine King. For lifeforms in the lower district, if they can attain 5 life transitions within 10,000 years since the day they came to the lower district, they will be promoted to the middle district, and become His Majesty the Divine King's registered disciples. Lin Feng nodded. It seemed like it was not that easy to enter the middle district. The conditions were actually very strict. Only life forms with 5 life transitions could enter. It had to be known that Lin Feng himself had only undergone 4 life transitions. Master, you are different. You are the seed disciple of the great divine king. Being able to return to the divine palace of Bamand is a miracle in itself. Seed disciple. Lin Feng nodded. Wasn't he a seed disciple? Bamand had sent out so many spaceships, but there were probably very few who had the opportunity to obtain the legacy in the end. Moreover, there were even fewer who could undergo 4 life transitions. By the way, what about the upper district? The upper district is the residence of planetary life forms. Whether they are from the lower or middle district, once someone becomes a planetary life form, they can enter the upper district. I heard that every disciple of the upper district will be received by His Majesty the Divine King. That would be a supreme honor. It was obvious that Long Betham was also very envious. Becoming a planetary life form was basically the greatest pursuit of most life forms. Your Highness, please go to the middle district. We are only guards of the lower district. We cannot accompany Your Highness up. Lin Feng nodded, and flew directly to the middle district with Long Betham. Although the middle district was floating in midair, it was very stable through some unknown technology. Moreover, when they came to the middle district, the energy was even greater, at least 10 times that of the lower district. If this was the case in the middle district, how impressive would the upper district be? Lin Feng revealed his identity, and the guards in the middle district immediately led Lin Feng to the divine palace. There were a few powerful life forms in the divine palace. When Long Betham took out the chip, these powerful life forms immediately focused their gazes on Lin Feng. A seed disciple has actually returned. This must be the second seed disciple to return in 1,000 years. I'm really looking forward to it. I heard that the seed disciples cultivated by His Majesty the Divine King are all quite talented. Even life forms with very ordinary talents can quickly become planetary life forms. But this seed disciple seems to have only undergone 4 life transitions. He's weaker than all the previous seeds. It seemed like Lin Feng's identity as a seed was indeed very special in the middle district. Your Highness Lin Feng, welcome back. Identity verification complete. Your residence is the 361st palace. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask your follower, the mechanical life form beside you. It is authorized to download many materials in the middle district. Thank you. Lin Feng nodded in understanding. Hence, under the lead of the guards, Lin Feng occupied the 361st palace. The news of the seed disciple returning to the divine palace spread like wildfire. In the blink of an eye, it spread throughout the entire middle and lower districts. Chapter 394, Middle District. Chapter 394, Middle District. Lin Feng lived alone in the luxurious palace. Although it looked a little antique, it was filled with high-tech equipment. After Lin Feng occupied it, Long Betham began to download information about the Middle District. In the past, Long Betham had never lived in the Middle District, not even in the Lower District. It had only stayed in the city outside the Divine Palace. In the end, it took the initiative to register, and was chosen by the Divine Palace as an escort for the legacy, drifting through the universe with it. Hence, it was only hearsay regarding the Middle and Lower Districts. The specific details still had to be obtained after downloading the information. As a mechanical life form, it downloaded the information very quickly. Master, I have completed downloading the information. Oh. How many people are there in the Middle District? There are many people in the Middle District, more than 108,000 in total. More than 80% of them have undergone 5 life transitions. Lin Feng was very surprised. The people living in the Middle District were all registered disciples. There were actually more than 100,000 of them, and just those who had undergone 5 life transitions exceeded 80,000 in number. This was really a terrifying figure. Master, most of the people in the Middle District advanced from the Lower District. They make up most of the residents in the Middle District. The remaining 20% are basically all here by nepotism. For example, some powerful civilizations that are on good terms with the Divine Palace of Bamand, or some experts will allow their outstanding descendants to enter the Divine Palace of Bamand. Normally, direct entry to the Middle District will be arranged for those with sufficient talent. But even so, Master is still the one with the most unique identity. My identity? What identity do I have? Lin Feng was baffled. When he came to the Middle District, he felt that everything was so new, and there were many things he did not understand. He was a primitive being from a remote place in a distant galaxy. Lin Feng knew his own limitations. Master, you are a seed disciple. You are the seed personally planted by His Majesty the Divine King to various parts of the universe. You are the second seed disciple to return to the Divine Palace in 1,000 years. The first seed to return in 1,000 years has long become a planetary life form, and ascended to the upper district. Are seed disciples very special? Lin Feng stroked his chin. However, on careful thought, seed disciples did seem to be very special. It was not easy to obtain the legacy by accident and grow slowly in some remote universe. Furthermore, they had to return to the Divine Palace. Look at the trouble Lin Feng encountered on the way to the Divine Palace from his home planet. If not for the fact that he was indeed very strong, he would probably be in big trouble just facing the Skull Chamber of Commerce on the Roya Imperial planet. It was hard to say if he could even return to the Divine Palace successfully. Master, you also need to complete some missions and obtain contribution points in the Middle District. For example, the Middle District disciples need to complete 3 compulsory missions every 100 years before they can continue to stay in the Middle District. There are Combat Body Tower and Law Tower in the Middle District. Using them all require a certain amount of contribution points. Of course, contribution points can also be exchanged with energy units. 1 energy unit can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. If you want guidance on the combat body, you can challenge the Combat Body Tower. If you want guidance on laws, you can go to the Law Tower. Long Betham continued to talk about a lot of general knowledge on the Middle District. Ever since Lin Feng moved into the palace, he had been using the Sacred Stone of Anathema to study the law of space. This was a powerful law second only to the law of time. Once he comprehended the law of space, he could even achieve teleportation within a planet. If one's comprehension of the law reached the planetary level, they could even traverse through the universe. Lin Feng was actually very diligent when it came to law of space. However, even though the Sacred Stone of Anathema contained the rudimentary law of space, Lin Feng did not have any spatial innate ability, so it was still difficult for him to comprehend it. After studying it with full focus in the palace for 3 months, Lin Feng had only gained a little comprehension. There was no knowing how much longer it would take to completely comprehend the law of space. Even so, it was still an enviable improvement. Almost all life forms would encounter such difficulties in comprehending laws. Without natural talent, one could forget about comprehending it at all. In Lin Feng's case, where he clearly did not have any spatial innate ability yet could still slowly comprehend the law of space, even comprehending it in a century would be considered a fortunate thing. Moreover, Lin Feng was confident that he could comprehend the law of space to the rudimentary level within a year. Sensing that there was no point in rushing the law of space, and that no matter how much time he spent every day, there was actually not much effect, Lin Feng stopped cultivating it with his full focus. He just needed to spend a fixed amount of time every day to study the law of space. Lin Feng naturally could not spend the rest of his time every day leisurely. He thought of his current weakness, the combat body. Lin Feng's tidal combat body had already undergone 4 life transitions. It was naturally very strong on his home planet, but in the Divine Palace of Bamand, especially in the Middle District, it was one of the weakest combat bodies. After all, more than 80% of the people in the Middle District had undergone 5 life transitions. Lin Feng had not found a way to continue improving on his home planet. In other words, he had encountered a bottleneck. It was why he wanted to enter the universe to search for opportunities. Now that he had returned to the Divine Palace of Bamand, the fastest way to undergo life transition was to enter the Combat Body Tower. Master, if you want to undergo 5 life transitions, you can only go to the Combat Body Tower. Through repeated battles, you can obtain some insights, and perhaps then, you will be able to undergo 5 life transitions. Lin Feng nodded. Ever since he came to the middle district of the Divine Palace of Bamand, he had almost never gone out. All right, let's go to the combat body tower. Hence, Lin Feng and Long Betham left the palace. Along the way, Lin Feng realized that many people seemed to be giving him peculiar looks. He did not know that he had long become famous in the middle district. As he was a seed disciple, and seed disciples had always performed very well, many people wanted to meet Lin Feng, the seed disciple. Some even wanted to spar. However, Lin Feng was focused on studying the law of space. How could he meet these people? This led to him offending many people. Many people in the middle district had learned of the recent emergence of a seed disciple, who was arrogant and looked down on the others in the middle district. This time, Lin Feng had appeared, and he was heading straight for the combat body tower. Many people were attracted and followed him to the combat body tower. They also wanted to see what the seed disciple called Lin Feng had to be proud of. I heard that this seed disciple called Lin Feng has only undergone 4 life transitions. Could he have reached 5 life transitions in 3 months? Hey, if he can really undergo 5 life transitions, I'll be convinced. But even if he's a seed disciple, it's still very difficult, right? Seed disciples enter the middle district directly. In the past, all of them had outstanding performances, but don't forget that there was also a very small portion of seed disciples who eventually turned out to be mediocre, and left the Divine Palace of Bamand in dejection. I think this Lin Feng was just lucky enough to obtain His Majesty the Divine King's legacy from some remote galaxy and return to the Divine Palace. It won't be long before his true state is exposed. In reality, Lin Feng did not care about these people's discussions at all. Long Betham. I never expected you to return to the Divine Palace. Haha, so you are the follower of the rumored seed disciple. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a shrill voice. When Long Betham heard this voice, its expression changed drastically, and even its hands clenched tightly. Chapter 395, Combat Body Tower. Chapter 395, Combat Body Tower. Lin Feng followed the voice and saw that it was a mechanical life form. It was slightly larger than Long Betham. Long Beja. Long Betham seemed to be gritting its teeth. Long Betham, so this is the seed disciple you are following. For life transitions, and this is the one you follow. Haha, do you still remember someone who boasted about how he would follow the true prodigy of the universe, and become the follower of the greatest life form? Could this be the prodigy you are looking for? Long Beja's disdainful expression infuriated Long Betham. Long Beja, Master is a true prodigy. Someone without ambition like you will never understand. Long Betham said through gritted teeth. Is that so? Heh, look at the master I follow, the noblest prince of the great Mino civilization. He has already undergone 5 life transitions. In just 300 years. It is only a matter of time before he becomes a planetary life form. My master is the true prodigy. Long Beja's face was filled with pride. Standing beside it was a thin man. His skin was slightly fair, but his eyes were violet, and appeared vaguely demonic. You are the seed disciple, Lin Feng. Who are you? I'm Minoan. Lin Feng nodded, but that was all. He did not care who this Minoan was at all. As for being a so-called prince, Lin Feng paid even less attention to it. There were princes and princesses of countless civilizations and races in the lower district. Here, statuses were the least valuable. After all, no matter how high one's status was, they could not compare to Divine King Bamand. Once they rose to the upper district and became a core disciple of Divine King Bamand, even if they came from a humble background, they would immediately become of high status. In the Divine Palace of Bamand, the most important things were talent and ability. Minoan was a little discontent. He was a dignified prince. It was true that there were only too many people with the status of prince and princess in the Divine Palace of Bamand, and they could be found practically everywhere. However, the Mino civilization was different. The patriarch of the royal family of the Mino civilization was an advanced planetary life form. And it was a powerful civilization that controlled thousands of planets under its territory. Moreover, he was one of the best among the royal family. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to the divine palace of Beaumont. Although Lin Feng was a seed disciple, judging from his attire, he must be a primitive life form from some distant and remote place. Minoan had always looked down on such primitives the most. He never expected that the one he looked down on the most would ignore him completely. Long Betham, what's going on? Lin Feng asked Long Betham directly in his mind. Master, I am sorry for dragging you into this. This Long Beja was once a good friend and neighbor of mine. We grew up together. We both had a dream, and that was to follow a great genius, a great life form. But later, I was chosen by the divine palace and entered the divine palace of Beaumont, and it was eliminated. I lost contact with it later. I did not know that it actually followed the prince of the Mino civilization, and has also entered the divine palace. Now, however, I never expected it to become like this. It was obvious that Long Betham was both furious and disappointed. Its former playmate had changed completely when they met again. Due to their different fates. It's jealous of you. However, is what it had mentioned really your dream? Long Betham knew what Lin Feng was talking about. It also replied with some embarrassment, Master, back then, I was still young and proud. I fantasized that one day, I could follow a great life form and travel all over the universe. Then, is that still your dream now? Now. Long Betham's gaze was a little dim. It knew very well that true prodigies were not so easy to encounter. Moreover, it had already followed Lin Feng. His statements of grandeur back then seemed to be just a joke now. Long Betham, do you have so little confidence in me? Your dream will definitely come true. Lin Feng said firmly, with conviction and confidence. Master. Long Betham looked at Lin Feng. It suddenly felt that it had never understood Lin Feng. Even when it had chosen Lin Feng back then, that was because it had no choice. But now, it felt as if it was understanding Lin Feng for the first time. Its master actually had such conviction and confidence. Let's go to the combat body tower. Lin Feng went past Prince Minoan directly and entered the combat body tower, even though Prince Minoan's expression was turning darker and darker. The others started discussing among themselves. Looks like this seed disciple really has quite the personality. To be able to return to the divine palace from some remote and backward galaxy, he must be one of the best in his homeland. He might even be the strongest. He naturally has such confidence. Unfortunately, he doesn't know how vast the universe is, how immense the cosmos is. Geniuses are innumerable. A genius who came from a remote galaxy like him is actually far inferior. Let's look at his performance in the combat body tower. What if he's really very strong? Minoan's face was dark as he sneered, Humph, let's see how many levels you can pass. Swoosh. Lin Feng entered the combat body tower. There was silence all around. This was the lowest level, and also the first level. According to the information provided by Long Betham, every level of the combat body tower corresponded to the number of life transitions. For example, the first level corresponded to 1 life transition. Buzz. In front of Lin Feng, a massive life form dozens of meters tall appeared. Lin Feng took a closer look and realized that the other party also cultivated the tidal combat body. However, it seemed like he had only undergone 1 life transition, yet his tidal combat body had reached 41 meters. The tidal combat body can be so strong. Lin Feng was a little surprised. The other party had only undergone 1 life transition, but the tidal combat body could reach 41 meters. It had exceeded his understanding. Of course, for a life form with 1 life transition, even if it was really very special, against the current Lin Feng, it was undoubtedly like an ant that was easily shattered by Lin Feng's palm. Then, Lin Feng entered the second level. The second level condensed a life form with 2 life transitions. It still cultivated the tidal combat body, which had reached 410 meters. It had to be known that back when Lin Feng underwent his second life transition, the tidal combat body he condensed was far from 410 meters. Of course, even with 410 meters, it was not Lin Feng's match. He successfully entered the third level. The third level corresponded to 3 life transitions. When the tidal combat body was used, it reached a total of 4,100 meters, which was more than 4 kilometers. Lin Feng was very shocked. Although his opponent was still unable to withstand a single blow, this was because he had undergone 4 life transitions, and had undergone a qualitative improvement. Hence, Lin Feng entered the 4th level. He could not wait to see the life form on the 4th level. He even had a vague feeling that this would subvert his understanding of the tidal combat body. Chapter 396, Consummate Combat Body. Chapter 396, Consummate Combat Body. The life form on the 4th level had undergone 4 life transitions. When Lin Feng stood in front of it, his eyes widened in shock. What did he see? It was a 41-kilometer tidal combat body. There could be no mistake. It was 41 kilometers. How shocking was this for Lin Feng? Lin Feng's tidal combat body was only 35 kilometers in size. Moreover, he had always thought that he had reached his limit, and could no longer increase it further unless his life underwent another transition. But now, he saw that the tidal combat body, which was far stronger than his combat body, had reached 41 kilometers, which was 6 kilometers more. Although it was impossible for every combat body to condense an equally huge combat body, there were many factors involved. Some people only cultivated the tidal combat body to more than 10 kilometers at 4 life transitions, while Lin Feng could reach 35 kilometers. However, Lin Feng always wanted to achieve perfection. Since he could still improve, he would do so. But now, he felt that he had reached a bottleneck. Then, what was the difference between him and the tidal combat body with 4 life transitions? Only through battle would one know. Hence, Lin Feng fought fervently with the life form on the 4th level. Strangely enough, Lin Feng could not use the laws he had comprehended in the combat body tower. It was as if an even stronger law was suppressing all his laws. Moreover, the spear of destruction was the same. It could not be used at all, not even deployed. Once he attempted to use it, a powerful pressure would immediately descend upon Lin Feng, immobilizing his spear of destruction. Lin Feng glanced at the entire combat body tower. This must be the uniqueness of the combat body tower. It only allowed the use of the combat body. Only then could one better find some problems with the combat body and undergo a life transition to condense a more perfect combat body. Lin Feng's combat body only had a difference of 6 kilometers with the life form on the 4th level. Lin Feng could not use the laws, or the spear of destruction. Hence, it was a head-on clash every time, purely clashing with his combat body. Gradually, Lin Feng could sense that his combat body was at a disadvantage with every collision. As for where the disadvantage lied, it should be an overall disadvantage in all aspects: speed, strength, and defense. There was actually such a huge difference between their combat bodies, which were only 6 kilometers apart. Boom. Lin Feng took a few steps back. His combat body was already densely covered in cracks. Then, the life form on the 4th level stopped. Lin Feng had already lost his combat ability. This was the combat body tower, not a life or death battle. Once he lost his combat ability, the battle would end. Lin Feng naturally failed. Swoosh. After Lin Feng was forcefully teleported out of the combat body tower, Long Burga mocked loudly, 4 levels, and you could not even pass the 4th level of the combat body tower. Is this the so-called genius? A trace of disdain also appeared in Prince Minoan's eyes. To think that he thought so highly of the seed disciple. He even thought that Lin Feng might be his match. But now, it seemed that even if Lin Feng was a seed disciple, he was still a remote primitive whose potential was truly insignificant. Master. Long Betham seemed very agitated. It could not tolerate others mocking its master like this. It's fine. Let's go back. Lin Feng did not even spare the other party a look. He returned straight to his residence. After visiting the combat body tower once, Lin Feng was immersed in the idea of improving the tidal combat body. He kept feeling that his tidal combat body was not perfect enough. That's right, he wanted a perfect tidal combat body. In the past, he had always thought that he had reached his limit, but the combat body tower made him realize that he was far from reaching his limit. The tidal combat body could still be stronger. Hence, he would go to the combat body tower every once in a while and fight the life form on the 4th level. He would fail every time. And then, he would slowly search for the reason. After a while, all the disciples in the middle district knew that Lin Feng, the seed disciple, was really far inferior to those seed disciples in the past. Some people were very disdainful. They felt that even if Lin Feng was sufficiently hardworking, there were some things that could not be accomplished just by hard work. Forget about the fact that Lin Feng had only gone to the combat body tower a few times. Even if he did it 10 or 100 times, it would be useless. Lin Feng did not care what others thought at all. He was immersed in his own world. Of course, he did not perfect his combat body behind closed doors. Instead, he collected a lot of information about the tidal combat body through the Divine Palace. The tidal combat body was created by Divine King Bamond, but Divine King Bamond had created many combat bodies. The tidal combat body was only one of them, and it was not even the strongest combat body. It could only be considered a very ordinary type of combat body created by Divine King Bamond. He collected a large amount of information, and fought with the life forms in the combat body tower. Lin Feng even carefully observed the life forms on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels. Gradually, as the outside world became more and more disappointed in Lin Feng, feeling that he, a seed disciple, had already completely fallen into mediocrity or blended into the masses, Lin Feng had already taken a huge step towards his perfect combat body. That's right, that's it. Just a little more. Lin Feng's thoughts became clearer and clearer. His understanding of the tidal combat body seemed to be even clearer than that of Divine King Bamond. In the past, when he cultivated the tidal combat body, he had followed the prescribed order. He had never thought of studying the tidal combat body so carefully. But now, after starting from scratch and slowly studying the tidal combat body, he had gained a lot. In the combat body, every cell was critical. The arrangement of every cell was crucial. If the arrangement failed, the final outcome would probably never attain perfection. What Lin Feng needed was perfection. Yes, that's it, that's it. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The closer he felt that he had gotten to the truly perfect tidal combat body, the more excited he became. Rumble. Finally, a dense arrangement of cells appeared in Lin Feng's mind. This was the new arrangement of the tidal combat body cells. This was the most perfect combat body method that Lin Feng had spent so much time arranging. Hence, he quickly deployed his tidal combat body. At this moment, the 35-kilometer tidal combat body seemed to have finally broken its limit. Or rather, Lin Feng's 35-kilometer tidal combat body had never reached its limit at all. Grow. 35 kilometers, 36 kilometers, 37 kilometers. Lin Feng's tidal combat body expanded wildly. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to 40 kilometers. However, this was not the end. It continued to expand, and the speed of expansion became faster and faster. 40 kilometers, 45 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 55 kilometers. Lin Feng did not know the limit of his tidal combat body. He was reorganizing the cells of the tidal combat body according to the perfect arrangement in his mind. Then, he arranged them again. He did not expect his combat body to become so huge, far surpassing the previous 35 kilometers. Moreover, as his combat body expanded, Lin Feng could clearly feel every cell cheering. Every cell was abnormally active. It was as if the tides of the universe were surging in his combat body. Perhaps he was not far from consummation of the tidal combat body. Chapter 397, The Essence of Life Transition. Chapter 397, The Essence of Life Transition. Swoosh. Lin Feng's eyes opened abruptly, and his formidable combat body shook. A sense of consummation lingered in his heart. That's right, consummation. At this moment, Lin Feng's tidal combat body had reached a total of 81 kilometers. This was the so-called consummation, the sublimation of all its essence. He could even sense that this was true consummation, the limit of 4 life transitions. He did not know if Divine King Baman knew about the situation of the consummate combat body, but he was very certain about the significance of condensing a consummate combat body with every life transition. That almost meant invincibility. That's right, invincibility. Without relying on any laws or origin weapons, just by relying on his combat body, he was certain that even in the vast and boundless universe, he would be an invincible entity. The consummate combat body represented perfection and invincibility. At the level of 4 life transitions, the sense of consummation of the combat body was very advantageous to Lin Feng. As long as he remembered this feeling, he could continue to condense his combat body into a consummate combat body in the future, and be invincible among peers on the same level. Moreover, more importantly, a consummate combat body would allow one's life to attain its limit, and would naturally allow one to enter a higher realm. For example, right now, Lin Feng could naturally undergo the 5th life transitions. If he wanted to, he could undergo 5 life transitions. He had never felt that life transitions could be so simple. So life transitions are actually this simple. When one has accumulated enough, they can naturally undergo life transition. Only when one's accumulation is insufficient do they need life or death trials, and various opportunities. Lin Feng truly understood now. The true nature of life transition was actually the evolution of life. Life also required constant accumulation. If the accumulation was insufficient, it would be very difficult to undergo life transition. It would even require a life or death trial, or various other opportunities. Most living beings only viewed life transitions as fortune. However, after Lin Feng mastered the tidal combat body, the truth finally dawned on him. It turned out that life transitions did not depend on fortune, and there was a pattern. That was accumulation. As long as one had sufficient accumulation, they could undergo a life transition. This accumulation did not just refer to the combat body, but also various other cultivation methods. If one could find the method of accumulation, and attain the limit of accumulation, life transitions would not be so difficult. For example, Lin Feng understood very well now that he cultivated his combat body to consummation. Only by reaching consummation would it mean that his life accumulation was sufficient. Then, life transition would naturally be very easy. However, achieving consummation of the combat body was very difficult in itself. Lin Feng had also experienced all kinds of opportunities. And eventually, it was only because he wanted to strengthen his combat body and improve it, and so focused on finding the weaknesses of the tidal combat body, that he accidentally condensed the consummate combat body in the end. This was incredible. My accumulation is enough. I can advance to the 5th life transition. However, the consummate combat body is known to be unbeatable among peers at the same level. I have to give it a try. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Hence, he left the palace again and walked towards the combat body tower. Some people were gathered around the combat body tower. When Lin Feng arrived in front of the combat body tower, many people had complicated expressions. Now that they all knew Lin Feng, they were no longer surprised to see him again. Previously, they were still a little surprised and uncertain about Lin Feng, the seed disciple. At that time, Lin Feng was still shrouded by the mystery of being a seed disciple. In addition to the miraculous deeds of seed disciples in the past, they actually thought very highly of Lin Feng. However, the events of the past few months, especially the matter between Lin Feng and Minoan, had already generated lots of buzz. Lin Feng challenged the combat body tower again and again, but failed again and again. Many people felt that Lin Feng was indignant and wanted to make a mad charge to the 5th level this way. But so what if he reached the 5th level? Anything less than becoming a planetary lifeform was insignificant. After all, more than 80% of the people in the Middle District had undergone 5 life transitions. Hey, Long Betham, your master is going to challenge the combat body tower again. Your master has challenged the combat body tower dozens of times, if not 100 times. What is the point? Aptitude is very important in cultivation. Do you not know that? Long Beja. Long Betham was trembling with anger, but it had nothing to say in rebuttal. Lin Feng was indeed very hard-working. It knew that. However, no matter how hard-working Lin Feng was, just as Long Beja had said, aptitude was very important. Perhaps it had confidence in Lin Feng, but others did not. Lin Feng's fanatic attempts to challenge the combat body tower already made him famous in the Middle District, but it was not the good kind of fame. It could not refute that. Long Betham, ignore it. Wait here for my good news. With that, Lin Feng walked straight into the combat body tower. Good news? Haha, he will definitely fail again this time. Long Beja could not help but mock. It really wanted to see its once high and mighty companion being trampled on by it now. How satisfying would that be? Mechanical lifeforms were also lifeforms. Since they were lifeforms, they had all kinds of emotions. Long Betham could do nothing but grit its teeth and wait quietly. Swoosh. Lin Feng entered the first level of the combat body tower again. He still faced off the lifeform with a combat body of dozens of meters. In the past, Lin Feng could only sense that the other party seemed very special, but Lin Feng did not know what was special about it. Now that his combat body was perfected, he finally knew what was special about the other party. Consummation, it approached consummation. The life form on the first level was already close to consummation in the combat body, as if it was only one step away from consummation. Unfortunately, this step was like a natural chasm that impeded the other party from advancing further. It would end up being a regret they must carry for the rest of their lives. Facing the first level, Lin Feng passed it with ease. It was the same for the second and third levels next. Although their combat bodies were very powerful, they were much inferior to Lin Feng's consummate combat body at this moment. On the fourth floor, Lin Feng's expression finally turned slightly solemn. 41 kilometers. Lin Feng's expression was somber. He had failed again and again at the fourth level before the 41-kilometer combat body. However, without the experiencing the fourth level, how could he have perfected his combat body? It was only through constantly fighting with the life form on the fourth level, and constantly improving the shortcomings of his combat body, that Lin Feng could possibly attain the consummate combat body today. In an instant, he deployed the 81-kilometer combat body. Boom. With a palm strike, the other party's 41-kilometer tidal combat body collapsed with a bang. Its eyes seemed to be filled with disbelief. There is actually a stronger combat body. However, it was impossible for the life form on the fourth level to know the answer. It turned into ashes. Lin Feng finally passed the fourth level and came to the fifth level. Chapter 398, 5 Life Transitions. Chapter 398, 5 Life Transitions. Outside the combat body tower, the light on the fourth level was extinguished at once, and the fifth level lit up. Long Betham's long repressed mood turned incomparably excited. It even could not help but shout, "He passed! He's finally passed!" Lin Feng had passed the fourth level of the combat body tower. Actually, this was not a very impressive achievement. After all, most people in the Middle District had passed the fourth level. Long Beja sneered, "What is the point of only passing the fourth level after so long? Haha, if he is so good, he would pass the fifth level. Though, with your master's aptitude, he likely will not be able to pass the fifth level in 100 or 1,000 years." In the Middle District, the fifth level was a dividing line. Although 80% of the people had reached the level of 5 life transitions, there were very few who could clear the fifth level of the combat body tower. It was extremely difficult to pass the fifth level with a combat body condensed from 5 life transitions. In the entire Middle District, only 21 people could pass the fifth level. And Minoan was one of them. Hence, it was also accurate for Long Beja to say that Minoan was a prodigy. Long Betham ignored it completely. It had always been confident in Lin Feng. Even if he failed this time, he would do it next time. If he failed the next time, he would do it the time after. However, not everyone outside the combat body tower thought poorly of Lin Feng. It's only been a few months, less than 3 months, right? The seed disciple has only returned to the divine palace for less than 3 months, and he's already cleared the 4th level. This speed is impressive. If he hadn't undergone 4 life transitions, it's actually very likely. Breaking through to 5 life transitions in 3 months is already commendable, even if he was at the peak of 4 life transitions previously. If he's undergone 4 life transitions, that would be even more incredible. How many people can pass the 4th level with 4 life transitions? Haha, that's right. I think there's a good chance he'll pass the 5th level in 10 years and become the 22nd top genius in the middle district. The ones who spoke were 4 young people. If anyone in the middle district saw them, they would definitely be shocked. They were all influential figures in the middle district, and 4 of the top 21. Even Minoan would be very respectful if he came across these 4 people. They actually thought very highly of Lin Feng. Actually, on careful thought, as long as one was not stupid, they would know that Lin Feng's performance was already outstanding enough. Could someone with mediocre talent really improve by leaps and bounds in 3 months? At this moment, on the 5th floor of the combat body tower, Lin Feng looked at the life form in front of him. When it used the combat body, it was still the title combat body. However, it had already become 410 kilometers in size. No matter the type of combat body, very few of them actually exceeded 500 kilometers. They were basically all below 500 kilometers. Hence, this 410-kilometer title combat body was already very powerful. Lin Feng's consummate combat body had already reached 81 kilometers. He was almost invincible at the level of 4 life transitions, but against this 410-kilometer combat body, he had almost no power to fight back. With a single punch, Lin Feng's combat body was already on the verge of collapse. This was no longer tempering, but a one-sided trouncing. It was meaningless. Even though Lin Feng had the consummate combat body, it was very difficult for him to contend with 5 life transitions, let alone such a powerful life form with 5 life transitions. However, Lin Feng was not an ordinary life form with 4 life transitions after all. He was a life form with a consummate combat body. He could undergo life transitions at any time. After sensing that he was no match for the 5th level life form at all, Lin Feng immediately began his life transition without any hesitation. Rumble. Lin Feng's life began to transition. Every cell was dividing frantically. Infinite star power was drawn down, forming a huge vortex that enveloped Lin Feng. Such a scene stunned almost everyone. What? This massive star power. Someone is undergoing a life transition. Lin Feng is the only one in the combat body tower. Could he be undergoing a life transition? Only the 5th life transition would attract such a terrifying amount of star power. It's actually a life transition in the combat body tower. That's got to be a first. Everyone was dumbfounded. Long Betham's eyes even lit up. Although it followed Lin Feng, it actually did not know about Lin Feng's cultivation progress. It really did not expect Lin Feng to be able to undergo 5 life transitions in such a short period of time. Actually, only it knew that Lin Feng had only used a few years to progress from 4 life transitions to life transitions. That was faster than any top genius in the Divine Palace. If he wasn't a prodigy, who was? However, was it really all right to undergo a life transition in the combat body tower? This might be a question many were wondering about. At this moment, on the 5th level, the moment Lin Feng's life transition occurred, the title combat body on his body, originally severely injured, recovered in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, it was still expanding. However, one was constantly under threat of battle in the combat body tower. It was impossible for the 5th level life form in front of him To not attack just because Lin Feng was undergoing a life transition. Moreover, on the contrary, Lin Feng was at his weakest during his life transition. It was the best time to attack. Hence, the terrifying combat body of 410 kilometers crushed towards him at full force. Lin Feng's gaze was very calm. Actually, when he decided on the life transition, he had already expected this to happen, but he was completely fearless. If it was a life transition from a temporary breakthrough, he would definitely be flustered and at his weakest. However, Lin Feng was undergoing a natural life transition from a consummate combat body. Hence, most of the life transition was actually already complete at the moment it began. Boom. Lin Feng also extended a fist and collided forcefully with the 410-kilometer tidal combat body. Crunch. The fifth-level lifeform's 410-kilometer tidal combat body, like glass, was covered in dense cracks like spiderwebs. With just one strike, it was already defeated. The life form on the fifth level also found it unbelievable. However, when it raised its head, it could only look up at Lin Feng's combat body. This was because Lin Feng's combat body had already expanded to more than 600 kilometers, and it was still expanding. 650 kilometers. Lin Feng clenched his hands gently. His combat body was filled with terrifying power. He even felt that with a punch, the world would collapse, and a planet would be blasted apart by him. Of course, this was just an illusion. If one wanted to break a planet, they would need to at least have the strength of a planetary life form. The weakest planetary life form would still have a body of at least 10,000 kilometers. The only exception was if Lin Feng used the law of tides at the planetary level. Then, the power of his combat body would be enhanced by 100-fold. How devastating would that be? Even an asteroid would be blasted apart with ease. Although Lin Feng could sense the terrifying power contained in his current combat body, he still had some regret. His regret was that he had not attained consummation in the tidal combat body condensed at the fifth life transition. This required years of accumulation in the future. Only when he reached consummation would he have the chance to undergo another life transition and become a planetary life form. Only by undergoing a natural life transition with a consummate combat body could one become the most terrifying planetary life form. Lin Feng had already found the direction of cultivation, and would strive towards it. Bang! The combat body of the fifth-level life form collapsed, and Lin Feng passed the fifth level. However, he did not keep going on to the sixth level, because the sixth level was for planetary life forms. It was meaningless for him to go to the sixth level now. Forget about him in the present. Even if he cultivated the fifth level of the combat body to consummation, there would still be an unbridgeable gap from planetary life forms. That was the difference between heaven and earth, a difference in the essence of life. Hence, Lin Feng teleported out of the combat body tower without any hesitation. Chapter 399, Proving the Laws. Chapter 399, Proving the Laws. Just as Lin Feng teleported out of the combat body tower, he realized that many people had already gathered outside. He's here, he's here. That would be the 22nd genius in the middle district who has cleared the fifth level of the combat body tower. Right. Those who passed the fifth level of the combat body tower are all prodigies and reserves for the upper district. The seed disciple is indeed worthy of his reputation. Hey, this is going to be interesting. Minoan mocked the seed disciple. Let's see if he can still laugh now. So what if he passed the fifth level? If he can't advance to the upper district and become a planetary life form, that's nothing. I still think Minoan will become a planetary life form sooner. Many people discussed spiritedly, and countless gazes were focused on Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Long Betham hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Master, you have undergone 5 life transitions and passed the fifth level. Lin Feng nodded and said, That's right. I've already undergone 5 life transitions. Hearing Lin Feng's personal answer, Long Betham was overjoyed. It even glanced smugly at the distant Long Beja. This was the master it had chosen. Even if he was from a backward and remote galaxy, he was a true prodigy. Long Beja and Minoan's expressions were very dark. Although Minoan had also passed the 5th level, he still felt a little embarrassed in public. After all, he had said before that Lin Feng was a primitive from a remote galaxy. Now, even a primitive had cleared the 5th level like him. Then, what was he? Lin Feng did not care about Minoan. If they really fought, he could kill Minoan in an instant. In fact, Lin Feng was not impressed by anyone in the Middle District. The reason was very simple. He had looked through the Middle District and realized that none of the so-called prodigies here could comprehend profound laws. Even those who comprehended laws only knew laws at the rudimentary level, and there were only a handful of such people. Only the top 3 geniuses in the Middle District had comprehended laws, and they were only laws at the rudimentary level. Lin Feng did not know why their level of comprehension of laws was so low, but in a real battle, coupled with the power of laws, Lin Feng could practically crush everyone in the Middle District. How could Lin Feng hold anything against people he had long surpassed, or not even worth mentioning? I wonder what the Law Tower is for. Lin Feng saw the Law Tower beside the Combat Body Tower. Compared to the liveliness of the Combat Body Tower, where there were challengers almost every day, the Law Tower was deserted. No one would enter the Law Tower for days or even months. Lin Feng had just cleared the 5th level and undergone 5 life transitions. He was in a good mood and wanted to see what was so miraculous about this Law Tower. Hence, he walked straight towards it. This scene immediately surprised many people. Lin Feng wants to challenge the Law Tower. What does he think the Law Tower is? Comprehending the laws is 100 times harder than cultivating the combat body. Moreover, those who do not comprehend the laws in the Law Tower will suffer terribly. The pain is really unbearable. That's right. There are only 3 geniuses in our Middle District who have comprehended laws. Could this Lin Feng not even know what laws are? Many were bewildered. If Lin Feng had aptitude in the combat body and could pass the 5th level, they could actually understand it. After all, the performance of seed disciples in the past had always been very outstanding. However, laws were far more profound and difficult to comprehend than combat bodies. Moreover, they had nothing to do with life transitions. Many people spent their whole lives pursuing power in the combat body and life transitions. They basically ignored laws, even though they also knew that comprehending laws could greatly enhance combat power. For example, if one could comprehend laws corresponding to the combat body, the power of the combat body would increase by 10 or 100 times. Otherwise, why would Divine King Baman specially bestow cultivation techniques for laws, and ones which were compatible with the combat body at that? Laws were also crucial. However, comprehending laws was just too difficult. Back then, Lin Feng had spent so much time and effort to comprehend the law of tides, yet in the end, he did not comprehend the law of tides in the slightest, and comprehended the completely unrelated law of annihilation instead. This was another opportunity entirely. Without opportunities, comprehending laws was difficult, and difficult to the extreme. This was also why basically no one was willing to go to the Law Tower. If one did not even comprehend the law, why would they go to the Law Tower? Swoosh. Lin Feng, on the other hand, did not have much to worry about. He entered the Law Tower directly. This made them very shocked and uncertain. In the crowd, there were 3 imposing men. When they saw Lin Feng enter the Law Tower, a trace of surprise flashed across their eyes. Interesting. Could he have comprehended laws too? I think there's a high chance of that. I don't know if you've noticed, but even though he didn't clear the 4th level of the combat body tower previously, he still has some pride. He actually doesn't take Minoan seriously at all. Previously, I thought that he was just too arrogant. Now, it seems like it's not because he's too arrogant, but that he has good reason to be confident. If he has really comprehended laws, he does have good reason to be confident. Minoan is indeed not worth mentioning in his eyes. These 3 people were the only 3 geniuses who had comprehended laws in the Middle District. They were also very surprised to see Lin Feng enter the Law Tower. It was precisely because they had comprehended laws that they knew how difficult laws were. How long do you think he'll take to clear the first level? I think he'll take about a universal hour. He'll probably take 3 to 5 universal hours. The law tower isn't that easy to break through. If one doesn't truly comprehend the law, they'll suffer greatly. The three of them had all passed the first level, but they had only passed the first level. It was for the rudimentary level comprehension of laws. The second level was for planetary laws. Up until now, no one in the Middle District had cleared it. Swoosh. Lin Feng entered the first level of the law tower. He had the sudden feeling that this tower was filled with many laws. These laws did not appear out of thin air, but were manifested here by Divine King Bamond. The comprehension of laws of a divine king was also astonishing. Otherwise, how could he have become one of the best among the divine kings? Law of tides. Lin Feng closed his eyes. The law of tides gradually appeared on his body. Immediately, the entire first level of the law tower was filled with a large amount of the law of tides. That's right, the law of tides. A massive amount of laws of tides collided with each other. Lin Feng was very surprised. This was the first time he had seen two identical laws collide. Although the law of tides on the first level of the law tower was only at the rudimentary level, it gave him a different kind of comprehension. It seemed that the rudimentary law of tides in the law tower was also somewhat different from the law of tides that Lin Feng had comprehended. That's right. Even comprehension of the same law would still differ in details. This also gave Lin Feng a deeper understanding of the law of tides. However, apart from the law of annihilation, Lin Feng also had the law of annihilation. He wondered if there was any law of annihilation in this law tower. Chapter 400, Guides to the Upper District. Chapter 400, Guides to the Upper District. Lin Feng had two types of laws. Be it the law of tides or the law of annihilation, both had reached the planetary level, but they were only elementary planetary laws. With the aid of a supreme treasure like the sacred stone of anathema, which could manifest laws, Lin Feng's comprehension of laws had advanced by leaps and bounds. However, without verification, his comprehension of laws was ultimately lacking something, and was not that perfect. Now, the law tower enabled collisions of the same laws, allowing Lin Feng to confirm the flaws of his own laws. Hence, he was also overjoyed. Law of annihilation. The law of annihilation appeared on Lin Feng's body again. This caused the space on the first level of the law tower to erupt completely. Buzz. To Lin Feng's surprise, the law of annihilation also appeared in the first level of the law tower. However, the law of annihilation was still at the rudimentary level, and even more violent. Lin Feng did not know that when he used the two laws, two terrifying eyes like black holes opened outside the huge planet Bamond. Two laws, and both have reached the planetary level, yet he hasn't become a planetary life form. What an interesting little fellow, and a seed disciple at that. Never mind, I haven't seen such an interesting little fellow in a long time. Since his laws have reached the planetary level, he can advance to the upper district. The behemoth seemed to be muttering in a low voice. With a breath, it could collapse countless spaces and turn countless planets into ashes. With that, the behemoth closed its eyes again. How miraculous! The law tower is truly miraculous. It's a pity that I haven't comprehended the law of space yet. Otherwise, I'd be able to come here to verify it. I believe it would allow my law of space to improve even faster. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity, but he had almost finished verifications on the first level. They were all rudimentary laws, so there was nothing much to verify. Hence, he entered the second level directly. The second level of the law tower was for planetary laws. Of course, it was only for elementary planetary laws. These elementary planetary laws were not to be underestimated. When they were used, all life forms below the planetary level were insignificant. The behemoth of Armageddon had been abundantly powerful, but what was the outcome? Facing Lin Feng's elementary planetary law, it could not resist at all. As for the so-called prodigies of the Middle District, even for those three life forms who had comprehended the rudimentary laws, Lin Feng only needed to use the law of annihilation to defeat all of them. Even the 3 strongest people in the Middle District would not be able to withstand it. This was the power of laws. If one could comprehend the laws, even if their strength was as weak as an ant, they could easily sweep through the universe and stand at the peak of the universe. Of course, the rules of the universe needed balance. Those who were as weak as ants could not master such powerful laws at all. In the same vein, ordinarily, life forms below the planetary level were basically unable to master planetary laws. Lin Feng was an exception. It was precisely because he was an exception that he appeared so rare. On the second level of the Law Tower, be it the Law of Tides or the Law of Annihilation, Lin Feng gained huge insights for both. The collision and verification between the same laws allowed Lin Feng to improve his comprehension of the 2 laws at a tremendous speed. In the future, with the Sacred Stone of Anathema to constantly study the advanced planetary laws, he might have a chance to master the advanced planetary laws in the future. Once he mastered advanced planetary laws, it would mean terrifying power capable of destroying stars. The combat body was difficult, but the laws were even more difficult. Lin Feng naturally passed the 2nd level, but he did not reach the 3rd level. This was because of the rules of the Law Tower. Only when one's comprehension of the law reached a certain level could they enter the corresponding level. The Law Tower was there to enable cultivators to verify their laws with each other. At this moment, Lin Feng's efforts were complete. In a short period of time, he had gained a deeper understanding of the law of annihilation and the law of tides. If he could ponder over them a little more, he might even be able to begin attempting to comprehend the advanced planetary laws. This benefit was even greater than Lin Feng's 5 life transitions. Swoosh. When Lin Feng was teleported out of the Law Tower, he realized that everyone around him had widened their eyes in disbelief. Even the eyes of the 3 strongest people in the Middle District were filled with shock. What did they see? Lin Feng had actually passed the 2nd level of the Law Tower. Anyone who had stayed in the Middle District for some time would know what the 2nd level of the Law Tower signified. That meant that one had comprehended a planetary law. This was law at the planetary level. It was even harder than 6 life transitions, or becoming a planetary life form. Even many of the planetary life forms in the upper district had not comprehended planetary laws. As for life forms below the planetary level comprehending planetary laws, that was even more unheard of. At least, such a situation had never happened in the history of the Divine Palace of Bamond. Even some of the once talented seed disciples had never comprehended a planetary law before becoming a planetary life form the way Lin Feng did. They are treating it like it's a big deal. Long Betham, lots of people must have passed the 2nd level of the Law Tower in history, right? Lin Feng asked Long Betham. Master, there were many people who passed the 2nd level of the Law Tower in history, but Master is the only one who passed the 2nd level before becoming a planetary life form. I see. Lin Feng finally understood why these people were so shocked. It turned out that he had accidentally set a record, and it was very likely that no one would ever replicate it. If these people knew that he had comprehended 2 laws to the planetary level, and was even trying to comprehend the 3rd law, the law of space, there was no knowing how surprised they would be. However, this also made Lin Feng realize how difficult it was to comprehend planetary laws. Even the geniuses in the Middle District of the Divine Palace of Bamond, who were the cream of the crop among billions of planets, had not comprehended planetary laws, let alone 2. Lin Feng had a vague feeling that he could conceal the law of annihilation and the spear of destruction. These were his trump cards, and might be of great use at critical moments. He just had to show the law of tides in the open. Minoan took a deep breath and stared intently at Lin Feng. No matter how he looked at it, Lin Feng did not look like someone who could comprehend planetary laws. He even suspected that there was something amiss with the Law Tower. Mistakes practically never occurred with the Law Tower. It was said that the Law Tower was even monitored by the great Divine King himself. How could something be amiss? Swoosh. At this moment, figures appeared outside the Law Tower. These are the guides to the upper district. Has anyone become a planetary life form? I don't think I've heard of anyone becoming a planetary life form, but who are the guides to the upper district here to bring to the upper district? Seeing that these figures were all the guides to the upper district, everyone was excited. That was the upper district. Once one entered the upper district, they would be a core disciple of the divine palace of Bamond. They would even be personally received by the divine king Bamond, and receive his attention from then on. Every disciple of the upper district was an hegemon that dominated a region. Their faction would be comparable to the leader of a massive civilization. Hence, be it in the lower or middle districts, almost everyone's ultimate goal was to advance to the upper district. However, only those who had become planetary lifeforms were qualified to advance to the upper district. Even though so many in the middle district were fighting for this goal, and more than 80% of them had undergone 5 life transitions, the number of people who could truly undergo 6 life transitions and become planetary lifeforms could be counted on one hand. There might not be anyone who could become a planetary life form in 1,000 years. Your Highness Lin Feng, His Majesty the Divine King has decreed that as you have comprehended planetary laws, that makes you the equivalent of a planetary life form. You can ascend to the upper district. We are the guides. Your Highness Lin Feng, please pack your things in 3 days. After you are ready, we will guide you to ascend to the upper district. Boom. As soon as the guide finished speaking, everyone's mouths fell open as they stared at Lin Feng in shock. Chapter 401, Promotion to the Upper District. Chapter 401, Promotion to the Upper District. Me. To the upper district. Lin Feng was a little stunned. He had only been in the middle district for a few months, and he could already enter the upper district. Only planetary lifeforms could advance to the upper district. That had always been the case. That's right, Your Highness. This is an order personally issued by His Majesty the Divine King. We will guide His Highness Lin Feng to the upper district in 3 days. With that, the guides left. After this occurrence, everyone looked at Lin Feng differently. Even they had to address the disciples of the upper district as Your Highness. The upper, middle, and lower districts were strictly divided. There was also a world of difference between the 3 in the divine palace. This was especially the case for the disciples of the upper district. Their status was completely different from the middle and lower districts. These were the core disciples, who were the core members of the divine palace of Bamond. So this is what a seed disciple is like. He has only returned to the divine palace for a few months, and he has already been promoted to the upper district. I've long heard that all the seed disciples who return to the divine palace are extraordinary. Now, it seems like it's true. This Lin Feng has not become a planetary life form, but his aptitude in laws is simply terrifying. That's right. He can actually comprehend the law to the planetary level. What kind of aptitude is this? Even many planetary life forms can't comprehend the planetary law. By relying on the planetary laws, Lin Feng is not inferior to any planetary life form at all. It's only natural for him to advance to the upper district. Minoan is such a clown. He actually dared to mock a top genius like Lin Feng. Where's Minoan? Haha, he's probably too ashamed to stay here anymore. Minoan had indeed slipped away. He no longer had the face to stay here. He even had to pray that Lin Feng would not hold a grudge against him. Otherwise, a disciple of the upper district would not even need to fight. As long as some intention was revealed, countless people in the middle district would do their work for them. At that time, Minoan would have a hard time. Lin Feng did not linger around either. He quickly left with Long Betham. After returning to the residence, Long Betham was clearly still immersed in excitement. Lin Feng smiled and said, Long Betham, you already knew that my comprehension in laws had reached the planetary level. What's there to be excited about? Master, I was ignorant in the past. I did not know that Master's aptitude in laws is so outstanding. Long Betham admitted that it lacked understanding in the past. Although it knew about laws and knew that laws appeared to be very difficult, it did not understand their level of difficulty. After all, it had only been a very ordinary mechanical life form on planet Bamond in the past. It had never even been to the lower district. It was lucky enough to be chosen by the Divine Palace to escort the legacy into the depths of the universe. It had no idea how difficult it was to comprehend laws, let alone what comprehending planetary laws meant. Now, it finally understood the meaning of planetary laws. That was not inferior to the status of a true planetary life form at all, and could even allow one to be directly promoted to the upper district. In truth, Lin Feng was also very shocked inwardly. Although he appeared nonchalant on the surface, deep down, he was on guard. Comprehension of laws was so difficult for other life forms, but he had the sacred stone of anathema. Although laws were also relatively difficult for him, it was not despairingly difficult. He could even see the direction ahead clearly and keep advancing. The various miraculous aspects of the sacred stone of anathema had even exceeded the understanding of galactic life forms. At the very least, many great galactic life forms also lacked good comprehension of laws. Hence, he could not let anyone know about the sacred stone of anathema. This had to stay as Lin Feng's greatest secret. Right now, Lin Feng was comprehending the law of space. He had to be careful not to reveal the law of space lightly. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, the news that Lin Feng's comprehension of law had reached the planetary level spread throughout the middle district. Lin Feng's promotion to the upper district evoked envy in countless people. Only at this moment did many people realize that as long as they comprehended the planetary laws, they could also advance to the upper district. Many people even secretly made up their minds to comprehend laws. However, after trying it out, they had no clue at all. Only then did they realize how difficult it was to comprehend laws. Lin Feng did not have much to prepare. After the guides arrived again, Lin Feng brought Long Betham and ascended to the upper district. With few belongings. The upper district is indeed quite extraordinary. Lin Feng ascended to the upper district. What he saw was actually a vast planet. He could even see huge planets, stars, and terrifying black holes. This upper district seemed to be another space, floating in the universe. Your Highness, do you find it strange? Actually, the upper district is fundamentally different from the middle and lower districts. The upper district is not on planet Bamond, but in the universe. In the universe. Lin Feng was very shocked. The upper district was located in the universe. Why did he feel nothing at all? Your Highness, do you see those planets and stars? If we're not in the universe, how can we possibly see those planets? This is all the work of His Majesty the Divine King. Only in the universe can we sense the various laws in the universe, understand their true meaning, and comprehend the various laws with greater ease. Lin Feng nodded. He could see that Divine King Bamond took laws very seriously. Then, it was not difficult to understand why Lin Feng could advance to the upper district after comprehending the planetary laws. Your Highness, this is your residence. Your follower can download all the information regarding the upper district. Now, Your Highness, please come with me to meet the great Divine King. Meet the Divine King. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The Divine King was a great Divine King, a galactic life form. That's right. Once promoted to the upper district, one would become His Majesty the Divine King's personal disciple. His Majesty the Divine King naturally has to summon you, especially for a seed personally planted by His Majesty the Divine King. Someone who can return to the Divine Palace and even advance to the upper district is very highly valued by His Majesty the Divine King. Lin Feng nodded. He also wanted to meet the great Divine King and see how formidable galactic lifeforms were. Long Betham was led to Lin Feng's residence in the upper district, while Lin Feng followed the guides and flew onward. Buzz. When the two of them flew into the Divine King's palace, the guides stopped. Lin Feng pushed open the gate and walked in without any hesitation. Lin Feng walked through the gate and realized that there was a huge hall inside. However, the furnishings inside were very simple, and it even appeared empty. Lin Feng realized that there was a figure in white standing in the hall. Could this be His Majesty the Divine King? Your Majesty. Lin Feng took a deep breath and called out respectfully. The white-robed figure seemed unmoved. After a long while, he slowly turned around. Chapter 402, Divine King Bamand. Chapter 402, Divine King Bamand. Not bad, not bad. Little fellow, among so many seed disciples, you're not the strongest or the most talented, but you're the one who gave me the greatest surprise. Divine King Bamand turned around. His appearance was ordinary, but his gaze was very profound. He did not have the imposing air of a divine king on him, and behaved like an ordinary person. No, perhaps he was not an ordinary person either. In short, it was very strange. Lin Feng could sense the strong vitality emanating from the other party, but he kept feeling that something was off. The divine King Bamand came from humble origins. It was said that he was only a very ordinary humanoid life form. In the entire universe, most life forms were actually humanoid life forms. It was just that their appearances differed somewhat. Such an ordinary humanoid life form had grown into a great divine king in the end. A galactic life form was incredible. Divine King Bamand himself was a legend. Your Majesty is too kind. No, I'm not exaggerating. You've comprehended two types of laws, the law of tides and the law of annihilation. Well, the law of annihilation should come from the origin weapon in your body, right? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He had only displayed the law of annihilation and the law of tides, but never revealed the spear of destruction. The Divine King Bamand had actually seen through it at a glance. However, Divine King Bamand chuckled and said, "There's no need to be nervous. A mere origin weapon is nothing to me. There are many origin weapons in the upper district, and they are even stronger than your origin weapon." Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. What was a mere origin weapon worth? Even the annihilative power in his spear of destruction just absorbed the annihilative power from a collapsing star. Divine King Bamand was a great galactic life form. He could probably destroy a star with a breath. The two were not comparable at all. The tidal combat body is indeed very strong, but since you've comprehended the law of annihilation, why don't you condense a combat body suitable for the law of annihilation, such that you possess two combat bodies at the same time? Lin Feng was slightly stunned. One could possess two combat bodies. Your Majesty, you said that I can possess two combat bodies at the same time, but how is that possible? Why is that not possible? The combat body is actually a method of cellular arrangement. If you can cultivate the tidal combat body, you can cultivate other combat bodies. However, having too many combat bodies is actually not a good thing. It would involve a lot of effort. However, you have already comprehended the law of annihilation. Wouldn't it be a waste if you don't cultivate a combat body that matches the law of annihilation? Realization dawned on Lin Feng. At this moment, countless ideas flashed through his mind. That's right. The combat body was just a method for cellular arrangement, after all. As long as one could master the arrangement method of the combat body, one could cultivate as many combat bodies as they wanted without an issue. However, having many ordinary combat bodies might not be a good thing. Firstly, this would distract one's energy, preventing cultivators from focusing more on cultivating a combat body. Moreover, cultivators still needed to comprehend laws, which also required a large amount of time. If they all went to study more combat bodies, how could they have the time to comprehend laws? Moreover, even if they had multiple combat bodies, they would at most have more methods at their disposal, and not much of an advantage. However, Lin Feng was different. He had comprehended two types of laws. If he cultivated another combat body that was compatible with the law of annihilation, the power of his combat body would instantly increase by 100-fold. This was a significant increase in strength. Thank you for your guidance, Divine King. You are still calling me the Divine King. Master. Lin Feng immediately bowed respectfully. Actually, only from now on could he be considered the true disciple of Divine King Bamand. In the past, even in the Middle District, he was only an registered disciple. However, that was just a pleasant title. Registered disciples would probably never see the Divine King in their entire lives. As for the core disciples in the upper district, things would be different. Good, Lin Feng. You may be the only disciple in the upper district who has not undergone 6 life transitions and become a planetary life form. Therefore, you should work hard to transition and become a planetary life form. Yes, Master. Lin Feng looked up at Divine King Bamand, about to say something but hesitated. Lin Feng, what do you want to ask? Master, you're a great galactic life form. I've often heard of great galactic life forms, but I've never had the chance to meet one, so you want to see my true form? True form? Lin Feng was a little stunned. That's right. Don't tell me you think that I'm in my true form now. Haha, this is just one of my cells. A single cell. Lin Feng's eyes widened as he muttered softly. Could a single cell become a person? An independent life form? Looks like you did come from a remote galaxy. Watch carefully. Divine King Bamand's figure flashed, and he grabbed Lin Feng directly. Then, he left the Divine Palace and rose rapidly. Finally, Divine King Bamand seemed to have left the upper district. Lin Feng could even sense the various energies in the universe. The upper district was indeed an independent region established in the universe. Look, my true form is in front of you. Master's true form. Lin Feng looked up. In the pitch-black universe, he only saw a huge black hole, but it did not seem like it. Instead, it was a huge celestial body that seemed to be even larger than a superstar. Buzz. Suddenly, the huge planet moved slightly, disappearing all of a sudden, as if it had been devoured by some terrifying behemoth. But what behemoth could devour such a huge planet? Master, where is your true form? I saw a gigantic planet just now. It seemed to have disappeared. Gigantic planet? Is that it? Lin Feng's eyes widened. He realized that the gigantic planet had reappeared. Lin Feng, the gigantic planet you saw should be my eyeball. It disappeared just now because I blinked. Eyeball, blinked. Lin Feng opened his mouth in an attempt to say something but only felt powerless. An eye. That huge gigantic planet was actually just the eyeball of Divine King Bamand. However, when Lin Feng consciously visualized it, it really did look like an eye. Moreover, there was an identical planet very far away. It should be the other eye. How massive was this body? Lin Feng could no longer imagine it. Such a massive combat body could destroy countless stars with a breath. This was really not an exaggeration. To Divine King Meng, it would simply be a piece of cake. With such a massive body, turning a cell into an avatar was nothing. If they met in their true forms, they probably wouldn't even be able to converse, because the entire planet Bamand might be destroyed in a breath. No wonder Divine King Bamand only left an avatar behind in the Divine Palace. Otherwise, even planetary life forms probably would not be able to withstand an accidental breath from Divine King Bamand. Chapter 403, Greater Annihilative Combat Body. Chapter 403, Greater Annihilative Combat Body. Swoosh. Lin Feng and the Divine King's avatar returned to the upper district. Since he had already met the Divine King, Lin Feng did not continue to linger here. Instead, he bade farewell to the Divine King. After leaving the Divine King Palace and returning to his residence, he realized that Long Betham had already the information and was in high spirits. Why? Did you find something good? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Master, this upper district is really... I cannot describe it anymore. It is simply a paradise for cultivators. What do you mean? Master, you can check up on any combat body in the upper district. They are all public. Every disciple of the upper district can check them. There are countless cultivation methods for combat bodies archived here. There are also the laws. The Great Divine King has simulated many laws. Of course, most of them are planetary laws, and one can take the initiative to study them. Hence, there are many life forms who have comprehended laws in the upper district, but many of them only have the rudimentary level of comprehension. There are also cultivation resources, such as some origin weapons. As long as you collect the materials, you can get some powerful life forms in the upper district to refine them. In short, the treatment enjoyed in the upper district is 100 times better than the treatment in the middle district. Lin Feng nodded. If what Long Betham said was true, the upper district was indeed very nice. I went to see His Majesty the Divine King. It's incredible. Galactic life forms are truly terrifying. Even now, Lin Feng was still thinking about how massive Divine King Bamon's body was. It might be comparable to a huge galaxy. Every move he made contained immense power. By the way, where should I go to cultivate the combat body? Master, the cultivation method for combat bodies is in the Combat Body Palace. There are tens of thousands of various combat bodies inside. Lin Feng nodded, but he was not in a hurry. He actually had a wild ambition in his heart. Not only did he want to cultivate a combat body compatible with the law of annihilation, he also wanted to cultivate a combat body compatible with the law of space. Recently, by relying on the sacred stone of anathema, he felt that the law of space was becoming closer and closer within reach. Hence, Lin Feng was not in a hurry. Ever since he came to the upper district, Lin Feng still often cultivated hard. In the perception of others, he was indeed cultivating hard. However, in Lin Feng's perception, he could feel the improvement in his strength every day. How wonderful was that? Cultivation was the most wonderful experience. Relying on the sacred stone of anathema, Lin Feng comprehended the law of space with full effort. The sacred stone of anathema did not disappoint Lin Feng. Finally, a month later, Lin Feng sensed an opportunity. Buzz. Lin Feng reached out and slashed gently with his hand. A strange feeling appeared. A crack appeared in the void. Even though this crack was very tiny, and recovered in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng could clearly sense that space had been torn apart. It was from the light slash he had just made. He had not used any other power. Lin Feng only used the law of space. Rudimentary law of space. However, in the universe, space is too firm. The rudimentary law of space can't even warp space in the universe. If the law of space is improved to the planetary level, it would be different. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He could sense that the law of space seemed to be a little different from other laws. It was not very useful in terms of combat power in the early stages. However, as a special law, once warping space was possible, it would be very useful. In fact, no matter how dangerous the universe was, with the law of space, one could roam the universe freely. Even if they encountered danger, they could leave through warping space, and thus be invulnerable. Since he had already comprehended the law of space, and was still very far from attaining the planetary law of space, Lin Feng stopped cultivating in seclusion. Instead, he exited seclusion and prepared to make a trip to the Combat Body Palace. He needed to condense a combat body compatible with the law of annihilation. If possible, he even wanted to cultivate a combat body compatible with the law of space. Without asking Long Betham to lead the way, Lin Feng relied on the map to find the Combat Body Palace. This Combat Body Palace was rather magnificent, but there was no one inside. When cultivating the combat body, many people only had one combat body in the first place. Once chosen, it would not be changed. Hence, not many people visited the Combat Body Palace. Moreover, the Combat Body Palace was unguarded, but it had intelligent defensive measures. Only disciples from the upper district could enter. Lin Feng's identity was verified, and he successfully entered the Combat Body Palace. There were no books in the Combat Body Palace, but spheres of light. All the combat bodies were hidden in the spheres of light, and outside the spheres of light were some simple introductions to the combat bodies. There were practically tens of thousands of combat bodies. There were naturally many combat body techniques in the universe, but only in the upper district of the Divine Palace of Bamond could one obtain such treatment. They could cultivate and check up on combat bodies freely. It would be very difficult to even cultivate a combat body in the middle and lower districts. Although combat bodies could be cultivated or checked freely, they could not be privately imparted. Otherwise, once it was discovered, the divine palace of Bamand had a specialized law enforcement palace, and severe punishment would be dealt. Even in the vast universe, it was wishful thinking to escape from the law enforcement members of the palace. Up until now, the law enforcement palace had never failed. Of course, no one would dare to betray the divine palace and a great galactic life form so lightly. Lin Feng browsed through one combat body after another. He first searched for combat bodies related to the law of annihilation. These kinds of combat bodies must be combat bodies that were good at offense. After all, the law of annihilation represented destruction. There were actually quite a lot of combat bodies related to the law of annihilation. After all, the law of annihilation was a relatively common law in the universe. The universe was filled with destruction and explosions at all times. The power of the law of annihilation was astonishing. It mainly specialized in destruction, so it was naturally favored by many experts. However, at the same time, the law of annihilation was also very difficult to comprehend. Greater annihilative combat body. Inspired by the Big Bang of the universe. To cultivate this combat body, one must comprehend the law of annihilation. Otherwise, they can only use less than 10% of its power. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had taken a fancy to this greater annihilative combat body. Just by looking at the introduction, this greater annihilative combat body was extraordinary. It actually obtained inspiration from the Big Bang of the universe. That was the destruction of a universe. How terrifying would the annihilative power required be? There was no recovery or defense in the greater annihilative combat body, only destruction. Once the greater annihilative combat body was used, everything in sight would be destroyed. It was a very extreme combat body. This kind of extreme combat body could defeat the strong from a weaker position, but cultivation was difficult. Moreover, being too extreme was not always a good thing. Besides, if one had not comprehended the law of annihilation, the power of this greater annihilative combat body would be mediocre, and far inferior to some other combat bodies. However, Lin Feng was very satisfied with it. After all, he had not just one combat body, but a few. The greater annihilative combat body would only be used in specific instances, and would not affect Lin Feng's cultivation. Moreover, his law of annihilation would become stronger in the future, so he was not afraid that the law of annihilation would not be able to keep up with the cultivation of the greater. Very difficult. For example, it was almost impossible to teleport on massive planets like Planet Bamand, the Roya Imperial Planet, and so on with just the void traversal combat body. This was because the space inside these massive planets was just too stable. From this perspective, the void traversal combat body seemed to be of dubious worth. However, as a special auxiliary combat body, this was not the way to use it at all. The fundamental reason for cultivating the void traversal combat body was actually to help one comprehend the law of space. The void traversal combat body was extremely compatible with the law of space to begin with. Once cultivated, one could draw inspiration from it, allowing one to comprehend the law of space with greater ease. Once one comprehended the law of space and used it in conjunction with the void traversal combat body, things would be very different. The rudimentary law of space could enhance the strength of the void traversal combat body in space traversal by 10 times. At that time, teleportation would be possible even on superplanets like the planet Bamand and the Roya Imperial Planet. Even in the universe, rudimentary law of space could allow short-distance movement when combined with the void traversal combat body. Of course, it was only for a short distance, and it also placed a certain burden on the void traversal combat body. Only when the law of space reached the planetary level could the void traversal combat body traverse space in the universe. At that time, one could travel anywhere in the vast universe with the void traversal combat body. I'll choose these two combat bodies: the greater annihilative combat body and the void traversal combat body. In the end, Lin Feng chose these two combat bodies. Then, he grabbed the spheres of light. Immediately, the detailed cultivation methods For the greater annihilative combat body and the void traversal combat body appeared in his mind. The so-called cultivation methods were actually methods of cellular arrangement. Every new combat body was formed after countless attempts and refinements by cultivators in the universe. The cultivation method for the combat body in the spheres of light would be completely imprinted in the mind, and would not be forgotten at all. After Lin Feng had chosen the two combat bodies, he left the combat body palace and returned to his residence. He began to attempt cultivating these two combat bodies. First was the greater annihilative combat body. Lin Feng had cultivated the tidal combat body before, so it was relatively easy for him to master the greater annihilative combat body. Overall, the standard of the combat body was measured by its size. However, could there not be a distinction of standard between combat bodies of the same size? This was not the case. The effects of the combat body were different. For example, in terms of explosive power and destructive power, the greater annihilative combat body could be considered formidable. In a head-on clash, Lin Feng's tidal combat body would probably not be a match for it. In particular, with the enhancement of the law of annihilation, it was even more terrifying. The greater annihilative combat body would reduce everything before it to ashes. This was a combat body specially created for battle and destruction. The combat body was a method of cellular arrangement. Lin Feng already knew this very well. Hence, Lin Feng used the tidal combat body. The 650-kilometer tidal combat body was very, very strong. It felt as if every cell was filled with vitality and power. However, compared to the divine King Bamand, Lin Feng was far from being able to transform a single cell into an independent life form. However, he could control the cells in his combat body, and begin to transform rapidly. This was myriad transformations. But now, Lin Feng was even more meticulous and bold. He wanted to rearrange all the cells in the tidal combat body. This was very bold, but this was also a necessary process to cultivate other combat bodies. Lin Feng calmed his emotions. After feeling that everything was in order, he immediately began to take action. Rumble. Lin Feng's tidal combat body collapsed. That's right, it collapsed instantly like sand. The complete collapse of the 650-kilometer combat body was a spectacular sight. However, the combat body was not made of sand. On the surface, it had collapsed, but in reality, every cell was still under Lin Feng's control. The cellular arrangement of the greater annihilative combat body appeared in his mind. Hence, the cells began to rearrange themselves. Countless cells began to squirm and rearrange themselves rapidly. During this process, a large amount of energy would be consumed. If this much energy was consumed elsewhere, it would be enough to make one's heart ache. After all, energy was a hard currency in the universe. It was the one thing that could not afford to be lost. However, this was the upper district of the divine palace of Bamand. The great divine King Bamand even specially used his mighty power to move dozens or hundreds of superplanets and stars. The amount of energy was unimaginable. Forget about a mere 650-kilometer combat body, even condensing the combat body of a planetary life form would be a piece of cake with such abundant energy. Here, he could keep making attempts without worrying about a lack of energy. Chapter 405, 3 Types of Combat Bodies. Chapter 405, 3 Types of Combat Bodies. This was the restructure of the combat body. However, Lin Feng wanted to restructure the greater annihilative combat body this time. The cells continued to merge. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached dozens or hundreds of kilometers. Crunch. He did not know what went wrong, but his combat body immediately collapsed. Lin Feng's countless cells restructured themselves into the tidal combat body again. I failed. Lin Feng frowned. Actually, failure was within his expectations. After all, there were trillions of cells. Even if he knew the cellular arrangement method, it was almost impossible to succeed in one try. However, there was sufficient energy here. If he didn't succeed the first time, he'd try again. If he didn't succeed the second time, he'd do it for the third time. He would succeed eventually. Hence, Lin Feng tried again and again. Every failure allowed him to accumulate more experience. As his experience accumulated, Lin Feng's greater annihilative combat body also condensed bit by bit. About a month later, as Lin Feng's cells restructured, a new combat body appeared. It was still a 650-kilometer combat body, but the aura it emitted was completely different from the tidal combat body. The entire body was filled with annihilative aura and boundless destructiveness. This was the greater annihilative combat body. I finally succeeded. Lin Feng appeared very excited. In the past month, he had experienced failure after failure. He could not even remember how many times he had failed. Once the greater annihilative combat body was used, it could even affect Lin Feng's temperament, filling his heart with violence, destruction, and fiendish emotions. This was the side effect of the greater annihilative combat body. This kind of combat body simulated the Big Bang of the universe to begin with. It was all too normal for it to be filled with destructiveness. Although it might affect one's temperament, Lin Feng only used it occasionally. Moreover, his law of annihilation had already reached the planetary level. How could he be afraid of the influence of the greater annihilative combat body on his temperament? Lin Feng was naturally very happy to have mastered the greater annihilative combat body. Then, he spent some time mastering the greater annihilative combat body, and the conversion problem between the two combat bodies. After repeated attempts, Lin Feng could switch between the tidal combat body and the greater annihilative combat body at will. He could switch between the combat bodies in a very short period of time. Apart from the greater annihilative combat body, Lin Feng would also continue to cultivate the void traversal combat body. As he already had experience cultivating the second combat body, the cultivation of the void traversal combat body went relatively smoothly. Lin Feng only took half a month to successfully condense the void traversal combat body. This void traversal combat body was indeed very profound. Once he condensed the void traversal combat body, Lin Feng could clearly sense an intimate connection with the surrounding space. Could it be that the void traversal combat body was actually specially created for those without spatial talent? Lin Feng came to a realization. The void traversal combat body could allow cultivators without spatial talent to also possess certain spatial abilities too. However, these abilities would be connected to the combat body. Only those who cultivated the void traversal combat body would have such spatial abilities. There were so few cultivators in the universe who had spatial innate talent. Without spatial innate talent, comprehending the law of space would be an unrealistic fantasy. Hence, with the void traversal combat body, almost everyone could possess spatial ability. With a huge base of users, even if one or two individuals happened to comprehend the law of space through cultivating it, it would be a pleasant surprise. The moment he condensed the void traversal combat body, Lin Feng actually understood many secrets about the void traversal combat body. The void traversal combat body was a completely auxiliary combat body, developed such that cultivators could comprehend the law of space. But was it effective? It was definitely effective, and very much so. Lin Feng condensed the void traversal combat body. Then, the rudimentary law of space surrounded the void traversal combat body. Immediately, Lin Feng could clearly feel that the surrounding space contained a strong attractive force. Swoosh! Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's figure reappeared, but he was now hundreds of meters away. This was teleportation. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with surprise. The combined effect of the law of space and the void traversal combat body did not disappoint Lin Feng. Even in the universe, he could teleport now. In fact, if he spared no expenses, the maximum distance he could teleport should be able to reach a kilometer. Of course, a kilometer was too short in the vast universe. Planetary lifeforms could travel more than a kilometer with just a breath. However, this was truly teleportation. He had only comprehended the law of space to the rudimentary level. If he could comprehend the law of space at the planetary level, he would be able to truly warp space. Lin Feng was also very satisfied with the void traversal combat body. After a period of time, Lin Feng could completely switch between the three combat bodies. Although he had not become a planetary lifeform, his combat power and defensive ability had improved greatly. Phew! Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He had finished cultivating the combat bodies, and could also rest for a while. Although cultivating was a delightful experience and he was happy to immerse himself in it, his strength could no longer improve for the time being. Naturally, he had to take a break. Long Betham, how long have I been cultivating? Master, you have been cultivating for 3 months and 9 days. It's been 3 months. Lin Feng rarely stayed for months at a time, but those planetary lifeforms would not pay attention to it at all. Many planetary lifeforms slept for hundreds of years at a time. Relatively, 3 months was nothing. However, Lin Feng was not a planetary lifeform, and he was not used to wasting time. Back on his home planet, Lin Feng's time was very tight. Has something major happened in the upper district recently? Master, everything is very calm in the upper district. Nothing major has happened. Nothing major happened. Lin Feng could not help but look at the starry sky. There had always been some huge cosmic bodies there. It was also because of these cosmic bodies that there was no distinction between day and night in the upper district, because it was daytime all the time. Lifeforms in the universe naturally did not care about day or night. I wonder how things are going on my home planet. Lin Feng could not help but think of his home planet and his family on it. Although only a few years had passed, it felt like a long time to him. Countless light years away, in the vast universe, the only things that could give Lin Feng peace were his home planet and his family on it. That was the warmest place in the depths of his heart. By the way, there are compulsory missions in the upper district too, right? Master, compulsory missions can be completed within 100 years. The duration is not up yet. It's fine. I'll go and take a look at the missions first. If possible, I'll accept 1 or 2 missions, and go out there see the vast universe and its many civilizations. I can't possibly stay cooped up in the upper district forever, right? Lin Feng said with a smile. Actually, he could keep staying in the upper district until the 100-year deadline for compulsory missions was up. However, he could not keep staying in the upper district if he wanted to perfect his combat body. He needed to go out and find some opportunities. Otherwise, how could he cultivate the consummate combat body? The consummate combat body was not something that could be attained just by cultivating hard. Chapter 406, The Noah Civilization's Distress Call. Chapter 406, The Noah Civilization's Distress Call. Lin Feng walked into the mission hall alone. He realized that there were quite a lot of people coming and going. These people should all be disciples of the upper district. They were also slightly surprised to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng clearly did not have the aura of a planetary life form on him, but he could enter the upper district. These people immediately realized that he must be a seed disciple who had recently returned to the Divine Palace. Having comprehended planetary laws but not become a planetary life form, he was made an exception and promoted to the upper district. This was a major event that had never happened before in the upper district. The disciples of the upper district were also very curious about Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had always stayed in his residence to cultivate, so not many people had actually seen Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked around the mission hall. There were rows of missions in the mission hall. These missions basically required combat power above the planetary level to resolve. With 2 planetary laws and the Spear of Destruction, an origin weapon, Lin Feng's combat power was actually not inferior to ordinary planetary lifeforms. However, Lin Feng naturally would not accept missions that were too dangerous. These missions were all in the Bamond Galaxy. After all, the Bamond Galaxy was under the rule of the Divine Palace of Bamond. Naturally, the people from the Divine Palace of Bamond had to resolve matters in the Bamond Galaxy. Check the reason for the destruction of the 3 stars. Initial suspicion is that someone destroyed the stars to refine origin weapons. Lifeforms above the advanced planetary level are suggested for the mission. Seeing this mission, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The destruction of 3 stars was a major event. After all, many planets with living things depended on stars greatly. Once the stars were destroyed, it would almost certainly be a calamity for those planets with living things. Those who had the ability to destroy stars were at least advanced planetary lifeforms. Ordinary elementary planetary lifeforms would not even dare to accept such a mission. A small black hole has appeared 132 light-years away from planet Oceania. Urgent response is required. Ultimate planetary lifeforms are recommended. This mission was even more impressive and actually required dealing with a black hole. It had to be known that no matter how small a black hole was, it was still a black hole. It was definitely not something that ordinary planetary lifeforms could handle. Only ultimate planetary lifeforms could handle it. These missions were all too difficult or too dangerous. Lin Feng was not willing to take such risks. After all, he was not a genuine planetary lifeform. After searching the mission hall for a long time, Lin Feng finally found a few missions that seemed relatively safe. Observe the cosmic storm 320 light-years from planet Hydros and record the data on the process of the cosmic storm in detail. This mission was actually not too dangerous. It was just an observation mission. Even if one encountered a cosmic storm, they could easily leave. However, this mission required a long time, and the process was relatively long. The leader of the Noah civilization on planet Noah has sent a request to the Divine Palace. We request reinforcements from the Divine Palace to repel a band of cosmic bandits. Planetary lifeforms are recommended. This mission was what interested Lin Feng the most. The Noah civilization had encountered cosmic bandits, and they did not have much ability to resist. They even had to ask the Divine Palace of Bamand for help. If an intelligent civilization like the Noah civilization knew about the existence of the Divine Palace of Bamand, they could take the initiative to request to be under the Divine Palace of Bamand's jurisdiction. Then, the Noah civilization would have the right to be protected by the Divine Palace of Bamand. Cosmic bandits, on the other hand, were very repulsive beings. They were composed of all kinds of lifeforms from different civilizations, and specialized in plundering and slaughtering some backward and weak civilizations. Moreover, they roamed the various galaxies at a very fast speed. If they were not discovered in time, they might successfully plunder a planet and escape. This mission is from 1 day ago. There should still be time. Lin Feng thought for a while and finally accepted this mission. The missions in the mission hall were completely random. Apart from certain special and major events that were compulsory, the rest were all accepted based on the mood of the upper district disciples. Completing the missions would not yield rewards or anything of the like. Overall, the Divine Palace of Bamand was not a power with particularly strict organization. For example, even though the Noah civilization was protected by the Divine Palace, when it was attacked, if no one accepted the mission, the Noah civilization might still be destroyed, and the Divine Palace would not care. How common was the destruction of civilizations in the universe? The Divine Palace was not a nanny. It could not possibly protect so many civilizations. However, the Noah civilization was clearly in luck this time. Someone had accepted the mission just a day after it was issued. Your Highness Lin Feng, please take note of your safety when completing the mission. If the galactic bandits are too powerful, please do not fight them. Return to the Divine Palace in time. We will increase the mission level. Lin Feng did not know what to say. What was, if the cosmic bandits are too powerful, do not fight them, supposed to mean? Lin Feng had truly seen how the Divine Palace of Bamand treated the civilizations in its entire galaxy now. It was actually very undisciplined. Aside from a few compulsory missions for disciples in the upper district every 100 years, all the missions were not compulsory. It did not matter if they failed. There was no punishment. However, on careful thought, Lin Feng realized that perhaps his way of thinking was limited. In the universe, even within the same galaxy, new planets were born and planets would be obliterated almost every day. Every day, new lives would be born, and new civilizations would appear. The birth and destruction of civilizations was an eternal pattern of the universe. No one could stop it. The birth and destruction of a civilization could not be more normal in the eyes of the Divine Palace. Even if it was destroyed by the cosmic bandits, so what? Would giants weep over the death of ants? Clearly, no. The Divine Palace was a giant, and those civilizations were ants, even inferior to ants. The Divine Palace valued those planetary life forms. They were eternity, and the Divine Palace's most precious wealth. The lives of planetary life forms were almost eternal. With infinite time and eternal life, why would they care about the destruction of an ordinary civilization? Hence, even after being put up in the mission hall for a day, no one accepted this mission. In the eyes of most of the disciples in the upper district, this mission was just too boring and not challenging at all. However, Lin Feng was different. Strictly speaking, he was not even over 30 years old. He was only in his 20s. In his eyes, there were billions of intelligent life forms in a civilization. He could not turn a blind eye, and neither should he. The destruction of a planet was a world-turning event in his eyes. Hence, he chose to accept this mission. After accepting the mission, Lin Feng did not have much to prepare for. He headed straight for the spatial passage in the upper district and began teleporting towards planet Noah according to the Beaumont Galaxy's cosmic map. Buzz. Lin Feng's figure disappeared instantly in the spatial passage. Chapter 407, Cosmic Bandit Monbuk. Chapter 407, Cosmic Bandit Monbuk. At this moment, smoke and flames filled the entire planet Noah, and the entire planet seemed to be shaking. In the universe outside the planet, there were 33 massive battleships. 18 of the battleships had already entered planet Noah. These were the battleships of the Cosmic Bandits. The Noah civilization was an imperial civilization, and also a technological civilization. However, it had just developed to the point where it could leave the planet. Faced with the powerful warships of these Cosmic Bandits, they had almost no ability to resist at all. At this moment, the members of the Noah royal family were all gathered in the palace, paying close attention to the war at the front line. Perhaps this could no longer be considered a war, but a one-sided massacre. It's over. The Noah civilization is finished. These damned Cosmic Bandits. Not only do they want to plunder, they also want to abduct all the citizens of Noah to become their slaves. Is the 18,000 years of civilization history of the Noah civilization about to come to an end? The emperors and royalties of the Noah royal family were all weeping bitterly. Although the Noah civilization was a technological civilization, ever since they exited the planet and came into contact with other civilizations, they were also under the jurisdiction of the Divine Palace of Beaumont. Having learned about the power of cultivation, many royalties were actually cultivating as well. The strongest had even undergone 5 life transitions. The royal family even hoped to give birth to a planetary life form with 6 life transitions, but this was just too difficult. It had been more than 10,000 years since they came into contact with cultivation, but still, not a single planetary life form had been born. As for those Cosmic Bandits, they possessed the terrifying planet annihilation cannons, which was enough to destroy the entire planet of Noah. The power of merely 5 life transitions could not even withstand a single shot from the planet annihilation cannon. If not for the fact that they were trying to plunder planet Noah and abduct the intelligent life forms of the Noah civilization, the terrifying battleships of those Cosmic Bandits could easily blast planet Noah into pieces by bombarding it with the planet annihilation cannons in turns. The end of the Noah civilization was truly nigh. Your Majesty, is there any word from the Divine Palace? A minister asked shakily. Facing the powerful Cosmic Bandits, they were powerless to resist. They could only place all their hopes on the Divine Palace of Beaumont. There's no response. The Emperor smiled bitterly and shook his head. Of course he knew what kind of power the Divine Palace of Beaumont was. How could their call for help be valued by the Divine Palace? Even if they were hung up in the mission hall, they would have to be extremely lucky for it to be noticed and accepted by some powerful Divine Palace disciple. However, how low was this probability? It was even infinitely close to 0. It was a mistake to place their hope in the Divine Palace of Beaumont in the first place. However, apart from this, what other method did the Noah civilization have? In the palace, all the ministers and members of the royal family were ashen-faced as they waited quietly for death to arrive. The feeling was truly devastating. Are those damned cosmic bandits not going to give us any chance to negotiate at all? What do they want? Wealth? Population? We can give them all of them, as long as they can leave some spark of civilization for our Noah civilization. The emperor was practically bellowing, but it was useless. For those tyrannical cosmic bandits, they not only needed wealth and population, but enjoyed the excitement and pleasure in the process of plundering even more. They destroyed weak civilizations one after another. Every time they destroyed a civilization, they would feel a sense of accomplishment. As for negotiations, they would ignore all of them. What was there to negotiate with a civilization as weak as an ant? There are still a few hours before those cosmic bandits arrive at the palace. All of you, run. Run deep into the mountains and the sea. Run as far as you can to preserve a trace of life for our Noah civilization. The emperor had already given up resisting. He only hoped that the Noah civilization would not completely disappear under his reign. He hoped that he could preserve a trace of hope for the Noah civilization. Your Majesty. The royal palace was filled with the sounds of crying. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the emperor's communicator rang. The distress mission issued by the Noah civilization has been accepted by a divine palace disciple. Please be prepared. The divine palace disciples are about to descend. Boom. The emperor was overjoyed. He stood up abruptly and gesticulated wildly. We're saved, we're saved. It's the divine palace. It's a message from the divine palace of Beaumont. Our distress mission has been accepted by the divine palace's disciple. In the palace, be it ministers or the members of the royal family, everyone was overjoyed when they heard the news. The mission in the divine palace had been accepted in time by the disciple of the divine palace. They were really lucky. Perhaps this was the hope of the Noah civilization. Pass down the order immediately. We must hold out at all costs. Only by holding out is there any hope for us. Only by holding out until the arrival of the palace disciple can our Noah civilization be saved. The emperor immediately gave the order. For a moment, the resistance of the Noah civilization became even more intense. In the cosmic bandits' battleships, the cosmic bandits were enjoying watching their prey struggle in its death throes. However, suddenly, the struggles of these prey seem to have increased. Are they putting their lives on the line now? What a bold civilization. However, no matter how bold a civilization is, it's useless before absolute strength. The commander and leader of the cosmic bandits, Monbuk, was leaning against a soft chair at this moment. As he watched the countless Noans struggling in their death throes below, a trace of pleasure arose in his heart. What a wonderful scene. The cries of the Noans were like the most beautiful music in the universe to him. Monbuk's had a tragic past too. The civilization he used to belong to was also a relatively advanced galactic civilization. Unfortunately, it encountered powerful cosmic bandits. The planet was destroyed overnight, and his clansmen were all dead or injured. Only a small fraction of the people were captured and sent into the cosmic bandits' battleships. In the battleship, Monbuk had always been the most despised and lowly slave. However, he was smart and studious. He actually climbed up the ranks as a slave, gained the appreciation of the cosmic bandits, and even officially became one of them in the end. However, Monbuk did not forget his grudge. He set up some cosmic bandits to attack a civilization. In the meantime, he launched a sudden attack and controlled a battleship to destroy all the battleships of the cosmic bandits. Monbuk finally avenged his people, but he no longer had a home. On the contrary, he had fallen in love with the life of a cosmic bandit. Hence, he started out on a battleship to make a name for himself. Monbuk's ferocity, cunning, and cruelty quickly grew, and he gathered even larger armed forces as cosmic bandits to wreak havoc in the universe. He seemed to have forgotten the pain of his clansmen back then. Witnessing the pain of other civilizations, he was actually very excited. Deep down. Boss, this is the Beaumont galaxy. I think we have to hurry. Otherwise, if the Divine Palace really sends someone, we'll be in trouble. What are you afraid of? We have that weapon. Why would we be afraid of the planetary lifeforms in the Divine Palace? However, your worries are reasonable. Since these insignificant insects want to resist, we'll kill them all and leave the Bamand galaxy. Monbuk did not care about the wealth of a mere, weak civilization. Whether he was in a good mood was more important to him. Since this Noah civilization had put him in a bad mood, he would destroy it completely. Chapter 408, First Battle. Chapter 408, First Battle. Buzz. A spaceship was shuttling through the vast universe. In the spaceship, Lin Feng looked at the coordinates on the cosmic map. He was less than a light year away from planet Noah. He shuttled through space and arrived at another planet. After all, someone had to maintain the spatial passage. Otherwise, if it was easily destroyed, it would be a heavy loss. Lin Feng could only travel to the planet closest to planet Noah. Then, as a core disciple of the upper district of the Divine Palace of Bamand, he conscripted a spaceship. In the entire Bamand galaxy, the disciples of the upper district of the Divine Palace of Bamand all had great authority, and could conscript many resources. A mere spaceship like this was nothing. Even if he did not return it in the end, it would not matter. No one would dare to ask Lin Feng for it. Moreover, countless factions would be more than willing to use a mere spaceship to gain the goodwill of the core disciples of the upper district. Lin Feng also realized that the status of the core disciples in the upper district of the Divine Palace of Bamand was similar to that of royalty in a country. If the Bamand galaxy was a country, the upper district disciples of the Divine Palace of Bamand were undoubtedly direct royalty. They had great authority. As for the middle district disciples, they were collateral royalty at most, and did not have much authority. They were far inferior to the disciples of the upper district. Right, this is the place. Lin Feng looked up and saw a planet in front of him. At this moment, there were actually some battleships outside the planet. These battleships fanned out and surrounded planet Noah. Cosmic bandit battleships. Lin Feng had also checked the information. These cosmic bandits were very reviled. Wherever they passed, they were like locusts, destroying, killing, and plundering. However, as they moved swiftly and their battleships were very advanced, if aid was not sent in time, it would be impossible to capture these cosmic bandits. Although this was the first time Lin Feng had encountered cosmic bandits, he was not nervous at all. Thus, he stopped the spaceship. The cabin door of the spaceship opened, and he flew out of the spaceship in a flash. In the battleship, Commander Monbuk was enjoying a fine wine. The resistance of the Noans was becoming weaker and weaker. In fact, with a little more time, they would definitely be able to completely crush the Noans' confidence in resisting. But now, he was no longer interested in slowly destroying the Noans' confidence. He wanted to mobilize the planet annihilation cannons to destroy planet Noah completely, before making their getaway from the Bamand galaxy. Commander, everything is ready. Monbuk stood up, his burly figure imposing. Just as he was about to give the order, the battleship's alarm system suddenly sounded. Commander, someone is here. Someone is here. What a terrifying energy fluctuation. The Divine Palace of Bamand's disciple must be here. As the battleship's urgent alarm sounded, the many cosmic bandits could see with their naked eyes that a terrifying giant was flying towards their battleships in the cold and dark universe. A cultivator from the Divine Palace of Bamand. Mengbak gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. In all his years as a cosmic bandit, he had experienced many life or death situations and encountered all kinds of trouble. He had always survived in the end and kept living a good life, precisely because he kept his calm when things went south. Everyone, there's no need to panic. The Divine Palace of Bamand may be very powerful, but how big is this cultivator's combat body? He's undergone 4 or 5 life transitions at most. How dare a disciple with only 5 life transitions come to us? Heh, I'll give him a huge gift later that he'll never forget. After hearing what Monbuk said, the many cosmic bandits also calmed down. they took a closer look. That's right. This cultivator's combat body was far from reaching the terrifying planetary level. Then, what was there to be afraid of? They had all been intimidated by the reputation of the Divine Palace of Beaumont. Commander, since the Divine Palace of Beaumont has already sent a disciple over, he must be a disciple of the Middle District. We have to deal with him quickly and leave the Beaumont galaxy immediately. Moreover, we have to run as far as possible. After all, killing a disciple of the Middle District is not a minor matter either. Monbuck nodded. The Divine Palace of Beaumont was famous. He did not want to provoke them unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, even if they escaped from the Beaumont galaxy, could the Divine Palace of Beaumont not continue to pursue them? However, he had to resolve the problem at hand first. Activate all the planet annihilation cannons and lock onto the cultivator. Immediately, all the planet annihilation cannons of the battleships locked onto the huge body in the distance. Even against a cultivator with 5 life transitions, Monbuck had to give it his all. He absolutely would not let his guard down. Unexpected failure due to carelessness was not something that would apply to Monbuck. Fire. Rumble. The terrifying planet annihilation cannons roared as they fired. Streaks of dazzling light almost illuminated the cosmos. The planet annihilation cannon was a terrifying weapon that could destroy a planet. With these planet annihilation cannons, Monbucks roamed the cosmos at will. Apart from planetary lifeforms or the powerful fleets of some powerful civilizations, no one could do anything to Monbuck's fleet. Lin Feng naturally felt the threat. However, his current combat body was the tidal combat body, the combat body that excelled at defense. Moreover, when the law of tides reached the planetary level, it could also enhance the power of the combat body by 100-fold. Ordinary planetary life forms were over 10,000 kilometers in size at most. A stronger one would have a combat body tens of thousands of kilometers in size, which was almost comparable to a planet. Lin Feng's combat body was only 650 kilometers in size, but his planetary-level law of tides could increase the power of his tidal combat body by 100-fold. In fact, in terms of strength of the combat body, it was no different from a true planetary life form. Rumble. Countless beams of light blasted onto Lin Feng's body. These were all blasts from planet annihilation cannon, which could pose a certain degree of threat to ordinary planetary life forms. However, with the enhancement of the law of tides, Lin Feng was equivalent to a powerful planetary life form. The tidal combat body also excelled at defense, so he withstood these planet annihilation cannons head-on. The terrifying power of the giant cannons damaged Lin Feng's combat body continuously, but it was all defused by Lin Feng's tidal combat body and law of tides. When the cosmic bandits saw this, their eyes widened in disbelief. How was it possible that a non-planetary life form could actually withstand the planet annihilation cannons? However, the impossible had happened, and it was happening right before their eyes. Lin Feng had already approached the battleships of these cosmic bandits. Without any hesitation, his combat body quickly restructured, and traces of destructive aura surrounded Lin Feng's combat body. Greater Annihilative Combat Body. Boom. Lin Feng used the Greater Annihilative Combat Body and struck out with a palm that blotted out the sky. Against the backdrop of the cosmos, it was a magnificent sight. The Greater Annihilative Combat Body was made for destruction. As the terrifying palm slammed down, a few battleships were crushed by Lin Feng like toys. As Lin Feng used the law of annihilation, there was even an annihilative storm brewing in the universe, sweeping towards the cosmic bandits' battleship fleet. Chapter 409, God-Slaying Armament. Chapter 409, God-Slaying Armament. Rumble. A huge hand crushed many battleships in the universe. Immediately, flames soared into the sky, and a large amount of fragments fell on planet Noah like a meteor shower. It was a spectacular sight. The people in the Noan royal family had almost despaired. Now, looking at the rain of fire that filled the sky, they were actually stunned. For a moment, through the large astronomical telescope, they saw the battle outside planet Noah. They saw the terrifying giant hand crushed countless battleships of the cosmic bandits, and that colossal giant. Without a doubt, a disciple from the divine palace of Baman must have arrived. They were saved. Cultivator, it's really a cultivator. Those battleships of the cosmic bandits could not resist the cultivator from the divine palace of Baman. At all. He destroyed the entire fleet alone. It's unbelievable. The emperor of the Noah civilization even made a decision. In the future, the people of Noah must prioritize cultivation, and technology will be supplementary. After all, the Noah civilization had developed technology for so many years, but it was not a match for the cosmic bandits. If they could produce a planetary life form, they would have nothing to fear from cosmic bandits. The people of the Noah civilization were all praying silently. This was a battle of technological civilization versus cultivation civilization. And technological weapons versus cultivators. Although they were far from being able to represent a scenario of technological civilization versus cultivation civilization, one could still gain a rough understanding of the difference between a technological civilization and a cultivation civilization. Lin Feng's gaze was calm. He was not a planetary life form yet, but with the hundredfold enhancement of the law, he was actually no different from a planetary life form. In terms of combat power, he was even stronger, because he had laws. The operation of laws could easily destroy a planet. Lin Feng stood in the universe. The law of annihilation had already transformed into a sweeping storm. No battleship could withstand the annihilative storm. Anything that came into contact with it would be reduced to ashes. More than a dozen of the original 33 spaceships were destroyed almost instantly. The remaining dozen or so battleships also retreated from planet Noah, trying to escape. However, how could they escape from Lin Feng, who possessed the law? The commander and notorious leader of the cosmic bandits, Monbuk, had a grim expression at the moment. His hands were shaking. Seeing that the terrifying annihilative storm was about to sweep over to his battleship, he could no longer maintain his composure. Launch. Launch the God Slayer armament. The God Slayer armament was Monbuk's trump card. It was also what he relied on to develop from a minor cosmic bandit to his current scale. He had accidentally obtained the mysterious God Slayer armament from an abandoned planet. While it was called the God Slayer armament, implying that there was a full set, there was only a spear left. This spear was called the God-slaying spear. After many experiments, Monbuk discovered that stimulating the God-slaying spear with massive energy could allow the God-slaying spear to unleash terrifying power. Relying on the God-slaying spear, he had even killed a cosmic behemoth before. That cosmic behemoth was a genuine planetary life form. Swish. A white beam of light suddenly shot out from the battleship. Even the terrifying law of annihilation seemed so fragile before this beam of light. An intense sense of danger arose in Lin Feng's heart. It was an unprecedented feeling, like when he was on the verge of death, back in Dragonlith City. Something's wrong. Lin Feng switched to his combat body at once. He immediately used the void traversal combat body. Almost instantly, the beam of light had arrived before Lin Feng. There was no avoiding it. Swoosh. However, at the critical moment, Lin Feng's void traversal combat body had already disappeared into space. In the universe, even if Lin Feng used the void traversal combat body at full force, he could only teleport a kilometer. However, this mere kilometer allowed Lin Feng to dodge it. That light. Lin Feng was shocked and bewildered. It was a really close shave. That beam of light gave him a very peculiar and frightful feeling. If he had really been struck, he would probably be severely injured, if not dead. Who'd expect that mere cosmic bandits could have such a whole card? Law of annihilation. Law of tides. Lin Feng did not dare to let his guard down. He used two laws almost immediately, forming a terrifying storm. At the same time, the spear of destruction appeared in his hand. Boom. Lin Feng unleashed the power of the spear of destruction with full force for the first time. This origin weapon had finally unleashed its terrifying power. The annihilative power in the spear of destruction erupted instantly, like a violently erupting volcano. It erupted in an instant, and swept across a radius of hundreds of kilometers in a mighty manner. As for the cosmic bandits' battleships, before they could activate the god-slaying spear a second time, the terrifying annihilative power had already swept over and completely reduced them to ashes. Not only that, the power of the spear of destruction also enveloped the entire planet Noah. All the Noah people sensed an oncoming calamity as they looked at the sky with their jaws agape. They had never expected that although the cosmic bandits were gone, they would be implicated by the aftershock of the battle. Now, even the planet was about to be destroyed. Such a powerful origin weapon. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect the power of this origin weapon to be so terrifying. If he allowed the large amount of annihilative power to wreak havoc, there would be no need for him to save planet Noah. It would probably be directly destroyed by the massive annihilative power. Lin Feng had no intention to see this outcome. Hence, he controlled the spear of destruction and transformed it into a huge phantom. Like a black hole, it absorbed the annihilative power in a frenzy. With Lin Feng's law of annihilation resisting the annihilative power on top of it, although planet Noah also suffered some losses from both attacks, he finally controlled the annihilative power, and all of it was absorbed by the spear of destruction. Planet Noah was saved, and the Noah civilization would continue living. This was really full of twists and turns. As for the battleships of the cosmic bandits, they had already been annihilated. What's this? However, when Lin Feng scanned with his mental power, he discovered that there was a strange spear floating in the universe, emitting a silver light at the location of the cosmic bandits' battleship just now. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had used the spear of destruction, and stimulated the annihilative power in the spear of destruction to sweep through the cosmic bandits' battleships. Even the sturdy battleships were reduced to ashes. Now, this strange spear could actually survive the annihilative power. If even the annihilative power could not destroy this spear, it must be extraordinary. In particular, Lin Feng seemed to sense a familiar aura from this spear, an aura similar to the white light that had terrified him previously. Could this be what those cosmic bandits used to deliver the final blow? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Originally, he thought that the beams emitted by the cosmic bandits were from some kind of technological weapon, and it was completely destroyed by the spear of destruction. However, seeing this spear, Lin Feng had a different idea. This was decidedly not a technological weapon. Chapter 410, Familiar Feeling. Chapter 410, Familiar Feeling. Lin Feng made a light grab and grabbed the silver spear. He could not tell the material of the silver spear, nor could he sense its monstrous power. Energy. Lin Feng enveloped the spear with energy. He could sense that the terrifying power contained in the spear seemed to be shaking violently. He hurriedly retracted the energy, and the spear returned to normal. However, when Lin Feng used the law of annihilation, the law of tides, and the law of space to envelop the spear next, there was no effect at all. The spear still did not move. Impossible. Lin Feng frowned. The laws were useless. Could it be that he had not found the corresponding law? Actually, the most important thing was the energy in the spear. Lin Feng felt that it was very unfamiliar, or rather, out of place. It was as if it did not belong here, but for some reason, it had appeared here again. The strange power in the spear did not seem to belong to any law. However, thinking about how the power of the spear drawn out by the cosmic bandits' battleships had spooked even Lin Feng, it was evident how terrifying this spear was. However, Lin Feng could not control this spear. He could only use energy to stimulate the spear, allowing the strange power in the spear to erupt. But if he could not guide it properly, even Lin Feng himself would be severely injured. God-slaying armament. God-slaying spear. Lin Feng stroked the spear gently. There were a few strange words on it. Lin Feng had never seen these words before, but when he touched these words, words that he could understand naturally appeared in his mind. This spear was called the God-slaying spear, and it seemed to be one of an entire set of treasures. The entire set of treasures should be Called the God-slaying armament. The name was extraordinary, but its origin was unknown, and it was vaguely dangerous. Lin Feng did not dare to use it casually. Who knew what would happen after using energy to draw out the power in the God-slaying spear? He still had to be very cautious about things that he could not grasp. The battleship fleet of the cosmic bandits had already been annihilated. Lin Feng took a step and entered planet Noah. He won. He won just like that. What a formidable cultivator. As expected of a disciple of the divine palace of Bamond. Such a powerful cosmic bandit battleship fleet was actually easily crushed by a cultivator. That's more than 30 battleships, enough to cross the universe freely and destroy countless planets. At this moment, the people of Noah deeply sensed the power of the divine palace of Bamond, and the power of cultivators. Even though there were cultivators among Noans too, it was more of an experiment. Moreover, be it cultivation methods or comprehension of laws, they were far inferior to the divine palace of Bamond. Even the top cultivators of the Noans were at most at the level of the lower district of the divine palace of Bamond. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was a genuine core disciple of the upper district. Naturally, they were incomparable. Swoosh. At this moment, Lin Feng's figure had already appeared in the palace. He had just used the void traversal combat body. On a small planet like Noah, Lin Feng's void traversal combat body was like a fish in water. Long-distance spatial travel was a piece of cake for him. Hence, he instantly teleported into the palace. Even the Noah royalties were very surprised to see Lin Feng suddenly appear. However, as the emperor, he had to remain calm. You're the emperor of the Noah civilization. May I inquire your name? Lin Feng from the divine palace of Bamond. So it's His Highness Lin Feng. Thank you very much for lending aid and saving the entire Noah civilization, Your Highness. The ministers and royalty in the palace also expressed their gratitude to Lin Feng. He was the true savior of the civilization. Without Lin Feng, the Noah civilization would have been doomed. This is my mission. There's no need for formalities. Do you know the background of these cosmic bandits? Lin Feng wanted to find out the background of these cosmic bandits and see if he could find out where the god-slaying spear was found. The Emperor of Noah shook his head and said, Your Highness Lin Feng, these cosmic bandits came from another galaxy. They destroyed and slaughtered along the way. We don't know their background at all. Lin Feng was not too disappointed. The cosmic bandits wandered the universe in the first place, so how could they let others know their background? Unfortunately, he had destroyed all of the cosmic bandits' battleships, and there was not a single living cosmic bandit. Otherwise, he might be able to find out the origin of the god-slaying spear. All right, since the cosmic bandits have been destroyed and your Noah civilization will continue living, I should go. Lin Feng had no intention of lingering in the Noah civilization for long and prepared to leave directly. Your Highness, please wait. We have another request. Huh. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He took a mission because he was in a good mood, but he was not the nanny of the Noah civilization. He did not have to help the Noah civilization with everything. However, this matter concerned the future of the Noah civilization. Although the Emperor of the Noah civilization knew that Lin Feng was a little impatient, he could only bite the bullet and say, Your Highness, after experiencing this crisis, our Noah civilization has already given thorough thought to our future path of development. We would like to ask Your Highness to bring the most outstanding descendant of our royal family into the divine palace of Bamond. With that, the Emperor of the Noah civilization hurriedly asked the third prince to meet Lin Feng. The third prince had already undergone 5 life transitions, and the Noah civilization had high hopes for him. However, in reality, his potential had already been exhausted. It was impossible for him to undergo 6 life transitions in his lifetime and become a planetary life form. I can bring someone back to the divine palace of Bamond, but not him. How many descendants of your royal family are there? It'd be best if they're younger. I can bring 2 of them. Even though the third prince was a little disappointed, the emperor was overjoyed. No matter who it was, as long as they could enter the divine palace of Bamond, it would be good enough. Hence, the thousands of young descendants of the Noah royal family were all gathered. All of them had anticipatory gazes. The anticipatory gazes of the Noans was also the reason Lin Feng was willing to choose the two of them to bring into the divine palace. They only wanted a trace of hope now, just like the people on his home planet back then, who all saw Lin Feng as their hope. It was a simple favor for him. Lin Feng chose two bright descendants of the royal family, a boy and a girl. They were both very young. With Lin Feng's recommendation, they could both enter the lower district of the divine palace. As for whether they could be promoted to the middle district, this was not Lin Feng's concern. He was only giving the Noans a trace of hope. The two people who were chosen were called Fini and Naya. They were both very respectful towards Lin Feng, the emperor of the Noah civilization. Also gave most of their energy and some precious resources to Fini and Naya. He also told them that they carried the hope of all the Noans. The two of them should focus on cultivating in the divine palace, and not to let down the hope of all Noans. The two young ones naturally nodded in agreement. Then, they followed Lin Feng back to the spaceship to return to the divine palace of Bamond. However, not long after the spaceship flew, Lin Feng realized that something was amiss. He had passed by many planets, but they were all deadly silent. In particular, there was even a trace of residual energy fluctuation, which gave Lin Feng a vaguely familiar feeling. Chapter 411, Devouring Life Form. Chapter 411, Devouring Life Form. This feeling is really familiar. Lin Feng stopped the spaceship. He looked at the empty universe in front of him. Although it was empty in front of him, he had a feeling that something was amiss, but he could not put his finger on it. Cosmic map. Lin Feng immediately pulled up the cosmic map. Actually, he had already been feeling that something was amiss previously. After exiting of the spatial passage and along the way to planet Noah, he had encountered very few planets. They were either dead planets without any life fluctuations, or empty, leaving only cosmic dust. Lin Feng had roughly checked the cosmic map back then. There should be quite a lot of planets around here. Although planet Noah was the only planet with a civilization, there were many planets with life. However, along the way, he had not seen many planets with life. He had not even seen more than a few planets. It was really quite peculiar. Hence, Lin Feng pulled up the cosmic map. These cosmic maps were basically updated every 10,000 years, and included all the planets in the Bamond galaxy. Even if some planets had declined, they could not have disappeared so quickly. A period of 10,000 years was sufficient for updates. Lin Feng looked at the 5 planets marked on the cosmic map. Life was born on 3 of the planets. Now, Lin Feng only saw 2 completely desolate planets. The other 3 planets that gave birth to life had actually disappeared. That's right, they had completely disappeared, as if they had never existed. There were only 2 possibilities for this situation. Either the cosmic map was wrong, or something had happened to the planets. The update schedule of the cosmic map was very rigorous. This cosmic map had only been charted for more than 1,000 years. It was impossible for a planet to decline naturally and disappear completely without a trace. A naturally declining planet would either become completely desolate, or fall apart and become a cosmic meteorite. However, it was impossible for there to be no trace of it at all. There was something strange about this. Check cosmic events. Lin Feng immediately began to use the internal system of the Divine Palace to check the recent cosmic events in the Bamond galaxy. The Dorada civilization was destroyed, and the planet disappeared. It is suspected to have encountered a devouring life form. The Muyun civilization was destroyed, and the planet disappeared. It is suspected to have encountered a devouring life form. The 8 initial planets around the ancient blue planet have disappeared. They are suspected to have encountered a devouring life form. Seeing these major events, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He pulled up the cosmic map again and found the locations of these missing planets in it. Then, he connected them and observed. He realized that it happened to form a curved line, which was generally traveling in a fixed direction. Below these planets was Lin Feng's current location. Devouring life form. Lin Feng's heart sank. No wonder it gave him such a familiar feeling. It was a devouring life form. In the universe, such devouring life forms were practically the mortal enemies of cultivation civilizations and technological civilizations. Once discovered, even the divine palace of Bamand would take action and eliminate them immediately. This was because devouring life forms only knew how to destroy, devour, and annihilate. A devouring life form, even one only at the level of a planetary life form, could devour and destroy hundreds of planets. The danger was just too great. Devouring life forms were simply a malignant tumor of the universe. If they were allowed to develop, they would probably devour every galaxy. Lin Feng could sense the familiarity because he had obtained the life core of the Leviathan. The Leviathan was a typical devouring life form. It had even become a planetary life form. It had completed its metamorphosis in the end by devouring its home planet. Lin Feng had seen the memories of the Leviathan. The Leviathan had devoured everything from its birth until it became a planetary life form. In the end, it had devoured almost everything on the entire planet, and even its home planet. After metamorphosing into a planetary life form, it constantly drifted and wandered the universe, devouring countless planets. This was what devouring life forms were. They were simply the greatest enemies of cultivators and technological civilizations. Be it the cultivation civilization or the technological civilization, neither could tolerate devouring life forms. Lin Feng immediately sent the news here to the Divine Palace. Any news regarding devouring life forms was very important. Soon, the Divine Palace responded to Lin Feng. The Divine Palace also suspected that the devouring life form was nearby, and it should be an elementary planetary life form. It was especially dangerous. Lin Feng was tasked to find that devouring life form immediately, monitor it, and wait for the arrival of the experts from the Divine Palace. This was a compulsory order. Lin Feng could not possibly decline. Moreover, he had never thought of declining. He absolutely could not tolerate devouring life forms. It was like the behemoth of Armageddon back then, which strictly speaking could also be considered a devouring life form. It was born for destruction. Your Highness Lin Feng, what did you discover? At this moment, the two royalties of the Noah civilization also noticed the solemn expression on Lin Feng's face. A devouring life form has been discovered. This place is too dangerous. I'll send you to the spatial passage first, then teleport to the Divine Palace of Bamand. Just give them my name. When the time comes, someone will naturally arrange for you to cultivate in the Divine Palace. Lin Feng's expression was very solemn. He took the spaceship to the spatial passage as quickly as possible. After escorting the two of them back, he returned. He also swept through the area below along the line on the cosmic map. As he searched, he checked the planets on the cosmic map. In particular, he needed to focus on investigating those planets that had given birth to life. Unfortunately, as Lin Feng investigated it, his expression became more and more grim. He had already discovered that a total of 11 inhabited planets had completely disappeared. It seemed like they had all been devoured by that devouring life form. Moreover, the special aura left behind in the universe was becoming stronger and stronger. This meant that Lin Feng was gradually approaching that devouring life form. I have to speed up. Lin Feng sped up the spaceship and headed straight for the planets with life below. Finally, Lin Feng found a planet that had given birth to life. They had even developed a civilization. However, the civilization was very primitive, and was only the beginning of a technological civilization. They did not even have the ability to leave the planet. However, there were many life forms on this planet, especially intelligent life forms, which exceeded 5 billion. This was deadly temptation for devouring life forms. If Lin Feng could not find the devouring life form, he might as well wait here. He believed that as long as it was really a devouring life form, it would definitely be able to find this place, and would definitely not pass on this planet that had given birth to a large amount of life forms. Lin Feng did not know how long it would take for that devouring life form to arrive. Moreover, his spaceship was too conspicuous in the universe. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Lin Feng simply piloted the spaceship and flew directly into the planet below. This planet had a large amount of water, and more than 70% of it was water. Intelligent life forms were dominant, but their rule was established on land and not on water. Lin Feng silently landed the spaceship on some barren islands on the sea. Then, he left the spaceship and flew out of the sea alone, towards the continent where intelligent life forms gathered. Chapter 4:12, Providence. Chapter 4:12, Providence. Soon, Lin Feng discovered a city. He realized that the dominant life forms here were also humans, and looked similar to Lin Feng. Hence, Lin Feng also changed his clothes slightly, transforming them into something similar to the people here. Lin Feng realized that there was also a network here, so he did a simple search. This planet was called Planet Aqua. It was divided into more than 200 countries of various sizes. A violent war had once erupted and swept through the world. Fortunately, peace had already been restored now. This made Lin Feng feel a little incredulous. There were actually more than 200 regimes on a single planet. This was somewhat unbelievable, even in the universe. However, the technology of Planet Aqua was not advanced. There were no spaceships, but there were already satellites. They could barely enter the universe, but they could not conduct cosmic navigation. There were many such civilizations in the universe, and they were called primitive civilizations. Lin Feng did not know how long it would take for the devouring life form to arrive, but he was willing to wait. In particular, this planet felt a little familiar to Lin Feng, as if it was from an elementary era of his home planet. Of course, even in the elementary era of the 9th civilization, there were still martial artists. To Lin Feng's knowledge, there did not seem to be any cultivators on Planet Aqua. In this world, technological power dominated absolutely. Lin Feng strolled along the streets. Soon, the sky gradually darkened. However, not everyone slept soundly at night. For many people, the exciting nightlife had just begun. Lin Feng sat on a bench in the square like a sculpture. He closed his eyes and rested. With his current strength, why would he need to sleep? He had even forgotten the feeling of sleeping. Many people around also found it strange. Lin Feng did not look like a beggar at all, but he sat motionless on the chair. The weather was so cold now, and Lin Feng was dressed rather thinly, so he naturally attracted the attention of many people. However, no one came forward to ask questions. Lin, did you have fun today? I had a lot of fun. A young couple walked past the square. When the girl called Lin saw Lin Feng, she found it a little strange, and could not help but take a few more glances. That man is so strange. Why is he still sitting in the chair so late at night? Lin, don't go over. It might be a tramp. It's very dangerous. The boy hurriedly pulled Lin away. He did not want to get into trouble, especially with these homeless people. They might even have some illnesses. He did not want his girlfriend to be involved with homeless people. Lin frowned and was a little hesitant. However, she still listened to her boyfriend and quickly left the square. Early the next morning, when Lin arrived at the square, she realized that the strange person was still sitting on the bench. Lin worked in this commercial building. She was an ordinary white-collar worker who was usually curious about everything. Lin Feng did not look like a tramp, but he had spent the night on the bench. He hasn't frozen to death, has he? Lin was a little curious, but she was more sympathetic. Hence, she walked over. Why didn't you go home? Lin asked softly. She glanced to the side. There were still some passers-by. Only then did she relax slightly. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the girl in front of him, he said calmly, I don't have a home. Ah, you are really a tramp. I guess so. Then you sat here all night last night? Yes. In such cold weather. Lin gritted her teeth and took out some money. She hurriedly said, take it first and get something to eat. I have to go to work. With that, she turned around and left. Lin Feng glanced at the money. After spending a few days on Planet Aqua, he had already understood the purchasing power of this amount of money. It would be enough to get a few full meals. Though, what need did he have for eating? Lin Feng lifted his head, but his gaze passed through the atmosphere and into the universe. He had already waited for a few days, but he still had not found any devouring life form. Could it be that the other party would not come here? However, it was also somewhat unlikely. If it was really a devouring life form, it would definitely not let Planet Aqua off. After all, there were billions of intelligent life forms on Planet Aqua. Having experienced the Leviathan's memories before, Lin Feng knew a lot about devouring life forms. Devouring intelligent life forms was practically their instinct, and it was unlikely that it would let them go. Hence, he could only wait patiently. In the afternoon, Lin realized that the strange man in the square was still there. Moreover, he had not touched the money. She wanted to ask him about it, but felt that the strange person was a little peculiar, so she did not ask in the end. For the next few days, Lin saw the strange person in the square. She became more and more curious. She could tell that the strange man had not moved for a few days. Didn't he need to eat and drink? Moreover, he seemed to be in a good state. He had not even touched the money in front of him. Latest news: the Black Dragon cult is listed as the #1 cult in the world. The Black Dragon cult has already taken over 5 small countries through infiltration, intimidation, and war, causing serious humanitarian disasters with more than 10 million casualties. The governments of various countries call for everyone to stand up and jointly oppose the Black Dragon cult. The news was playing on the big screen in the square again. Recently, news about the Black Dragon cult had been overwhelming. This Black Dragon cult seemed to have appeared out of thin air. At first, it was prevalent in some small countries. Then, it promoted a set of cult beliefs, such as the Black Dragon Armageddon. Moreover, it developed rapidly and used some extreme methods to cause unrest in several countries. The Black Dragon cult even directly took over a few small countries, causing terrifying humanitarian disasters. This was an actual cult, and an unprecedented one at that. It had finally attracted the attention of the world. Some major countries had even begun preparing to attack the Black Dragon cult, but they had always allowed the Black Dragon cult to grow because of the irreconcilable conflicts between the major countries. Lin Feng was naturally not too interested in such news. What really interested him was Lin, that somewhat bold and kind woman. She was initially just an ordinary woman, and Lin Feng had not discovered anything special about her before. However, in the past few days, something special had newly appeared on Lin, something that felt familiar to Lin Feng. Origin. Lin Feng finally had a vague impression. Yes, the origin. In some civilizations, it was also called providence. Normally, planets with many intelligent life forms would give birth to a vague consciousness that would naturally protect the entire world. And protect intelligent life forms. It manifested most commonly in the form of providence. If providence favored a person, that person would definitely be able to make a name for themselves and influence the entire world. Some heroes in movies or myths were often people with great providence. However, the appearance of providence usually meant that this world was already in danger. That was why providence appeared. That was actually a form of distress call as well. Was this world in danger? Lin Feng frowned. He had a feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 4:13, Save Your Game. Chapter 4:13, Save Your Game. Was this world in danger? Lin Feng did not sense it at all. Actually, be it providence or the origin, Lin Feng naturally believed it, because he had experienced it himself. On his home planet, facing the threat of extinction, Lin Feng was actually favored by the providence of the entire world. Otherwise, how could Lin Feng have obtained the Spear of Destruction? Moreover, he had comprehended the law of annihilation at that critical moment. No matter how one looked at it, all of this felt like Lin Feng's luck was just too good. Being too lucky was actually one of the characteristics of being favored by providence. Lin Feng did not doubt it at all. He was once the protagonist of the 9th civilization on his home planet, which was why his development was so smooth. However, That was when facing the crisis of the behemoth of Armageddon. The entire world might be destroyed. The favor of Providence was normal. Was the planet Aqua in danger of being destroyed now? Recently, the entire world had actually been very peaceful. There was nuclear deterrence between the major countries, and major wars could not possibly break out. The only chaos was the appearance of the Black Dragon cult. Although the scale of the chaos caused by the Black Dragon cult was nothing small, as long as the major countries took it seriously, the Black Dragon cult would not be able to survive for long. Why did the favor of Providence appear on Linlin now? From a certain perspective, the one favored by Providence was the protagonist of this world. They were here to save this world and play the role of the savior. The world's origin would not deliver Providence and choose a protagonist for no reason. Only in the face of a truly huge crisis would the world's origin make such a choice. Could it be the devouring life form? Lin Feng thought of the devouring life form again. However, after waiting for so many days, the devouring life form still had not arrived. How could this world sense the danger? This did not make sense at all. Lin Feng could not imagine what kind of crisis this world was facing that it did not hesitate to deliver Providence and choose a protagonist. However, it did not matter. Linlin was the protagonist favored by the Providence of this world. As long as he paid attention to Linlin, he would definitely be able to find the reason. After work, Linlin realized that the strange tramp in the square had already disappeared. Has he left? Even though Linlin felt that the tramp was a little strange, since he had already left, she did not think much of it. After work, Linlin suddenly encountered an attack by a group of men in black on the way home. Linlin was just an ordinary person, but the men in black were all well trained. However, at this moment, a young man suddenly appeared. His body emitted a white light. When it shone on these men in black, it emitted waves of black smoke. Then, the men in black fell to the ground and turned into terrifying dried corpses. Linlin was really frightened. She was just an ordinary person, and had always led an ordinary life. Now that she suddenly encountered such a bizarre thing, she was naturally at a loss. Eh? Aren't you Lan Tian? Only then did Linlin take a closer look, and realize that this was her former high school classmate, Lan Tian. However, Lan Tian had disappeared since graduating from high school, as if he had vanished from the face of the earth entirely. No one knew where he had gone. She did not expect him to suddenly appear now, and that they'd meet under such circumstances. Lan Tian's expression was solemn. He squatted down to check on the men in black. They are indeed from the Black Dragon cult. Lan Tian's expression was dark. He seemed to have expected this. Linlin, long time no see. But now is not the time to catch up. You shouldn't go home either. It might be dangerous. Come with me. Lan Tian pulled Linlin away. Even though Linlin felt a little awkward, after what happened just now, Lan Tian was at least her savior. She left decisively with Lan Tian. Just as Lan Tian and Linlin left, a figure gradually appeared behind them. It was Lin Feng. He had actually been tailing Linlin all along, but did not expect to see such a scene. So there's someone with more providence than Linlin. Is this Lan Tian the real protagonist? Lin Feng could sense that the providence on Lan Tian was several times greater than that on Linlin. This was what a true person of great providence was like. Perhaps Linlin was just a very important figure who had a close relationship with Lan Tian, which was why she had providence. As for these people in black, Lin Feng could tell at a glance. They were just people who had been modified with some death energy. They were simply not worth mentioning. Even he could do it at will. However, weren't there no cultivators in this world? Now that Lan Tian had suddenly appeared, and there were these people from the Black Dragon cult, it seemed like there were still many secrets in this world that Lin Feng did not know about. Hence, he continued to follow Lan Tian and Linlin. As long as he followed them, he would learn what the true crisis in this world was. Lan Tian led Linlin to a dim room, but there was another underground passage inside. There was a huge underground hall below. Lin Lin's eyes lit up. She realized that there were actually many people in the underground hall. There were men, women, elders, and children. Lan Tian, you're back. This must be Lin Lin. An amiable-looking old man glanced at Lin Lin, who had been brought back by Lan Tian, and asked with a smile. I'm Lin Lin. You are. Come in. There are some things you must know. The old man led Lan Tian and Lin Lin into the small room. The furnishings were very simple, but it was filled with an ancient aura. Let me introduce myself first. You can call me Elder too. Lin Lin, you might be wondering who we are and why the people of the Black Dragon cult are looking for you. Actually, this has to start from an ancient story. In a very ancient and distant era, terrifying demon kings were born. They destroyed and devoured everything. We humans were just their food. But one day, a divine stone fell from the sky. Our ancestors of humanity obtained this divine stone and refined it into a ring. We called it the Divine Ring. This divine ring possessed powerful strength that could annihilate all the demon kings. Humanity finally defeated the demon kings and rebuilt their home. However, the demon kings were not completely destroyed. They would accumulate strength over a long period of time in the hope of making a comeback. For the sake of the future of humanity, our ancestors divided the divine ring into two parts and handed it over to his two most loyal subordinates for safekeeping. The divine ring has been passed down from generation to generation. Some people don't even know these stories, let alone the significance of the divine ring. Lin Lin, you are the descendant of the keeper of half of the divine ring. You have a part of that divine ring on you. Hearing Elder Two's story, Lin Lin's mouth fell open. She even felt that this world was ridiculous. Having received more than 20 years of scientific education, she did not believe Elder Two's story at all. What demon king? What divine ring? These were all nonsense, like some crudely made third-rate movies. Don't tell me I'm some kind of savior. Unfortunately, Lin Lin, you are indeed one of the saviors. Lin Lin smiled. She shook her head and said, Did you just say that those people are from the Black Dragon cult, that evil cult? I think you should report to the government. The Black Dragon cult will soon be razed to the ground by the army sent by the major countries. I'm sorry, I don't want to participate in your savior game. Lin Lin shrugged. Even though Lan Tian had saved her, she still did not quite believe in the so-called savior. She was just an ordinary girl. How could she be a savior? Lin Lin, you have to accept reality. Boom. Before Lan Tian could finish speaking, the entire underground hall shook violently. Chapter 414, Divine Ring. Chapter 414, Divine Ring. What's going on? Bombs. Someone is using bombs to blast open our passage. It's the people from the Black Dragon cult. Quick, pick up your weapons. And fight. The people in the basement immediately took action. Lan Tian escorted Lin Lin out of the room and realized that a large number of people from the Black Dragon cult had surged in. They were holding guns and bombs as they slaughtered everyone in the basement in a frenzy. Lan Tian, protect Lin Lin and leave. Someone needs to make sacrifices, but it's definitely not the two of you. This world has already been corrupted by evil. The power of evil is very strong now. You must survive, because you are the only saviors. Elder Two drew a long sword. Like a courageous warrior, he charged towards the countless men in black. Boom. The courageous Elder Two was blasted into pieces by a bomb from the Black Dragon cult. The strong smell of blood filled the air. Nauseating. This was like hell on earth. Even Lin Lin was stunned by the scene before her. Hurry up and leave. Lan Tian carried Lin Lin decisively and quickly escaped through another passage. He had always believed that he was the savior. Ever since Elder Two came looking for him in high school, he had always been active in the dark, fighting against the dark forces of evil. After so many years, he was even more convinced that he was the savior. Finally, Lan Tian carried Lin Lin out of the basement and escaped. Lin Lin shouted, Quick, quick, let's go to the police station and file a report. What's the use of going to the police? The police are all ordinary people. They can't deal with the Black Dragon cult. Lan Tian did not believe in the police at all. You're really insane. Those men in black used guns and bombs just now. Only the police and the army can deal with them. Whether you're telling the truth or not, times have changed. Humanity is no longer weak. Look at the current technological development. With those powerful weapons, even demon kings would be blasted to pieces if they are reborn. Lin Lin was a staunch materialist. Even though she had seen some strange power, she still firmly believed in technology. No, you will never understand how terrifying they are. Only the divine ring, can defeat those evil forces. Lan Tian appeared very stubborn as he glared at Lin Lin. You lunatic. You want the divine ring, right? I'll give it to you. Lin Lin took out the other half of the ring from her pocket. Her grandmother had left it to her. In the past, she had only treated it as a keepsake. But such a strange thing had happened now, and she seemed to be involved in some complicated situations. She simply gave the ring to Lan Tian. When Lan Tian saw the other part of the divine ring, he looked very excited. However, he shook his head and said, "It's useless. I can't wield the divine ring alone. Only together can the two of us restore the power of the divine ring, and finally eliminate those evil powers. To save the world. Lin Lin, you can't avoid this. You're the savior." "No, you lunatic. I won't believe you. I'm not the savior, and there is no savior in this world. I'm calling the police right now." With that, Lin Lin left. Lan Tian opened its mouth, but did not say anything in the end. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Lin disappeared. Perhaps only when Lin Lin learned the truth and the cruelty of the matter would she understand her mission. Then, Lan Tian's figure flashed and disappeared. What a cliched story. Savior? Interesting. Just as they left, Lin Feng appeared. There seemed to be a mocking smile on his face. At the police station, after Lin Lin explained everything about the matter of the Black Dragon cult to the police in detail, she was quickly transferred to a secret place. It was said to be under the National Security Bureau. At this moment, a burly man walked into the room. "Madam, the information you provided was very useful. Your rationality not only saved you but also your companion. By the way, he claims to be the savior. This is your companion, right?" With that, the men in black subordinates brought a man in. "Lan Tian, what happened to you?" Lin Lin was very surprised. She had only been separated from Lan Tian for 3 days. How did Lan Tian become like this? He looked very weak and disheveled. "What did you do to Lan Tian?" Lin Lin asked fiercely. "No, madam, I think you've misunderstood. We're not the ones who put him in this state. On the contrary, we saved him. We quickly locked onto Lan Tian according to the clues you provided, but unfortunately, when we found him, he was surrounded by a group of people in black. They should be armed men from the Black Dragon cult. In the end, we paid a high price to save your companion. However, your companion clearly did not trust us. He felt that he was the savior, but how could he save the world in this state?" The burly man shrugged, looking very helpless. "Hey, let us go now. We are saviors. Only we can save the world. It's too late. You have no idea how terrifying those monsters from the Black Dragon cult are." Lan Tian struggled to speak. He was still bent on destroying the Black Dragon cult. The burly man shook his head and said, "Sir, I think you underestimate us too much. We've already captured many of the monsters from the Black Dragon cult you mentioned. They are indeed very strong individually, but under superior firepower, they'd be defeated easily. I think this lady is very rational. Times are different now. There is no such thing as saviors in this world. If there really is one, it'd be us humans." Then, the burly man led Lan Tian and Lin Lin to another hall. This seemed to be a huge laboratory. Inside the transparent glass were many strange humans with many tubes attached to their bodies. There seemed to be experiments conducted here. Some of them were humanoid, but their bodies had become hideous and terrifying, like wild beasts. How did you guys? Lan Tian was really shocked. There were at least hundreds of monsters in this hall, and they were all captured here without any ability to resist. In the past, even he would have to spend a lot of effort to kill such a monster. Lin was also shocked, but at the same time, she was very excited. It seemed like the human government and army could deal with these monsters. She and Lan Tian would no longer have to carry the heavy burden of being saviors. The burly man shook his head and said, although these monsters are very strong, they are indeed defeated easily. We killed more of these monsters on the battlefield. However, the situation became different a few months ago. Other monsters suddenly appeared in the Black Dragon cult, and they were 10 times more terrifying than these monsters. We call them mutated monsters. We've long learned about those beliefs you hold about saviors. We've even found some information on your divine ring. All that's left is experimentation. If your divine ring is really effective against the mutated monsters, we humans will definitely be able to develop the latest weapons to deal with those mutated monsters. Lan Tian was very surprised. In the past, he had been exhausted from dealing with these monsters in the laboratory. He had even fought with these monsters for a few years, hiding all the time. But now, these monsters were actually called insignificant by the burly men, as if they were very easy to deal with. It felt like his conviction was beginning to crumble. That's right, the divine ring. I still have the divine ring. We must be saviors. Lan Tian suddenly raised his head. He took out half of the divine ring in his hand and handed the other half to Lin. His eyes were filled with determination. Chapter 4:15, Appearance. Chapter 4:15, Appearance. The two of you can give it a try. We also want to study the power of the divine ring. The Black Dragon cult is indeed quite troublesome. Now, if it's confirmed that the divine ring is effective, we'll launch a full-scale attack on the headquarters of the Black Dragon cult to completely eliminate this cult. The burly man's expression also became solemn, as if he took the divine ring very seriously. According to their analysis, the ancient legends were not groundless. They also wanted to see if the legendary divine ring had unparalleled divine power that could eliminate those strange and evil powers. Lin was a little hesitant. She did not know how to activate the divine ring at all. However, Lan Tian explained in a low voice, you're an inherent owner of the divine ring, so it needs the power of your mind. Focus and just keep thinking of the divine ring in your mind. It's that simple. Yes, it's that simple. We're saviors, born to obtain the power of the divine ring. How complicated do you think it can be? Lin was a little speechless. She felt that Lan Tian had really fallen into insanity. He always felt that he was the savior. How did he look? Like a savior. However, there was no harm in giving it a try now. In any case, it was that simple. Hence, Lin closed her eyes slightly and focused. Her palm met Lan Tian's, and the two parts of the ring were fused in her palm. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Sweat appeared on both their faces, but nothing seemed to be happening yet. Buzz. Suddenly, their bodies shook. At the same time, the originally damaged ring gradually emitted a dazzling white light. Then, the white light became more and more magnificent, and the two parts of the ring slowly fused together. Lan Tian and Lin both opened their eyes. Seeing this, Lan Tian was overjoyed. He muttered in a low voice, "Did you see? Did you see? I'm the savior. Only I can save the world." Lin also found it unbelievable. The divine ring floating in the air had completely fused together. There appeared to be no cracks at all. It looked flawless. The burly man's expression also became solemn. Even though he knew that the legends on the divine ring were not baseless, seeing this scene with his own eyes was still very shocking. Swoosh. All of a sudden, the divine ring emitted two beams of light that landed in Lan Tian and Lin's bodies. Most of the light entered Lan Tian's body. Immediately, both of them had a strange feeling that their bodies were filled with an indescribably terrifying power. At this moment, the world in their eyes seemed to have changed drastically. Lan Tian suddenly opened its eyes. The divine ring in the air spun and flew into Lan Tian's hand, landing on its finger. What a wonderful feeling. This powerful strength. I'm the savior. The fatigue on Lan Tian's body had long disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Lan Tian felt like a deity, a supreme deity with unparalleled power. Swoosh. His figure flashed and disappeared from everyone's sight like an afterimage. When he appeared again, he had already grabbed those monsters from the Black Dragon cult. A beam of light enveloped the monsters. Immediately, they cried out in pain before turning to ashes. Lin, do you see this? We are saviors. We have the power to deal with the monsters of the Black Dragon cult. At this moment, Lan Tian was filled with confidence. This. Could everything be true? I'm a savior. Lin was a staunch materialist, but seeing this scene, her beliefs were shaken as well. Very good, bring the mutated monsters in. The burly men immediately reacted and got someone to bring in another type of monster. This type of monster was filled with death aura. But it was even more ferocious, terrifying, and larger. These were the mutated monsters that gave the government and army a hard time. The two of you, try it. Lan Tian took a deep breath. He could feel the surging power in his body. Then, a beam of light enveloped the mutated monster. The mutated monster immediately cried out in pain, but it kept struggling. Although it was injured, it was not killed. How can this be? Lan Tian frowned slightly, then increased the white light again. However, it was still useless. The mutated monster was still alive. Bang. Lan Tian's figure flashed as he threw a punch. The power he possessed at this moment was simply unheard of. He shattered the mutated monster's head with a single punch. Then, the mutated monster collapsed to the ground and stopped moving completely. Although the mutated monster was dead, the burly man was not satisfied. The power in your bodies cannot counter these monsters. Things are really troublesome now. However, Lan Tian said confidently, but my fists can easily kill these mutated monsters. Your fists. The burly man suddenly laughed mockingly. Your fists can kill a few mutated monsters, or dozens, or hundreds of them. But do you know how many of these mutated monsters the Black Dragon cult has? Not hundreds, not thousands, but tens of thousands. Lan Tian's face turned slightly pale. He could not imagine tens of thousands of such mutated monsters. Bullets were not very effective against these mutated monsters. They had to use powerful bombs. However, then, it would turn into a devastating battle of attrition. It would probably cause hundreds of thousands or even millions of casualties to the army. In particular, the Black Dragon cult seemed to be producing such mutated monsters at every moment. Once the number of mutated monsters reached a certain terrifying number, it would even be the end of the world. We are saviors. Saving the world is our duty. Perhaps some changes have occurred to the evil power of the Black Dragon cult. But as long as we kill the source of the evil power in the Black Dragon cult, the world will return to peace. A look of determination appeared on Lan Tian's face. You can't leave yet. You have to cooperate with our research. Saving the world isn't something that can be accomplished by just the two of you. The burly man waved his hand, and dozens of armed personnel walked over. Let's go. Lan Tian waved his hand. Immediately, the dozens of armed personnel felt as if they were suppressed by a powerful force. They could not even hold their weapons. What are you doing? The burly man immediately drew his pistol. Put down the toy in your hand. We are saviors, so we naturally have to do what we should do. Don't stop me, or else. Lan Tian's gaze was cold as he led Lin past these armed personnel. The power he possessed now was incredible. Even though these ordinary people were fully armed, they were as insignificant as ants in his eyes. This made him even more convinced that he was the true savior. There were certain things that must be accomplished by him. I see. The divine ring is actually a medium to communicate with the origin of the planet. Suddenly, a faint sigh echoed in the hall. At some point, a mysterious young man had appeared in front of Lan Tian and Lin Lin. He was looking thoughtfully at the divine ring on Lan Tian's finger. Chapter 416, Planet's Origin. Chapter 416, Planet's Origin. You. Lin Lin's eyes widened. She recognized him. Wasn't this person the strange tramp in the square? Why did he suddenly appear here? However, Lan Tian behaved as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He did not even know how the mysterious person in front of him had appeared. In fact, after the other party appeared, a strong sense of danger naturally arose in him. Miss Lin Lin, we meet again. The mysterious person was naturally Lin Feng. As for how he appeared, it was very simple. On the mere planet Aqua, he could naturally traverse space and enter the secret chamber with ease. He had followed Lan Tian and Lin Lin the entire way just to see what the so-called divine ring was. Now, he finally saw that the divine ring was actually a medium to communicate with the world's origin. With the help of the divine ring, the word origin could continuously enter the bodies of the divine ring's owners, the so-called saviors Lan Tian and Lin Lin, granting them extraordinary power. Lin Feng was very curious about the divine ring, especially about the origin contained in it. He reached out and made a light grab. Buzz. Suddenly, Lan Tian felt a powerful force restrain his body. What are you doing? Lan Tian's expression changed drastically. He wanted to mobilize the power in his body, but even though there was a terrifying power in his body that was difficult to grasp, he was still unable to move under Lin Feng's restraint. This was a power on a completely different level. Nothing. I just want to see the divine ring. Lin Feng pointed lightly, and the divine ring on Lan Tian's hand shook. It flew directly into Lin Feng's hand, as if it was very reluctant. The divine ring was still struggling, but with the display of a little of his strength from Lin Feng, the divine ring became obedient. A mere divine ring was actually just a medium. Lin Feng was not interested in it. What he was really interested in was the planet's origin that the divine ring could communicate with. Normally, the origin of a planet was hidden in the depths of the planet. Only by destroying the planet could the origin be extracted. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to extract the origin. The spear of destruction also contained an origin, but it was the origin extracted from a star after it was destroyed. The origin was the foundation of a planet. Once the origin was lost, a planet would slowly decay, and eventually become a dead planet. Ordinarily, if a planet did not suffer much damage, it would take billions or even tens of billions of years for its origin to decline naturally. If there were many cultivators, or if technological civilizations could provide nourishment to the planet, the origin of the planet would be strengthened. It would even be able to exist for hundreds of billions of years or trillions of years without trouble. Even on his home planet, Lin Feng had never sensed the planet's origin. In particular, the origin of planet Aqua seemed to have developed a little instinctive will. It was very miraculous. This was the first time Lin Feng had encountered such a thing, so he naturally wanted to take a closer look. Having obtained the divine ring, Lin Feng's mental power quickly extended into the divine ring. He sensed a subtle passage, and extended within vigorously through this passage. Boom. Lin Feng felt his mental power shake violently. Then, he sensed boundless origin power. That's right, this was the origin power of planet Aqua. However, this origin power seemed to be hostile towards Lin Feng, and quickly enveloped Lin Feng's mental power. Lin Feng hurriedly exuded a trace of goodwill. Through the fluctuations of his mental power, he believed that if the origin on planet Aqua really had some kind of sentience, it would definitely be able to sense the goodwill he exuded. As expected, as Lin Feng exuded goodwill, the massive origin gradually retreated. A vast and strange mental power suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mental power. The two intertwined, actually transmitting a message. Outsider, leave. Lin Feng understood now. The origin of the planet Aqua was warning Lin Feng to leave. The people on planet Aqua did not know Lin Feng's identity, but how could the planet's origin not know? Lin Feng was an alien, an outsider. It has indeed developed sentience. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. If it had sentience, it might very well have some vague form of consciousness, and they could communicate with each other. Hence, Lin Feng sent it a simple message. I won't hurt you. I won't hurt this planet. I can sense that you're in trouble. Perhaps I can help you. The planet's origin was silent for a long time. Perhaps it was also thinking. About a few minutes later, the planet's origin sent another message. You mean no harm. I need your help. Expel the evil invader. Increase your mental power. Reward. Although the information transmitted by the planet's origin was not that articulate, Lin Feng understood what the other party meant. The planet's origin could help him increase his mental power. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. He could condense a complete combat body, and naturally undergo 6 life transitions to become a planetary life form. However, if he could break through in mental power first, it might also be beneficial to condensing a consummate combat body. However, what did the planet's origin mean by evil invader? Black Dragon Cult. Such a message was transmitted intermittently by the planet's origin, repeatedly. Then, a thoughtful Lin Feng retracted his mental power. Black Dragon Cult. Looks like it's the Black Dragon Cult that makes the planet's origin feel threatened. Lin Feng also understood what the planet's origin meant. There was really something strange about this Black Dragon Cult. Something that could make even the planet's origin feel threatened was definitely not simple. What exactly did you do? Lan Tian was terrified. For some reason, just now, the sense of danger in his heart suddenly disappeared again, as if the mysterious person in front of him was not that terrifying after all. However, seeing how Lin Feng's actions just now had rendered him helpless, he would not underestimate Lin Feng. Lin Feng returned the divine ring to Lan Tian and shook his head. It's nothing. You just need to know that I mean you no harm. Don't. You want to be the savior and eliminate the evil power of the Black Dragon Cult. I'll go with you. You're coming with us. Aren't you from the Black Dragon Cult? Of course I'm not from the Black Dragon Cult. If I were, would you still be alive? Lin Feng smiled, but Lan Tian was a little suspicious. On the other hand, Lin was not that afraid. She had seen Lin Feng before and given him a favor. Hence, she was actually not that nervous. Let's go to the Black Dragon Cult. Lin Feng left the Security Bureau's base with Lan Tian and Lin directly, and even found a plane. He did not want to fly straight to the Black Dragon Cult so ostentatiously. After all, the Black Dragon Cult seemed to possess the power to threaten the planet's origin. Hence, Lin Feng had no choice but to be careful. It was not advisable for him to expose himself too early. Chapter 417, Black Dragon Cult Leader. Chapter 417, Black Dragon Cult Leader. On the plane, Lan Tian seemed to be very wary of Lin Feng, paying attention to him at all times. Lin Feng was actually also paying attention to Lan Tian and Lin. From the moment they put on the divine ring, an endless stream of origin power was pouring into their bodies. It was to help them modify their bodies and slowly undergo life transitions. That's right, they had undergone a life transition without realizing it. Origin power was truly miraculous. Even Lin Feng was amazed. However, that was all. It could only allow them to undergo 1 life transition at most. Beyond that, the origin power could not change things either. Moreover, after Lin and Lan Tian relied on the planet's origin to undergo life transition, when they died in the future, this origin would return to the planet's origin again. This was equivalent to the origin of the planet lending some money without collecting interest. After a certain amount of time, it would be recouped. Lin and Lan Tian were the people chosen by the origin of the planet, and the protagonists of this era. After they completed the mission, and the origin power was returned after their deaths, there would be no loss to the planet's origin, and trouble would be resolved. Why wouldn't it do this? Lin Feng shook his head. Lan Tian and Lin Lin were actually free bodyguards of the planet's origin, yet they were harboring dreams of grandeur about being saviors. How could there be any saviors in this world? Mr. Lin Feng, are we really going to the Black Dragon cult? Although Lin Lin had been unknowingly transformed by the planet's origin and had already undergone her first life transition, she was only an ordinary person before, and a staunch materialist at that. But now, they were going to the Black Dragon cult with only 3 people. She would find it particularly insane. Don't you have the determination to be a savior? I'm not a savior. Lin Lin muttered. Who exactly are you? Lan Tian was glaring intently at Lin Feng, however. He still maintained his hostility towards Lin Feng. After all, he had been easily defeated by Lin Feng previously, and did not even have the chance to make a move. You don't have to know who I am. You just need to know that at least we're not enemies. Lin Feng did not want to explain anything to an arrogant person. From his perspective, Lan Tian was indeed an arrogant person who really thought of himself as a savior. They were just pitiful free bodyguards, and they might not even be reliable. Otherwise, the planet's origin would not have made a deal with Lin Feng. Clearly, the planet's origin was not too optimistic about Lan Tian and Lin Lin either. Soon, they were flying over the ocean. There were many small islands in the vast ocean. The Black Dragon cult was on one of the islands, remotely commanding the Black Dragon cult to wreak havoc on several countries. All right, we'll be discovered if the plane lands. Let's go down ourselves. Lin Feng walked out of the plane and stood in midair. Lan Tian and Lin Lin were a little hesitant, but they still tried to walk out and mobilize the power in their bodies. The result was very miraculous. With the help of the origin power, they could walk in the air as if they were walking on flat ground, and quickly adapted to flying. Let's go down. Seeing that the 2 of them had familiarized themselves with flying, Lin Feng immediately descended first. Great leader, our Black Dragon cult has already taken over 6 countries. Haha, the mutated monsters we developed can withstand the bombardment of those human bombs. The entire world shall welcome our era. On the island, many elders, acolytes, and other members of the Black Dragon cult were in high spirits. They had been dormant for too long, so long that they even felt that they would never be able to get ahead. That was until their new leader appeared. Even though he used some bloody methods to clean up the Black Dragon cult, he led the Black Dragon cult to grow and develop in an orderly manner. They could even leave the island and wreak havoc on the world. This was something that their Black Dragon cult could do only at their apex. That's only 6 countries. The goal of our Black Dragon cult is to rule over the world. The entire planet is ours to take. We need war, a larger war. Let blood suffuse the ocean, and death envelop the earth. Ha ha ha. The Black Dragon cult leader's voice was a little shrill, and it sounded hair-raising. However, the members of the Black Dragon cult below did not dare to object at all. What a joke. All those who opposed the leader in the past had been transformed into terrifying mutated monsters by the Black Dragon cult leader. Boom. Suddenly, the ground shook. It was as if a huge force had shaken the headquarters of the Black Dragon cult. What's going on? An elder was immediately enraged. Elder, there's an enemy invasion. Enemy invasion. The elder's eyes widened. Who would dare to invade the Black Dragon cult's headquarters now? Is it a human army? No, there are only 3 of them. 2 of them are the saviors we've always wanted to capture. They seem to have awakened. What? The saviors have awakened. The expressions of everyone from the Black Dragon cult changed drastically. All the elders of the Black Dragon cult knew what it meant for the saviors to awaken. In the countless ancient books archived by the Black Dragon cult, once the savior awakened, they would lose terribly. In all past occurrences, the Black Dragon cult could never defeat the awakened saviors. They could only kill the savior before they completely awakened. Otherwise, once the savior awakened, the Black Dragon cult would be finished. Leader, we're finished. The Black Dragon cult is finished. The saviors have awakened. Our black dragon cult can't resist. The elders cried bitterly. They were really unwilling to accept it. Why must the savior awaken at the crucial moment every time? This was such a good opportunity for their black dragon cult. They even had a chance of conquering the entire world. However, the savior's awakening was a wake-up call. It let them know that everything they had done would be for naught. Saviors? Hey, it's just two people. Are you afraid? The black dragon cult leader was unmoved, as if he did not care about the saviors at all. Leader, that's the saviors. They're the archenemies of our black dragon cult. Even the former demon kings of the black dragon cult were defeated by the saviors. The elders of the black dragon cult were very fearful of the saviors. They were practically their arch-nemeses. The black dragon cult had never defeated the awakened saviors before. Boom. The ground shook again. The door to the black dragon cult's secret chamber was blasted open, revealing three figures. Among them, Lan Tian and Lin Lin emitted a holy white light, like deities descending to the world. None of those monsters and mutated monsters could stop Lan Tian and Lin Lin. They were saviors, the nightmare of the black dragon cult for centuries. It's you wicked people. I can already sense an evil power. But it's useless. The saviors have already awakened. Your evil scheme will not succeed. Die. Lan Tian's gaze was cold as he suddenly threw a punch. Immediately, the ground shook. The elders of the black dragon cult all curled up and fought to escape. However, the terrifying power contained in the white light could even shatter the hall, let alone a few mere elders. Saviors? What a childish trick. Suddenly, the black dragon cult leader, who was sitting high on the throne, slowly stood up. The entire hall seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force at once. The white light disappeared, and the elders of the black dragon cult were not dead. Lan Tian looked at the black dragon cult leader in shock. A strong sense of danger surged through his heart. Chapter 418, Exposed. Chapter 418, Exposed. You are the saviors. I see origin power in you. The origin of this planet. Greed appeared in the black dragon cult leader's eyes. Origin, the origin of the planet. This was something that could only be encountered by chance. Who exactly are you? You're not the cult leader of the black dragon cult. According to Lan Tian's intelligence, the leader of the black dragon cult was definitely not the person in front of him. Moreover, even the leader of the black dragon cult could not possibly have power comparable to the saviors. Otherwise, how could the black dragon cult be defeated by the saviors time and again in the long history? However, the black dragon cult leader in front of him made Lan Tian feel an immense sense of danger. Lin Lin, let's attack together. Lan Tian said to Lin Lin beside him. In this generation, he was not the only savior. There were two of them. Only by joining forces with Lin Lin could he truly unleash the power of the past saviors. Lin Lin nodded as well. Since things had come to this, she naturally hoped to eliminate the black dragon cult and restore a peaceful life. Hence, Lan Tian and Lin Lin attacked together. Their origin power fused together. At the same time, a large amount of origin power surged out of the divine ring. This was the origin power of the planet. It had even increased to the level of 2 life transitions. In addition to the natural suppression of the origin power on this planet, it was almost equivalent to the power of 3 life transitions. Such a powerful force was enough to demolish cities and terrains. It was enough to sink the entire island. No matter how strong a mere black dragon cult leader was, how could he resist such a terrifying power? Yet, as the massive origin power erupted and transformed into a huge sphere of light that smashed towards the black dragon cult leader, a strange smile actually appeared on the black dragon cult leader's face. Boom. The huge sphere of light smashed down hard, and even the air seemed to be compressed, emitting a loud bang. However, the black dragon cult leader suddenly opened his mouth, which instantly turned into a terrifying bloody mouth. Like a prehistoric monster, he devoured the large sphere of origin power in one gulp. He swallowed it. Lan Tian and Lin Lin were both stunned. They had never encountered such a strange thing. Even Lin Feng's gaze suddenly froze. Swallow. That was actual origin power. How could anyone devour origin power? Even Lin Feng could not devour origin power directly. Unless Lin Feng thought of a terrifying possibility, but when he thought of that possibility, he found it unbelievable, even absurd. It completely overturned his previous understanding. How delicious. The origin power of a planet is hard to come across. I had wanted to create more massacres and destruction, but I didn't expect the origin power of this planet to be so unique. And it seems to have developed a will. Interesting. Devouring such a planet is far better than devouring 10 other planets. The Black Dragon cult leader even licked his lips, looking ravenous and savage. You. Lan Tian and Lin Lin's expressions changed drastically. The Black Dragon cult leader in front of them felt alien all of a sudden, and even more dangerous. Come over and communicate with the planet's origin. The Black Dragon cult leader grabbed Lan Tian and Lin Lin. The two powerful saviors felt very powerless at this moment. Since when had saviors become the prey? That's right. In their eyes, the Black Dragon cult leader had already regarded them as prey. Lan Tian and Lin Lin were not the only ones who were shocked by the change in the Black Dragon cult leader. In fact, the elders of the Black Dragon cult were even more shocked. Previously, they had only thought that this new Black Dragon cult leader was ruthless and savage, but they had never thought that the Black Dragon cult leader could deal with the awakened saviors. They were glad, but at the same time, they felt a faint uneasiness in the depths of their hearts. It was as if the Black Dragon cult leader in front of them had some terrifying secret on him. The Black Dragon cult leader's hand grew in the air, seemingly turning into a huge palm that could hold up the sky in an instant. Lan Tian and Lin Lin unleashed all their strength, but they seemed unable to break free from the restraint of this huge hand. No, no. Lan Tian roared in a frenzy. He was the savior. He was even willing to sacrifice his life for all humans, but he was absolutely unwilling to be defeated by evil. However, this force was simply too powerful. The Black Dragon cult leader seized them like an eagle grabbing chicks, leaving them with no power to resist. Thud. At this moment, a pale hand suddenly stretched out. It appeared to be light as a feather as it easily blocked the Black Dragon cult leader's huge palm. Huh. The Black Dragon cult leader's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared intently at the owner of the pale arm. The one who attacked was naturally Lin Feng. Ever since he came here, he was like an invisible person, completely unnoticed. Everyone thought that he was the subordinate of the saviors. Even the Black Dragon cult leader had misjudged him. Lan Tian and Lin Lin obtained a chance to gather themselves. They hurriedly retreated behind Lin Feng and stared at the Black Dragon cult leader in shock. They could not understand this world. First, it was Lin Feng, then it was the Black Dragon cult leader. They could not resist either of them at all. This even made Lan Tian a little suspicious. Was he still supposed to be the savior? If I'm not wrong, should I call you the Black Dragon cult leader, or devouring life form? Lin Feng's gaze was cold. He really had the intent to kill. Moreover, he also realized why the planet's origin had made a deal with him. Only those planetary life forms could threaten a planet's origin, especially the Black Dragon cult leader in front of him, who could devour the planet's origin. Lin Feng even sensed a familiar aura from the Black Dragon cult leader. That was the aura of a planetary life form. The Black Dragon cult leader was a devouring life form. It might even be the devouring life form that Lin Feng had been waiting for. However, the Black Dragon cult leader in front of him did not quite seem like the devouring life forms that Lin Feng knew of. The Black Dragon cult leader frowned. He stared at Lin Feng carefully, but finally said in surprise, "A disciple of the divine palace of Bamond." As expected, the other party was definitely a planetary life form. He even knew about the divine palace of Bamond. That's right. I'm a disciple of the divine palace of Bamond. You're the one who devoured numerous planets in the Beaumont galaxy. Previously, right? I've been waiting for you for so long on planet Aqua. Who'd have thought that you're already on planet Aqua? Hearing Lin Feng's answer, the Black Dragon cult leader gave a strange laugh. So it seems that I still have to face the divine palace of Beaumont in the end. I originally wanted to devour some planets and leave immediately, but the taste of these planets was just too delicious. I can feel every cell in my body cheering. You are very unfortunate. You should have waited slowly for the reinforcements from your divine palace. A mere divine palace disciple with 5 life transitions wants to stop me. A terrifying aura began to erupt from the Black Dragon cult leader's body. He saw through Lin Feng at a glance. How dare someone with only 5 life transitions stop him? He really did not know if the disciple of the divine palace of Beaumont was too foolish or too confident. Chapter 419, Planetary Life Form. Chapter 419, Planetary Life Form. Are you stupid? Since you already know that I'm a planetary life form, how dare you stop me here? I had wanted to collect some annihilative and death auras properly. In this case, I might as well end the game now. The aura on the Black Dragon cult leader's body grew more and more massive. At the same time, his body actually slowly grew larger. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. It was unimaginable that the Black Dragon cult leader's body could expand at a speed 10 or 100 times faster. He stomped lightly with one foot. Boom. The entire hall and the entire island were reduced to ashes. Lin Feng flew into the sky with Lan Tian and Lin Lin in advance and escaped this calamity. The island below had already shattered and sunk to the bottom of the sea. Seeing this scene, both Lan Tian and Lin Lin were shocked to the extreme. Was this still the power of humans? Even if they were saviors, it was impossible for them to destroy an island. Moreover, the other party had shattered the island with a single stomp. At the same time, the Black Dragon cult leader's body was still expanding. Many search battleships had already appeared on the surface of the sea. It seemed like the major countries had all found the location of the Black Dragon cult's headquarters. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, they could only see that the huge island had been broken by a towering giant. What was that terrifying giant? Could a mythological era have arrived? Just by looking at its size, one could tell that a mere battleship was useless. With a single tread from the other party, all the battleships would be reduced to ashes. What should we do? As saviors, Lan Tian and Lin Lin could not think of anything now. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said to Lan Tian and Lin Lin, "I'll draw him away." With that, Lin Feng's body actually expanded rapidly, not inferior to the Black Dragon cult leader at all. That's Lan Tian and Lin Lin were both dumbfounded. Only now did they understand how ridiculous their identities as saviors were. Die. Lin Feng was using the greater annihilative combat body, and the law of annihilation was rapidly enhancing Lin Feng's greater annihilative combat body. With a palm strike, the terrifying annihilative power was something that even a planetary lifeform like the Black Dragon cult leader could not ignore. Bang. A terrifying shockwave spread, and violent waves instantly rose in the sea. All the islands within a radius of hundreds of miles were reduced to dust. A combat body. You're actually using a combat body. You're a cultivator, not a devouring life form. Lin Feng looked at the Black Dragon cult leader. The other party was not a transfigured humanoid, but a real person. He was a cultivator, not a devouring life form like the Leviathan. However, he was also a genuine planetary life form. More importantly, he had already admitted to devouring those planets. Lin Feng could not help but feel a little confused. Haha, I'm indeed a cultivator, but who said that cultivators can't devour planets? Not only do I want to devour planets, I want to devour countless intelligent life forms. Haha, there are billions of cultivation techniques in the universe. My way of cultivation is to devour all living beings, and devour all things in the universe to achieve my own ends. The Black Dragon cult leader's voice was cold and arrogant, and callous to the extreme. Lin Feng understood now. The other party was a cultivator who cultivated a strange technique that seemed similar to devouring life forms. No, it was even harder to deal with than devouring life forms. This was because they were more intelligent, more cunning, and could even conceal themselves, causing greater damage. This was even more horrific than devouring life forms. A disciple of the divine palace of Bamand. You must be disciple of the middle district, right? You're not even a core disciple, so you definitely don't know the true mysteries of the universe. We are the supreme cultivators. We cultivate the heaven-defying path, the supreme truth of the universe. All who stand in my way shall die. The Black Dragon cult leader's combat body continued to expand. As for Lin Feng's punch just now, it was almost useless. The Black Dragon cult leader's combat body was still expanding. If he really used his entire combat body, the combat body of a planetary life form would be as huge as a planet. That would be a terrifying combat body almost as huge as the planet Aqua, and even stronger. Such a powerful combat body could destroy the entire planet Aqua without even devouring it. Haha, are you afraid of destroying this planet? Orthodox cultivators like you are always so indecisive. What's a mere planet worth? The vast universe produces countless planets and intelligent life forms every day. It might be impossible for a mere planet to give birth to a planetary life form in 10,000 or 100 million years. What's there to pity about destroying it? You no longer have any respect for life. Didn't you grow from a weak life form to your current state? Lin Feng's combat body was also expanding rapidly. A 650-kilometer combat body was simply indomitable, but compared to the Black Dragon cult leader's still expanding combat body, it was really nothing. I did start out as a weak life form, but once I grew up, I can control the fates of countless weak life forms. I devoured them all, and they also became a part of my body. It's their honor. The Black Dragon cult leader's combat body grew larger and larger. Lin Feng could no longer stop it. Don't worry, this planet is so special. It even gave birth to an origin with a will. I still want to devour it completely. I don't want to break it into pieces. If a lot of the origin is lost, that would be a huge loss, haha. Come, righteous disciple of the divine palace, come to the universe. I'll give you a chance to see how long you can stall. Hence, Lin Feng could not help but heave a sigh of relief when the Black Dragon cult leader left the planet Aqua. However, the Black Dragon cult leader's words also made Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. It seemed like Black Dragon cult leader also knew that the divine palace of Bamand would send planetary life forms over. Even so, he was in no hurry to leave. This meant that he had some confidence. His strength was probably very daunting. Swoosh. Lin Feng also left the planet Aqua and flew into the universe. In the universe, both parties had nothing to fear at all. When the Black Dragon cult leader's combat body was fully unleashed, it was probably close to 20,000 kilometers. This was a very terrifying combat body. The combat bodies of ordinary planetary life forms were basically above 10,000 kilometers. Being able to have a combat body close to 20,000 kilometers meant that the Black Dragon cult leader was also one of the best among elementary planetary life forms. In front of the almost 20,000 kilometer combat body of the Black Dragon cult leader, Lin Feng's 650 kilometer combat body looked like an ant that could be crushed at will. This was also the first time Lin Feng was facing off a true planetary life form. The massive combat body made him feel unprecedented pressure. Chapter 420, Severe Injury. Chapter 420, Severe Injury. You know that I'm stalling, yet you won't escape. Then, you can forget about ever leaving. Lin Feng took a deep breath. At this moment, he did not have any wishful thinking. Facing a planetary life form, he had to go all out. Devour. The Black Dragon cult leader opened his mouth and swallowed. Buzz. A terrifying suction force pulled at Lin Feng's massive combat body in a frenzy. Although the Black Dragon cult leader was a cultivator, he cultivated the devouring technique. Once Lin Feng was really devoured, he was not confident that he could escape. Spear of Destruction. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. The spear of destruction appeared in his palm. At this moment, he was using the greater annihilative combat body, the spear of destruction, and the planetary-level law of annihilation. All of this made Lin Feng not inferior to ordinary planetary lifeforms at all. Swish! Lin Feng's spear of destruction instantly became dozens of kilometers long, constantly emitting a terrifying annihilative power. This was an origin weapon. How terrifying was the annihilative power extracted from a collapsed star? Coupled with the annihilative power erupted by Lin Feng's greater annihilative combat body, the overwhelming attacks immediately gave the Black Dragon cult leader a strong sense of threat. A mere cultivator with 5 life transitions could actually make him feel such a strong threat. For the first time, the Black Dragon cult leader appeared to take Lin Feng seriously. He did not dare to continue devouring, because Lin Feng's spear of destruction was already approaching him rapidly. It was as if even the universe was collapsing, and there was even a terrifying annihilative storm sweeping over. The most terrifying thing was the eruption of the annihilative power in the spear of destruction. Boom. In a battle between planetary lifeforms, it was usually a head-on clash. Any technique was useless in front of the massive combat body. Where could one hide with such a massive combat body? Hence, planetary lifeforms competed in the strength of their combat bodies. They competed in whose attacks were more ferocious, whose laws were more powerful, and who had stronger resistance. Faced with Lin Feng's spear of destruction, the Black Dragon cult leader also waved his huge hand. He gathered the full force of his combat body and collided hard. Boom. With a loud bang, it was as if 2 huge planets had collided. The terrifying power produced spread in all directions. Be it meteors or anything else, as long as they touched this aftershock, they were all reduced to dust. If Lin Feng and the Black Dragon cult leader had not deliberately avoided Planet Aqua, the aftershock would probably have shaken the blue water planet. Even if it did not break apart, a huge natural disaster would probably occur within the planet. Intelligent lifeforms would definitely suffer heavy losses, and might even become extinct directly. Against such a terrifying planetary lifeform, what was the use of any number of battleships in a technological civilization? Cultivation civilizations had always been the mainstream in the universe. It was not without reason that they stood at the top of the universe. Crunch. The 2 of them clashed head-on. Lin Feng was in a very bad state. His combat body quickly retreated by more than 100 kilometers. Dense cracks had already appeared on the greater annihilative combat body, like glass that could collapse at any moment. A large portion of the cells in Lin Feng's body had even died. The power of a single strike had severely injured Lin Feng. Lin Feng had also truly experienced how terrifying planetary lifeforms were. Even though Lin Feng had always felt that he might not be inferior to ordinary planetary lifeforms, his opponent this time was clearly not an ordinary planetary lifeform. It had even reached the peak of an elementary planetary lifeform. It was only missing an opportunity to undergo another life transition and become an advanced planetary lifeform. The power of a single strike was so great. However, while Lin Feng did not feel good, neither was the Black Dragon cult leader well off. How could Lin Feng's spear of destruction, the greater annihilative combat body, and law of annihilation be so easily resisted? The Black Dragon cult leader looked down at his combat body. In an instant, about 30% of his combat body, which was originally close to 20,000 kilometers long, had actually collapsed. All the cells included were annihilated and reduced to ashes. How? How is this possible? That was 30% of his combat body. He was a planetary life form. How could a mere cultivator with 5 life transitions destroy 30% of his combat body with a single strike? Moreover, it was not just 30% of the combat body. There was still a large amount of annihilative power wreaking havoc in the Black Dragon cult leader's body, constantly destroying his combat body cells. His combat body was collapsing at almost every moment. It was just a matter of time. Annihilative power, law of annihilation, origin weapon. At this point, How could the Black Dragon cult leader not know that the cultivator he had underestimated, who had only undergone 5 life transitions, had actually comprehended the planetary law of annihilation? Moreover, he had an origin weapon. With all these methods combined, even if he was inferior, he was not much inferior. He was entirely on par with ordinary planetary life forms. Moreover, the leader had suffered heavy losses due to his carelessness. He had lost 30% of his combat body, and there was still annihilative power in his body that had not been expelled. His combat body might continue to collapse, but what about his opponent? Although Lin Feng's greater annihilative combat body was on the verge of collapse, he managed to maintain it. Moreover, he still had the tidal combat body. Hence, his cells quickly restructured and transformed into the tidal combat body again. Compared to the greater annihilative combat body, the tidal combat body's destructive power was definitely inferior, but its defense and restorative ability far exceeded the greater annihilative combat body. Many of his originally damaged cells actually recovered rapidly under the powerful restorative ability of the tidal combat body. He had originally suffered severe damage, but now, he had recovered by half. Moreover, as time passed, his injuries became lighter and lighter. This was the benefit of having 2 combat bodies. Of course, the 2 combat bodies also had to be compatible with the laws. Otherwise, no matter how strong the tidal combat body was, without the enhancement of the law of tides, how could Lin Feng dare to use the tidal combat body in front of a planetary life form? Kill. Lin Feng waved his hand, and another storm appeared in the universe. A terrifying storm swept over in a mighty manner. It was the planetary law again. It was not just the law of tides, but also the law of annihilation. Lin Feng used the 2 laws continuously to stir up storms in the universe, and there was also the menacing spear of destruction. The Black Dragon cult leader was really indignant. He really wanted to devour Lin Feng in one gulp, but he could not do it. He had never heard of 2 planetary laws being mastered by a cultivator with only 5 life transitions. These were no ordinary laws, but planetary laws that were entirely capable of injuring planetary life forms. In just a short period of time, the Black Dragon cult leader's combat body was enveloped by 2 types of laws. His injuries worsened. The combat body that had already been lost by 30% was severely damaged again, and was already approaching a 40% loss. Go. The Black Dragon cult leader did not dare to delay any longer. He could only glance balefully at Lin Feng before his massive combat body quickly fled backward. If he delayed any longer, he was really afraid that the cultivators from the divine palace of Bamond would arrive. How could he resist them with his severely injured body now? Hence, as the Black Dragon cult leader's figure gradually disappeared, Lin Feng heaved a long sigh of relief. Chapter 421, Returning to Planet Aqua. Chapter 421, Returning to Planet Aqua. The Black Dragon cult leader left in the end. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. In the battle just now, his mere 650-kilometer combat body was like an ant in front of a nearly 20,000-kilometer combat body. How could an ant defeat a giant? Using the spear of destruction and planetary laws to repel the Black Dragon cult leader was already Lin Feng's limit. If the Black Dragon cult leader had wanted to fight Lin Feng to the death at all costs, then Lin Feng's situation would be rather dangerous, because only about a third of the annihilative power in the spear of destruction was left. Origin weapons were consumable treasures to begin with. Once the annihilative power inside was exhausted, it had to be replenished. Otherwise, it would be reduced to an ordinary spear. However, replenishing the annihilative power in the spear of destruction required absorbing the annihilative power of a collapsing star. With Lin Feng's current strength, he was still unable to extract the annihilative power from a star. If he continued to fight with the Black Dragon cult leader, once the annihilative power in the spear of destruction was exhausted, Lin Feng would still be far from the Black Dragon cult leader's match just by relying on the 2 planetary laws. This was really too dangerous. However, being able to fight with a true planetary life form meant that Lin Feng now had an accurate understanding of his own strength. With the spear of destruction, Lin Feng was not inferior to ordinary planetary life forms. Without the spear of destruction, Lin Feng's strength would be greatly reduced, but he would still be barely on par with an ordinary planetary life form. Of course, he could not be a match for an entity at the peak of elementary planetary life forms like the Black Dragon. Cult leader. He got an accurate understanding of his own strength, but this process was very risky. This made Lin Feng even more determined to comprehend the planetary law of space as soon as possible. If he encountered such a situation again, even if he was no match for them, he could use the void traversal combat body to instantly warp space and leave, such that he was undefeatable. Then, the current circumstances of being almost in actual danger would not happen again. A few hours after the Black Dragon cult leader left, there was a sudden terrifying pressure in the universe that made even Lin Feng feel a strong sense of crisis. What did he see? It was as if a massive star was flying over at an incredible speed. "You're the disciple of the upper district, Lin Feng." Suddenly, the giant spoke, and Lin Feng also came to a realization. The behemoth in front of him was clearly a combat body, but it was comparable to a star. It must be an advanced planetary life form in the upper district of the Divine Palace of Beaumont. "I'm Lin Feng. My name is Raymond. I'm from the Divine Palace of Beaumont. Have you found that devouring life form?" "Your Highness, Raymond, I met him, but he's not a devouring life form, but a cultivator. He's even more terrifying than devouring life forms. All the more reason he should die. He left not long ago." With that, Raymond quickly gave chase in the direction Lin Feng had given. As for whether he could catch up to the Black Dragon cult leader, it was not something Lin Feng could know. However, with Raymond's speed, if nothing unexpected happened, he would probably be able to catch up to the Black Dragon cult leader. Faced with a truly advanced planetary life form, a terrifying entity comparable to a star, the Black Dragon cult leader was most likely done for. Lin Feng could only let the Black Dragon cult leader count his blessings. After all, this was the Beaumont Galaxy. Although he said that he was not afraid of the Divine Palace of Beaumont, if he was truly unafraid, he would not have fled so quickly. Swoosh! Lin Feng flew towards Planet Aqua again. At this moment, Planet Aqua was in ruins. Originally, the major countries were determined to join forces to suppress the Black Dragon cult. They had even sent a great number of warships to find the lair of the Black Dragon cult. However, before the warships arrived, they saw two unparalleled giants fighting in the sky. Even the ocean could not accommodate these two giants. With just a slight fluctuation, violent waves rose on the surface of the sea, and most of the warships sank to the bottom of the sea. Only a small fraction of people survived, and that was only possible with the help of Lan Tian and Lin Lin, the saviors. From Lan Tian and Lin Lin, the upper echelons of humanity roughly learned about what had happened previously. The Black Dragon cult had already been destroyed. Even the island of the headquarters had shattered and sunk completely to the bottom of the sea. As for the origins of the two giants, one was the Black Dragon cult leader, and the other was a mysterious person. Both of their origins were unknown, and there were hints that they might not belong to Planet Aqua. Immediately after, Planet Aqua suffered the aftershock of the battle between the two giants. Immediately, mountains collapsed, the ocean roared, and the ground shook, as if it was the end of the world. In a short period of time, more than half of the people on Planet Aqua had died. The technological power that humanity was so proud of was so insignificant before the destructive power of nature. During this period of time, Lan Tian and Lin Lin went around fighting disasters and saving the people of the Planet Aqua. They became true saviors and great heroes of all of humanity. Even the humans of the world accepted their image as the saviors. Amidst the monstrous waves, Lan Tian and Lin Lin could fly. They had extraordinary strength and all kinds of miraculous powers. Coupled with the power of various governments, they saved many important figures. Even though the mountains and earth were collapsing, even though seawater was pouring into the city, the spark of civilization on Planet Aqua had not been extinguished. They were waiting for hope. Gradually, the tremors of Planet Aqua calmed down, although this was an unprecedented huge loss for Planet Aqua. More than half of its population had died. However, the survivors could finally heave a sigh of relief. They cheered the names of the saviors and celebrated the end of the apocalypse. This period was similar to the apocalypse in myths. The people of the planet Aqua never wanted to experience such a scene again. However, Lan Tian and Lin Lin were a little unhappy. They were now the famous saviors, and even cooperated with some simple research done by the governments and military. Lin Lin was happy to do so. Lan Tian also no longer rejected working with the military. However, the figures of the Black Dragon cult leader and Lin Feng still appeared in Lan Tian's mind. That majestic power had once shocked him so much. It even overturned his previous perceptions for the first time. It turned out that it was possible for a human to be so powerful. Even the power of the saviors was far inferior. He even prayed that he could see Lin Feng again, and there was even a bold thought in his mind. He wanted to master that power too. Ah. It's you. Lin Lin's excited and surprised voice came from outside the door. Looks like you guys have been doing well recently, saviors. Hearing this familiar voice, Lan Tian suddenly opened his eyes. A ripple appeared in his calm heart. It's you, Lin Feng. Lan Tian rushed out the door. As expected, Lin Feng's figure had appeared in the room at some point. Chapter 422, I'll give you a chance. Chapter 422, I'll give you a chance. Mr. Lin, where's the Black Dragon cult leader? Lin Lin hurriedly asked. Even though she was optimistic by nature, she had seen how terrifying the Black Dragon cult leader was with her own eyes, and there was still a faint fear in the depths of her heart. Of course it's resolved. Planet Aqua will be very safe in the future. That's great. Lin Lin heaved a sigh of relief, her face filled with excitement. She was an ordinary girl to begin with. The heavy responsibility of being the savior almost suffocated her. Now that the crisis was resolved, she no longer had to worry about Planet Aqua being in danger in the future. However, Lan Tian was not that assured. He said in a low voice, Mr. Lin, I'm afraid Planet Aqua is only safe for the time being. If I'm not wrong, the Black Dragon cult leader and Mr. Lin are both from the universe, right? Lin Feng glanced at Lan Tian in surprise, then nodded and said, You're right. The Black Dragon cult leader and I are both from beyond Planet Aqua. Hearing Lin Feng's affirmative answer, Lan Tian took a deep breath and said in a low voice, In that case, if a Black Dragon cult leader could appear, another might appear in the future. Our planet Aqua is not safe in the vast universe. Lin Feng shook his head and said, What you said is actually not wrong, but entities like the Black Dragon cult leader are actually very rare. The probability of encountering your planet Aqua by chance is even lower. However, it's naturally best that you have a sense of crisis. You have to know that in the scope of the universe, your planet Aqua is indeed not worth mentioning. Lan Tian gritted his teeth, as if he had made a decision. He suddenly took a step forward, and actually knelt on the ground in front of Lin Feng. He said firmly, Mr. Lin, please help me, and help Planet Aqua. I don't want to see Planet Aqua so fragile. I don't want to leave the fate of the people of Planet Aqua to indeterminable luck. If I had the power of the Black Dragon cult leader and Mr. Lin, Planet Aqua would definitely be 100 times safer than it is now. It had to be said that this Lan Tian was indeed very bold and thoughtful. He keenly observed the difference in Lin Feng and the Black Dragon cult leader, and even wanted to obtain strength as powerful. Just having this idea alone was not easy. This was the heart for cultivation. Lin Lin, who also had the power of the savior, never had such thoughts. She only wanted to enjoy life and live out her life in peace, and it would be a life good enough. Originally, Lin Feng did not think much of this Lan Tian. He thought highly of himself and thought that being a savior meant he could save everything. However, Lin Feng did not expect Lan Tian to have such a side. He was very stubborn. However, wasn't stubbornness a good trait for cultivation? Without stubbornness, how could one advance further in cultivation? Mr. Lin, please help me. Lan Tian kowtowed again. He sincerely wanted to ask Lin Feng for help. After seeing the magnificent power of Lin Feng and the Black Dragon cult leader, Lan Tian was deeply shocked. That majestic power, which could easily destroy an entire planet, filled him with excitement and touched his heart. Even if there was only a trace of opportunity, he had to seize it. Otherwise, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. If you can master this technique within a month, I'll give you a chance. With that, Lin Feng used his mental power to impart a cultivation method to Lan Tian. Actually, it was only a cultivation method for mental power, and he only provided the first level. This was just an ordinary mental cultivation method. Although it was not too difficult, mastering the first level in a month was actually a rather strict requirement. However, if one wanted to embark on the path of cultivation, how could they go far without any talent? Lin Feng gave Lan Tian a chance. It would depend on whether Lan Tian could seize it. I'll find you again in a month. With that, Lin Feng's figure flashed and disappeared. Lan Tian carefully comprehended the cultivation technique in his mind. He clenched his hands tightly, feeling very excited. This was an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A month. I only have a month. I must master this technique. Lan Tian did not waste any more time and immediately returned to his room. He wanted to do his best to master this technique at all costs. This was a test that could lead him to a higher world. Lin Feng teleported and arrived high up in the sky. He said to the surroundings, "I've already helped you resolve the crisis. It's time for you to honor the benefits you promised me." The surroundings were empty. Apart from the airflow, there was no one. However, Lin Feng knew that as long as he was on planet Aqua, the other party would know everything he said. This was because the other party was not human at all, but the planet's origin. Lin Feng did not even need to communicate with the planet's origin through the divine ring. He believed that the planet's origin would definitely know. As expected, as soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, an airflow swept up around him, and a deep portal appeared. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. It was just the planet's origin. If he wanted to destroy the planet's origin, it would be a piece of cake. Hence, he walked straight into the deep portal. Buzz. Behind the huge portal was a massive amount of origin. Lin Feng felt as if his body was completely enveloped by the origin. It was very comfortable. 1 month. A voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. It must be the voice of the planet's origin. This place should be the planet's origin. Lin Feng only had a month's time, but he was not in a hurry. Instead, he looked around carefully. This should be a special space, or perhaps it was deep underground. The origin was everywhere. Immersed in the origin, Lin Feng could clearly feel that both his combat body cells and mental power were very restrained. It was actually very difficult to capture the origin of an ordinary planet. Even if a planet was devoured, the planet's origin would be completely devoured as well. However, separating the planet's origin alone would be very difficult. At least, ordinary planetary lifeforms could not do it. Lin Feng could encounter a planet's origin with a will, and complete a deal with it. Such an opportunity could only be chanced upon by luck. He also cherished such an opportunity very much. The contents of the deal was for Lin Feng's mental power to increase by 1 level, that was, to increase it to the 6th level, which was completely comparable to the mental power of a planetary life form. However, under the envelopment of the origin, Lin Feng could improve more than just mental power. Hence, Lin Feng did not stand on ceremony. He circulated the combat body guidance technique. Immediately, every cell in his body seemed to be cheering. Even though he could not use the combat body here, every cell was already constantly dividing. This was an active form of division, not a form of division maneuvered by Lin Feng. This was completely different behavior. Lin Feng's combat body even had a chance of attaining consummation. Even if he could not reach consummation, it would still improve his combat body by a large extent. The benefits to Lin Feng were unimaginable. Moreover, there was also the improvement in mental power. With such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Lin Feng did not delay any longer, and completely immersed himself in the planet's origin. Chapter 423, Sublimation. Chapter 423, Sublimation. Enveloped by the planet's origin, Lin Feng felt as if he had returned to his mother's womb. He felt very safe. His consciousness gradually immersed itself in it. Unknowingly, his mental power kept improving steadily, as if his soul had sublimated. From the planet's origin, Lin Feng could even see Planet Aqua being born from nothing, bit by bit. Planet Aqua began as the dust in the universe after the Big Bang. Then, cosmic meteorite fragments constantly gathered and gradually expanded, eventually forming Planet Aqua. This process was very slow, but very precious. At least, Lin Feng had never seen the birth of a planet. Now, he had. Wasn't this what so-called planetary lifeforms were like? At first, they were very weak. Then, they improved continuously. Finally, they underwent life transitions, which were actually the sublimation of life, to become planetary lifeforms. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. Lin Feng could no longer feel the passage of time. He seemed to be sublimating at every moment. Actually, every lifeform had a soul, but it was unlike what some rumors had claimed. The soul was indeterminable and had no specific form. Even cultivators could not sense it, but it was real. The so-called soul was formed from a high degree of integration of mental power, will, and consciousness. It did not have a definite shape, and could not even be sensed, but it was indispensable to every cultivator. This was because when comprehending the truth of the universe and laws, one had no choice but to use the soul. At this moment, Lin Feng could feel that his soul seemed to have sublimated. Boom. Finally, Lin Feng felt that the sublimation of his soul had reached the critical point. Then, it broke the critical point. He felt that both his consciousness and mental power seemed to be expanding rapidly. It was as if he had reached a whole new state. For example, previously, he was trapped in a small ditch, but now, he was suddenly in a small stream. The feeling was earth-shattering. Lin Feng opened his eyes. At this moment, he was still in the planet's origin, but his mental power had already undergone a tremendous change. The 6th level of the mental guidance technique represented planetary-level mental power. It was different from the 1st, 2nd, and even the 5th levels in the past. The 6th level of mental power was a qualitative change. With Lin Feng's mental power, he could vaguely see the planet's origin. It was a sphere of light, an aggregation full of vitality, energy, and various other complicated things. It seemed incomparably complex, and was closely related to the entire planet. He observed his combat body again. In fact, his combat body was also silently dividing under the effect of the planet's origin. Even though he had not deployed his combat body, Lin Feng was certain that his current combat body must have exceeded 650 kilometers, or even 700 kilometers. The benefits of the planet's origin were obvious. When his mental power reached the 6th level and reached the planetary level, Lin Feng could vaguely sense that he actually had a 30% chance of success if he wanted to undergo 6 life transitions at his current combat body level. 30% was actually not low. This was with the premise that Lin Feng's combat body was very strong. If it were any other cultivator, 20% would already be quite decent. If Lin Feng wanted to undergo a life transition now, he already had a 30% success rate. However, to Lin Feng, this was extremely risky. Once he failed, while his combat body definitely would not collapse, it could weaken the courageous will of cultivators. Once his will was lost, even if he had a 60% success rate in the future, it would be impossible for him to succeed. Hence, if Lin Feng really wanted a life transition, he had to succeed on the first try. If he was not confident, he would rather wait a little longer instead of rushing a life transition. Time is up. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt the world spin. A powerful force was about to send him out of here. Although Lin Feng was very reluctant, he did not resist and allowed the power of the planet's origin to send him out. Swoosh. Lin Feng reappeared high in the sky, where he had entered the planet's origin previously. A month later, he had been sent out by the planet's origin. Having attained the 6th level of mental power, Lin Feng's perception became much greater. The entire planet was easily enveloped by his mental power. He could sense everything on the entire planet. The vitality of the planet seems to have decreased greatly. Lin Feng's mental power sensed that this planet seemed to be different from before. In short, it seemed to have weakened a little. However, Lin Feng quickly understood. The planet's origin must have suffered some losses, which affected the entire planet. Perhaps even the planet's origin had not expected Lin Feng to consume so much of the planet's origin in a month. It had even injured the foundation of the planet's origin. However, it was not very serious. It might only take decades or even centuries for the planet's origin to recover. I'll try the combat body. Lin Feng could not deploy his entire combat body in the planet's origin, but he could sense the improvement of his combat body. Hence, he immediately used the title combat body. Immediately, his combat body continued to expand, reaching 650 kilometers in a few breaths. However, this was not the end. Before entering the planet's origin, Lin Feng's combat body was already 650 kilometers long. After entering the planet's origin, his combat body improved by a lot. 660 kilometers, 670 kilometers, 680 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's combat body had already broken through to 700 kilometers, and it was still growing. Moreover, the speed of improvement was becoming faster and faster. 700 kilometers, 750 kilometers, 800 kilometers. In just a moment, Lin Feng's combat body had exceeded 800 kilometers. Finally, the tidal combat body stopped at 830 kilometers. Lin Feng's combat body had increased from 650 to his current 830 kilometers, increasing by a total of 180 kilometers. This was very daunting. It had to be known that Lin Feng had already undergone a life transition, and had passed the optimal period of improvement. He had almost reached his limit. But now, he had improved by another 180 kilometers at this limit. However, even though Lin Feng's combat body had already reached 830 kilometers, basically very few people could reach more than 800 kilometers with 5 life transitions. Phew. I still haven't reached consummation. Lin Feng heaved a long sigh of relief. The 830-kilometer combat body was very, very strong, but he could still sense that the combat body had not reached consummation. Moreover, if he underwent a life transition now, his chances of success would not exceed 30%. Hence, Lin Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart. If he was not confident, he would not undergo a life transition. Hence, now was not the time for a life transition. He still needed to continue accumulating. Chapter 424, Returning to the Divine Palace. Chapter 424, Returning to the Divine Palace. A month passed in a flash. However, Lin realized that the power in her body seemed to be gradually disappearing. Now, she did not even have any special power left. Lin was also a little panicked. She was already used to the power of the Savior. It was precisely because of this special power that she was highly revered. But now, her power as the Savior had disappeared. How could she not panic? Hence, Lin found Lan Tian. For the past month, Lan Tian had been cultivating diligently. He did not show his face at all and rejected all activities, all for the sake of cultivating the technique Lin Feng had given him. However, after cultivating for so long, Lin did not discover any major changes in Lan Tian. Lan Tian, the power of the saviors in our bodies has disappeared. Do you feel it? Lin asked somewhat anxiously. Lan Tian lifted his head. He did not seem too surprised or regretful. He said calmly, Lin, you hadn't thought much of the savior's power in your body in the past. Don't worry, even without the savior's power, you're still the savior. You can still live happily for decades. Lin was a little sad. Lan Tian's words were a clear admittance that the Savior's power in his body had disappeared. The power of the Savior in Lan Tian's body had indeed disappeared, but he did not pay much attention to it. There were also records in history that those saviors would gradually lose the power of the Savior in their bodies in as short as a few years, or as slow as a dozen years, and eventually become ordinary people. The only benefit was that one could live longer than ordinary people. They could live for at least 100 years, and could be considered people with long lives. Although their power as saviors had disappeared in just a month, and it felt a little too soon, Lan Tian was already prepared for this. Moreover, the power of the Savior was not his own. Even if he lost it, he would not find it regrettable. He was even a little happy, because after a month, he had finally mastered the technique Lin Feng had given him. He had awakened a kind of mental power, which was like eyes that could see everything within a radius of about 10 meters. Even an ant could not escape the detection of mental power. However, he was still a little worried. It had been a month, but Lin Feng still had not appeared. He was not confident that Lin Feng would really keep his promise and come to take him away. Swoosh. Suddenly, Lin looked back. A figure had appeared in the room at some point. Mr. Lin. Lin was very happy. Although Lin Feng's every appearance was very strange, she had never sensed any malice from Lin Feng. On the contrary, Lin Feng had helped them a lot. Mr. Lin Feng, I've already mastered the first level. You've mastered it. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Back then, he had only given Lan Tian the first level of the mental guidance technique as a casual favor. Although it was only the first level, it was not something everyone could master. In fact, Lin Feng only did it to pacify him. He did not expect Lan Tian to really master it. Hence, Lan Tian used his mental power to scan Lin Feng. With Lin Feng's senses, he naturally knew that Lan Tian was not lying. He had indeed mastered the first level. In that case, this Lan Tian was really a promising seedling. As for whether he was outstanding or not, that would be known in the future. However, at the very least, it would not be a problem for Lan Tian to embark on the path of cultivation. The origin power in your bodies is also gone. That's just as well. You can embark on this journey without distractions, and it will save you a lot of trouble. Lin Feng could also tell that there was no more origin power in Lan Tian and Lin's bodies. He must have exhausted too much of the planet's origin in the past month, causing the planet's origin to retract the origin power in Lan Tian and Lin's bodies directly. However, if Lan Tian wanted to embark on the path of cultivation, he could not have uncontrollable power in his body. This was just as well. Without the origin power, Lan Tian could also successfully embark on the path of cultivation. Very good, Lan Tian. I can take you to a place, but it's very likely that you won't be able to return to Planet Aqua for a long time. Are you willing? Mr. Lin Feng, do I have any chance of returning in the future? Of course. When you attain success in cultivation, you will naturally be able to return. All right, I'm willing. Lan Tian said firmly. It wasn't easy for him to plead for this opportunity, so he naturally wouldn't pass on it. As long as he could return in the future, taking a long time wouldn't matter. Perhaps Lan Tian did not know what a long time meant. Perhaps by the time he had the ability to return to Planet Aqua, everything would have changed. Everyone he knew back then would have passed on, and even the planet Aqua he was familiar with would have changed drastically. But this was the price one had to pay for cultivation. Lin Feng then left Planet Aqua with Lan Tian. As soon as he arrived in the universe, Lin Feng sensed a terrifying fluctuation. Your Highness Raymond. It turned out that Raymond had already returned. Your Highness Lin Feng, are you going to recommend this little fellow to the lower district of the Divine Palace? Raymond seemed to be in a good mood, and actually addressed him as, Your Highness Lin Feng. It had to be known that Raymond had high standards. Moreover, as an advanced planetary life form, he was famous even in the upper district of the Divine Palace. He could completely disregard a newbie like Lin Feng. That's right. This little fellow's destiny crossed paths with mine. I might as well give him a chance. Lin Feng said with a smile, while Lan Tian was very nervous, even shocked. What did he see? An incomparably terrifying giant that was far larger than the entire planet Aqua. Moreover, he was conversing cordially with Lin Feng. This completely overturned his understanding. Could humans really grow so big? By the way, Your Highness Raymond, the Black Dragon cult leader. Oh, he's just an elementary planetary life form. Moreover, he was injured by Your Highness Lin Feng. He didn't get far before I killed him. Raymond's tone was very relaxed, but in reality, he was very surprised. The reason why he was so polite to Lin Feng when he returned was that when he caught up to the Black Dragon cult leader, he realized that the Black Dragon cult leader was actually injured, and had lost more than 30% of his combat body. Connecting it to the battle between the Black Dragon cult leader and Lin Feng previously, he originally thought nothing of it. However, from the looks of it now, Lin Feng was not simple. He had never heard of someone with the power of only 5 life transitions who could severely injure the Black Dragon cult leader. Coupled with the fact that Lin Feng had been specially promoted from the middle district to the upper district by His Majesty Bamond, Lin Feng definitely had his own unique aspects. He was definitely not inferior to ordinary planetary lifeforms, and was completely worthy of his status in the upper district of the Divine Palace. Raymond did not mind befriending a top genius like Lin Feng, who clearly had a bright future ahead of him. The two of them chatted for a while longer before parting. Lin Feng brought Lan Tian back to the spaceship and returned directly to the Divine Palace. Chapter 425, Disqualification. Chapter 425, Disqualification. Uncle, how much longer until it's our turn? Many people were waiting in line in front of the Divine Palace of Bamond. One of them was a young man in luxurious clothes with a noble bearing. He had an impatient look on his face. 13, wait a little longer. It'll be our turn soon. This is the Divine Palace of Bamond. It wasn't easy for our Willow Empire to obtain such a qualification to recommend you to the Divine Palace. You must cherish this opportunity. Uncle, our Willow Empire is so powerful. Why can't we enter the Divine Palace? The young man seemed very confused. In his eyes, the empire was prosperous and controlled dozens of territorial planets. It was considered a powerful civilization. He was also a high and mighty prince of the empire, who could obtain anything he wanted. Now, they suddenly wanted to send him to the Divine Palace of Bamond, and in such a humble manner at that. He also felt very aggrieved. Ridiculous. Where did this primitive come from? Do you think it's so easy to enter the Divine Palace of Bamond? Powerful empire. An unknown civilization from some remote place dares to call itself a powerful empire. Beside him, a tall man with 3 eyes sneered, as if in disdain. Who do you think you are? Our Willow Empire has dozens of territorial planets and a population of more than 100 billion. At least in this Bamond galaxy, it's nothing to sniff at. What right do you have to mock us? The 13th prince was very displeased and said loudly. What's so great about having a population of 100 billion and dozens of planets? The Trioculi civilization can destroy your Willow Empire with 100 battleships. Do you believe me? You. The 13th prince was furious. He wanted to say something else, but his uncle beside him hurriedly stopped him. Uncle, why won't you let me talk? 13, you absolutely cannot provoke them. They are the Trioculi civilization. This terrifying war civilization in Bamond Galaxy has once destroyed dozens of powerful empires. Civilizations countless times stronger than our Willow Empire are not worth mentioning before the Trioculi civilization. The 13th prince's uncle's face was a little pale. What a joke. Provoking the Trioculi civilization was purely courting death. There was no point in getting into a conflict over personal feelings here, and inviting doom upon themselves. Trioculi civilization. Uncle, if the Trioculi civilization is so powerful, why are they still queuing at the Divine Palace of Bamond? The 13th prince's uncle shook his head. the 13th prince's horizons were ultimately a little lacking in the Willow Empire. So what if the Trioculi civilization was strong? Facing the divine palace of Bamond, they were still as insignificant as an ant. The divine palace of Bamond could easily destroy the Trioculi civilization just by deploying some planetary lifeforms. It was not that the Trioculi civilization was weak, but that the divine palace of Bamond was too powerful. However, the 13th prince was quite talented. Hopefully, after entering the divine palace of Bamond, he could eventually become a great life form. Then, the Willow Empire would no longer have to be so cautious. Soon, it was the Trioculi civilization's turn. A trace of joy appeared on the faces of many Trioculi people. Swoosh. However, at this moment, a figure in white walked over with another curious-looking man. Where did this country bumpkin come from? He doesn't even know the rules. Doesn't he know that there's a queue? The people from the Trioculi civilization berated. Unfortunately, there was a language barrier. The man who was berated also had a confused expression. On the other hand, the figure in white stared coldly at the Trioculi civilization. Who are they? Your Highness, they are from the Trioculi civilization. They have the qualification for recommendation and are preparing to enter the lower district. Disqualify them this time. They will wait for their next turn. Yes, Your Highness. Hence, the Trioculi people were dumbfounded. They were directly stripped of their qualifications this time. They had to wait until the next time to recommend geniuses to the divine palace of Bamond. No, no, Your Highness, please let us explain. Seeing the insufferably arrogant and terrified appearance of the Trioculi people, the 13th prince felt vindicated. Just now, the Trioculi people had looked so arrogant. Who'd expect them to get into trouble and be directly stripped of their qualifications now? Who exactly was that person in white? Shoo, don't offend His Highness. If I'm not wrong, His Highness must be from the upper district. Many people started discussing. The disciples of the upper district were definitely the people with the highest status in the divine palace of Bamond. The people who came were naturally Lin Feng and Lan Tian. As a disciple of the upper district, depriving the Trioculi people of their qualifications this time was just a trivial matter to Lin Feng. By the way, have the people I recommended last time arrived at the divine palace? Your Highness, the people you recommended have arrived. We have already arranged for them to enter the lower district. Very good. This is Lan Tian. He's also a good seedling I found outside. Arrange for him to enter the divine palace too. Yes, Your Highness. We will definitely make the arrangements. Then, Lin Feng gave Lan Tian a few words of encouragement and left directly. Lan Tian also passed the long queue and was arranged to enter the lower district directly. Some people who did not know Lin Feng's identity appeared very dissatisfied and questioned, "We've been waiting in line for so long. How can someone cut the queue?" That's His Highness Lin Feng from the upper district. If you have a recommendation from His Highness from the upper district, we'll arrange for you to enter the divine palace immediately. If not, you'd better queue. Only then did many people realize that it was a disciple of the upper district. Everyone who was qualified to recommend people to enter the divine palace naturally knew that the divine palace of Bamond was divided into the lower, middle, and upper districts. Only the upper district was actually the core of the divine palace of Bamond, and was under the attention of His Majesty the Divine King Bamond. As for the lower and middle districts, they were insignificant. Even so, they were still scrambling to join the divine palace of Bamond. This was just a small interlude. However, this also made Lan Tian realize Lin Feng's status. Originally, he only thought that Lin Feng was just an ordinary disciple in the divine palace of Bamond. But from the looks of it, that was not the case. Lin Feng's status in the divine palace seemed to be very high. Even the people who guided him were very respectful to him. That was clearly on account of Lin Feng. Lan Tian came from a backward planet. He also knew that there were many geniuses in a completely unfamiliar place like this. Having such a background was undoubtedly very helpful for him. Mr. Lin Feng, I will not let you down. Lan Tian clenched his fists tightly and made up his mind. However, how difficult was it to go from the lower district to the upper district? The current Lan Tian was far from aware that he needed to compete with the geniuses of countless civilizations in the entire Bamand galaxy. Whether he could stand out depended on himself. After Lin Feng recommended Lan Tian to enter the lower district, he did not pay attention to it anymore. The lower district was too far away from him. Perhaps only when Lan Tian ascended to the middle district would he pay slightly more attention to it. But that would be all. Lin Feng had more important matters to attend to. What he wanted to understand the most now was cultivators like the Black Dragon cult leader, who could actually devour planets at will just like devouring life forms. Lin Feng had a vague feeling that this matter was not simple. Chapter 426, Fiend. Chapter 426, Fiend. Master, you are finally back. As soon as Long Betham saw that Lin Feng had returned, its face immediately lit up, as if it was very excited. It seemed like Long Betham had been doing well during Lin Feng's absence. Long Betham, search up information on devouring life forms. Yes, Master. Long Betham downloaded all the information in the upper district. As long as the information was public in the upper district, Long Betham could find it. Master, devouring life forms are a general term for life forms that devour life and energy based on their physical instincts. Devouring life forms are the great enemies of cultivators. Once discovered, devouring life forms must be reported to the Divine Palace immediately. And action must be taken to eliminate them. Lin Feng nodded. This was an introduction to ordinary devouring life forms. Long Betham, search up information on cultivators similar to devouring life forms. Long Betham checked for a while, and finally said with a strange expression, cultivators who cultivate a special combat body and use devouring as their main method of cultivation are adaptive devouring life forms. They have a common name, fiends. Anyone who encounters fiends must do their best to kill them, or report them to the Divine Palace. Fiends are far more dangerous than devouring life forms. They possess intelligence and have a complete cultivation system, like the dark side of cultivators. They are completely ruthless, and only seek their own interests without regard for the consequences. If devouring the universe can aid their cultivation, fiends will devour the universe without hesitation. Lin Feng understood now. The Black Dragon cult leader he had met was a fiend. Moreover, fiends could hide in crowds. Compared to those natural devouring life forms, fiends were the true threat. If a fiend did not devour, one would not even realize that they were a fiend. Hence, Lin Feng searched for information about fiends again. It was overwhelming. There was simply too much information about fiends. In the upper district, Lin Feng spent 10 entire days before he finally read through all the information on fiends. He gained a detailed understanding of fiends. The reason he could find the Black Dragon cult leader and expose him was entirely because the Black Dragon cult leader did not take Lin Feng seriously. As for some cautious fiends, they would hide among the many ordinary life forms and give the cultivator a fatal blow at the critical moment. Countless cultivators had died for it. Lin Feng stopped. He closed his eyes and slowly digested and organized all this information. Fiends were actually also cultivators. There was no doubt about it, but the birth of fiends was not a coincidence. Or rather, it was inevitable. Thinking about it, many people were not as lucky as Lin Feng, who was able to enter the Divine Palace of Bamand. Even if they entered the Divine Palace of Bamand, not everyone could advance to the upper district like Lin Feng, where he had sufficient energy to undergo life transitions and condense combat bodies at any time. Not everyone could possess the extraordinary talent to reach the peak in the end. What should those who had no status, or even good cultivation methods do? At this point, becoming a fiend might be the best choice. The cultivation system of fiends was not as complicated as that of cultivators. They did not need to comprehend the truth of the universe. They only needed to constantly devour, and keep devouring, so that they could improve naturally. For instance, for a fiend with 5 life transitions, what they wanted to do was not to comprehend anything, but to devour. Perhaps they could not devour planets, but they could devour many intelligent life forms and natural treasures. As long as there were enough intelligent life forms, they could use the intelligence and power of all living beings to become planetary life forms. Compared to the cultivation system, the system of fiends was just too simple. They only needed to do one thing, and they only needed to keep devouring to constantly grow. It was no wonder that even though fiends were suppressed by cultivators in the entire universe, they could still develop continuously. Many cultivators were willing to become fiends. Even some powerful cultivators who had reached their own bottlenecks and had not improved for billions of years were willing to become fiends, and attempt the cultivation system of fiends to wreak chaos in the entire universe. How terrifying! Not only does a fiend have powerful strength, their very existence can also entice people. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. After reading so much information about fiends, he finally understood why cultivators treated fiends like their greatest enemy. The power of fiends was secondary. The key was how they could entice people. If a cultivator had cultivated for thousands or tens of thousands of years, and still remained at the stage of 5 life transitions, unable to undergo further life transitions, would they take the risk to become a fiend? How could they resist the temptation of becoming a planetary life form just through the simple action of devouring? Even for planetary life forms, if they remained stagnant, would they develop other thoughts? Becoming a fiend and devouring some planets would allow them to advance to the next level. How many cultivators could resist such temptation? Lin Feng asked himself honestly. Even he would probably be tempted. However, he was very clear-headed now. Hence, he knew that fiends were a misconception. It seemed like one only needed to devour to improve. There was no better cultivation system. However, if everyone was a fiend, in the end, it would actually be a zero-sum game. No matter how many fiends there were, and how many fiends had grown to an extremely advanced level, as long as a fiend wanted to become a universal life form, it would have to devour the entire universe. At that time, the entire universe would become nutrients for that fiend, supporting it to become a universal life form. All the fiends would disappear, leaving only one behind. This was a zero-sum game through and through. It was completely unsustainable. In the orthodox cultivation system, even the birth of 1, 2, or even 3 universal life forms was nothing. In fact, the more universal life forms born, the more they could nourish this universe. For example, if a planetary life form was born, that planetary life form would help the life forms on the planet and protect it. Fiends only knew how to devour. Hence, the cultivation system of fiends was a complete zero-sum game. Countless fiends fought to devour. What was their goal? It was probably all for the sake of becoming that final fiend that could devour the entire universe and become a universal life form. But who could be that lucky one? It was precisely because of this that fiends were classified as taboo by all cultivators in the universe, and were public enemies of all cosmic civilizations. The stronger the fiend, the greater the force of suppression it would encounter. Some galactic-level fiends did not even dare to show themselves for billions of years, because once they did, they would be jointly attacked by countless great galactic life forms. It was no wonder that the Divine Palace reacted so quickly and sent Raymond over, finally resolving the crisis of the Black Dragon cult leader. Once discovered, fiends would not be let off lightly. Chapter 427, Raymond's Thoughts. Chapter 427, Raymond's Thoughts. However, fiends were not completely without weaknesses. For example, as fiends focused all their energy on devouring, almost no fiend would try to comprehend laws. In a real battle, cultivators who comprehended laws clearly had a huge advantage. If he encountered fiends again, Lin Feng would have to play to his advantages. What advantages did Lin Feng have? Laws, of course. With the sacred stone of anathema, Lin Feng had almost surpassed any genius in the path of laws. At the thought of laws, Lin Feng took out the sacred stone of anathema. His law of annihilation and law of tides had already reached the planetary level. The next step would be advanced planetary laws. This was not so easy to achieve. Even with the sacred stone of anathema, it would probably take a long time. On the other hand, the law of space had a chance of reaching the planetary level in a short period of time. At that time, even if he encountered a powerful fiend, Lin Feng would be undefeatable no matter where he was. This time, Lin Feng was not prepared to do missions anymore. Encountering the Black Dragon cult leader had made Lin Feng feel a trace of danger. It turned out that there were such things as fiends in the universe. The universe was not that safe either. He had to comprehend the law of space to the planetary level. Long Betham, set seclusion mode. Yes, Master. Hence, Long Betham set the seclusion mode. In this mode, nothing could disturb Lin Feng unless Divine King Baman personally woke him. Lin Feng was immersed in the sacred stone of anathema, constantly comprehending the law of space. Even though his comprehension of the law of space was very slow, with the sacred stone of anathema, Lin Feng could clearly feel that his comprehension of the law of space was improving bit by bit. Perhaps it would not take long for him to completely comprehend the planetary law of space. Raymond, I heard that you gained a lot this time. You actually killed a planetary-level fiend. In a courtyard, a few cultivators were discussing with each other. The auras on their bodies faded in and out, but they were all very terrifying. Among them was Raymond, an advanced planetary life form. Those who could talk to him intimately were also advanced planetary life forms. In the upper district, even though everyone were planetary life forms, small social circles existed between them. Generally speaking, only people on similar levels would gather together. Howyo, I was in luck. I did kill a planetary-level fiend and obtained a considerable reward from the Divine Palace. Haha, after I gather some more materials, I'll be able to refine an origin weapon. Raymond was indeed very happy. There was not much reward for ordinary missions, not even for saving a planet. However, fiends were different. Anyone who killed fiends would definitely be rewarded, and the rewards would be very generous. It satisfied even Raymond, who was an advanced planetary life form. Unfortunately, Lin Feng did not have the ability to kill the Black Dragon cult leader. Otherwise, the reward would be his. Raymond, you're so lucky. Indeed, I'm very lucky. Moreover, I discovered a very interesting little fellow in our upper district. If not for him, I might not have been able to catch that fiend. Who is it? The only disciple with 5 life transitions in our upper district. Everyone came to a realization. They all knew that he was the only disciple in the upper district who had undergone 5 life transitions. After all, what was rare was noticeable. The entire upper district was filled with planetary life forms. Naturally, everyone knew that a disciple below the planetary level had suddenly appeared. It's that Lin Feng, right? I heard that he's a seed disciple who returned to the Divine Palace. His Majesty the Divine King promoted him to the upper district as someone who had undergone 5 life transitions. That's right, it's Lin Feng. His Majesty the Divine King made an exception and promoted him to the upper district after he comprehended planetary laws. Someone else shook his head and said, even if he's ascended to the upper district, he's probably still a distance away from 6 life transitions. How did you encounter him? Not only did I encounter him, I also discovered a very interesting little secret. Don't underestimate this Lin Feng. He was the one who discovered that fiend. Moreover, when I caught up to that fiend, I discovered that it had lost more than 30% of its combat body. I suspect that Lin Feng fought with it and severely injured it. Impossible. Even if Lin Feng has comprehended planetary laws, how he can severely injure a fiend? That's simply ridiculous. Raymond. Are you mistaken? Or perhaps that fiend was injured to begin with. No one could quite believe it. They were all advanced planetary life forms and had seen countless geniuses. Below the planetary level, so-called geniuses might still have very obvious gaps, but above the planetary level, it was not just about aptitude, and more about time and opportunity. All of them had encountered opportunities to grow into advanced planetary life forms. As for how a cultivator with 5 life transitions could compare to a planetary life form, they had never even heard of it. Moreover, that fiend was not an ordinary planetary life form. It could be considered the peak of elementary planetary lifeforms. If Lin Feng wanted to injure it, he would have to at least have the strength of a senior planetary lifeform. But was that possible? Raymond looked around at everyone and said with a smile, "Originally, I didn't believe it either, but that fiend let it slip. That's how I learned that this Lin Feng isn't simple. No wonder His Majesty the Divine King favors him so much, and is even willing to make an exception to promote Lin Feng." However, even if Raymond said confidently that Lin Feng had that kind of strength, the surrounding people still did not quite believe him. They had not seen it with their own eyes, so they could not understand it at all. Fighting above one's level was impossible for planetary lifeforms and below. Raymond only smiled, but did not make further explanations. He even had a vague thought deep down. Lin Feng seemed to be someone worth befriending. By the way, in another 100 years, the universe will experience another Big Bang. At that time, the new matter sprayed out by the universe will attract the competition of the major planetary lifeforms. We have to improve our strength in the next 100 years. At the mention of the Big Bang, everyone's spirits lifted. The universe was constantly expanding. Every once in a long period of time, the universe would experience a Big Bang. Although it could bring about unimaginable disasters, similarly, every Big Bang of the universe was a huge opportunity for lifeforms above the planetary level. This was because the Big Bang would spray out a lot of new substances. These new substances could either be forged into some powerful origin weapons, integrated into the combat body for various benefits, or be of some help to comprehending laws. In short, every Big Bang had all kinds of unexpected benefits. All the planetary lifeforms in the Divine Palace who knew about the Big Bang were silently making preparations. The Big Bang. Raymond's eyes narrowed slightly. Just now, he had already thought of something. Coincidentally, it was related to the only cultivator in the upper district who had undergone 5 life transitions, Lin Feng. Chapter 428, Star Bloom. Chapter 428, Star Bloom. 3 months later, in Lin Feng's secret chamber. Boom. The surrounding space seemed to distort, before turning into a mirror covered in dense cracks. Then, it shattered in an instant, revealing a pitch-black spatial passage. I've finally comprehended the planetary law of space. Lin Feng heaved a long sigh of relief. For 3 months, he had been comprehending the law of space at almost every moment, even though his progress was very slow. It could only be described as a turtle speed. However, his improvement could be clearly seen every day. Hence, he could successfully comprehend the planetary law of space in 3 months. Only after comprehending the planetary law of space did he come to a realization. It turned out that the law of space could also possess terrifying combat power. In particular, the law of space alone could shatter space in the universe, and could also be used to confine. Just the law of space at the planetary level was comparable to an ordinary planetary life form. Swoosh. Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he actually disappeared from the secret chamber. He had already entered the spatial passage. If he only had an ordinary body, the squeezing pressure of the spatial passage would be very strong, and he might not even be able to withstand it for long. Lin Feng had to use the tidal combat body to barely withstand it. However, the void traversal combat body was the most suitable for spatial travel. The tidal combat body could only resist the spatial pressure, but the void traversal combat body almost felt like it was integrated into the spatial passage. With a casual warp, he was already 1,000 kilometers away. If one warped space at full force, the void traversal combat body could travel a maximum distance of about 5 light-years in one go. Actually, this was already very impressive. Even a galactic life form could not travel a distance of 5 light-years in an instant. Of course, if it was the tidal combat body, the distance would be much shorter, but it could also travel a long distance. The elementary planetary law could help the void traversal combat body travel a distance of 5 light-years. This was actually already very far. Though, if he wanted to return to his home planet, relying on spatial travel alone would probably exhaust Lin Feng to death. It was still not that realistic. However, if he encountered any danger, he was entirely able to escape. Even if it was a galactic lifeform, as long as it did not shatter space with a single strike, Lin Feng could rely on warping space to escape. Of course, if those great galactic lifeforms were prepared and instantly shattered space, Lin Feng would not be able to escape even with the void traversal combat body. However, that was an extreme situation. In the vast universe, how many great galactic lifeforms could there be? Hence, only now could Lin Feng be considered undefeatable. Swoosh. Lin Feng silently warped back to the secret chamber. He needed to keep a low profile for the time being. At the very least, he could not expose his spatial ability. This was a trump card that could save his life at critical moments. After all, there was not much annihilative power left in the Spear of Destruction. In fact, Lin Feng's combat power had decreased. Opening the secret chamber, Lin Feng saw that Long Betham seemed to be communicating with someone outside. "Master, you are exiting seclusion." "I'm exiting seclusion. Has anything happened recently?" Long Betham checked and said, "There is nothing much going on in the Divine Palace recently. Though, 2 months ago, His Highness Raymond personally came to look for you. However, you were in seclusion and could not receive guests, so I did not inform Master." "His Highness Raymond? Did he mention what it is?" "No, but His Highness Raymond said to contact him immediately if you exit seclusion." Lin Feng found it a little strange. Why was Raymond looking for him? However, Raymond was an advanced planetary life form and was famous in the upper district. He could not let Raymond come in person again. He might as well pay Raymond a visit. Hence, Lin Feng left his residence and flew towards Raymond's residence. "Your Highness Raymond, His Highness Lin Feng requests an audience with you." Raymond's follower came to report. "Lin Feng. Let him in." Raymond opened his eyes. Originally, 2 months ago, he had personally visited Lin Feng to discuss something. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was in seclusion at that time. Now, it seemed like Lin Feng had exited seclusion. Soon, the follower led Lin Feng into the hall. Lin Feng took a closer look. It was indeed His Highness Raymond, who had killed the Black Dragon cult leader back then. "Your Highness Raymond. Your Highness Lin Feng, you're finally out of seclusion," Raymond said with a smile, his tone rather amiable. "Sorry that you had to make a wasted trip, Your Highness. I was in seclusion at the time and have just exited seclusion. Only then did I hear that Your Highness had made a visit. May I know why Your Highness was looking for me? Can't I catch up with Your Highness Lin Feng for no reason? It's all thanks to Your Highness that I could kill that fiend last time. I have nothing to repay you with, but I heard that Your Highness has yet to undergo 6 life transitions, so I'd like to give this star bloom to Your Highness as a token of gratitude." Star bloom. Lin Feng was shocked. He naturally knew about star blooms. After all, he had been in the Divine Palace of Bamond for a few months. This was a true cosmic miraculous item. Under normal circumstances, star blooms grew on some meteors. Some meteors would split apart for various reasons and eventually drift in the universe. There was a 1 in a billion chance that some tiny creatures or even plants would grow on it. The star bloom was what grew from a small meteorite under this 1 in a billion chance. Moreover, it had withstood the various radiation and impacts from disasters over the long years in the universe. The function of the star blooms was very simple. It could promote cell division. To ordinary life forms, this was not a tonic, but a poison. If the speed of cell division was too fast, ordinary beings could not withstand it. However, to cultivators, especially those like Lin Feng who had reached a bottleneck and could not improve their combat body, the star bloom would be a holy relic. It even had a chance of helping their combat body advance further. Lin Feng had always wanted his combat body to transform into a consummate combat body, but even with the help of the planet's origin. Last time, he had only improved his combat body to 830 kilometers. He was still a long way from a consummate combat body. However, if he had the star bloom, while it might not allow Lin Feng's combat body to reach consummation directly, it could allow his combat body to advance further and approach consummation. This was of extraordinary significance to Lin Feng. Your Highness Raymond, this is too precious. The Black Dragon cult leader was killed by Your Highness Raymond. I wasn't of much help. Even though Lin Feng was very eager to obtain the star bloom, it was far too valuable. He also knew that Raymond definitely did not give such a precious miraculous item just to thank him. There must be some other reason. Before understanding the reason, Lin Feng did not want to accept Raymond's gift so easily. Raymond smiled. Lin Feng's caution was within his expectations. Your Highness Lin Feng, I do have a small favor to ask of you. Raymond did not beat around the bush and spoke directly. Chapter 429, Raymond's Invitation. Chapter 429, Raymond's Invitation. Favor. Lin Feng's expression was a little strange. He was only a cultivator with 5 life transitions, while Raymond was an advanced planetary life form. The difference between the two was worlds apart. What right did he have to help Raymond? Your Highness Raymond, you need my help. You're not joking. Raymond's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, Does Your Highness Lin Feng know about the Big Bang? The Big Bang? Never heard of it. Lin Feng's expression was also very solemn. This must be the matter for which Raymond wanted his help. Our universe is a universe constantly expanding. Every once in a while, it will explode. Many new substances are sprayed out from the explosion, such as some miraculous items, or some special ores, materials, and so on. They can be used to forge origin weapons, or bring about unexpected benefits when integrated into the combat body. When the Big Bang arrives, many planetary lifeforms in the entire universe will enter it to search for some cosmic miraculous items. This will be a cornucopia for the entire universe. According to the calculations of the great galactic lifeforms, there are only 100 years left until the next Big Bang. Therefore, I would like to invite Your Highness Lin Feng to join me in searching for miraculous items during the Big Bang. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard of the Big Bang, although he had heard some academic theories on his home planet, such as how the universe was formed from the Big Bang, and the universe was constantly expanding, and so on. However, those were only theories and extrapolations of the scientific and technological communities. Now, it was confirmed by Raymond. The universe was indeed expanding continuously, and there would even be another Big Bang. However, cultivators viewed the Big Bang as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, rather than danger. Your Highness Raymond, what do you need my help with? There are countless experts participating in a grand event like the Big Bang. Even if I'd like to help, I'm afraid it's beyond my ability. Lin Feng said truthfully. He naturally wanted to participate in a grand event like the Big Bang, but he also knew his own limitations. He was too inferior compared to advanced planetary lifeforms like Raymond, and could not have been invited to participate for no reason. He had to know the reason, and could not go in blindly. Haha, Your Highness Lin Feng is too modest. Participating in a grand event like the Big Bang depends on more than strength. There are all kinds of dangers in the Big Bang. In many environments, only cultivators with extremely high comprehension of laws can enter successfully, and avoid many dangers. Your Highness Lin Feng's comprehension of laws far surpasses mine, so you are naturally qualified to participate. I see. Lin Feng finally understood the reason. His comprehension of laws could help Raymond, and be of unexpected use when the Big Bang occurred. That was why Raymond had specially come to invite Lin Feng. After all, not many disciples in the upper district could comprehend planetary laws. Hence, Lin Feng could be considered a special and precious talent. All right, when the Big Bang occurs, I'll go personally. Haha, great. Your Highness Lin Feng, it's a deal then. There's still 100 years before the Big Bang. Your Highness Lin Feng can use these 100 years to try your best to undergo 6 life transitions. After all, during the explosion of the universe, there are all kinds of unexpected dangers. It's too dangerous if one isn't a planetary life form. Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness Raymond. I will definitely work hard to undergo 6 life transitions and become a planetary Life form. All right, if you need any help, Your Highness. Lin Feng can come to me at any time. Hence, Lin Feng bade farewell to Raymond and left his residence. Looking at Lin Feng's departing back, Raymond nodded to himself and muttered in a low voice, with Lin Feng's participation, if he can really undergo 6 life transitions in 100 years, I can try to venture deep into the center of the Big Bang. Then, I'll definitely obtain unexpected gains. There's still 100 years left. It'll be over in a blink. I have to start making some preparations. With that, Raymond left his residence as well and began to prepare for the Big Bang in 100 years. Lin Feng returned to his residence. He immediately asked Long Betham to look up on matters regarding the Big Bang. The results of the search did not disappoint Lin Feng. The time of the Big Bang was a carnival for all lifeforms above the planetary level in the universe. It was the grandest event in the entire universe. At that time, not only would planetary lifeforms participate, there would even be great galactic lifeforms participating. Even great beings at the level of Divine King Bamond would not be able to refrain from participating. Of course, these great galactic lifeforms must enter the heart of the Big Bang. There were some things there that were crucial to great galactic lifeforms. There's still 100 years left. In this 100 years, I must undergo 6 life transitions and become a planetary lifeform. Only then can I be confident of obtaining more gains during the Big Bang. In the past, Lin Feng was not in a hurry, but as the time of the Big Bang approached, he felt a trace of urgency. Of course, 100 years might be the blink of an eye for Raymond and the others, but for Lin Feng, it was an out-and-out long time. From his birth until now, Lin Feng had not even turned 40, let alone experienced 100 years. In 100 years, he could calmly work hard to improve his combat body to the consummate state. Then, he could naturally metamorphose into a planetary life form. Star Bloom. The star bloom appeared in Lin Feng's hand. This star bloom was not big, but it was very beautiful. Even a single leaf seemed very exquisite. Such a beautiful and exquisite star bloom was not delicate at all. On the contrary, it was very tenacious, and resilient enough to grow on meteors in the universe. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a cosmic miracle. Lin Feng was almost reluctant to devour such a beautiful star bloom. However, if he wanted to improve his combat body to the consummate state as soon as possible, this star bloom was indispensable. Hence, Lin Feng's palm immediately transformed into a huge mouth that swallowed the star bloom into his body. Under the countless cells, the star bloom began to quickly fuse into his combat body. Immediately, Lin Feng felt as if every cell in his combat body was forcefully divided by a miraculous power. This division was very painful and unnatural, because this was a forced division. Lin Feng endured the pain. After Lin Feng circulated his combat body guidance technique, the divided cells were also rapidly absorbing a large amount of cosmic energy to nourish themselves. Tidal combat body. Lin Feng quickly deployed his tidal combat body. His combat body, which was originally already 830 kilometers long, broke its limit again and expanded wildly. Chapter 430, 2 Missions. Chapter 430, 2 Missions. 830 kilometers, 832 kilometers, 835 kilometers. Lin Feng had sensed that his combat body had already reached its limit. It was almost impossible for him to break his limit again in a short period of time. However, the appearance of the star bloom made this impossibility possible. The limit of his combat body had been broken again. Although the speed of cell division was very fast, it was actually still rather slow relative to the entire massive combat body. However, even though it was slow, Lin Feng was still very excited. This was breaking the limit. Even breaking the limit by a little was breaking the limit. He was one step closer to the consummate combat body. The effect of the star bloom was quite good. Although the cell division was slow, his combat body was also slowly improving. 840 kilometers, 845 kilometers, 850 kilometers. When Lin Feng's combat body increased to exactly 900 kilometers, it slowly stopped. From 830 kilometers to 900 kilometers, it increased by a total of 70 kilometers. This might be the slowest improvement Lin Feng had ever made after mastering the tidal combat body. However, Lin Feng did not find it was slow at all. The 70 kilometers was different from before. This was a combat body that had broken through its limit through the star bloom. Compared to before, every kilometer of improvement in the current combat body was very meaningful. After all, every kilometer of improvement meant another step closer to the consummate combat body. Lin Feng could clearly feel that the consummation of his combat body was no longer out of reach. It was no longer illusory, but attainable. It was as if as long as he worked hard and improved his combat body a bit more, he would be able to attain consummation. However, he had already used up the star bloom. A single star bloom was clearly unable to push Lin Feng's combat body to consummation, unless there were more star blooms or miraculous items similar to the star bloom. Actually, it was not impossible for Lin Feng to forcefully undergo a life transition now. He could vaguely sense that with his current mental power, if he forcefully underwent a life transition, the success rate might have already exceeded 30% and reached 40%. This probability was already considerable. Ordinary cultivators would try their best if they could have so much as a 30% chance of success. However, Lin Feng did not want to gamble. He had to be more confident, even 100% confident, in metamorphosing into a planetary life form. That would be the most ideal. The consummate combat body actually meant the most perfect method of metamorphosis with 100% confidence. Long Betham, search for star blooms, or some cosmic miraculous items similar to star blooms. Lin Feng gave Long Betham the order. Soon, Long Betham said, "Master, the star bloom is a very rare cosmic wonder. It is not actually that precious. While it is very useful for cultivators below the planetary level, it is not actually very useful for planetary life forms. There are a few miraculous items with similar effects to the star bloom, but they are all very difficult to obtain. I need star blooms, or similar cosmic miraculous items. Is there any way to obtain them? Master, there are some missions in the Divine Palace that give rewards. Among the rewards are star blooms or miraculous items similar to star blooms. There are a total of 39 such missions. 39 missions. So many. What missions are there? Lin Feng's heart was filled with covetousness. 39 missions. That would mean at least 39 star blooms. Master, 37 of the missions require being at least advanced planetary life forms to accept them. Lin Feng was a little disappointed. If they were for advanced planetary life forms, only an entity like Raymond could accept them. Although he was quite strong, he was not arrogant enough to accept a mission that required an advanced planetary life form to complete. There are 2 missions left. What are they? Master, these 2 missions are both related to fiends. Recently, more and more traces of fiends have been discovered in the Bemond galaxy. One of the missions is to go to the Blue River Empire. The Divine Palace suspects that the upper echelons of the Blue River Empire have been infiltrated by a fiend. They might be a planetary life form, or they might have undergone 5 or 4 life transitions. All of these require investigation. Lin Feng nodded. This mission seemed feasible. What about the other mission? The other mission is also an investigation, but it is much more dangerous. Go to the Matrix civilization to investigate traces of fiends. The Divine Palace suspects that there are fiends hidden in the Matrix civilization, and their intentions seem unclear. In truth, this is very dangerous. It is recommended that advanced planetary life forms accept this mission, but it is not compulsory. All disciples of the upper district can accept it. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had heard of the Matrix civilization before. It was a very formidable technological civilization, and also one of the strongest civilizations in the Bemond galaxy. It had all kinds of technology that could even kill advanced planetary life forms. Such a technological civilization was highly prosperous, even in the scope of the vast universe. Investigating the traces of the fiends in the Matrix civilization would not be that easy. What's the punishment for failing the mission? Master, these missions are not compulsory, and to be done in one's own time. There is even no limit to the number of people who accept them. Lin Feng nodded. It seemed like these two tasks were both within the Divine Palace's control. As long as things were within their control, the Divine Palace generally would not interfere much. They would just allow interested disciples to accept these tasks in the form of missions. When Lin Feng had discovered the Black Dragon cult leader last time, and Raymond had rushed directly to Planet Aqua, that was a compulsory mission. The person who accepted the mission would also do their best, and not dare to delay at all. All right, help me to accept both missions. Lin Feng authorized it to Long Betham. Hence, he accepted both missions. After accepting the missions, Lin Feng obtained the cosmic maps of the Blue River Empire and the Matrix civilization. He could set off at any time. Long Betham, divide a portion of your consciousness this time and come with me. Master, put on this bracelet. I have divided half of my consciousness to help Master understand the Blue River Empire and the Matrix civilization. Hence, Lin Feng put on the bracelet. This could be considered a clone of Long Betham. After all, be it the Blue River Empire or the Matrix civilization, both were technological civilizations. It might be easier for Lin Feng to do the missions with Long Betham's help. For these two missions, the Blue River Empire's mission was slightly easier. The reward was a star bloom. The difficulty of the mission for Matrix civilization was obviously much higher. The reward was 2 star blooms and some other miraculous items. Lin Feng weighed the options and finally decided to go to the Blue River Empire first. At the very least, he could complete the relatively easy mission first. Therefore, with the bracelet, Lin Feng went straight towards the spatial passage in the upper district. Through the spatial passage, Lin Feng could travel directly to the Blue River Empire. Chapter 431, The Abnormal Blue River Empire. Chapter 431, The Abnormal Blue River Empire. The Blue River Empire was vast and had 69 territorial planets. It spanned hundreds of light years from east to west. It was the undisputed hegemon of the vicinity. Such a powerful empire had been expanding and warring everywhere over the past 100 years. In a small, hidden room on the Blue River Imperial planet, a few anti-war personnel were having a tense discussion. They were all the most determined anti-war personnel of the Blue River Empire. The centuries of unending war and continuous expansion of territory had indeed made many people fanatical, but it also made some people weary. They were the anti-war personnel. In the beginning, the anti-war personnel could still step up to the front and openly oppose the acts of war of the Blue River Empire, requesting the Blue River Empire to stop the war and recuperate. However, later on, the Blue River Empire banned all anti-war activities, made mass arrests of anti-war personnel, and strictly forbade the dissemination of anti-war ideas. Hence, these anti-war personnel gradually went underground and began carrying out anti-war activities in secret. Chen Feng was the spiritual leader of the anti-war faction. He was once the captain of a battleship. After witnessing the cruelty of the Imperial Empire's battlefield, he later retired due to injuries and resolutely became an anti-war activist. Now, he had even become the spiritual leader of the anti-war personnel. At this moment, Chen Feng was looking at everyone present with a solemn expression. These were all the backbone of the people here. This time, they were going to do something major. The Empire has already become a war machine. Countless compatriots have died in the war. We obtained planets, resources, and did not even develop them properly. What's the use of continuing to occupy so many planets? Moreover, because of the war, we have already shattered more than 10 planets. Billions of our compatriots have died or been injured. The war must be stopped, and the culprits behind all of this are those nobles in the upper echelons of the empire, as well as the imperial family. We must overthrow the rule of the empire, so that we can turn the entire empire around and allow everyone to live a normal life. If it weren't necessary, I would not choose to use violence, but we no longer have a choice. Those nobles use public opinion to constantly instill the fallacy of war. If we keep hesitating, I'm afraid the empire will fall apart. Then, countless family and friends will die in the war. Therefore, we cannot fail this time. We can only succeed. We already have the support of many junior officers, and even the support of some battleships. As long as we can break into the palace and control the royal family, we will almost be halfway to success. Everyone. The future fate of our Blue River civilization is in your hands. Chen Feng's words were very sincere and persuasive. But if he had a choice, he would never choose to fight against the war through violent confrontation. However, over the years, some of the things the Empire had done made it impossible for him to see any hope. The operation will take place in an hour or two. Everyone, go back and make preparations. Hence, the meeting was dismissed. These people left in secret and returned to their positions. The entire Blue River Imperial planet seemed calm, but undercurrents were already surging. At some point, they would erupt like a powder keg. Swoosh. In the spatial passage, a white light flashed. Lin Feng had already shuttled over through the spatial passage. Stop. Who is it? Lin Feng suddenly realized that there were already many soldiers, armored robots, and even battleships densely gathered outside the spatial passage. All of them were regarding Lin Feng menacingly. I'm a disciple of the upper district from the divine palace of Beaumont. What are you trying to do? Lin Feng frowned slightly. The spatial passage was the hub that connected the divine palace of Beaumont to the Blue River Empire. He did not believe that these people did not know his identity. This was because only the disciples of the divine palace of Beaumont could travel through space. As long as they were in the Beaumont galaxy, no matter what civilization it was, they would definitely be respectful towards the divine palace personnel. However, this Blue River Empire was very strange. It seemed to be very wary of Lin Feng, and even vaguely hostile. Soon, an officer walked out of the crowd. He seemed like a general. He glanced at Lin Feng, then said with a stiff expression, "Your Highness, due to the disturbances caused by certain rebels recently, martial law has been imposed on all parts of the Blue River Imperial planet. Your Highness, please understand. Did Your Highness come to the Blue River Empire on official business? Do I need to report to you about anything?" Lin Feng's tone was cold. A mere general wanted to interrogate him. If not for the fact that he had yet to figure out the situation, Lin Feng would even want to attack. No civilization had ever dared to condescend the disciples of the divine palace of Beaumont like this. Moreover, he was a disciple of the upper district of the divine palace. Out there, he represented the divine palace of Beaumont. The general's expression changed slightly, but as if considering Lin Feng's identity, he forced himself to hold it in the end. He forced a smile and said, "Your Highness, you've come a long way. We've already informed His Majesty. When the time comes, please go to the palace, and His Majesty will personally welcome Your Highness." "No need. I'm here to carry out a divine palace mission. I won't bother you." With that, Lin Feng flew out of the spatial passage and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at Lin Feng's disappearing figure, the general's expression gradually darkened. Then, he dialed the communicator. "An upper district disciple of Divine Palace is here." With that, the general hung up and left in a hurry. Lin Feng had already left the spatial passage and blended into the crowd as an ordinary person. Although there were many pedestrians on the streets, there were more armed robots. They seemed to be patrolling at all times, and the atmosphere was a little solemn. It's abnormal. Lin Feng quickly sensed the unusual atmosphere on the Blue River Imperial planet. Everyone here seemed to be very intimidated and oppressed. Apart from fear, there was also a trace of hatred in many people's eyes towards those armed robots. Although the Blue River Empire was an empire, Lin Feng learned from past information that the Blue River Empire was not an empire with a high-pressure atmosphere. Among the many civilizations, the Blue River Empire was also reputed for its openness. But now, everything seemed to have changed. On the Blue River Imperial planet, there was a very oppressive feeling in the crowd. It was like an explosive barrel that could blow up at any moment. Occasionally, there would be some young people holding signs fervently in support of the Empire's war. Even though Lin Feng had only been in the Blue River Empire for less than an hour, he could feel the pressure in the Blue River Empire. It was as if the Blue River Empire was a tinderbox that could explode at any moment. The difference between the before and after of the Blue River Empire was so great that even Lin Feng was a little confused. Long Betham, investigate when the Blue River Empire began its large-scale war. When did the situation in the Blue River Empire become like this? Lin Feng decisively entered the virtual network room to facilitate Long Betham's investigation and further understand the situation in the Blue River Empire. Part 7 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.